Hello my dear lady, I hope you get boyfriend like me, so like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. In the year 1503 of the Haiwan calendar, the pirate king Gold one day 5 years after Roger was executed. The naval hero, Vice Admiral Garp, known as the Iron Fist, quietly returned to the East China Sea. When he returned to the naval headquarters again, the navy stationed at the headquarters was surprised to find that this legendary figure of the navy was holding a baby in his arms. This immediately caused heated discussions in the headquarters, and everyone discussed the origin of this child. They speculated whether he was a relative of Vice Admiral Garp, or an orphan rescued at sea. Since it was related to Garp, a popular figure in the navy, the rumor spread quickly. Later, there was even an outrageous rumor that the child was Garp's illegitimate child. Fortunately, the senior naval officials came forward to explain in time, and the rumor was slowly dispelled afterwards. It was on this day that everyone remembered the name of the child who caused the rumor, the grandson of the naval hero Garp, Monkey D. Luffy. There is an area for the families of the navy in the headquarters of Marineford. In one of the small villas allocated to senior generals, a black-haired baby boy opened his eyes. "Me, where is this? Where is my phone?" The baby was confused for a moment, then suddenly his eyes widened and he shouted excitedly. "Oh my god, my computer is not turned off. Oh my god, what happened? My voice." Hearing the childish voice coming out of his mouth, he felt sick instantly. Having read tens of thousands of novels in a certain lieu, he immediately looked at his hands. Sure enough, as expected, his strong and powerful hands turned into short and white Michelin tires. No way, I really traveled through time. Didn't I just secretly watch some videos in the middle of the night? I couldn't have traveled through time directly. By the way, did I pull up my pants? Was the computer turned off? The police officer wouldn't see anything he shouldn't have. It's over, it's going to be on the headlines. The little baby thought about a lot of things at once, and suddenly he felt hopeless and even wanted to die. But suddenly, he changed his mind and thought, wasn't he already dead? Otherwise, how could he have traveled through time? Besides, I've come here, even if I make a fool of myself in that world, what does it have to do with me? And I have no worries, so I'm not afraid of embarrassing anyone. Thinking of this, he felt much better instantly. After untying the knot in his heart, he began to be curious about his current environment. The first step in traveling through the world is to figure out which world it is. Is it fantasy or Western fantasy, a battle show or a daily show? If I go to a world like Warhammer and there is no cheat code, I'd rather die. But if it's an anime, just pretend I didn't say anything. Just as he was imagining a better future, perhaps his previous noise attracted attention. A steady and powerful sound of footsteps came from far away. The little one's heart tightened immediately, and he quickly pretended that he was really a baby, moving his hands and feet around, and shouting "ah ah ah." Hearing the sound, the owner of the footsteps seemed to be nervous. He immediately quickened his pace, and soon heard the door open with a click. At the same time, a rough face with grey hair on the temples, a scar on the left eye, and a thick beard around his lips came over. The moment he saw this face, the little baby turned his brain frantically, comparing him with the characters in his impression one by one. But before he could find the answer, this obviously old man spoke first. Looking at his grandson who was looking at him foolishly in the cradle, Garp happily stretched out his hand and made a face. "Little Luffy, Grandpa is here to see you." Although he couldn't understand Japanese, the familiar name Luffy still allowed him to instantly guess the other party's identity. Garp, Vice Admiral of the Navy, Dragon's father and the grandfather of Luffy, the protagonist of One Piece. Wait, what did he just call me? Luffy? I am Luffy. What a joke. Luffy's little head was full of doubts. But the doubts did not last long in his mind, and were replaced by excitement. I'm Luffy. I'm the king of background, the super second-generation King Luffy with connections throughout the pirates, navy, and revolutionary army. Great, it's so nice to wear, I can be a dandy in the future. Thinking in his heart, Luffy's tender little face immediately showed a happy smile. Garp naturally didn't know what he was thinking, and thought he had made him laugh. He also happily picked him up and rubbed Luffy's pink little face with his rough big face for a few times. It hurts, you need to shave. Luffy came back to his senses from the fantasy in pain, complaining in his heart, but thinking that the other party would be his future supporter, he hurriedly uttered nonsense against his will, kicking his short legs to express his happiness. Ha ha ha, it turns out that he is my grandson. He is so young and he is already close to his grandfather. As he said that, he untied Luffy's diaper and took a look. After finding that the little guy didn't poop or pee, he seemed to understand. You are hungry, don't worry, I will take you to eat. If you want to be an excellent marine, you must eat well. While speaking, Garp had already carried Luffy out of the room. It was at this time that Luffy realized something was wrong. Although this house is not luxurious, whether it is the decoration, furnishings, or the size of the house, it is different from the impression that it is just a remote small village, the Windmill Village. At least there is no villa with a living room of more than 100 square meters in the Windmill Village. When Luffy was carried by Garp down from the third floor and came to the spacious living room on the first floor, he felt unwell. His little head looked around, and his small body moved restlessly. Feeling the vitality of the little guy in his arms, Garp was even happier. This child will definitely become the best marine when he grows up. In the living room, a mature woman in her 20s with long golden hair was sitting on the sofa waiting anxiously. When she heard the footsteps coming from upstairs, she quickly stood up and looked at the stairs. Seeing Vice Admiral Garp walking towards this side holding a lively baby, she immediately understood that her mission target had come. Vice Admiral Garp. Nodding kindly to the woman who came over, Garp casually handed Luffy over. Hanny, Luffy is hungry. Chapter 2. Wait, who is this? Luffy's mother? Or Garp's lover? Lying in the warm embrace of the fragrant aroma, Luffy's vision was blocked by the towering hills, and he couldn't help but think of something wrong. You, Cap with thick eyebrows and big eyes, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Okay, Vice Admiral Garp, I will go and feed Luffy now. Hanny said carefully, and immediately wanted to leave nervously to feed Luffy. But Garp stopped her with his hand, looking at the nanny that Ahe had helped to invite. He scratched his head in embarrassment, and finally promised. Your husband is a qualified marine, and I will transfer him to my command later. I have a mission to complete, so I'll leave the house to you. After saying that, Garp smiled and pinched Luffy's little face, then took the cloak of justice hanging in the living room and walked out. After receiving the promise from the legendary Vice Admiral Garp, Hanny's face suddenly showed excitement and joy. She bowed deeply to Garp's back as he left, and only stood up after he left and the door was slammed shut. Great, Mr. Garp is as kind as the rumors say. With his care, Zir will be safer outside in the future. After talking to herself happily for a few words, Hanny suddenly thought of something and quickly looked into her arms. Hey! Master Luffy is so well behaved. He didn't even cry when being held by a stranger. Hanny looked at the little cutie in her arms who didn't cry or make a fuss, but looked at her with wide eyes. She couldn't help but kiss him on the face. This is all thanks to the young master. Come on, Auntie will take you to drink milk. After carrying him to a side room, Hanny closed the door and lifted up her clothes. Luffy, who had originally had a calm look in his eyes, suddenly had his pupils dilated, and his little body froze for a moment, not even knowing how to drink the milk in his mouth. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? These three belated soul-searching questions fully show Luffy's confusion at the moment. Although he didn't understand the conversation between the two, he guessed that the woman might be a nanny or something like that by looking at her attitude. But the fact that she took off her clothes and stuffed grapes into her mouth without saying anything still made Luffy, who was naive and had never seen such a scene, dumbfounded. "Good boy, eat your milk." Hanny didn't notice anything unusual about him, and she was still humming a little tune, waiting for the child to eat. Gulp. Luffy swallowed unconsciously. "You asked me to eat this, I won't be polite." Thinking of this, he closed his eyes and opened his mouth to suck it directly. "It's so light, a little sweet, not very tasty." Thinking like this, as the milk went down his throat, little Luffy felt a wave of tiredness coming over him. Slowly, his breathing slowed down. When Hanny realized that the little guy was no longer sucking milk, she wanted to give him a break. Luffy had already fallen asleep, and seeing the corners of his mouth slightly raised, she knew that he must have had a good dream. With a gentle smile, Hanny carefully tidied up his clothes. After putting Luffy in the crib, she tiptoed away. Although Vice Admiral Garp only let her take care of the little master, she stubbornly wanted to do more. At least she wanted to help with the daily cleaning, washing and cooking. In this way, the days passed one by one. Because Luffy was young, his body had not yet developed. Every day, apart from sleeping, he would howl when he had to poop, pee, or was hungry. At this time, Hanny would skillfully change his diapers, feed him, and even wash his butt. On the contrary, his own grandfather Garp was nowhere to be seen all day long. It was rare for him to come back, so he would stay for one night and then leave. Apart from that, the only thing worth mentioning is that many big shots came to visit him during this period. Luffy alone knew 3 top navy bosses, namely Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane. Then there were Kuzan, Sakazuki, and Borsalino, who have not yet become the 3 admirals, who also came to see him. Even the yellow monkey hugged him personally. Looking at that wretched old face, Luffy almost peed on him. In addition, there were many navy admirals that Luffy did not know. But anyone who could come was at least a major general, and he had to be very old, about the same age as Garp and Sengoku. In a blink of an eye, 5 years have passed. "Stop right there, you bastard!" In the huge square of Marineford, with an angry roar, all the navy passing by stopped to watch, wanting to see what interesting things had happened. As they looked back and forth, a small figure running wildly among the many marines soon attracted their attention. "Stupid smoker, come and catch me if you dare!" The little guy turned around and challenged the person behind him as he ran away. This made Smoker, who was chasing him, furious. He pushed aside his colleagues who were blocking his way, and angrily cursed while holding a cigar that was soaked by water and could no longer be smoked. "You little brat, don't think I won't hit you just because you're Vice Admiral Garp's grandson. You sprayed me with a water gun when I wasn't paying attention. Believe it or not, I'll throw you into the sea. Hee, wait until you catch me before you say that." Luffy's voice came from afar. With his short legs, he shuttled through the crowd and had already left Smoker behind. "You bastard brat!" He stopped and angrily threw the cigar on the ground. Smoker suddenly sneered, and his lower body turned into smoke and flew into the air, locking onto Luffy's figure from above. "I got you!" Smoker swooped down while shouting. Luffy also noticed something was wrong and looked back up at the sky. Seeing that this guy had no moral principles and directly turned into an element to chase him, he decisively stopped and surrendered on the spot. "Wait! I give up!" Seeing the kid raising his hands in surrender, Smoker was unmoved. He landed on the ground and tied up the brat with smoke. He squatted down with a dark face, looking at the little guy who was not even as long as his legs. Smoker said viciously, "There's no point in giving in. This is the 3rd time this month. Tell me, kid, do you want to be thrown into the sea to take a bath, or do you want to have your pants pulled down and be spanked in front of so many people?" "Wow!" The nearby Marines all cooperated and made a strange cry. The boring military life that repeats every day makes them happy to have some fun. Especially one of the protagonists of the incident is the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp, the little devil who has been stirring up trouble in the Navy headquarters recently. Chapter 3. Facing the eyes of the crowd watching him for fun, the 5-year-old Luffy was not afraid at all. He looked directly at Smoker and said with a serious face. "Smoker, do you really think I'm playing a prank?" "No, quite the opposite. I snorted when you were smoking, banged on your door when you were in the bathroom, and even watched you secretly in the middle of the night, Luffy was halfway through his words when Smoker, who was filled with shame and anger, quickly covered his mouth. "Bye, idiot! You are slandering me. Believe it or not, I will throw you into the sea right now." Smoker picked up Luffy and tried to run away. The nearby Navy officers looked at him with mocking eyes, and some of them who knew him even joked loudly. "It's okay, Smoker, you're only 22 years old, it's normal to be a little curious. But it's better to watch than to do some things. If you really want to, you should find a girlfriend as soon as possible." After saying that, everyone laughed out loud. Smoker's face instantly turned red, and he even wanted to die. At this time, Luffy struggled violently. Taking advantage of his unpreparedness, she got rid of the hand covering her mouth and said loudly. "What are you doing? You just secretly read the 6 style training manual at night, why are you so excited?" After the voice fell, the whole audience was silent for a few breaths, and then a loud laughter rang out. Smoker's face was completely lost, and he didn't care about Luffy, just left him there, and flew away in a flash. Looking at his embarrassed escape, the Navy who were watching him laughed and laughed again, and then slowly dispersed. The fun just now gave them something to chat and gossip with their friends in the next few days. Luffy didn't care that he was thrown to the ground, he patted his butt and climbed up directly. "Phew, so cool, I didn't expect that young Smoker is still a shy person. Your character is not good enough, I haven't said anything yet, why did you reveal yourself?" After a few jokes in his mind, Luffy nodded with satisfaction, turned around and wanted to rush home. "Ahem, Luffy, it seems that you had a lot of fun while I was away." A familiar voice came from behind. Luffy had just taken a step, but his body froze instantly after hearing this voice. He turned his head mechanically and looked at Garp, who had arrived at some point. He forced a smile and greeted him. "Grandpa, welcome back." Crack, crack. Garp walked behind him with a clenched fist and a very kind smile. He punched him on the head with a punch that was neither too heavy nor too light. Luffy cried out in pain and squatted on the ground with his head in his hands. Tears of pain flowed down his face. With a dark face, Garp grabbed the back of his collar and lifted him up. He scolded loudly. "You bastard, is that the right attitude for a senior? Just wait and see how I will deal with you when I get back. Private Marseille, I will never dare to do it again." "Haha, it's too late to apologize now, come on, go home with me. You won't know." Looking at the little devil struggling in Vice Admiral Garp's hand, the Navy watching couldn't help laughing again. Well, now there is one more topic to talk about. Being carried all the way home by the angry Garp, Luffy started crying and struggling at first, but gradually stopped resisting. When the two of them entered the house and Garp put him down, his expression instantly changed to a smile, and he said with a grin. "You are worthy of being a veteran even the Warring States grandfather has certified, Grandpa, your acting is really good." Bang! Ouch! Luffy was hit on the head again, rubbing his head and looking at Garp in confusion. "Idiot, this is just the basic ability of an excellent marine. Is this all you have learned from me over the years?" "Of course not." After hearing what Garp said, Luffy immediately retorted indignantly. Knowing that this is the world of One Piece, how could he do nothing? If you want to live better in this world where the strong prey on the weak, you must first have strong strength. Ever since he could run and jump, and learn the language and writing of this world, He has been working hard to learn knowledge and exercising according to Garp's instructions. Although he dare not practice too much because of his young age, the protagonist is the protagonist. With his talent, he thinks that he has made great progress over the years. Grandpa, I didn't tease Brother Smoker for fun. Without using the power of his fruit, he chased me all the way from the Navy dormitory to the square and still couldn't catch me. Apart from anything else, I am still very confident in my speed and agility. Facing Luffy's proud eyes, Garp nodded subconsciously. He had just returned from a mission today, and he happened to see Luffy running with Smoker. Even if Smoker was not serious, Luffy was indeed outstanding for being able to tease him, a young officer who graduated from the elite camp, like that at the age of 5. But this is far from enough. Luffy, your strength is sufficient. Starting tomorrow, you will report to the new recruit camp. Luffy opened his mouth in shock, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Grandpa, you are kidding. Although my strength is okay, I am only 5 years old. Who is sent to the recruit camp at the age of 5? Isn't the minimum recruitment requirement of the Navy 14 years old? Luffy is not resisting and does not want to become stronger, but he always thinks it is a bit magical for a 5-year-old child to join the army. You only need to tell Sengoku about that matter, and the sooner you join the army, the sooner you can get promoted. Don't you want to be an admiral? Wait until you are 14 and join the army, and then step by step, you will be promoted. You have to be 30 or 40 years old to be an admiral. If you join the Navy earlier, you may become the youngest admiral in the history of the government. Come on, Grandpa believes in you. After a skillful deception, Garp walked around Luffy, who was thinking, walked to the sofa and sat down. Okay, don't think too much, go cook for Grandpa. I'm almost starving after rushing back all the way. Okay, here I come. Luffy's thoughts were interrupted, and he walked into the kitchen obediently. After the ingredients were prepared, he stepped on the small stool and started cooking, and then he suddenly reacted. Shit, I was actually Pua. The damn old man was just too lazy to teach me and just wanted to throw me into the recruit camp. What excuses did he have to find? He didn't even cook for himself, but let a 5-year-old child do it. How shameless! Chapter 4. While cooking skillfully, Luffy secretly complained in his heart, and missed the days when his nanny Hanny was here. She had been dismissed since he was 3 years old. Although the two sides still frequently visited each other, Hanny would come to cook for Luffy from time to time. But since Garp is back today, Hanny's husband must have gone home as well. Hanny knew that Garp didn't want Luffy to be spoiled, so he would definitely not come these 2 days. Thinking that he was about to be thrown into the recruit camp, and would not be able to eat the food cooked by this mother-like elder for a long time in the future, Luffy felt a pity in his heart. In the living room, Garp looked at Luffy's skillful skills in the kitchen, and he was also very emotional. He was quite satisfied with this grandson, who was well-behaved, obedient, hard-working, and diligent. Even if he occasionally played pranks, he knew the limit. The Navy, except Smoker, liked this child very much. But it was precisely because of this that Garp was even more reluctant to waste Luffy's talent. He would not force Luffy to learn by throwing him into Zephyr's elite training camp and letting him receive the most rigorous and hard training. Instead, he would send Luffy to the most ordinary recruit camp and let him learn from the most basic. After his foundation was solid, he would be promoted to the elite camp with his own efforts. This was what he thought was the best education for Luffy. Thinking about it, Garp suddenly asked. Luffy, what path do you plan to take in the future? Do you want to specialize in physical skills like your grandfather, or become a great swordsman? Or do you want to eat a devil fruit and become an admiral with the power of the fruit? Luffy in the kitchen heard this question, and kept cooking, and gave his answer in an orderly manner. Grandpa, you said that strong physical skills are the basic requirement for a strong man. Swordsmanship can be seen as an extension of physical skills. If I have a talent in either area, I will also work hard to practice. As for devil fruits, if there is a suitable one, of course I am willing to eat it. But forget about becoming an admiral just by relying on the fruit. Without a strong body and domineering, no matter how powerful the fruit is, you can't become an admiral. Hearing this answer, Garp smiled with satisfaction. Ha ha ha, it seems that you have listened to your grandfather's words, Luffy. That's right, in this world, whether it is the navy or the pirates, all the top strong men have practiced physical skills, swordsmanship, domineering, and fruits to the extreme. Although the fruit is not the main one, even I cannot deny that a suitable fruit can have a terrifying effect on improving strength. I was originally hesitant about whether to give you this fruit, but now I feel relieved after hearing what you said. What? Fruit? Give it to me. Luffy didn't have time to cook, and turned to look at the living room. On the sofa, Garp took out a small wooden box from somewhere, opened it and took out a fruit with a mysterious pattern on the surface. Luffy threw the spatula aside and ran over excitedly. Taking the fruit from Garp, Luffy looked at it carefully. The fruit looked like a golden pear, with irregular lightning-shaped spikes and a lightning-shaped stalk on the surface. Like most fruits, its skin also had spiral light black textures. Isn't this the thunder fruit? How did it get here if it's not on Sky Island? Luffy recognized the fruit at first sight. It was exactly the same as the picture released by the official One Piece. This made him happy, but also deeply confused. He quickly looked at Garp and asked anxiously. Grandpa, where did this fruit come from? Do you know its abilities? I picked this one up. Kappa was very proud when he talked about the origin of this fruit. On my way back, a broken ship strangely fell from the sky. This fruit was found on that ship. Some people speculated that this might be a ship that was wrecked on Sky Island and fell down somehow. As for the ability of the fruit, the illustration is in Sengoku's hands. I don't want to tell him, it's a case of abusing power for personal gain. Listening to Garp's explanation, Luffy's mouth gradually opened wide. He silently gave a thumbs up to Garp, who openly violated the Navy regulations. Garp's mouth corners unconsciously raised, and after reacting, he coughed lightly and continued. This fruit looks like a natural fruit related to lightning. But it is also possible that it is a superhuman fruit. So it is up to you to decide whether to eat it or not. I will not interfere. Should I eat it? Eat this fruit that is said to be the strongest natural fruit? Luffy asked himself this question in his heart. To be honest, he had always thought that even if he ate a fruit, he would eat the rubber fruit in the original book. But now the thunder fruit is in his hand, should he give it up and wait for the rubber fruit that he didn't know where it was? No, I won't do such a stupid thing. The Nika fruit has its own consciousness, and the future owner will only be Joy Boy. I'm not the King Luffy in the original book, and I don't want to be a shitty Joy Boy. After making up his mind, Luffy no longer hesitated and opened his mouth to bite it directly. Shit, it pricked my mouth. Seeing Luffy choose to eat this devil fruit, Garp sat up straight immediately. What he said about not wanting to tell Sengoku, not knowing what kind of fruit this is all bullshit. Garp had already asked clearly and knew that this was the thunder fruit, which is known as the strongest natural fruit. How could he be so stupid as to let his grandson eat a garbage fruit? He has high expectations for Luffy. The reason why he didn't tell him was because he was afraid that Luffy would be attracted by the name and eat it directly. Ugh, so bitter, so astringent, so sour, this is too disgusting. Luffy almost fainted after eating just a small piece of the flesh. In all the years of his 2 lives, this was the first time he had eaten something so disgusting. He thought even show might not be as disgusting as this. Throwing the remaining half of the fruit aside, he began to carefully feel the changes in his body. Soon, an arc of electricity flashed at his fingertips. But slowly, as he mobilized all his strength, more and more dense arcs flashed. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by lightning, and the sound of crackling electricity exploded in the house. Pa! Garp's big hand covered in armament haki mercilessly interrupted Luffy's thoughts of further attempts. Idiot kid, don't use your abilities at home. Ignoring Luffy's angry look, Garp picked his nose and gestured behind him. Go cook for me now, your food is going to be burnt. Oops. Luffy remembered his dishes after he was reminded. After exclaiming, he hurried back to the kitchen. What he didn't notice was that with his footsteps, several small electric currents passed by. His speed was obviously much faster than before. Garp took it all in, but he said nothing, just happily made himself a cup of tea. Chapter 5. Early the next morning, the gate of the Marine Headquarters recruit camp welcomed two guests, one big and one small. Seeing the tall old man in the lead, the Marines on duty shuddered and let the two in without stopping them. Garp didn't waste any time and took Luffy directly to the recruit registration office. The civilian staff responsible for registering the recruits had just started work and was about to make himself a cup of tea to adjust his state. But as Garp pushed the door open, his hand trembled and he dropped his teacup directly on the ground. He didn't care about this old friend who had been slacking off with him for countless days and nights. The man immediately stood up and saluted, and greeted seriously. Hello, Vice Admiral Garp. Yeah, you too, don't be so polite. After a casual reply, Garp pushed Luffy, who was looking around for the first time in the recruit camp, and said to the man. This is my grandson Luffy. I brought him to the recruit camp to register to join the Navy. Hello, sir. After Garp finished introducing, Luffy immediately retracted his gaze and saluted him seriously. The man looked down at the boy who was barely taller than his waist, and he was dumbfounded. What did he hear? Such a young child wants to join the Navy? Even if he is the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp, it is too early. Seeing that the other party stared at him blankly without saying anything, Luffy did not get impatient and continued to maintain the proper salute posture. Garp did not have so much time. After he dealt with Luffy's matter, he had to return to the G3 branch to take charge. So he simply spoke and brought up the Warring States period. Don't worry, I will tell Jean Guo about this. You just need to write down this guy's information. Oh, okay. After being called back to his senses by Garp, the man instantly broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly sat back in his seat to help Luffy fill in his personal information. Damn, why do you care so much about what your superior has told you to do? You deserve to never get promoted. Cursing himself inwardly, the man quickly filled out the form. From beginning to end, he only asked Luffy a few simple questions, and then asked him to sign it and it was done. After finishing the document, he immediately stood up and said politely to Garp. Vice Admiral Garp, I will take you and Master Luffy to see Colonel Prue. No, I still have a mission, you don't have to worry about this kid, just let him go to the instructor to report. Garp waved his hand, and then he bent down and touched Luffy's head with a smile, and turned and left without saying anything. The two watched him walk away until they could no longer see Garp's figure, and the man breathed a sigh of relief. Sir, thank you very much for your help. I will go and report first. Go ahead. Just turn left and wait on the playground. The man replied subconsciously. Luffy saluted him again and then left the office. He did not forget to close the door before leaving. One after the other, the grandfather and grandson left. The man finally relaxed and sat back in his chair. As expected of Vice Admiral Garp, he didn't say much, but his aura alone scared me to death. With a sigh, the man turned his gaze to the file he had just filled out. He picked up the file and looked at the dazzling 5 years old in the age column. The man couldn't help but smack his lips again, sighing that he was indeed a naval hero. He was willing to send his 5-year-old grandson to the recruit camp to suffer. This is the headquarters, and the instructors of the recruit camp will not give you preferential treatment just because you are the family member of a general. Not to mention a 5-year-old child, even if a baby of a few months old comes, you have to crawl to complete daily training. Alas, there is a reason why he can become a big shot. If I could train like this since I was young, maybe I would be among the officers. With a wry smile, the man shook his head and subconsciously reached for his teacup. Where's my teacup? Following the man's instructions, Luffy went out and walked to the left. Soon he saw the playground the other person mentioned. However, unlike the playground of the school in his previous life, the so-called playground of the Navy is just a piece of flat land. It's just that the runway is planned with lines, and there are areas for practicing shooting, swordsmanship, etc. Overall, it looks very simple. At this time, a group of Navy recruits have started running circles on the playground. At the same time, there are more than 10 instructors supervising or following, and there are a few shouts and scolds from time to time. Luffy took a rough look and soon found his target. It was a middle-aged officer with his hands on his chest, a large burn on his left cheek, and a stern expression. Luffy didn't say anything and ran over. After arriving in front of the other party, he stood at attention, saluted, and shouted. "Hello, sir. I am the new recruit Luffy. I would like to ask for instructions." The officer was the chief instructor of the recruit camp, Colonel Prue. Prue turned his head subconsciously when he heard the voice, but he saw nothing. He didn't see anyone at all. Looking at the instructor who was at least 2 meters and 5 meters tall, almost the same height as his grandfather Garp, the little Luffy whispered awkwardly. "Instructor, I'm here." He lowered his head and looked at the little guy who claimed to be a new recruit. His face fell instantly. "Kid, you said you were a new soldier? How old are you?" "Report to the commander, I am a new recruit who just joined today, I am 5 years old." "Only 5 years old?" Prue's frown deepened. "Get out, this is not a kindergarten." The cold tone, coupled with Prue's fierce expression and the large burn on his right face, would probably scare the children on the side, and even adults with poor psychological quality. But Luffy was very calm, unmoved, maintaining the salute posture, and said loudly. "Report, new recruit Luffy requests instructions. He is not afraid of me. Although he is young, he is very brave." Prue was a little surprised, but being brave is nothing. Being a soldier is not just about being brave. If a child this young has an accident during training, he will not be able to explain to the other party's parents. Is his family willing to do this? He has never heard of sending a 5-year-old child to join the army. Forget it, he's so young that he won't be able to hold on, so let's find a reason to send him away. Thoughts flashed through his mind quickly, and Prue thought carefully for a long time, and finally spoke reluctantly. "You go run with the new recruits, and I'll be watching you. If you can't keep up with the pace of the main group, then get out of here, do you understand?" "Yes." Chapter 6. Prue nodded silently, and saw a team just running past him. He immediately waved his hand, and soon the instructor who was running and giving lectures beside the team turned around and ran over here. Pointing at Luffy beside him, Prue casually said. "McJin, I'll leave this kid to you. Keep an eye on him and don't let him slack off." Glancing at the little guy beside the commander, although McJin was very surprised, he said nothing, winked at Luffy and ran away. Luffy didn't waste any words and ran after him. "You go to the back, there are still 43 laps left, don't be lazy and finish them." After leaving this sentence, McGinn ran to the front and continued to supervise the others in the team. Luffy followed the team silently and ran at the end to keep up with the others. Several recruits in the back row noticed him, but they didn't care about this kid at this time. According to the instructor's order, they had to run a full 50 laps around the playground, and they had to finish it within an hour. Those who couldn't finish the run would be fined 20 laps. This caused everyone to concentrate and put all their energy into running. The speed was also different from the running exercises in school in the previous life. This was really running for life. Adjusting his breathing, Luffy silently counted the laps in his heart. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. Soon after he finished 10 laps, he began to pant slightly. After he finished 20 laps, he began to feel a little tired. After he finished 30 laps, he was breathing heavily, sweating all over, and he could smell a rusty smell in his throat with every breath. By this time, many people had fallen behind. After all, they were all new recruits, and not many of them could meet the instructor's requirements. After 40 laps, all the teams were sparse, and at a glance, at least 2/3 of the people did not meet the requirements. After 43 laps, the instructor began to slow down, from jogging to slow walking, and took everyone around for another lap before stopping. It was not easy to hear the words "end of the run, rest on the spot for 5 minutes." Everyone sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. Luffy was no exception. He really didn't expect the training requirements of the headquarters to be so strict. 50 laps at the beginning, who can stand this? Little brother, you are really good. You actually finished the race. During the break, a black-haired boy who was also running behind Luffy in the team took the initiative to greet him while panting. Luffy was lying on the ground panting with exhaustion. When he heard someone calling him, he turned around and forced a smile and replied, "Okay, I exercise regularly at home." I say, is this what regular training can do? Looking at this young colleague, Cook couldn't help but complain. He also received training since he was a child, but he couldn't do it to this extent at his age. The two just chatted for a few words and exchanged names. Before they could talk more, the instructor's voice rang again. "Everyone, prepare for 200 push-ups. If you can't finish them or haven't finished running, continue to practice. You can eat only after you finish them." It started again, 200. Can I handle it? Luffy roared in his heart, and started doing push-ups with other recruits. The first 50 were easy for Luffy to do, but he gradually felt tired after that. When he did 150, his arms were shaking, and he could hardly finish one even if his teeth were clenched. Ho 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 no, I can't take it anymore. As he fell, several people in his team also fell down with him. When the instructor saw the situation, he immediately came over angrily. "Get up, all of you, get up. You can't do it with just a few of you? If you can't hold on, get out as soon as possible. The Navy doesn't need trash like you." Under the instructor's scolding, even though their arms were sore and trembling that they couldn't lift them up, the Marines including Luffy still gritted their teeth and insisted on getting up, even if they had to stand up. But how could the instructor let them go with just this level? He randomly found someone closest to him and kicked him down, and the instructor's roar rang out again. "Get moving! Everyone can hold their ground, even my dog can do it." "Are you a dog?" "No, it's not." A few people answered, and the instructor became even angrier. "Speak louder. I can't hear you." "No." "Okay, let's continue, and eat after we're done." Encouraged by the instructor, Luffy tried his best to work hard. If for nothing else, even if it was just to save face and not let the instructor look down on him, he would finish 200 push-ups today. Determined, he lowered his body with difficulty, held it up, lowered his body, and held it up. With this effort, he managed to do more than 20 more. But this was the limit. As his eyes went dark, Luffy lay on the ground weakly, and his consciousness gradually began to blur. Prue has been paying attention to this child. To be honest, Luffy's ability to do this has exceeded his expectations. Not to mention anything else, just look at the recruits lying on the ground beside him. Luffy's current level, not to say the top of the recruit camp, but also in the lower middle, and there is absolutely no problem keeping up with the training progress of most people. And unlike those teenagers who are as young as 14 or 15 years old, Luffy just turned 5 this year. Among his peers, Prue has never seen a little monster like him. I have to ask him later. I wonder which general could have trained such a talented child. After making up his mind, Prue looked at Luffy, who seemed to be unconscious, and wanted to ask the medical staff in the distance to check him. But before he could give the order, Luffy's body twitched and he woke up slowly. How could it be? His body should have reached its limit. How could he wake up so quickly? Prue felt incredible. This child brought him too many surprises today. And what he didn't know was that Luffy was also confused at this moment. He had just fainted, why was he forced to turn on again? And his body? Luffy moved his arms, and he could clearly feel that the soreness in his arms had eased. His body was no longer so tired, as if he had just had a good sleep and was full of energy again. When he was puzzled, a subtle arc of electricity flashed across his fingertips. This is... Chapter 7. Luffy blinked hard. He was sure that it was not his eyes that flashed. There was really an electric current flashing through his palm. He soon realized that it was the thunder fruit he had just eaten yesterday. It was the first time he had superpowers in his 2 lives. He had not yet adapted to it and almost forgot about his ability. He stood up again and got into position. While exercising hard, Luffy thought about the reason for his recovery. In fact, when he saw the electric arc, he guessed it. The reason why he recovered so quickly was probably because the electric therapy of the thunder fruit worked. If he remembered correctly, electric therapy did stimulate tissue regeneration and relieve pain. It also has the effects of accelerating blood circulation and reducing fatigue. But this thing is not effective by just shocking himself twice. He didn't understand the principle of electric therapy at all, and he didn't control the electric current to stimulate himself just now. It seemed that his electric therapy was passive. He didn't need to control it himself, and it could also help him. And he didn't feel any side effects of electric therapy on himself. In other words, this ability is a completely positive blessing. Perhaps relying on this, he can also have the recovery and endurance comparable to that of animal-type ability users. Luffy, who had figured it all out, was immediately full of energy. The 14 and 15-year-old boys around him couldn't hold on and fell down, but he became more and more energetic. After a while, there was a loud roar, and Luffy successfully completed the 200 push-ups assigned by the instructor. Beep. A whistle sounded, and Prue suppressed his shock, looked at his watch and said loudly, "Time is up, all the recruits who have completed the task, gather here. The rest of you continue training, and you can eat when you finish. If you haven't finished before 8:20, then you don't have to eat. It is now 7:50, which means they have 30 minutes to complete the task. This is a nightmare for some recruits who have neither completed the running laps nor the push-ups." Originally, Luffy joined in midway, and was struggling with whether he should practice more or leave. Suddenly, he heard Prue's loud voice and was instantly startled. "Little devil, come here." "Yes, instructor." He ran over quickly. Just as Luffy was about to salute, he was interrupted by Prue's wave of his hand. "Kid, since you are new here, I will exempt you from running the 7 laps. Now follow your instructor to get your training uniform. Change your clothes and then come back for dinner." "Yes, instructor." As the order was issued, McGinn stepped forward and waved to Luffy, and began to lead the way. Luffy immediately trotted to catch up, and the two quickly entered the logistics department and disappeared from everyone's sight. Looking back, Prue looked at the recruits lying on the ground, howling like wolves and ghosts, and was immediately furious. He cursed with hatred. "A bunch of rubbish, not even as good as a 5-year-old child. I feel ashamed if I tell anyone about it." Leaving this sentence, Prue turned around and left. At the spot, whether it was the new recruits who had completed the mission or not, they all looked at each other in bewilderment. What did the instructor say? That kid is only 5 years old. Whose kid can do 200 push-ups at the age of 5? Even if you find a kid from the giant tribe, it is impossible to be so outrageous. After a while of complaining in their hearts, the recruits followed their instructors to the cafeteria. Even though the instructors were watching them along the way, they couldn't suppress their enthusiasm for discussion. Obviously, Luffy's performance just now made them all remember the youngest child in the recruit camp. Maybe in the future, there will be a great man in their class. After following Instructor McGinn all the way to the logistics department, Luffy unexpectedly saw an acquaintance here. It was the man who had helped him register and join the new recruits camp earlier. Philly, who came to the logistics department to get a cup of tea, never expected to see this little ancestor again in such a short time. I don't know if it was because the shadow left by Garp was too deep, he subconsciously stood up and shouted. Master Luffy! Luffy! His shout attracted the attention of more than a dozen staff members in the logistics department. They all looked around and cast a scrutinizing gaze at Luffy. Damn, what are you yelling about in front of so many people? Luffy suppressed his embarrassment, stood at attention and saluted properly, reminding. Sir, I am the new recruit Luffy, please take care of me. Although Philly is a civilian, his military rank is also a lieutenant in the Navy. After Luffy's reminder, he reacted instantly and realized that he had done something stupid again. Damn, you deserve not to be promoted. Cursing himself, Philly nodded to Luffy reluctantly, and then hid aside. Seeing that the farce was over, McGinn coughed lightly, took Luffy to a female logistics soldier, pointed at Luffy and said. Take him to measure and get 3 sets of training uniforms. Also, toothbrushes, towels and other daily necessities, please help deliver them to dormitory 1067 later. The female soldier who was called looked at Luffy curiously, nodded and took him away. As soon as they left, the logistics department became lively. More than a dozen people gathered around Philly, and surrounded Philly who had just picked up the teacup and wanted to run away. Philly, do you know that kid? Whose family is he from? Is he joining the army at such a young age? Ah, that, I don't know anything. Come on, don't be stingy. You've already exposed his identity as a young master. It doesn't matter if you tell us whose young master he is. I really don't know, so I'll leave first. Philly couldn't stand the questioning of so many people, and wanted to escape with a random excuse. But how could everyone do as he wished? One of the female soldiers grabbed his arm, stared at him fiercely and threatened. Tell me now, or you won't be able to get out of here. Yes, hurry up and tell me, or you won't be able to get a needle from us in the future. Who did I offend? Why am I so unlucky today? Philip's eyes were filled with tears, and he really wanted to cry. Finally, under the coercion of everyone, he still couldn't resist, and he covered his mouth and whispered. Yes, it is Vice Admiral Garp. He is the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. Hey! Chapter 8. Hearing Garp's name, everyone present exclaimed. Even McGinn, who had quietly pricked up his ears and did not participate, was startled. He was obviously shocked by the news. Taking advantage of everyone's surprise, Philly found a chance to slip away. When everyone came back to their senses, he was no longer visible. However, after hearing the news from him, everyone was no longer interested in him. But their curiosity about Luffy has not diminished at all. On the contrary, after learning that the other party is the grandson of the legendary Navy Garp, their gossip fire burned even more vigorously. Just thinking of the guy here who had close contact with the other party. So under McGinn's horrified gaze, more than a dozen hungry wolves with green eyes turned their heads and stared at him. The professionalism of the young lady from the logistics department was beyond words. She quickly measured him and searched through the boxes to find clothes of the right size for him. After taking the clothes to the dressing room and changing out, Luffy finally looked a bit like a navy. The training uniform is similar to an ordinary Navy uniform. He wears a military cap, blue trousers, leggings around the cuffs, and black leather boots. The only difference is that he changed his upper body into a dark grey sweatshirt, which is more convenient for daily training. After getting the assurance from the young lady that the other 2 sets of uniforms and daily necessities would be sent to the dormitory, Luffy walked out in his new uniform with great pride. As soon as he walked out of the door, all eyes were fixed on him, but these eyes only stayed for a moment and then quickly moved away. Of course, this is only on the surface. Luffy noticed that these people would still sneak glances at him from time to time, but they were not so blatant. Damn, that guy must have spread my news. He is a lieutenant, but his mouth is not reliable at all. Poor Philly left a bad impression on Luffy. Instructor, now that we have changed our clothes, can we go eat? McGinn gave him a complicated look, nodded without saying anything, and turned to lead the way. Luffy also followed silently, and the feeling of being on edge did not disappear until he left. When they arrived at the cafeteria, there was not much time left for him to eat. Under McGinn's guidance, Luffy took the bowl and chopsticks, and picked some of his favorite dishes in the food selection area. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, he directly carried away the rice bucket that was more than 1 meter high and half full of rice. Looking at the boy beside him who was burying his head in the bucket and wolfing down the food, Cook was so shocked that he didn't even notice that the bowl and chopsticks in his hand had fallen. Gulp. Luffy, are you okay? Can you finish all this? Luffy's mouth was full, and he was slurring his words. Cook saw this and waved his hand to stop him. No, 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 eat, don't choke. He scratched his head and looked at him starving. Cook gave him a thumbs up in admiration, then stood up and served him a bowl of soup and put it on the table. You can eat slowly, next is the cultural class. When you go out and turn right, you will find the classroom. We are in class 6, don't make a mistake. Woohoo, thank you. No, no, I'm leaving, you continue. Leaving this sentence, Cook picked up the dishes and left. Before leaving, he did not forget to drive away a group of guys who were watching Luffy eat. Watching them leave, although Luffy kept talking, he remembered their kindness in his heart. Cheerful, enthusiastic, and easy to talk to, this guy can get along well with others. The class time for cultural classes was 8:30, and Luffy arrived at 8:25 with a swollen belly. McGinn had already arrived at the podium, and seeing Luffy's difficulty in walking, he twitched his mouth and had a strange idea. Could it be that Vice Admiral Garp couldn't afford to support him, so he stuffed this kid into the Navy? Luffy, here. Cook called Luffy over as quietly as possible. Luffy did not hesitate and slowly moved over. Oh, I feel so full, my stomach is going to explode. Cook looked at his belly, which was bigger than a basketball, and patted his hands speechlessly. You ate so much but you didn't die. If my father saw you, he would definitely praise you for your potential to be a general. Hey? What does eating a lot have to do with the admiral? And who is your father? Luffy was confused, not knowing how the topic turned to the other party's father and the admiral. Cook shook his head and said nothing more. He bent down and picked up a pile of books from the ground and put them on Luffy's desk. Cook patted them and grinned. These are the books I picked up for you. I just asked for them because you came 2 weeks late. You will have to make up for the missed classes every day. Don't worry, there are only 5 or 6 subjects, and you will be able to make up for them soon. Hearing this, Luffy's lazy expression instantly calmed down. He quickly took out a few textbooks and started reading them. History of the Navy. Weapon care and use. Flag signals. Navy Code of Conduct. Seeing this, Luffy breathed a sigh of relief. Throwing the book on the table, he said nonchalantly. What? I thought it was something difficult. I've seen all this before. What? You've read all these books? Cook looked at him in amazement, with a lot of idiots running through his mind. Rolling his eyes at him, Luffy said unhappily. Fortunately, I have read it in the library before, and there are annotations by Navy seniors there. It is much richer in content than these new books. Haha, is that so? I've never been to a library before. Cook was a little embarrassed. He was a typical poor student and could only remember the names of these books. He would forget the contents after reading them and would never read them again. So when he listened to Luffy, a 5-year-old kid, talking, he felt ashamed. The other party was very young, but he had well-rounded knowledge, strength, and appetite. On the other hand, he was 14 years old and thought he was an adult, but except for his body that could withstand beatings, everything else was very average. Ding-ling-ling. Quiet, class starts now. Chapter 9. The morning ended in boring lectures. After lunch at 11:30 in the morning, everyone had a half-hour break. Luffy took advantage of this time to ask Cook about the situation in the recruit camp. There are more than 1,200 recruits in this recruit camp, most of whom were recruited from nearby places in the Grand Line. Some were selected to join through the introduction of various branches. Of course, there are also those who go through the back door like Luffy. However, among these people, those who are really capable have been retained. And those who want to slack off and those who failed the assessment were sent back to where they came from by Chief Instructor Prue. In the end, this batch of academies was divided into 25 classes. Each class ranges from 40 to 60 people. Cook is a member of Class 6, and the instructor in charge of their class is McGinn. If nothing unexpected happens, Luffy should also stay in Class 6. At 12 o'clock in the afternoon, Instructor McGinn appeared in the classroom on time. All the recruits who had not rested for a long time were gathered and brought to the playground. Now we will start the live fire shooting. Everyone line up and come up to receive your weapons. Luffy is still very interested in shooting. Not to mention in his previous life, he has touched a gun in this life, which was a collection given to his grandfather by someone else. But he has never shot live ammunition and doesn't know how good his shooting skills are. When it was Luffy's turn, McGinn looked at his height, thought for a while, took out a pistol and said, "You can't use the long gun, you can use this small one." Seeing this scene, many recruits couldn't help laughing. Luffy was also embarrassed. After taking the pistol and bullets, he quickly ran back to his position. However, when he returned to his position, he found a very embarrassing problem, that is, he didn't know how to load the bullets at all. Cook, how do you use this thing?" Luffy looked at the pistol over and over again, helplessly asking Cook beside him for advice. Cook secretly laughed, thinking, a brat is a brat, finally there is something he can't do. "Okay, watch me do it." Cook took the gun, turned the handle upwards, opened the bottom cover, and poured 10 bullets into it. Then he closed the cover and handed the gun back to Luffy, who was confused. "Okay, it's done. To fire, just pull the hammer and pull the trigger," Cook explained seriously, but Luffy's mind became even more confused. "No, that's it. Where's the gunpowder? Where's the principal? You have a musket, I can accept front loading or back loading. But what the hell is it that you pour it directly from the handle? Do you think it's a toy?" Luffy, who couldn't understand, checked the musket inside and out, but he just couldn't understand its principle. But he soon gave up. He had come to this world with devil fruits, why should he think so much? Besides, in the anime, muskets don't need to be loaded, they can fire continuously. Now the one in his hand still needs to be loaded, which is normal enough. After comforting himself in this way, Luffy suddenly became enlightened. When it was his turn to shoot, under the guidance and care of McGinn, he fired all the bullets in the gun in a row and had a great time. Looking at the magical musket in his hand, Luffy seemed to understand something. "Grandpa, this thing is much more interesting than Haki." Just when he was imagining himself becoming a sniper, relying on the assistance of the thunder fruit, and blasting Blackbeard's head with a shot from 800 miles away, McGinn put down the telescope and scolded him with a dark face. "Idiot, you all missed the target, go run 10 laps on the playground." Ah! After practicing shooting, they also practiced rope climbing, swordsmanship, frog jumps, etc. After finally finishing dinner and thinking they could rest, they were pulled back to the classroom by the instructor for lectures. When they returned to the dormitory, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Luffy dragged his tired body and found dormitory number 1067. Fortunately, Cook happened to be his roommate. In addition to him, there were 4 other people in the dormitory, and everyone said hello to each other. After briefly introducing themselves, they said good night to each other and climbed directly into bed and fell asleep. In the days that followed, Luffy lived this boring life every day. As time went on, the training requirements began to become increasingly outrageous. The number of running laps every morning increased from 50 to 200. The number of push-ups also increased from 200 to 2000. At the same time, there were various other trainings. If you didn't faint from exhaustion several times a day, you would be considered lazy. However, with the exaggerated recovery ability brought by electrotherapy, his strength began to improve rapidly. After staying in the recruit camp for a whole year, they finally graduated on this day. Beep beep beep. Everyone, assemble. Just at 6 o'clock in the morning, along with a rapid whistle, McGinn's voice came from outside the dormitory. Like a conditioned reflex, Luffy sat up from the bed abruptly, grabbed his clothes and began to put them on. Next to him, Cook on another bed did the same. The two quickly put on their clothes, put on their military caps and rushed out. It is worth mentioning that now there are only 2 of them left in dormitory number 1067. For some reason, the 4 people who shared the dormitory with them couldn't bear it and were eliminated. After a year of sharing weal and woe, the friendship between the 2 people in the same dormitory has become deeper. "Cook, idiot, you've got the wrong hat, that's mine." "Luffy. Asshole, why is your hat on my bed, do you have any ideas about me?" "Cook, bullshit, give me back my hat." The 2 exchanged military caps noisily and ran out of the dormitory building. When they saw McGinn with his hands behind his back and a serious expression, they immediately stopped talking and stood in their own positions. They were the first to rush out, and after they stood in place, the others quickly took their places. In just 3 minutes, everyone was assembled. McGinn nodded with satisfaction, looking at these students who had been with him for a year. He felt very relieved. "Very good, after a year of hard training, you have reached the standard of an excellent Marine." It was rare to hear words of praise from McGinn, and everyone felt a little surprised. But he soon changed the subject and returned to his usual stern demeanor. "You will have 1 hour to wash and eat, and gather in the playground in 1 hour. Disband." At the command, the confused Marines dispersed one after another. Chapter 10. After returning to the dormitory and getting a wash basin, toothbrush, and towel, Cook realized belatedly and wondered. "What's going on? Why did they let us come back directly?" Putting the faceplate under the faucet to collect water, Luffy rolled his eyes in annoyance and complained. "You just realized it now. Isn't it obvious? It's been a year. We are graduating." Graduation. Cook felt dazed when he heard the word. He had been away from home for a whole year of devilish training in this hellish place. During this period, he ate, drank, defecated and urinated in the new recruit camp, and had no contact with his family. Now that he suddenly heard that he was going to graduate, Cook felt confused. "Luffy, are you sure you want to graduate?" "I'm not ready yet." Luffy felt sick when he saw Cook suddenly getting shy. "Go away, it's just graduation, what are you afraid of? It's good to graduate, don't you want to go home to see your dad and see if your mom has given you a brother or sister during this time?" Speaking of parents, Cook's mind instantly emerged with a rough man with tendons all over his body, always talking about eating more and exercising more. And a gentle woman with a smile on her face every day, who has always liked to rub her face since she was a child. As if recalling some good past, Cook couldn't help but smile. Bang! Luffy slapped him on the back of the head in annoyance and complained. Don't think about it, hurry up and gather. The results of the assessment will also affect the headquarters' future arrangements for us. If you don't want to stay in the base to clean toilets, then we should behave well together. Are you kidding me? My strength is also among the best. The marshal is mentally ill, there is no way he would let me do those chores. Haha, I will pass your words to Marshal Zhangguo. Number at UN %%. After washing up, the two went to the cafeteria to eat together. Almost all the recruits had arrived at this time, and they didn't react too much when they saw the two people coming. They continued to finish the food in front of them in silence. After more than a year of getting along, Cook had long been accustomed to Luffy's monstrous appetite. After the two found a seat, they each chose their food separately. Cook took the plate, filled it with rice, and then stopped after selecting 4 or 5 dishes. Luffy walked to a chef uncle with ease, greeted him familiarly, and took away a large bucket of rice and 3 plates of vegetables and animal meat. Returning to his seat, he poured the dishes on the rice, stirred it twice with a large spoon for serving rice, and then began to eat with big mouthfuls. Luffy, even though I've said it many times, I still want to say it. You will definitely be a great man in the future. Even if you don't become a naval officer, you will be more than qualified to be the world's strongest eater. After rolling his eyes at his friend, the two stopped talking nonsense and started eating faster. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. Everyone lined up on the playground as required by the instructor. Without letting everyone wait any longer, Colonel Prue came over with 2 unfamiliar Navy officers a few minutes later. Standing on the podium for speeches, Prue swept his eyes through the crowd. All the recruits who were swept by his eyes straightened up subconsciously and did not dare to look him in the eye. Obviously, after a year of getting along, Prue's prestige has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Retracting his gaze, Prue didn't say any nonsense and directly brought out the topic. I guess you have already guessed what the unusual arrangement is today. That's right, starting today you will take the formal graduation exam. This exam is designed to check your 1-year learning results. By assessing your cultural knowledge and actual combat performance, your future affiliation will be determined. As he spoke, he turned sideways to signal the 2 unfamiliar Navy officers beside him and introduced them to everyone. These 2 examiners will be the next written test and practical test. They will record your performance and keep a file. If you don't want to be assigned to the logistics department and be a toilet sweeper, then give it your all and take the next test seriously. Now let me tell you about the test arrangements. Looking at Colonel Prue, who began to chatter away, Cook said with a bitter face. No way, why do we have to take an exam? The actual combat is fine, but I have no confidence in the written exam. The instructor is the same, why didn't he notify us before the exam? He didn't even give us a little time to review. What's the point of taking the exam? Just kill me. Compared to Cook, who looked constipated, Luffy was much more relaxed. Hehe, this is the effect we want. Only in this way can the examiners know your true level. And for a guy like you who doesn't even turn the pages of a book, even if you are given a few days to cram, you will most likely still fail. After teasing his good brother, he saw that he was not confident and began to doubt his life. Luffy quickly changed the subject and comforted him. But it doesn't matter, we are not civilian soldiers, as long as we perform well in the actual combat assessment. At that time, we will be transferred to the frontline positions, or be valued by the headquarters and join the Naval Academy for further studies. Hearing him say this, Cook thought about it and felt that it was true. His barbarian father, who didn't even have a brain, could become a brigadier general. He, a half-barbarian, couldn't be worse than that idiot. Thinking of this, Cook's confidence returned. He straightened his chest, looked around, and raised his head and said, "Ha, no one can fight." The students on the left, right and front rows all turned their heads to look over, but when they saw that it was Cook who said this, they silently retracted their gazes. You can say that Cook is stupid, but you can't say that he has no strength. In the past year of getting along, his performance has been seen by everyone. In the whole school, in terms of strength alone, perhaps only Luffy, this little monster, can suppress him. Looking at the confident Cook, Luffy sneered and said without hesitation, "Before you brag, you better pray that you don't meet me too soon. If you meet me, the great Cook will be eliminated in disgrace." "Hush, Crowmouth, don't say such stupid things, what if it works?" Cook stopped Luffy from continuing with a nervous look. Chapter 11. This brat is getting more and more annoying. He comforts me one moment and attacks me the next. Sooner or later, I will be driven crazy by him. But what he said does make sense. It is better to be safe than sorry. I'd better pray. Luffy almost couldn't help laughing when he saw Cook, who closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and muttered something. At this time, Prue on the stage had finished his words. He looked at Luffy and the others with a bad look in his eyes. Then he announced loudly, "Now everyone go to your classrooms and gather. If you need to go to the bathroom, go to your instructor and tell him. In 15 minutes, the written test will officially begin. Everyone, turn right and run forward." Swish! At the instructor's command, everyone turned around and jogged towards the classroom. Watching their backs as they left, one of the two examiners walked up to Prue, patted his shoulder, raised his chin in a certain direction and smiled. "That kid is Vice Admiral Garp's grandson? He seems very confident and doesn't take your words to heart at all." Another examiner also spoke up at the right time and continued. "I heard that kid has a big appetite and almost bankrupted your new recruit camp in 1 year. Vice Admiral Garp didn't throw this kid in just to save money, did he?" Faced with the jokes of the two old friends, Prue shrugged helplessly. "It's normal for a genius to be a little arrogant. And this kid is more than just a genius. It's not an exaggeration to say he is a monster." "Haha, you mean his appetite? He is indeed a monster." The two examiners were still joking. But they didn't laugh for long. Seeing Prue's serious expression, their laughter gradually subsided. "Hey, Prue, are you serious? I've seen a lot of geniuses. They might be called monsters, but I've only known 3 in all these years." "Of course not," Prue replied firmly. The two stood there in shock, staring at each other for a while, and suddenly became serious. "Prue, if you are not joking, then please allow me to inform Chief Instructor Zifa. Please also give me a copy of his file, I need to make a detailed assessment." Seeing that his old friend finally got serious, Prue also smiled. He took out the file bag that he had prepared long ago from his arms, patted the other party's arms, and turned around with a big laugh and said, "Watch carefully, that little ghost will definitely scare you." "Is it really that exaggerated?" "Prue is exaggerating." With curiosity, the two quickly opened the file bag and checked it. Pulling out the top sheet of information, the first thing that caught their eyes was a headshot of Luffy with a stern face. Then, it recorded his date of birth, height, blood type, and other basic information in detail. And the excellent evaluation of various subjects including liberal arts. Finally, the two fixed their eyes on an observation report. Suspected to be a user of the natural thunder fruit, but the amazing recovery ability does not rule out the possibility of a mythical beast. Hiss! The two took a breath and looked at each other at the same time. It's incredible. The Navy has another super rare ability after many years. Whether it is a natural system or a mythical beast, this is a big deal. Report it, it must be reported immediately. After making up their minds, one of them immediately called Zifa and told him everything. The other person had to preside over the exam. After entrusting the matter to his companion, he hurried to the examination room. When he arrived, the exam had already begun. The recruits took paper and pen and began to write furiously. The instructor of their class was patrolling the classroom to prevent some cheating. The examiner watched all this outside the classroom. Although he was very interested in Luffy now, but due to his responsibilities, he still carried out his tasks in a disciplined manner and began to wander between classes. The so-called written test is actually not difficult. It mainly tests some common sense at sea, or routine questions such as how to react to emergencies in battle. But even so, some of the poor recruits were still scratching their heads anxiously. Their eyes were rolling around, and their heads unconsciously moved closer to their desk mates. Bang! Look at your own test paper carefully. Cheating will be considered as invalid results. Under the instructor's rebuke, everyone reluctantly put away their little thoughts. But looking at the test paper that looked like a heavenly book, they could only close their eyes in pain. I regret not paying attention to the class. Among the many poor students, Luffy is a very special one. He has never stopped writing since he got the test paper. McGinn also took a look at him when he passed by, and then he was very satisfied and never walked past him again. The same thing happened to Cook beside him. The swishing sound of the pen tip touching the paper never stopped. His expression was also indescribably relaxed and comfortable. McGinn was very surprised. In his opinion, Cook's usual grades were just average, with Luffy's care. He didn't expect that he could be so comfortable in the face of the exam. It seems that he has studied hard in normal times. McGinn was very pleased and walked to Cook's side and looked at his test paper. Q. Why did you join the Navy? A. My dad forced me to. Q. When a storm breaks out while you're sailing at sea, how would you command as the captain? A. You can't avoid strong winds, but don't avoid light winds. Just keep sailing, and everything depends on God's will. Q. Suppose your musket has an effective range of 500 meters, and you spot a pirate at 400 meters, what factors do you need to consider if you want to shoot him to death? A. First see if there are any civilians who strayed in nearby, and then see how many bullets you have. If there's no one around, just shoot that bastard, and that's it. If there's someone around, just ignore the broken gun, just draw your sword and rush forward. P.S. My marksmanship is very good, I can shoot a 400-meter blast and that idiot will definitely die. McGinn's face darkened as he watched, and he finally couldn't help but slap Cook in the face, then stormed off. Cook rubbed the back of his head with an innocent look on his face. The instructor took the wrong medicine today. Why did he beat me for no reason? I didn't do anything wrong. Fortunately, McGinn couldn't hear his true feelings, otherwise he would have been so angry that he would have punched the bastard to death. The 2-hour exam was over, and the examiners started collecting the papers at the same time, regardless of how they did. Some poor students didn't even have time to whine before they were dragged back to the playground by their respective instructors. They were ready to start the actual test. Chapter 12. Now, I'll call out my name, and everyone else please sit down and keep quiet. The first group, Class 1 XXX vs Class 3 XXX. The second group, Class 2 XXX vs Class 5 XXX. As the instructor began to call the roll, the people whose names were called stepped forward one after another, and divided into 20 groups to start fighting in pairs. Having also experienced a year of devilish training, the strength of these teenagers aged 15 to 19 is basically the same. Some of them are barehanded, and some are holding wooden swords or other handy weapons. They fought back and forth on the playground, and it was a fierce battle. However, Luffy and Cook had little interest in this, and they yawned while sitting there in boredom. There was nothing they could do, because their strength was far superior to that of these people. In their eyes, other people's all-out efforts and risking their lives were just children playing house. They were basically weak chickens that could be killed with one punch. In this way, they sat there from morning to dinner. After dinner, they waited until nearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, but did not hear the instructor calling their names. Damn it, what the hell is going on? The exam is almost over, why isn't it our turn yet? Cook hammered the ground angrily. If he wasn't called, he would fall asleep while sitting. Luffy yawned and felt bored. Maybe we are special and need special treatment. Cook, you can't leave us alone all the time, can't you let us go back and rest first? Luffy. Go tell the instructor about this, don't complain to me. The two brothers were chatting excitedly in the corner, but they didn't know that the examiner's eyes were already looking at them. The two of you over there, if I see you whispering to each other again, you will be directly disqualified. After he finished speaking, the two of them immediately raised their heads and straightened their chests and sat upright. The examiner stared at them for a long time before retracting his gaze, holding a list and announcing loudly. The next person who registered his name will undergo a more difficult assessment. If you pass the assessment, you will be eligible to go to the elite training camp led by Chief Instructor Zifa. Even if you fail, it will not affect your graduation, but it also means that you have lost an opportunity. An opportunity that can change your life. After the examiner finished speaking, the recruits who had been waiting for a long time without their names being called became excited. They almost thought that they were forgotten by the examiner, but they didn't expect that there would be such a surprise waiting for them later. Without any nonsense, the instructor directly started to register. Class 1 XXX, Class 9 XXX, the two of you step out and fight me and Colonel Buobizi. When the two young men heard that they were going to fight the Colonel Examiner, their faces turned bitter. Examiner, you are kidding me, how can we possibly be a match for a colonel? Idiot, I didn't ask you to defeat me. Show your strength. If you can satisfy me, you will pass. Stop talking nonsense and come up quickly. The examiner said this, and the two of them were relieved. They ran forward excitedly, saluted the examiner, and took a fighting stance. But within 2 minutes, the two fell into a baby-like sleep and were both carried down. Have you not eaten yet? Show some strength, you still want to join the elite camp, dream on. Next group, XXX from Class 7, XXX from Class 5, come up. 2 more teenagers came out, but with a set of silky combos by the examiners, the 2 unlucky guys were quickly carried down. Now the selected recruits all cried out that they were unlucky, and no longer felt that they were lucky. As the recruits who usually performed well were called up to the stage and then carried down, all those whose names were not called began to tremble. Until now, no recruit could last more than 3 minutes under the examiner's hands, let alone get their approval. After knocking down 2 more recruits, the examiner Colonel Buobizi looked at the documents in his hand, and his eyes suddenly lit up. It's this kid. Class 8 XXX, Class 6 Cook, step out. Hearing his name, Cook stood up and walked towards the field eager to try. Luffy also looked up and gave him a thumbs up, whispering come on. Smiling back at his friend, Cook took a deep breath and slowly walked onto the battlefield. Without any politeness, he clenched his fists and spread his legs, ready for the battle. Buobizi asked with a smile, and after getting Cook's affirmation that he was ready, he announced the start of the test. As soon as he finished speaking, Cook immediately rushed over and punched Buobizi in the face. Buobizi unceremoniously swung his fist sideways and hit his forearm. While defusing the offensive, it also made Cook's arm sore and he almost lost his strength. Boy, I am different from the opponents you have met before. If you keep charging and ramming, you will suffer. Buobizi kindly reminded him, and he kept moving. He twisted his body and hit Cook's chest with his right elbow. Cook barely retracted his hands and crossed them in front of his chest to block the blow. Although his arms hurt, he gritted his teeth and held on, raising his legs and kneeing Buobizi's waist. Buobizi did not dodge and took the blow head-on. Then his eyes twitched and he took a breath quietly. This kid is just as strong as his gorilla father. Cook saw that his attack hit, and wanted to attack again. But Buobizi easily held down his knee with one hand. Then he gently hooked his supporting foot with his left foot and knocked him to the ground. He approached and held him down, and Buobizi laughed. Is this all you can do? How could Cook bear such humiliation when being mocked in the face? He rammed his head forward with great force, and with a bang, he knocked Buobizi's brain dizzy for a short moment. After taking the opportunity to break free from the opponent's control, Cook ignored the blood oozing from his forehead, and kicked Buobizi sideways, kicking him more than 10 meters away. Wow! The recruits in the audience were surprised. With so many people coming up just now, only Cook had really injured the examiner. For a moment, everyone began to look forward to it, and they had a hope in their hearts that Cook could really defeat the examiner. But Buobizi, who was kicked away, just rolled over lightly to dissipate the force. He stood up with his hands covering his waist, grinning, and cursed with hatred. You bastard, you did it on purpose, didn't you? You hit me on the waist every time, and I'm not married yet. Haha, examiner, you are already so old and still not married. I don't think you will be able to use this waist in your lifetime. Chapter 13. Not sure if it was intentional or he was just being arrogant, but Cook actually started to taunt. Luffy in the audience slapped his forehead and turned away. He thought Cook would definitely die a very ugly death. Sure enough, things turned out to be just as he thought. Buobizi, whose pain point was touched, turned red instantly. He rushed up to Cook without holding back and unleashed a series of punches. For a moment, only Cook's screams echoed in the arena. The students in the audience were so scared of his miserable appearance that they lowered their heads and could not bear to look directly at him. Buobizi hammered Cook for more than 10 minutes, and only stopped when the anger in his heart was almost gone. He exhaled, looked at the pig head with bruises on the ground, he snorted coldly and announced. Class 6 Cook, the results are... Wait! A loud roar came from the pig's mouth. Buobizi turned around in surprise. He saw Cook turned over with difficulty, supported by his hands, and slowly stood up. Ho 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 ho, in terms of strength, I may not be your opponent. But as for taking a beating, I can take it all day long. Using the most arrogant tone and saying the most cowardly words, Cook roared and rushed towards Buobizi again. Buobizi's surprise was hard to hide, and he knew the strength of his attack very well. But that's why he was even more surprised when he saw Buobizi standing up. However, he quickly restrained his emotions, dodged Cook's attack, and said playfully. The momentum is not bad, but you are still a little immature. He clenched his fist and hit Cook's lower abdomen. That's it. Don't underestimate me. Block of iron. Bang. What? In Cook's impression, his father was a tall, rough man who didn't think twice before doing anything. If he made a mistake, he would shake his fist and teach him a lesson. Even if his mother was sad and tried to stop him, she couldn't stop him. But this brainless man, like a gorilla, warned himself seriously one day. Remember, Cook, a man must be able to eat. Only by eating can you gain weight, and only by having weight can you resist being beaten. When you tire the enemy out and they can no longer fight, then you win. Remember, a man must be tough. Thinking back to what his father said, Cook's mouth gradually raised a smile. Dad, you are right, I did it. Come on, keep ravaging me, as long as you can't kill me, I will become stronger. Looking at the idiot sitting next to him with a pig head and a weird smile, Luffy felt a chill. Subconsciously, he stretched out his hand, clenched his fist, and hit the idiot on the head with all his strength. Duan! A very crisp sound, everyone heard it. Everyone turned their heads and looked behind them, only to see the hero Cook who had just passed the test. For some reason, there was a big bump on the back of his head, and he fell to the ground and fell asleep. Facing the puzzled looks from everyone, Luffy turned his head away and pretended not to see anything. On the field, Buobizi also chose to ignore it. But he still had some feelings in his heart. He has learned the 6 styles at such a young age. Compared with the elite camps of the past, this talent can be considered excellent. Shaking his head, he called out the names of other people. Several groups came up one after another, but most of them couldn't hold on for a few moves and were knocked down. However, there were a few who barely survived for 5 minutes and were recognized by the instructors and admitted to the elite camp. But these people were much worse than Cook's performance before. Ahem, the last one, Luffy from Class 6, step out. Instantly, everyone in the field looked at him. And Luffy was not stage frightened. As soon as the examiner finished speaking, he walked into the venue. Looking at the black-haired boy in front of him, looking at his handsome and cute face with a little baby fat, Buobizi could not associate him with the word monster. But when the exam was announced to start and he really fought with Luffy, he instantly overturned this idea. Shit, this is 6 years old. As Buobizi announced the start, Luffy and Cook made the same choice, both rushed forward directly. However, unlike Cook who was just reckless, Luffy was also very strong. Finger gun. Looking at the tiny finger stabbing straight at his chest, Buobizi cursed on the spot. This is 6 years old. Your 6-year-old child can use the 6 styles. Cook was a genius when he learned the 6 styles at the age of 15, and Luffy was a monster when he learned the 6 styles at the age of 6. Look, Buobizi was so scared that cold sweats broke out. He quickly tensed his body and used the same iron block as Cook to resist. Ding! It was just the collision of flesh and blood between fingers and chest, but it made a crisp sound of steel colliding. McGinn and other instructors were all stunned. They never thought that the 6 styles, which they themselves did not know, would be used by their students one after another, especially one of them was a 6-year-old child. Prue and another examiner looked at each other and smiled at each other, their eyes full of surprise and excitement. The battle on the field continued. Luffy was not surprised to see his finger gun blocked. After all, he was an instructor of the elite camp. If he could not even use 1 or 2 of the 6 styles, he would be too lame. But the iron block. Thinking of the various myths about this move, Luffy pursed his lips to prevent himself from laughing. At the same time, he stretched out his other hand and began to attack intensively with both hands alternately. Finger gun spot. Damn, this young man has no moral integrity. Feeling the attacks falling on him like a violent storm, Buobizi was numb. 6 styles are 6 styles, and he even developed an extension skill. This is no longer a monster. No, if this goes on, the iron block will not be able to stop it. If I fall into the hands of a 6-year-old kid today, I will have no face to live. After making up his mind, Buobizi finally got serious. He tapped his feet lightly and used the razor in the 6 styles to avoid Luffy's attack range. Then he swung his right leg violently, and a half-moon vacuum slash shot out, slashing straight towards Luffy. Iron block, shaving, storm kick, he actually knows 3 of the 6 special skills, he is worthy of being the instructor of the elite camp. I praised him in my heart, and Luffy also responded with the storm kick. And he didn't just kick once, he swung his right leg continuously. In an instant, 4 or 5 slashes were kicked out, not only smashing Buobizi's slash, but also leaving enough energy to attack him. Chapter 14. Buobizi didn't know how many curse words he cursed in his heart. This little brat shocked him too much. But facing the upcoming attack, he didn't have much time to be surprised. He used the shaving to dodge again, and at the same time, he rushed towards Luffy with force on his feet and took the initiative to attack. Ha! The 2 men collided fists, and feeling the power transmitted through his arms, Buobizi cursed inwardly again. But Luffy's attack was not over yet. Relying on his advantage of being short, he began to launch a fierce attack on Buobizi's lower body. Seeing that the opponent's moves were aimed at his vital points, Buobizi was about to cry. What the hell is going on? One of you hit my kidneys, and the other hit my brother. You really don't want me to get married, right? Little brat, don't be so arrogant. With a roar, Buobizi raised his leg and kicked at Luffy. His angry attack was incredibly fast. Luffy had no time to dodge, and could only use his hands to protect his vitals and block it. After the attack, Buobizi did not give up, and directly stepped forward, and launched a fierce attack using the advantages of long arms and legs. Luffy tried to launch a close attack several times, but was resolved by the experienced Buobizi. For a while, the two fought hard, and the recruits in the audience were stunned. Originally, they were already surprised when the two used the magical 6 styles. But now, watching the two people's rapid attack and defense like a storm, their eyes can hardly keep up. Everyone opened their mouths in a daze, and their hearts were confused. Yes, we know that you are extremely talented. You are only 6 years old, but you have surpassed all of them. But we didn't know that your strength was so outrageous. We are all from the same recruit camp, why are you so much better than us? Is this the gap caused by talent? Prue noticed the low mood of his students. But he could only shake his head and sigh. Sometimes the reality is so cruel, the gap between people may be greater than the gap between people and dogs. These are the psychological obstacles they must face and overcome. If they can't even figure this out, then their lives will be like this and they will never be able to become truly strong. Cook woke up at some point. He watched the exciting fight between the two people on the field intently, with his fists clenched tightly. It's not that he couldn't figure something out. After a year of living as roommates, he already knew Luffy's little secrets. He even knew that he was the user of the Thunder Fruit. He had been immune to this. Even the fact that he could use the iron block was thanks to Luffy's guidance. He just happened to use it during the game. The reason why he was so excited now was because he saw the battle between real strong men for the first time. Although this might be far from those top monsters. But such a fist-to-flesh and exciting fight had already made him excited. When can I fight against the strong like this? This kind of muscle collision is the romance of men. Dad, I have decided that I must not only have an invincible defense but also a powerful attack. At this moment, a tank named Cook had the dream of becoming a DPS. After another fist and kick collision, Luffy quickly retreated and distanced himself from Buobizi. Buobizi did not rush to chase him, but stood still and stared at Luffy, ready to defend and counterattack. His strength and experience completely overwhelm me. Is this the strength of the examiner? And he is just a colonel. There are countless colonels in the headquarters. How powerful would those major generals, vice admirals, and even admirals be? Sure enough, what Doflamingo said was right. The Navy is the strongest force in this world. Luffy closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. When he opened his eyes again, small blue arcs began to emerge from his body. Examiner, I have to be serious. Next. Etc. Before Luffy finished his battle declaration, Buobizi hurriedly stretched out his hand to interrupt him. Buobizi was sweating coldly, cursing this brat in his heart. After all this, I will definitely let you pass. We just need to show some respect and you will admit defeat and it will be over. Why do you have to use your fruit power to fight to the death? Do you really want to kill me? If I didn't know how to use the armament haki, I would have beaten you a long time ago. Facing Luffy's puzzled gaze, Buobizi laughed dryly, cleared his throat and announced loudly. Luffy from Team 6 has excellent grades and is qualified to enter the elite camp. At this point, this assessment is over, and everyone is dismissed. After saying that, Buobizi didn't dare to look at Luffy's contemptuous eyes. He didn't even say a word to Prue, and ran away in shame using the razor. Damn, you ran away in the middle of the fight, are you not good enough? If you have the guts, fight me for 800 rounds. Luffy cursed and retracted his ability with a frustrated look on his face. There was no other way. Luffy was not a match for Buobizi in terms of physical skills. If he wanted to defeat him, he could only use his own fruit ability. Prohibits didn't know how to be domineering, so he would only be beaten to death by a natural type. My strength is still too weak. No, I must practice harder after entering the elite camp. Not far away in the dormitory building, a strong man with purple hair and glasses, who looked gentle and elegant, took in all the scenes that just happened. With a solid foundation in physical skills, he has also mastered the finger gun and storm kicks. In addition, he has the powerful natural thunder fruit. Luffy, you have grown up. Zifa exhaled lightly, took off his glasses and wiped them carefully. After a while, the sound of footsteps came from behind him. Prohibits' figure soon appeared on the rooftop. Looking at the tall figure with his back to him, he did not hesitate, immediately stood at attention and saluted and reported. Chief Instructor Zifa, the assessment of the new recruit camp is over. Among them, Cook and Monkey from Class 6D Luffy, the most outstanding performance. Well, I saw it all. They both performed pretty well. Especially Luffy, he really gave me a big surprise. Speaking of Luffy, Prohibits was a little embarrassed. I think the chief instructor also saw him surrendering and running away. This time he was really embarrassed. I don't know how many people will laugh at me when I go back. Chapter 15. Turning his head, he looked at Prohibits, who had a complicated expression on his face. Zifa snorted coldly and scolded sternly. Don't think about those unnecessary things. As an instructor of the elite camp, there are some things I shouldn't need to teach you. Ah, yes, I'm so sorry. Prohibits quickly admitted his mistake. Zifa didn't care whether he really put it down or not, and turned around and ordered. Let's go back and prepare well. We have to work hard in the next period of time. Yes. With the end of the actual combat assessment, this graduation exam also came to an end. There was no expected graduation ceremony, nor the imagined farewell party. Prue said a few words, asked the instructors of each class to give each person 2 sets of formal military uniforms, and then directly announced the disbandment. Let everyone go home and wait for further notice. On the playground, a group of formal Navy officers holding new clothes looked at a loss. They haven't come to their senses yet. Why are they being driven away in the middle of a conversation? They don't even have time to react or prepare. Not stupid, it's time. Those who don't have a place to stay in the headquarters, come and register with me and I'll arrange it for you. Those who have a place to stay, get out of here. Do you still want me to keep you for dinner? After McGinn's scolding, the people in Class 6 finally responded. After saying goodbye to each other, they dispersed in 2s and 3s. Most of them went to McGinn to register. Only a small number of them walked out of the recruit camp in a daze. Cook originally wanted to go home directly, but Luffy grabbed this idiot. He took him to find another examiner who had not left yet, and asked with a smile. Examiner, may I ask when the 2 of us who have passed the elite camp assessment will report to the elite camp? Looking at them, especially the younger Luffy, the man smiled and explained to the 2 of them kindly. Don't worry, the classes in the elite camp will not start for another half a month. Someone will come to notify you when the time comes, and you can just report to the elite camp directly then. When they heard that they would have half a month of rest time, both of them were delighted. After thanking each other, they immediately ran away, and they didn't stop until they ran out of the recruit camp. Looking back at the recruit camp surrounded by high walls, the 2 looked at each other and began to cheer excitedly. Cook, it's over, I finally got rid of my identity as a recruit and became a real Navy. Luffy. Hurry up, take out your things and let me see, we are so outstanding, how can we be privates? The 2 excitedly took out the new military uniforms packed in blue and white cloth bags directly in front of the door of the recruit camp. Sure enough, in the military uniforms, they also found documents representing their identity. Monkey D. Luffy, male, 6 years old, first-class soldier of the headquarters. Cook, male, 15 years old, second-class soldier of the headquarters. Hey, you're only a private first class. I thought I could at least be a corporal. Luffy looked at the certificate with a disappointed look on his face. But Cook beside him was already very satisfied. Hehe, I think this is pretty good. My dad started as a handyman and rose through the ranks. I was promoted to a private first class, which is much better than my dad. That's true. After nodding in agreement with Cook's statement, the two of them found a corner and put on their new uniforms. I'm going home now. See you at the elite camp. Well, see you in the elite battalion. The two brothers bumped fists and then left one after another. Although Garp was a vice admiral, he basically enjoyed the treatment of a general. The villa he was assigned was also next to those of Sengoku, Zephyr, and the three admirals. So the two of them were not on the same road. Humming a tune, wearing a handsome and neat new uniform, Luffy strolled on the street. Looking at the busy streets and the various shops opened by military families, Luffy suddenly felt like he was alive again. Let's go home first. I don't know if Grandpa is there. If not, I can go to Huang Hao's house for a meal. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace and nimbly moved through the crowd. Soon he walked out of the busy streets and came to the villa area he was most familiar with. After walking for another 10 minutes, he finally arrived at the door of his house. He walked to the door with trepidation and pushed it open. Unexpectedly, the moment the door opened, a firework exploded. Countless colorful ribbons fluttered and fell on his head. Luffy, welcome home. Looking at Garp holding a salute in the room and smiling at him. Luffy was surprised at first, then he reacted and rushed over in surprise. Grandpa, did you know I was coming back today? Ha ha ha, how could a grandfather not know about such a big event as his grandson's graduation? Releasing his embrace, Garp carefully looked at his grandson whom he hadn't seen for a long time. He pinched his muscles and said with satisfaction. Luffy, it seems you have grown a lot in this year. Of course, I have never slacked off and have been practicing hard. I have even learned the 6 moves you taught me, including the gun finger, shaving, and storm kick. Hey, you even mastered 3 of the 6 styles? You really are worthy of being my grandson, ha 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 ha. Hearing that he had even learned the 6 styles, Garp laughed even more satisfied. But halfway through his laughter, he suddenly realized that this was not good, as it would encourage Luffy's pride. So, he coughed lightly and emphasized insincerely. Ahem, but compared to me, you are still a little behind. When I was your age, I had mastered all 6 styles. Luffy looked at him with a sidelong look and said with contempt. You old man, stop bragging. You hadn't even joined the navy when you were 6 years old, so how did you learn the 6 styles? When his lie was exposed, Garp was embarrassed and ashamed, and finally got angry and threw a tantrum. Who are you calling old man, you little brat? You have no respect for your elders. It seems that you have not made any progress this year. Humph, you were the one who boasted first, and you don't allow me to expose you? Old man. Ah. Brat, don't be so arrogant. Have you forgotten the iron fist that I love? Bastard. When Garp mentioned his iron fist of love, Luffy's neck shrank, hesitating and not daring to talk back. Garp snorted complacently, like a victorious rooster. He led his defeated general to the restaurant with his head held high. In the restaurant, looking at the whole table of various delicacies, Luffy's saliva immediately flowed. He immediately put aside the previous unpleasantness, rushed to the table and began to devour. Garp also sat down with a big horse and a golden knife, and threw himself into the ranks of grabbing food. The grandfather and grandson had no time to talk, for fear that if they were not careful, the other party would eat up the food. Chapter 16. After dinner, the grandfather and grandson cleaned up the table and returned to the living room. Garp sat on the sofa without any image, covered his stomach and burped, then turned to Luffy, who was doing the same, and asked. Zifa said that the elite camp's classes will start in half a month. What do you want to do during this time? Do you want to rest forever? I don't know. Luffy rubbed his stomach and looked up at the ceiling. He had been in the new recruit camp for a whole year, living a repetitive and boring life every day. Now he was suddenly released, and he was a little confused for a while, not knowing what to do. Seeing this, Garp smiled and said his thoughts directly. Take a rest for 3 days and go out to sea with me. After training for so long, you must have wanted to try it out for a long time. Go out to sea. As soon as the word flashed through his mind, Luffy jumped up. Great, great, this is a good opportunity to go out to sea and catch a pirate. Luffy couldn't help but tremble with excitement when he thought about sailing on the sea on a warship. That it's decided. You should have a good rest in the next 3 days. I will also check where there are traces of pirates recently. Then I will show you a real battle. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. Garp. According to what he had agreed with Garp, Luffy will have 3 days of rest. 2 days ago, he met his childhood nanny Hanny. He also met Hanny's husband, Zir, and their child, Nina, a little girl of the same age as him. After having a meal at the other party's house, Luffy took gifts and went to find his childhood playmates. Most of them were children of some generals, and he didn't go to them for fun. The main purpose was to accumulate connections. On the last day, Luffy was much freer. Early in the morning, he specifically asked Garp for some barley, and walked around the entire headquarters. In a well-received weapons store, he bought a short knife and a pistol. At first, the owner of the store saw that he was a child and didn't intend to sell it to him. Until he saw Luffy's ID and the surname Monkey on the ID. The owner happily sold the weapons to him and gave him a discount enthusiastically. Luffy also reciprocated, patting his chest and promising that he would introduce friends to patronize. Lee's boss also gave him 100 rounds of ammunition and a complete set of sword maintenance tools. On the morning of the 4th day, Luffy got up early without Garp calling him. He was dressed neatly and waiting in the living room. Garp came downstairs and saw Luffy with a sword and a gun on his left and right. He was stunned for a moment. Hey, Luffy, why are you bringing these? Are your swordsmanship and shooting skills good in the new recruit camp? Shaking his head, then nodding, in Garp's confused expression, Luffy said seriously. My swordsmanship is okay, and my spearmanship is just so-so. But none of that matters, as long as I look good. Hearing this answer, Garp's face darkened instantly, and his fists clenched tightly. But in the end, he didn't stop it. The strong men on the sea all have some quirks. As long as this kid doesn't get in the way and doesn't mess up, he won't bother too much. Humph, follow me. Leaving this sentence, Garp turned and left. Luffy hurriedly followed, walking step by step behind him, looking like a dutiful follower. As usual, as long as Garp appeared, many people would salute and greet him. But this time, everyone's eyes were not all on Garp. Instead, they were attracted by the boy behind him, and their eyes revealed curiosity. Garp would definitely not explain too much to them, but just smiled and nodded at them, and then left. Crossing the square, leaving the area where the military and civilians lived together. Walking all the way to the port, the two stopped in front of a conspicuous doghead warship. Vice Admiral Garp, everything is ready and we can set off at any time. While Luffy was still looking around curiously, a serious man wearing a brown top hat and a brown suit came over and reported to Garp. Garp nodded and strode towards the warship with a smile. Let's go to Farrier Island first. Bogart glanced at Luffy, nodded and followed him. Seeing that the two had gone aboard, Luffy hurried to catch up. After getting on the ship, Bogart immediately arranged for the Marines to raise the anchor and lower the sails. Garp walked to the bow, crossed his arms and looked at something. Luffy followed him silently, looking back from time to time, curious about everything. Private First Class, what are you still looking at? Ah! Grandpa, what did you say? Garp's sudden words made Luffy unable to react at first. After a few seconds, he realized that he was a private first class, and he also understood what Garp meant. Yes, Vice Admiral, I'll help you right away. After leaving these words, Luffy quickly turned around and joined the sailing. Although he had only learned it from books, after watching the veterans' operations several times, he could quickly help out. After arranging everything, Bogart looked at the serious and diligent Luffy, turned around and came to Garp, and said with emotion. Luffy has grown up. It seems that he will soon become the excellent navy you expect. Hearing Bogart's praise, Garp's mouth corners unconsciously raised. But he still said sternly. Humph, this kid is still far from it. Bogart did not comment, turned his head and looked at Luffy, and said jokingly. I think it won't be long before he surpasses you, and then you can retire and enjoy your retirement. I can also relax a little and change to a more leisurely position. Kapu, number. After the warship departed smoothly from the port, Luffy's mission was completed. Next, the sails will be operated by experienced marines, and the rest of the people have returned to their posts. Looking around, it seems that he is the only one with nothing to do. Just when Luffy was struggling whether to go to Garp to ask, his shoulder was gently patted from behind. Turning his head in confusion, Luffy immediately saw a familiar face. Hanny's husband, Lieutenant Colonel Zier, smiled and winked at him, then put his hands behind his back and said seriously. Private, follow me, I have a mission for you. Yes. Chapter 17. Luffy followed behind Zier silently, and he exclaimed in his heart, what a guy. Just 2 days ago, he had dinner at the other party's house. He didn't expect that they would meet again so soon. Hee, we are all acquaintances, so they shouldn't embarrass me. Luffy thought happily. Following behind Zier, he crossed the entire warship and stopped at the rear deck. He looked around and found that there were rows of shells here, but there was no sign of a cannon. Before he could ask, Zier had already picked up a shell and stuffed it into his arms. You know Vice Admiral Garp's special skills, right? Here are all the shells for you, practice them well. Damn, if you're serious, throwing a few of these is no problem. If you throw them all, not to mention whether you can do it, your arm will be broken if you do it. Sir, I don't understand what you mean, how about you show me? Luffy looked at Cheer with a fake smile. Since he is going to be unlucky, you can't expect to have an easy life either. Sure enough, when Cheer heard this, the smile on his face froze. He turned his head stiffly and said without confidence. This is Vice Admiral Garp's unique skill. How can I do it? You should practice well. I'm leaving now. After saying that, he ran away without giving Luffy a chance to stop him. Damn, what a scumbag. We promised that acquaintances would receive special treatment. Luffy cursed inwardly, and was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He shook the weight of the shell in his hand, and his little face was even more bitter. Oh, forget it, this is also a kind of training, so I should just practice hard. After comforting himself, he tried to imagine throwing a cannonball with one hand like Garp. The cannonball was the size of a bowling ball, and the surface was round and smooth, so there was no point of force to grab it. After trying it, he gave up decisively. It was difficult for him to hold it with his small hands, let alone catch it. Luffy had no choice but to hold it with both hands, lift it above his head, and then throw it out fiercely. Boom! Because of the wrong posture, the cannonball exploded downwards on the sea surface 7 or 8 meters in front of him. The sea water stirred up by the explosion directly soaked Luffy, who had no time to dodge. Damn, it's so powerful. If I accidentally drop it at my feet, I'll be dead. Looking at the capped-made cannonball beside him, Luffy swallowed his saliva and felt sick. Fistbone meteorite, boom! Fistbone meteorite, Boom! Fist! Shouts and explosions sounded from behind the ship. When everyone first heard the explosion, they thought it was pirates coming. Then they were shocked when they found out the truth. Now they are numb and used to it. Hey, what's up with this new guy? Why is he practicing Vice Admiral Garp's special move? I have some impression that, if I remember correctly, he seems to be the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. Is it little Luffy? No way, I saw him a few years ago, I didn't expect him to be this big already. Who says it's not true? And you see, this kind of strange power of throwing shells with bare hands is exactly the same as that of the Vice Admiral. A group of Marines were peeking at Luffy's training. However, they didn't notice that Garp had stood behind them. Listening to their discussion, Garp showed a nasty smile. Hooray! You stupid kids! Stop trying to be lazy and get to work for me. Ah! Yes, it's Vice Admiral Garp. The Marines were so frightened by this shout that they immediately responded and ran away in all directions. Luffy also stopped practicing, panting, and turned back to look over here. Garp had no intention of hiding and walked out openly. Ha ha ha, you did a good job, Luffy. But you're still a little short of it, get out of the way and let me do it. Picking up a cannonball and walking to Luffy, Garp made a throwing gesture and threw it with a little force. The cannonball was shot out and instantly appeared several thousand meters away. The explosion raised waves dozens of meters high. Luffy was stunned. Although he had seen the old man take action in the animation, it was too scary in reality. Alas, I am old and my strength has declined. He said this, but his face was full of smiles. Looking down at Luffy, Garp asked casually. How about it, Luffy, have you learned it? Do you want me to demonstrate it again? Ababa, it's over. It's over. Well, that's enough. Your task this morning is to throw all these shells. We will practice in the afternoon, and I will train you personally. Come on, I'll be watching you. No matter what Garp said, Luffy just nodded in agreement. Garp grinned and said nothing more, picking his nose and leaving. The sound of shells exploding continued throughout the morning. He finally managed to endure until lunch, when he was a little quieter. But in the afternoon, the wailing and scolding continued. On the fourth day at sea, the shells were almost all thrown, and Garp simply stopped asking him to throw shells. He started fighting training all day, beating Luffy every moment. Luffy's injuries had never healed from the beginning. Even if he was born with life return, he couldn't recover. Ah! Luffy wailed, and flew backwards and hit the wall before he stopped. His cute and handsome face was now covered with bruises, and there were 2 big lumps on his head, which looked very funny. Get up, attack me! You look down on the iron block, why are you using it to block it? Hurry up, get up! Garp's roar sounded again, and the Marines on the ship couldn't bear to watch it anymore. The Vice Admiral's behavior was simply too cruel. He was so cruel to his grandson. Wasn't he afraid that something would happen to the child? But Luffy was also tenacious enough. He was beaten like this. Under Garp's scolding, he still supported himself with his hands and slowly got up. Pa! Spitting out a bloody tooth, Luffy wiped the corner of his mouth with a grin and retorted. Stinky old man, stop talking nonsense. I have never looked down on iron blocks. What I mean is that you should not take attacks that you can dodge. Only when you really can't dodge, you should use iron blocks to reduce damage. After listening to his explanation, Garp crossed his arms and snorted coldly. You little bastard are becoming more and more impolite. How can you call Grandpa stinky old man? Idiot, you beat me so badly, can't I just say a few words? Stinky old man. Chapter 18. Lightning flashed all over his body, and Luffy appeared in front of Garp as if he had teleported. This trick again, everyone says that elemental transformation is useless to me. Garp covered his arm with armed color and punched down directly. However, Luffy had no intention of confronting him head-on. He just swayed in front of him, and then used the mobility of lightning to quickly change direction and come to his head. "Go eat my feet, you stinky old man!" Yi Lei Shen's angry thunder axe. The right leg was wrapped in terrifying thunder, raised high above the head and chopped down. Unfortunately, Garp had already captured it through his observation haki, and easily raised his hand to block it. He also grabbed his calf with his backhand and threw him to the ground mercilessly. Luffy couldn't help but scream in pain again. Just as Garp swung his fist, wanting to teach this kid who didn't respect his elders a lesson. A dazzling lightning flashed across Luffy's palm, and Garp was shaken, and unconsciously stretched out his hand to cover his eyes. Taking the opportunity to quickly stand up with a carp, Luffy had no intention of showing mercy. Several consecutive storm kicks flew out and hit Garp's chest head-on. But under the unreasonable defense of the armed haki, Garp was not only unscathed. Even his clothes were safe and sound under the protection of the domineering, which made Luffy very angry. You must learn haki as soon as possible." He did 2 more backflips to distance himself, and after getting close to the wall, he stepped on it and charged up to launch himself. He gathered all his strength and lightning into his fingertips, and flew to stab Garp's heart. Finger gun, one-handed attack. Just as his attack was about to hit, the voice of the lookout on the mast suddenly rang out. "Found it! Vice Admiral Garp, we found traces of the Iron Fist pirates ahead." Hearing this, Garp dodged Luffy's attack and chopped him into the floor with a knife. Puff! Another mouthful of blood spit out, and Luffy fainted. Garp rubbed his wrist and asked Bogart for a telescope to observe. Sure enough, in front of the right side of the warship, at the 4 o'clock direction, a medium-sized 3-masted sailing ship appeared in the field of vision. But they seemed to have discovered Garp and his group as well. The ship was turning around quickly, preparing to escape from here. "Ha ha ha, I finally found them. Brats, go full speed ahead. Today I want to see whether their fists are stronger or my fists are harder." Garp laughed and commanded the warship to speed up and chase after the pirate ship. When he looked back, Luffy had already climbed out of the floor. He was eating big mouthfuls of food to quickly recover from his injuries and consumed energy. "Grandpa, how much is the bounty for the Iron Fist pirates? They are very brave to call them by that name." Garp watched the bruises on Luffy's face fade away quickly. While feeling satisfied, he also thought narcissistically that he was indeed his grandson, with a good talent. "The Iron Fist pirates, the captain is named Simon, born in the West Sea, and has only entered the Grand Line in recent months. The bounty is 32 million. His characteristics are known from his name. He is very good at physical skills, especially boxing. As for the others, only the vice-captain with a bounty of 9.7 million has some strength." "Oh, that doesn't sound good. It seems that he is a newcomer who just came from the 4 seas. His strength may be similar to that of himself when he just entered the Grand Line in the original work. Or even worse than himself at that time." After figuring this out, Luffy was no longer sleepy. He finished the food in one breath. Then he took a few deep breaths, and his originally bulging belly miraculously flattened at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wounds on his face and the teeth in his mouth also recovered and grew back instantly. Seeing this, Chill, who came over to deliver food, was amazed and envious. Luffy didn't care about anything else, and quickly got close to Garp, and asked with a smile. "Grandpa, leave this group of pirates to me. I want to test my own strength." Glancing at the brat, Garp sneered and said, "Do you know how to call me grandpa now? Didn't you call me stinky old man happily just now?" "Hee, what are you talking about? Why don't I remember it?" Luffy laughed and refused to admit it. Garp was also annoyed by his thick skin, and snorted coldly and nodded in agreement. "Humph, whatever you want," he's just a few tens of millions anyway, not worth my effort. Great, I won't be polite then. With a cheer, Luffy turned and ran towards the marines who were carrying shells. After borrowing a box of shells, he jumped directly onto the dog's head on the bow with it in his arms. As the warship gradually approached, when the pirate ship was only 300 to 400 meters away from them, Luffy took a deep breath, grabbed the shells with both hands, shouted, and threw the shells with all his strength. Fistbone meteorite. Swish! The cannonball moved in a straight line and arrived at the pirate ship in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, the position was a bit off, and it exploded more than 10 meters away from the ship. Luffy did not lose heart, and continued to pick up a cannonball and throw it over. After several shots, the people on the pirate ship seemed to know that they could not escape, and finally plucked up the courage to start fighting back. Boom boom boom. After several cannon shots, Luffy at the bow cursed inwardly and threw the cannonball in his hand directly. Unfortunately, he missed again and failed to make the cannonballs of both sides collide in midair and explode to cancel each other out. He had no choice but to use storm kicks to block the incoming cannonballs. Garp, Bogart, and Zill behind him had no intention of coming forward to help. They just stood there with their arms folded and watched him perform. Boom boom boom. Another volley. Damn, throwing a broken cannonball is useless, it's better to rush over and do it directly. After complaining, Luffy waved his hand and an electric net flew out, detonating all the cannonballs in the air. Then he simply flashed away, leaving only bursts of thunder in the place. This bastard boy, he obviously didn't practice well enough, but he actually blamed me for my poor moves. Damn it, wait and see how I deal with him when he comes back. Luffy has only been training for a few days, and it's already quite remarkable that he can reach this level. Zier persuaded helplessly, but Garp was still furious. Finally, Garp took out a loudspeaker and shouted towards the pirate ship. Luffy, you little brat, if you let a pirate escape, you'll never come back again. Luffy. Chapter 19. Luffy, who had just landed on the mast of the pirate ship, looked in the direction of the warship and was speechless. What is this old man angry about? He is just like a child. Luffy complained and looked down at the pirates who were loading their shells and preparing to fire without noticing him. You like to shoot, right? I'll let you shoot. He jumped down and kicked several times in the air, directly chopping the cannon and the side of the ship into pieces. What? Who is it? The sudden change scared the pirates. When they turned around and saw Luffy in a navy uniform, they trembled violently. However, no matter how scared they were, they still surrounded him and took out all kinds of weapons to point at Luffy. See, Navy, where did you come from? If you don't want to die, raise your hands and surrender. Hey? It's actually a little kid. Great. If we take him hostage, maybe we can escape. Yes, why didn't I think of that? You are indeed a deputy captain, you are so smart. Hearing the words deputy captain, Luffy turned his head and looked over. After being flattered by his subordinates, Deputy Captain Bart laughed triumphantly. He waved his hand to let his subordinates put away their muskets and shouted excitedly. Put away all your guns, this kid is our savior, don't kill him. He had a sharp face and a mouth full of big buck teeth. It had been a long time since he had brushed his teeth, and they were so yellow that it made people feel sick. Resisting the urge to slap the other person to death, Luffy frowned and asked with disdain. Hey, Bucktooth, where's your captain? Asshole, who are you calling Bucktooth? The second captain was instantly furious. He hated being called buck-toothed. He had the urge to kill the kid, but thinking of the crisis they were facing, he held back. Kid, where our captain is has nothing to do with you. Take care of yourself. Although I won't kill you, I can still make you lose a few pieces of meat. Faced with his naked threat, Luffy still ignored it and continued to ask. Where is your captain? Let him come out. Little devil, you! The deputy captain was furious and was about to draw his sword to cut off his arm. At this moment, a big hand held him down and slowly walked out from behind him. Haha, kid, are you looking for me? Luffy looked over and saw that the man was not very tall, only about 2 meters tall. But his body was very strong, especially his arms. They were almost as thick as his waist. When Luffy was looking at Simon, Simon was also looking at him. Although he didn't know how this kid got here, he looked very young and tender. At first glance, he was a new recruit who knew nothing. Kid, you're already a marine at such a young age, it seems your family has a strong background. As soon as Simon said this, the deputy captain and other pirates' eyes lit up. Yes, without any connections, how could he be admitted to the navy at such a young age? It seems that today they can not only run away, but also extort extra money. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Luffy as if they were looking at a treasure, secretly calling themselves lucky. Haha, just find the captain. As long as I catch you, my mission is basically completed. After finding the target, he was too lazy to talk nonsense with this bunch of rubbish. Without waiting for the pirates to say anything more mocking, he stepped hard and directly crushed the deck and attacked Simon. Pulling out the sword at his waist, he used both hands to directly chop down Simon's head with a move of force. Little brat, you're looking for death. Simon was instantly furious when attacked by a child whom he didn't even take seriously. He wore custom-made iron gloves on both hands and easily blocked the attack. Just when he wanted to say something sarcastic, Luffy quickly changed his moves and kicked him out with a whip kick. He smashed into the wooden wall in a mess, making a big hole. Before Simon could be surprised, Luffy rushed up again. Enduring the pain and breaking free from the wall, he hurriedly stretched out his hand to resist again, and was careful to guard against the opponent's leg skills. But who would have thought that this time, before Luffy could make the next move, the huge force from the dagger alone made Simon unstable, his legs softened and he knelt directly on the ground. But, damn, it's just a little kid. Why? He raised his head in disbelief, and his bloodshot eyes met the eyes of the Navy kid. It was just a plain look, but Simon seemed to see ridicule, disdain, and indifference like looking at an ant. Immediately, he exploded like a mad beast. Don't look down on me, I'm Simon the Iron Fist. Simon pushed away the dagger above his head and attacked Luffy like crazy. Luffy did not choose to take the fierce attack from the opposite side. Instead, he moved nimbly left and right and dodged every attack. Damn, what's wrong with this guy? Why did he explode all of a sudden? I was very careful. I didn't say a single sarcastic word, and I didn't even make any unnecessary movements. Luffy felt very aggrieved. Although he was not a villain, he also knew the truth that he would die from talking too much. So he used all his strength from the beginning and didn't say a word of nonsense. As for the look in his eyes, he didn't have any eyes at all. He just wanted to kill people and didn't think about anything else. It can only be said that Simon is too imaginative. The two of them just looked at each other. He can find reasons to make himself explode. If those protagonists who can only explode through various memories and sensationalism saw this, they would probably cry to death. Luffy dodged Simon's punch again, jumped back to create distance and prepared to use his ultimate move. Little devil, all you can do is run away? Come on, come and kill me. Bang 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 bang. Emptying the ammunition expressionlessly, Luffy looked at Simon, who was covered in blood and had an expression of disbelief, and grinned. Man, times have changed. You are not domineering and you are so brainless. I really don't know how you got into the Grand Line. You, shameless, little ghost. Simon left these words incoherently, and then his eyes went dark and he fell to the ground, no longer breathing. He raised the pistol to his mouth and blew on it, then Luffy put the gun back into the holster. He turned around and looked at the stunned pirates, smiling. It's your turn now. Do you want to live or die? The pirates looked at each other blankly, and finally looked at their vice-captain. Chapter 20. The little buck-toothed boy's heart trembled, and a sense of fear suddenly struck his heart. He actually killed the captain so quickly. This kid must be extraordinary. No, that's not right. He was just lucky. He took advantage of the captain's rage to attack. That's right. Calm down. I must not panic. Panting and shaking, Bucktooth finally made a decision after frantically suggesting to himself in his mind. He waved his hand and roared with saliva flying. Shoot, shoot quickly, kill this little devil. Tisk, you're looking for death. Before they could make a move, Luffy reacted first, and instantly appeared in front of Bucktooth. His finger poked into his chest and pierced his heart. At this time, the other pirates took up their guns. Luffy didn't care whether they wanted to resist or not, and rushed into the crowd with his sword drawn. Garp, who was observing with a telescope in hand and eating donuts on the warship, stopped. He had nothing to say about Luffy drawing his gun and killing Simon. There was nothing wrong with seizing the enemy's weakness and killing the enemy with the simplest and most effective means. There was also nothing wrong with killing pirates who wanted to resist. But Garp was a little worried that such a young child could kill so decisively. Just as he was thinking this, the next scene made him feel relieved, and he also wanted to laugh. Taking away the telescope and throwing it to Zer, Garp smiled and commanded. Drive the boat over, the little devil has been dealt with. Yes. Although Luffy is young, any marine who has seen him and Garp sparring in the past few days will not doubt his strength. Not to mention that he is a natural fruit ability user, his physical skills alone are not comparable to those of a rookie pirate with more than 30 million. Sure enough, when the warship and the pirate ship docked, everyone saw the bodies of pirates on the ground and a boy holding the mast and vomiting. Ugh! Luffy's face turned pale, and he vomited for several minutes without stopping. During the battle, he didn't feel anything, as if killing a person was just a matter of course. But when he stopped, looking at the red and white things all over the ground, and smelling the pungent smell of blood with a hint of rust, he still couldn't help but vomited. Everyone smiled knowingly and didn't come forward to disturb him. Every one of them had gone through this step. There were even many people who performed worse than him, and everyone was used to it. After he finished vomiting, Garp came forward and handed him a donut. Luffy waved his hand, indicating that he didn't want to eat it. But Garp didn't stop, but forced it into his mouth. Eat it, eating something sweet will make you feel better. Feeling the sweetness brought by the sugar in his mouth, Luffy really felt a lot calmer. So he didn't resist and ate it in small bites. After eating one, Garp handed him another one, and Luffy continued to eat without saying a word. In this way, he ate 7 donuts in a row. When Garp handed him another one, Luffy shook his head to indicate that he was fine. With a smile, Garp ate it himself without hesitation. While eating, he took him to the side, looked at the sea and asked, "How did it feel to kill someone for the first time? Just tell me and don't be afraid of me laughing at you." "The first time I killed someone was when I was a teenager, and my performance was similar to yours." Luffy shook his head. "I felt much better after vomiting, and I didn't feel much. I just felt a little uncomfortable to take someone's life at will." "Really? Do you regret becoming a marine and blame me for forcing you down this path?" "Ha!" Luffy sneered, "Stinky old man, do you still think I'm a little kid who knows nothing? Pirates are trash. They don't think so much when they slaughter civilians. If it's my turn to kill them, I won't hesitate to do it either. As for the Navy, what's wrong with the Navy? In the Navy, I have you, Grandpa Zhangguo, Grandpa Zifa, and Grandma He to take care of me. It's a treatment that many people dare not even think about. If I don't join the Navy, do you want me to be a pirate and live a life of being hunted every day?" "Humph, you little brat!" Garp scolded with a smile. He was originally worried that Luffy would feel some pressure because of this matter. But the brat just let it go. It seemed that his worry was a bit unnecessary, and he even let the brat know about his embarrassing things. Sure enough, after Luffy finished speaking, he winked at him and teased. I didn't expect that, old man. Didn't you say that you were very brave in your first battle? You defeated the enemy in just a few moves, and you were still fine afterwards, eating meat and drinking wine. Why is what you said just now different from the previous version? Which version is true? Bang! A punch. Private First Class, what are you doing? Go search for supplies. If you don't find 100 million Baileys on this ship today, you won't have dinner. Damn it, I am not strong yet. Bang! Another punch. Roll. Garp's purpose for this trip was to make Luffy see blood. Now that the goal has been achieved, they are naturally ready to return. In order to train Luffy for a few more days, the speed of the warship is slower than when they came. It took a full 7 days, and the day before the elite camp stipulated that the group finally returned to Marineford. At the port of Marineford, Garp carried the half-dead Luffy to the side of the ship and threw him directly overboard. He was left to fall to the ground like a broken sack. Then Garp picked up the megaphone and shouted. Luffy, Grandpa is going back to G3. Keep the hacky training manual I gave you. I will train with you next time I come back. Remember to be obedient, eat well, and don't. On the concrete floor, Luffy, who was almost dead, listened to him whining non-stop, raised his head with difficulty and said in disgust. Got it, old man, hurry up and leave. Swoosh. Bang. The horn drew a beautiful arc and fell down, hitting Luffy's head accurately. Luffy closed his eyes, tilted his head and fell to the ground. The Marines on the ship looked at the boy below, whose life or death was unknown, and their eyes flew out of their sockets with fear. Zier stammered and asked Bogart. This child, should not be dead. Bogart. Chapter 21. Ha ha ha, what a forgetful brat. Garp laughed heartily, not caring at all about Luffy's life or death, and waved his hand and ordered. Let's go back to G3 branch. It's Vice Admiral Garp. *N. Just like that, the dog-headed warship slowly left, leaving Luffy lying unconscious at the port. It was not until the dog-headed warship completely disappeared from sight that the Marines who had been carefully observing from a distance and did not dare to move forward hurriedly picked up Luffy and sent him to the hospital. So you followed Vice Admiral Garp out to kill pirates during your vacation. And you were promoted to sergeant because of your military exploits. Well, that's about it. Looking at Luffy, who was chewing fruit on the bed with a nonchalant look on his face. Cook was so jealous that he almost stabbed the fruit knife in his hand into Luffy's mouth. You bastard, you went out to sea to kill pirates without me. Even if I can't do anything, as long as I can have a few words with Lieutenant Colonel Garp at close range, it's not bad to experience the feeling of going out to sea. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. We just came out of the recruit camp, why can you go out to sea to earn merit and get promoted? I can only stay in the headquarters that I have seen for more than 10 years and I am already tired of it. My dad is also a general, why isn't he so open-minded? Looking at his heartbroken good brother, Luffy shook his head pitifully, sat up, patted his shoulder and comforted him. Give up. Although they are both generals, my old man is a good friend of the marshal. Is he your father? Pucci. The plain words were like a sharp sword, piercing Cook's heart. The young boy was hit hard by reality. He threw away the half-peeled apple in his hand and covered his heart with pain. Me. Oh, what are you talking about? Reincarnation is an art, and you, an idiot, can't learn it. Luffy shook his head, as if he was just stating a fact. But Cook was so shocked that he completely lost his confidence and almost jumped out of the window. Luffy, you are getting more and more hateful. I brought you the admission letter to the elite camp. But you, a bastard, actually treated your brother like this. Bye, I don't want to talk to you anymore. After leaving this sentence angrily, Cook turned around and wanted to leave. Luffy quickly jumped up from the bed, grabbed him, and said with an apologetic smile. Hey, it's just a joke, why are you angry? Here, this treasure is for you, just consider it as compensation for your mental damage. As he said that, Luffy forcibly stuffed a golden dagger inlaid with gems into Cook's hand, and pulled him to sit down on the bed. See if you like it. This is a gift I specially hid while looting the pirate ship. After playing with the dagger for a while, he opened it and looked at its sharp blade. Cook put the thing away with satisfaction, then took out a document and said proudly. You still have some conscience. Here, this is the admission letter. With this, we can report to the elite camp tonight. Training will officially begin tomorrow. Ah! I'm going tonight, but I'm not discharged yet. Luffy looked a little embarrassed after receiving the notice. Although his injuries were all healed, the doctor here said he would not let him go. He wanted to keep him for 2 more days for observation. That's bullshit, isn't that the exit? Cook didn't take it seriously, pointing his finger at the window. The 2 brothers looked at each other and exchanged glances. Luffy got up and started to change his clothes, then opened the window to make sure no one was paying attention to him, and then turned over and jumped down. Cook helped to pack up all the things and took them away, then swaggered out of the ward. Half an hour later, the doctor came to check on the ward as usual with the nurse. But when he opened the door, he saw the empty ward with no one in sight. He was stunned instantly. This is the elite camp. Doesn't it look the same as the recruit camp? Luffy muttered to himself as he looked at the elite camp, which was also surrounded by high walls and guarded by marines at the entrance. They look similar on the outside, but they are very different on the inside. At least the recruit camp doesn't have a strong man like Chief Instructor Zifa to be our teacher. Cook stood beside him and retorted, his eyes looking at the elite camp full of expectation. When he thought about becoming a student of the former admiral, he was trembling with excitement. He couldn't wait to meet him and grow up under his whip. Noticing his friend's increasingly perverted expression, Luffy decisively kicked him from behind. Stop being crazy and report in. He rubbed his butt pitifully and gave Luffy a resentful look. Cook walked quickly to the guard at the door and took out his admission letter without waiting for him to ask. Luffy did the same and handed his letter to the guard for inspection. After the guard checked and confirmed that it was correct, he waved his hand to signal the 2 to go in. They entered the elite camp together, and before the brothers could carefully observe the surrounding environment, a marine stopped them, asked them to follow him, and took them to the dormitory. Click! Pushing the door open, Luffy walked in first. His eyes lit up instantly as he glanced left and right. Damn, it's actually a double room. The conditions are much better than those in the new barracks. Cook, who came in later, was also very excited. He rushed directly to one of the big beds and rolled on it happily for a few rounds. There are quilts, towels, and toothbrushes. It seems we don't have to worry about life. Hey, there are some food here, Luffy, do you want to eat something? They checked around the dormitory curiously, and soon they fell in love with this place. The elite camp is the elite camp. There are not only double rooms, but also independent bathrooms and toilets. Although the place is not big, it is much better than the conditions in the recruit camp where 6 people are squeezed together and the whole class shares a toilet. Moreover, the dormitory also has a small refrigerator, which can store some snacks and drinks. There is even a den mushi, which makes it convenient for them to contact their families at any time. Damn it! The conditions here are almost as good as my home. Are we really here to receive training, not to enjoy life? Cook couldn't believe it. This was completely different from the strict and closed elite camp he imagined. He couldn't believe that what he saw was real. Chapter 22. Compared to Cook's shock, Luffy didn't care. While Cook was still screaming, he had already eaten most of the food in the refrigerator. This shredded squid is delicious, and this canned orange is also good. Oh, and there is pudding. Wow, this is super delicious. Cook, do you want to try it? Hey, bastard! What are you doing? That was our midnight snack, and you ate it all. Cook looked at the mess in the refrigerator and rushed over, saying bitterly. Luffy didn't care at all. After eating the last bite of pudding, he burped and looked around. Suddenly he found something written behind the door, so he walked over curiously. The training will officially begin at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Please get up early, wash up, and gather at the playground before 5:50. Please pack your personal belongings properly and keep the dormitory clean. Snacks and drinks in the room will be replenished by a dedicated person every week. If you finish eating early, please use the Den Mushi in the room to call 1122 to contact the logistics staff for supplies. Before 12 o'clock at night, everyone must return to the dormitory, turn off the lights, and go to bed. No noise or quarrels are allowed at night, and conflicts and fights are strictly prohibited. Violators will be dealt with according to military law, and serious offenders will be directly expelled from the elite training camp. The rules are not many, and they are not strict. Luffy wrote them down after reading them once, and told Cook the above content. Cook was a little surprised after listening. That's it? That's all? Well, no more. I'm sure now, we are here to enjoy life. Cook nodded, and coming to this conclusion, he was not polite. He directly picked up the Den Mushi in the room and asked someone to send January's snacks and drinks over. The reason was that there was a giant foodie in their dormitory, which confused the receptionist. Before the food was delivered, Luffy decided to go out and visit new friends at Cook's suggestion. The next room, dormitory number 112. Knock knock knock. Hello, is anyone there? I am the new neighbor at number 113 next door, and I want to make your acquaintance. Cook knocked on the door gently and told them why he was here. He asked them to wait for a while, and soon the door was opened. A tall young man with pink hair opened the door and walked out, smiling and introducing himself to them. Hello, new students. I'm Bins, and I just arrived today. Come in first, and I'll introduce my roommates to you. After saying that, he made way and invited the two to come in. The two of them didn't hesitate to say thank you and walked into dormitory 112. After looking around and finding that the layout of the room was similar to theirs, Cook locked his eyes on the white-haired young man who had just gotten out of bed and rubbed his eyes, as if he had been sleeping before. Sorry to disturb your rest. I am Cook from next door, a newcomer who just reported in. This is my friend Luffy. We are both classmates who graduated from the new recruit camp of the headquarters this year. The white-haired young man saw that it was his neighbor who came to visit, and he also stood up and smiled and stretched out his hand to greet him. It's okay, I came here yesterday and have slept all day. He shook hands with Cook and Luffy. The young man was surprised to see Luffy, who was obviously young, but soon smiled and calmed down, and began to introduce himself. I'm Gavin, I've been in the Navy for 2 years, and I'm here today on the recommendation of the Chief of the East Sea Branch. At this time, Bins, who opened the door for the two, came over with a drink and distributed a can to each of the three. After thanking him, Luffy asked Gavin in surprise. Are you from Donghae too? Which branch? Hey, Luffy, are you from the East Sea too? I'm from the 77th branch. Gavin was very surprised. He didn't expect to meet a fellow villager when he first arrived at the headquarters. Luffy shook his head. No, my hometown is the Goa Kingdom in the East Sea. It's just that my grandfather brought me to the headquarters when I was born. The Kingdom of Goa, sounds like something I remember. Gavin stroked his chin and thought carefully. He seemed to have heard of this country from Colonel Brin Brin. But he couldn't remember it clearly. He only remembered that an old Navy officer had some connection with it. Bins, what about you? Where are you from? Luffy turned to ask Bins. He remembered this character who appeared in the movie and he became interested. Me? My hometown is just an ordinary, unknown island on the Grand Line. I was lucky enough to be spotted by the local branch and later recommended here. Luck is also a part of strength. If you are lucky to an exaggerated degree, the enemy will be dead without you having to do anything. Cook joked with a smile, and everyone smiled slightly, then raised their drinks and clinked glasses. Do you know? I asked around yesterday and there are more than 100 students in our elite camp. I don't know how many will stay when they graduate. After drinking something that seemed to be watermelon juice, Luffy nodded and replied. I asked before I came here, and heard from a white-haired smoker that no more than half of the elite camp graduates in the end. Based on more than 100 people, there may be only about 40 people left in the end. 40 people, this is too exaggerated, I don't know if I can stay. Bins heard this number and suddenly felt a little unconfident. Luffy didn't expect that his personality when he was young would be like this, without the confidence to dance anytime and anywhere in the future. Cook saw his worry and hurriedly comforted this new friend. It doesn't matter. Being able to enter the elite camp already shows that you have the potential. After that, it's just a matter of whether you work hard or not. As long as you work hard enough, you will have no problem graduating from the elite camp successfully. Gavin also chimed in to comfort his roommate. That's right, the elimination rate of the elite camp is so high. It's mainly to eliminate some unqualified guys, such as the second generation who were paid to get in. As he said this, he paused and looked around at the three people with an uncertain look. There shouldn't be such a guy among us, right? The three of them shook their heads, and Gavin was relieved. But, Cook deliberately prolonged his tone, looked at Luffy with a smile, and said in a sarcastic tone. There is no idiot who spends money, but there is a big boss with a strong background. Chapter 23. Do you want to die? Idiot from the Commodore's family. Luffy glared at the bastard with dead fish eyes. He acted as if he had no background, pretending to be your uncle. His Brigadier General. From the headquarters. Gavin and Bins both took a breath, but soon they looked at Luffy with even more shock. If the eldest son of the Brigadier General's family said that he had a strong background, he must be at least a lieutenant general. With a lieutenant general as a backer, it's no wonder that he was able to enter the elite training camp at such a young age. Hey, don't look at me like that, I'm the real deal, I got in by my own ability. Among the new recruits this year, my strength is the best in the same class. Luffy knew what they were thinking without having to guess, and quickly spoke out to prove himself. He is not just a second generation who can only rely on background, his own strength is also very strong. Sorry, I didn't think so. Gavin quickly explained himself. Hearing the other party say that he was the best in the recruit camp, he no longer doubted it. After all, you can find out if you ask around. If you just brag about it, it will be embarrassing. Bins thought so too. After knowing that neither of them was that kind of person, everyone chatted more enthusiastically. After that, the four of them went to other dormitories together. Most of the students were very friendly, and some of them were a little cold but polite. Regardless of their true personalities, when they first joined the elite camp, everyone at least maintained a friendly appearance. Time passed quickly, and it was the next day in a blink of an eye. At 5:30 in the morning, the alarm clock rang on time. Although they had rested for half a month, it was not so easy to change the habits of a whole year. The moment they heard the alarm clock, they immediately turned over and got up. They began to dress and wash in an orderly manner, and finally folded the quilt and left the dormitory together. The elite training camp is a 6-year system. Except for Luffy and his class, the students of the other 5 classes had already lined up in the playground. When Luffy and his classmates arrived, they did not see Zifa. There was only an unknown instructor who was directing all the new students to line up. Because he was the shortest, Luffy was put in the first row without any dispute. At 5:47 in the morning, all the students were present. Everyone, turn right. 300 laps warm up, start. The instructor gave an order, and everyone turned around in unison. However, after hearing that they had to run 300 laps and it was just a warm-up, some of the guys who were just filling in the numbers broke out in a cold sweat. However, the instructor did not give them a chance to regret and took the lead in running. After running 300 laps at the speed of a 100-meter sprint, Luffy turned around and secretly observed, and was surprised to find that the number of people in the team was actually reduced by 1/6. Damn, there are too many people who are just filling in the numbers or using back doors. So many people have been laid off before it even starts. I'm afraid there won't even be 40 left in 6 years. He was really speechless. The daily training of ordinary Marines in the headquarters requires them to run 200 laps within an hour. This is only a little higher than the requirements of ordinary Marines. If you can't even complete this, how can you get into the elite camp? When he was madly complaining in his heart, there was a sudden cry of surprise from the team. He quickly turned his head and found that it was the chief instructor Zephyr who came. This is a good friend of Grandpa Garp from the same period, so Luffy is naturally very familiar with him. He saw Zephyr, and Zephyr saw him as well. But Zephyr just glanced at him lightly, and didn't hug him or touch his head with a smile like before. On the contrary, Zephyr stood in front of everyone seriously, looked around and said, "Let me introduce myself. I am Zifa, your chief instructor for the next 6 years. You can also call me Mr. Zifa. I have seen your performance just now. Look around you. Such trash can't even do a simple warm-up. With this little bit of ability, can you join the elite camp?" Listening to Zifa's rebuke, many people showed indignant expressions. It was obviously those bastards who were not strong enough. How could they be blamed? They completed this warm-up very well. Zifa also saw their dissatisfaction. He forced a sarcastic smile and said loudly, "Are you dissatisfied? It doesn't matter, soon you will also be one of those trash. Because in my opinion, most of you are just like them, you can't hold on for a few days, and you will be kicked out by me. Go back to where you came from. By that time, you will become the trash you look down on now. Compared with people who are truly capable, you are nothing but trash that is not worth mentioning." After saying this, most of the students were really angry. They are all geniuses in their respective branches, praised and favored by everyone from Marines to base commanders. Only then are they qualified to be sent to the elite camp of the headquarters for further studies. Now being called trash and garbage, how can these geniuses who are used to being proud bear it? But before any of the fools jumped out to refute, Zifa started to call people out directly. You, step out." He pointed at 3 people in a row. They were the most excited when he was talking. The 3 of them didn't flinch at all after being pointed at. They just walked out. "You seem very unconvinced, then prove it to me with your strength. Attack me and prove that you are not useless." Zifa hooked his finger and taunted him to the maximum. The 3 green-headed guys actually looked at each other, and no matter who was the former admiral or something else, they just swung their fists at him. Luffy in the team shouted "fuck," thinking that these guys are really talented. Things turned out just as he thought. The 3 green-headed guys who didn't even master the 6 styles were punched into sleep by Zifa one by one. They didn't even last 10 seconds in total, which was really out of line. "Trash, is this your strength?" Clapping his hands, Zifa said disdainfully without even looking at the 3 people on the ground. But this time, after he finished speaking, when his eyes swept across the team, everyone lowered their heads, and no one dared to look at him again. Except for a certain dwarf. "Luffy, stare. Student Luffy, you seem unconvinced, Do you want to come up and give it a try? No, 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 I'm convinced. Luffy shook his head in fear, and then hurriedly lowered his head. Zifa snorted coldly and didn't care about it anymore. Chapter 24. Looking at the students who had been intimidated and temporarily trained, Zifa loudly ordered. Everyone, in pairs, will practice fighting. Only those who can knock down their opponents can come to the cafeteria for breakfast. After saying that, he left all the academies, threw away his coat of justice and left. After that, the instructors will come to arrange opponents for them. But no one knows what the instructors are thinking. The opponent arranged for Luffy is actually a girl. And she is a girl he is very familiar with. She has long dark blue hair and a serious face. The upper body is a very ordinary navy uniform, but the early developed mountains make the uniform bulge. The lower body is covered by the dam trousers, and you can only see that the legs are very long, but whether they are white and smooth remains to be confirmed. Hello, I'm Anne, please give me your advice. I'm Luffy, and I'd like to ask for your guidance. The two of them briefly introduced themselves, and then each of them took up their positions. Anne was holding a wooden sword, and it seemed that she had practiced swordsmanship a long time ago. Although her opponent was a child like Luffy, she did not underestimate him at all and was ready to go all out. On the other hand, Luffy was unarmed and did not hold any weapons. He had already thought about how to quickly deal with his opponent. Just as he was about to attack and kill the girl in one move, the instructor suddenly spoke, causing him to stagger and almost fall. Student Luffy, you are forbidden to use your devil fruit ability. As for Student Anne, you have no restrictions, you can use it at will. What? Before Luffy could say anything, Anne shouted excitedly. It was unfair enough for a 14-year-old adult to beat up this little kid. Now the instructor didn't even allow him to use his fruit ability. This was not only unfair, but if the students who didn't know the truth knew about it, they might even think she was playing some tricks. Instructor, I object. Since it is a battle, both sides should go all out. If I don't let him use his fruit ability, I won't be happy even if I win. On the contrary, it is a shame. Hearing this, the instructor looked at her with a complicated expression. He shook his head and said, Little boy, you think too much, I am not biased towards you. After saying that, the instructor did not explain further and continued. Don't underestimate your opponent, show your full strength. Okay, let's get started. Damn, you are playing double standards, right? Okay, I'll take note. Looking at Aine who was pursing her lips and looking like she couldn't bring herself to do it. Luffy suddenly disappeared, and before Aine could come back to her senses, he hit her in the back of the neck with a knife, then he turned away gracefully. Done. Ugh, it hurts. Covering her neck, she stumbled forward a few steps, and turned her head in disbelief, looking at Luffy with a look of confusion and surprise. Luffy was even more confused than her. He turned his head to look at Ian who didn't faint, and suddenly 3 big question marks appeared in his head. Oh no, that's not right, that's not how it's played in TV dramas. The instructor slapped me on the forehead and couldn't bear to watch anymore. Idiot! Have you read too many comics? If you want to knock someone out, what's the point of hitting the back of the neck? If you want to hit someone, hit the carotid sinus on the side of the neck, idiot! Ah, sorry, I'll do it again. Luffy apologized repeatedly, and then raised his knife to hit Aine again. But how could Aine let him humiliate him again? Her face was red at this time, half of it was angry, and half of it was embarrassed when she thought of what she had just said. She held the sword in her right hand, and condensed a strange purple light ball in her left hand. Bastard, don't try to use the same trick on me twice. Just as she was halfway through her words, Luffy appeared beside her as if by teleportation, and knocked her down easily with a single blow. Don't even think about using the same move twice, who do you think you are? A Saint Seiya? Thinking disdainfully, Luffy turned around again, put his hands in his pockets, and walked towards the cafeteria feeling very good. The other students who were still practicing were dumbfounded, and they said in their hearts, "Damn, this kid is so pretentious." But when they looked at Ian lying unconscious on the ground, they were surprised and admired him at the same time. Only a child could do such a cruel thing as destroying a flower. Aren't they afraid of losing the right to choose their own spouse? It was 20 minutes later when Anne woke up again. After opening her eyes and looking at the white ceiling, Anne was briefly confused and then recalled what happened before she fainted. In an instant, she tightly grasped the bed sheet, and her little face was so red that it seemed that water would drip out if she pinched it. Damn it, it's so shameful. I will never let that damn guy go. Hey, what are you thinking about? Why is your face so red? The sudden voice startled Anne. She turned around in panic and saw the kid who easily defeated her sitting at the table, eating rice in a bowl bigger than his face. He looked at her curiously, as if he was looking at something interesting. No, nothing, why are you here? Ian suppressed his shame and asked while pressing his still aching neck. He finished the rice in the bowl leisurely, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and then Luffy stood up and said, "Nothing, the instructor asked me to bring you some food. You still have 10 minutes to eat, and then you have to gather in the playground." "Okay, I'm leaving, you continue." After saying that, he walked out without looking back, without stopping at all. Anne was stunned for a moment, a little bit unresponsive. But reflexively, she still opened her mouth to thank him. "Thank you, I won't lose next time." "Well, keep going," he replied indifferently, and the door was slammed shut. Weird kid. With a word in her mind, Anne got up from the bed and walked to the table. But she saw only vegetables on the table, and the meat and other things were all leftovers. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth. After finishing her meal quickly and sending the dishes back to the cafeteria, Anne continued to join the training. But for some reason, her eyes began to focus on Luffy intentionally or unintentionally. She would often compare herself with him in certain training. But the more she paid attention, the more frightened she was. No matter in which aspect or which training, Luffy's performance was far better than hers. Even if she exhausted all her strength, she could not see the hope of catching up with him. But the more so, the stronger her desire to win. For the next 3 months, she stared at Luffy's every move. Luffy, who had a keen sense of perception, always felt like a thorn in his back, and began to wonder if someone was trying to murder him. Chapter 25. Luffy, have you noticed that the only beauty in our class seems to care about you? One day at lunchtime, Cook poked Luffy with his elbow with a mysterious look on his face and said in a mean way, "A flower? You mean Anne? What happened to her?" Luffy looked up in confusion and turned to look behind him. Cook quickly turned his neck and whispered, "Don't look, be careful, she'll find out." Luffy slapped his pig's trotter away in annoyance and said disdainfully, "Why are you speaking so quietly? You have done something wrong." "What are you talking about, brother? I am helping you." While talking, Gavin and Binz also came over with their food. Originally, the two of them wanted to sit next to Luffy and the others, but Cook ruthlessly drove them to the opposite side. "Hey, Gavin, help me check behind to see if Anne is looking at us." Gavin, who was already unhappy about being driven away, sneered at this. "You are dreaming, people won't even look at you when they look at a pig." "Oh, no, she seems to be really peeking at this side, as if she is looking at Luffy." "Luffy? You bastard, what do you mean by that? I am a pig." Seeing Luffy's unhappy face, Gavin smiled awkwardly, lowered his head consciously and stopped talking. Cook came over again and said excitedly, "I told you, Anne has been secretly watching you, she must be interested in you." Luffy turned his head and looked at him with dead fish eyes, and cursed directly. "You are out of your mind, saying such stupid things. Do you think Anne is perverted and likes 6-year-old children? Or do you think it's fun to tease me and want to be stripped naked and hung on a tree? What I said is true. Cook quickly defended, no, haven't you noticed that? Aine has been paying attention to Luffy since the day he was defeated by Luffy? She must have been impressed by Luffy's strength. The book says that people all have a strong desire for the strong. When facing a guy who is stronger than themselves in some aspects, people often unconsciously develop feelings of admiration or even love. Binz asked puzzledly. You mean, Aine fell in love with Luffy because he was defeated by him? That's right, Cook said confidently. After he finished speaking, the three looked at him strangely, especially Luffy. He quietly moved to the side and asked vigilantly. So I defeated you before, and you also developed a crush on me? *2 Gavin and Binz suddenly felt a chill and distanced themselves from him. They swore in their hearts that they would never practice against him again, and even if they had to practice against him, they would definitely lose. Bastard, that's not what I meant. Cook stood up with a slam on the table in shame and anger, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Noticing the warning look from the instructor not far away, Cook quickly smiled and nodded, then sat down obediently. Then he gritted his teeth and whispered. I swear, I absolutely don't like men, come here. After hearing what he said, the three of them moved back to their original positions with doubt. Shut up and listen to me. Cook glared at the three of them fiercely, I can be sure that Anne absolutely likes Luffy. Either she refines copper, or she admires the strong. Binz looked behind him strangely and asked weakly. So what do you mean? In general, Anne is a male-loving pervert. Cook gave his answer decisively. Gavin and Binz took a breath, leaned back tactically, and gave him a thumbs up. Cook grinned with a smug smile, but before he could be happy for long, a dagger was placed on his neck. Who do you say is a pervert? Sigma. Hearing the female voice behind him, Cook sweated profusely. He was trembling all over and dared not look back. He could only look to his three good friends for help. I'm done eating, you guys chat. Luffy rolled his eyes, not wanting to bother with this idiot. Damn, if I were a few years older, you can gossip all you want. Now I'm only 6 years old. Even if Anne really likes me, I can't do anything. As Luffy left, Gavin and Binz gave him a look of wishing him the best, and then hurriedly said goodbye. Seeing the three of them leave without looking back, Cook called them beasts in his heart, who had no loyalty at all. Without giving him time to explain or beg for mercy, Anne spoke coldly. I will be your opponent in the afternoon sparring. I will show you my abnormal strength. Be prepared to be killed by me. Cook. That afternoon, the time for the battle practice soon arrived. But today, Zifa couldn't stand their playful fighting. He decided to teach these kids something real. Looking at the students who were afraid of him and tensed up to be alert at all times, Zifa nodded with satisfaction, crossed his arms and shouted. Luffy, come up. Luffy's body trembled when his name was called. But under pressure from someone, he still went up. Stand still, why are you moving around? Yes. Looking at Luffy who stood straight under his scolding, Zifa nodded, and then suddenly attacked, punching Luffy in the lower abdomen. Luffy had already prepared everything, and was ready to transform into an element in advance when his attack came. No hiding. You number Yuan. At number. A bunch of curse words came out of his heart, even though his mind still told him to dodge. But it was too late to interrupt. He had no choice but to follow his body's instinct, took a deep breath, put his arms on his waist and shouted. Iron block. Bang. Whoa. Did you see it? The move this kid just used is the iron block, one of the 6 Navy moves. The injury that should have been serious was overcome by just spitting out saliva after using the iron block. And this is the special skill I will teach you today. Everyone looked at the little monster on the ground with foam at the mouth and rolling his eyes in horror. Then they looked at Zifa, who was smiling kindly, and a wave of fear surged in their hearts. This is called spitting. His soul is about to vomit out. Hey, kid, stop pretending to be dead. We need your cooperation for the 6th and 5th styles. Hurry up and get up, let's continue. Zeph impatiently kicked Luffy lying on the ground. When he found that this bastard kid was pretending to be dead and didn't intend to get up, he was so angry that he raised his foot and stomped his head to pieces. This is my last warning. If you pretend to be dead again, you will never be remembered again in your life. Chapter 26. Lightning regrouped in his head, and Luffy opened his eyes blankly as if he had just woken up, and muttered to himself. Oops, why did I fall asleep? Teacher, what are you doing? Let's continue. With a cold snort, Zifa pointed his index finger at the students and stabbed Luffy in the chest. Luffy wanted to cry but had no tears, so he could only grit his teeth and hold on. This is a finger gun, which can make your fingers as powerful as bullets. Ah! This is a razor, which can suddenly appear behind the enemy and deal a fatal blow. Oh! Next is the moon step, which allows you to stay in the air, and can also be combined with another move, storm kick, to launch an aerial attack. Help, I'm dying. Finally, there is paper painting, which can make your body as flexible and soft as paper to avoid enemy attacks. Hey, wait, Mr. Zifa, I haven't used this trick yet, ah. 10 minutes later. Zifa clapped his hands, exhaled a breath of relief, looked at the dumbfounded students, and asked loudly. Do you understand? Everyone, Sigma. What did you understand? Did you understand how miserable it was to be beaten by Lu Shi? They did see that the hidden little monster had really fainted. As for the rest, they didn't understand anything and didn't know anything. Looking at their bewildered and helpless appearance, Zifa felt exhausted. Alas, you are the worst class I have ever taught. The seniors who came before you didn't need me to teach them. They could learn after watching it twice. You are nothing like me. You are a bunch of useless people. Not far away, the seniors who were training were sweating coldly. Teacher, you are bragging, don't take us with you. We can't learn the 6 styles by watching twice. Naturally, everyone can't hear the voices of the seniors. Everyone is now shocked by Zifa's words. They didn't doubt it, after all, who are Zifa's students? The 3 admirals, many vice-admirals and major generals. It can be said that those who are a little famous in the Navy now are all students brought up by Zifa. If those big guys can learn the 6 styles by watching twice, everyone really believes it. So just like that, one dares to say and one dares to believe. Under Zifa's scolding and encouragement, the students began to practice as if they were injected with chicken blood. Zifa didn't expect them to learn the complete 6 styles, but let everyone choose the appropriate learning for themselves. He pointed out their mistakes and omissions in training. Luffy, who was lying alone on the side, was completely ignored by these people. It was not until 10 minutes later that he woke up slowly, and Zifa looked at him and told him to go back and continue practicing. Helplessly, he had to drag his wounded body and start training step by step. Now, except for moon step and paper drawing, he has mastered the other 4 styles by himself. But in Zephyr's opinion, his 6 styles sounded a bit like Garp's. It was still a little far from his own 6 styles. So under Zephyr's tough correction, Luffy improved some small habits of using the 6 styles. Just like that, from that day on, Zephyr reduced the rough physical training. He began to teach them more carefully the various skills and moves in battle. He improved their strength in a more systematic and comprehensive way, and taught students in accordance with their aptitude. He saw which aspect the students were better at, and sent special instructors to teach them individually. Just like Anne, she was very talented in swordsmanship, so Zephyr specially sent a colonel instructor who was proficient in swordsmanship to teach her. Others like Cook, Bins, etc. were the same. Only Luffy was a little special. If he really compared his strength was no less than some instructors, or even stronger. In addition, he had the relationship with Garp after all, so Zephyr finally decided to teach him personally. Time flies, just like when you and your girlfriend are in bed, it goes by in the blink of an eye. 6 years later. A 12-year-old boy, nearly 180 centimeters tall, confronts Zifa on the playground. 60 million volts thunder beast. The boy's whole body was filled with dazzling lightning, and he gently waved his hand forward. A ferocious thunder wolf came out of his body and roared towards the tall man opposite. It's the same move again. I told you, don't rely too much on the fruit, kid. He threw a punch wrapped in a thick color of armed color, and the thunder wolf, which was 6 or 7 meters tall at the shoulder, was instantly scattered. Zifa waved his hand to sweep away the arc that blocked his vision, and when he looked at the place where the boy stood again, there was no one there. Just a greeting, don't you know my abilities, teacher? Lightning gathered behind Zephyr. Luffy gathered lightning in his right leg, and kicked him hard in the waist. Speed is power. Teacher, have you ever been kicked by lightning? Bang! Zifa's whole body was covered with armed color. He gritted his teeth to catch the attack and said viciously. Kid, don't talk like Borsalino. After saying that, he hugged Luffy's thigh and threw him far away. At the same time, he twisted his waist and kicked out a large range storm kick, slashing at Luffy who was flying backwards. Turning over in midair to adjust his body shape, Luffy also kicked out a slash, making the slashes collide and cancel each other out. Then he drew the long sword at his waist, attached lightning, and rushed towards Zifa again. Zifa was not to be outdone, and swung his sandbag-sized fist to start fighting. The sword blade and fist collided, making a golden sound. Even outside the elite camp, the fierce collision caused by the fight between the two could be heard. Okawa, that speed and way of speaking are really similar to mine. Is Luffy already so strong? But the teacher seems to still have something against me, because I saved him last time, so sad. On the side of the playground, Sengoku, Garp, Crane and the current 3 admirals watched the battle very seriously. The person who just spoke was one of the 3 admirals, Kizaru, Borsalino. 2 years ago, Zifa was attacked when he took 10-year-old Luffy and other students to sea for internship. At that time, he gave up his nap time and worked hard to rescue, which saved the lives of a boatload of people. Chapter 27. Everyone present was used to Kizaru's sarcastic way of speaking. Only Sengoku frowned and said, Borsalino, we'll talk about the problem between you and Zephyr later. What do you think of Luffy? Well, this is pretty good. I guess you will surpass me in a few years. Kizaru pouted and said half seriously and half jokingly. After hearing this, Garp laughed and patted his shoulder and joked. Borsalino, you little brat, if you work harder and make up for your shortcomings in domineering and physical skills, you are definitely the strongest among the 3 generals. Hey, Kaipo-san, Sakazuki and I are here, don't say that in front of us. Qingji held his forehead helplessly, very dissatisfied with Garp belittling him in front of him. Garp laughed, pretended not to say anything, and continued to watch the battle on the field. The chief staff officer Tsuru looked at the different expressions, especially Akainu who had been silent, and after thinking for a while, he asked. Luffy won't learn anything if he stays at the headquarters. Are you interested in letting him join your ship? Spare me, I already have a kid to take care of in the science unit. Although Luffy's abilities are somewhat similar to mine, I don't have the energy to teach another one. Kizaru was the first to refuse. Then Akainu finally spoke. My focus is still on the New World, and it is too dangerous to take him with me. If such an excellent marine dies early, it will be a loss for the Navy. The 2 admirals refused in succession. Qingji was a little embarrassed, but he couldn't refuse for Garp's sake. After thinking about it, he was about to speak. "Forget it, Ahe," Garp said, crossing his arms and looking at the child in the field with pride. "Luffy has his own way to go, and we adults should not interfere too much." Tsuru looked at Garp with a proud look on his face, shook his head and said nothing more. "The battle on the field is not over yet. Luffy has discarded his long sword, and his fists are filled with lightning and armed color, and he is fighting Zephyr in a fierce fist-to-flesh fight. Ha! Bang! 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 3 consecutive heavy punches hit Zifa's lower abdomen. Zifa only took a few steps back to stabilize his body. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Zifa smiled and taunted. "Soft fist, little boy, are you tickling me? You've been beaten to the point of vomiting blood, and you're still talking big. Come on." Luffy ignored his taunting and stood in a defensive position. "Ha, arrogant brat." With a smile on his face, Zephyr rushed forward and knocked Luffy's blocking arms away with a knee strike. Then, without any hesitation, he punched Luffy's lower abdomen with 3 heavy punches. Bang! 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 Ugh! Poof! The last heavy punch directly knocked Luffy back more than 10 steps. He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood, then fell to the ground. "Ahem, teacher, I think you can retire now. Your fist is as light as cotton, you can't feel it at all." Wiping the corner of his mouth, even though it was a bit difficult to get up, Luffy still didn't spare anyone. "You little devil!" Zifa's face sank, and he almost laughed at this stubborn idiot. "Really? If you don't feel anything, then just take a few more punches from me and see how long you can keep being stubborn. Just try it, I can fight you for a whole day." They both said harsh words, and they gathered their strength and prepared to fight for another 800 rounds. "Enough!" Sengoku's voice suddenly sounded from outside the field. Luffy, who had already turned into lightning and started to attack, almost lost his balance and fell to the ground. On the sidelines, Sengoku led a few people towards this side. "That's enough, it's just a test, no need to hurt yourself. Marshal." Looking at the people coming, Luffy immediately stood up and saluted. Then he greeted all the big guys one by one. Nodding and smiling at him, Sengoku retracted his gaze and looked at Zephyr and asked. "It seems that you have trained another monster for our navy. What are you going to do with this kid?" Zifa dusted himself off. He had already made a plan for this. "In fact, I had an idea a long time ago, which is to form a marine guerrilla team to hunt pirates. I want to build this team with Luffy as the core and select a few outstanding students to assist in the establishment. Do you want to form a team that does not belong to any branch and can catch pirates everywhere in the 4 seas and even the Grand Line?" Zhang Guo is also a smart man. He instantly understood the other meaning of Zifa. However, if this is the case, the scope of responsibility of this team will be too large. And what if there is a conflict between the guerrillas and the local branch? Just listening to Zifa's idea, Zhang Guo felt a headache. "I think it's great. Some branches are becoming less and less efficient. Not only can they not catch pirates, but some can't even protect their own areas. A special guerrilla force should be formed from the headquarters to fight against pirates and investigate those corrupt navy officers. I support the formation of a navy guerrilla force." Akainu said a lot of things seriously under the surprised eyes of several people. After that, Sengoku had a headache. "Good guy, not only do we have to take care of pirates, but now we have to take care of the navy. Once this guerrilla team comes out, I'm afraid it will be terrifyingly powerful." Sengoku looked at Ahe beside him in embarrassment, but saw that she also nodded. He actually felt that pirates have become more rampant recently, while the navy has become weaker. It's okay to have the headquarters guarding the first half of the Grand Line, and the New World in the second half is not mentioned for the time being. Let's talk about the 4 seas. Now the Navy's control over the four seas is not as good as before. There have even been more than a dozen cases where the four seas branches have been slaughtered by pirates. This made the chief of staff have to worry. She turned her head to look at Luffy, who had been listening silently, and looked at this child who had almost grown up with her since he was a child, and asked with a smile. Luffy, what do you think about justice? Don't worry, just say it directly. Justice. As long as the celestial dragons are here, the Navy has no justice. I thought this in my heart, but I couldn't say it out loud. After thinking for a while, Luffy came up with his own answer. My justice is to eliminate all evil. I will never let pirates go, and I will never hurt civilians. This is my justice. Chapter 28. This answer satisfied everyone present. Akainu agreed with the view that the pirates should not be let go, and Aokiji was satisfied with his bottom line of not harming civilians. Kizaru said, Abba, whatever you say is right, as long as it doesn't hinder him from slacking off. Finally, after everyone turned their eyes to Sengoku, Sengoku also made up his mind. Okay, I understand. Sergeant Luffy, after review by the Naval School and the Navy headquarters, you have excellent academic performance and outstanding performance in school. We hereby grant you the rank of Major of the headquarters and the position of Captain of the Naval Guerrilla Unit. Yes, Marshal, everything is for justice. Well, work hard and don't let me and your grandfather down. After praising Luffy a few more times, Sengoku hurriedly took Crane back to discuss the specific matters of the guerrillas. As for when Luffy can take up the post, we have to wait and see when they have discussed it. The three admirals encouraged him a few words each and left one after another. As the grand prize, they have a heavy responsibility and no time to stay here. But before leaving, King Z specifically told Luffy that he had a gift for him. Just consider it as a gift for his graduation from the Naval Academy and promotion to Major. After they all left, only the two old brothers Zifa and Garp were left here. The two old brothers looked at each other, and Garp walked up with a smile, patted Zifa on the back and said with a smile. Zifa, you old man are not good anymore. You were beaten by my grandson and bled. Do you want to consider retiring early? Feeling the huge force on his back, Zifa's face turned black and he dodged his big hand. Idiot, are you old and confused? You are older than me. If anyone wants to retire, you should retire first. Ha 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 ha, I've never been beaten by this brat before, right, Luffy? Garp turned around and looked around, only to find that the brat had disappeared without a trace. Hey, where is he? I came all the way to see him today, but he doesn't want to get close to his dear grandpa. Haha, with an unreliable grandfather like you, he probably can't even face people. What? Zifa, do you want to practice with me? Idiot, have fun by yourself. I finally got rid of another group of little devils. Now I just want to go back and drink. Oh, let's drink. Take me with you. Don't even think about it, they are all my treasures. Hehe, then I will drink more. Luffy came out from the corner after watching Old Man Garp and Zifa walk away. Phew, finally gone. Because he was afraid of being caught by Garp and beaten up in the name of testing his strength, Luffy hid early. After seeing that everyone had left, he swaggered towards the dormitory. At this time, hundreds of little heads, big and small, were looking at this sight in surprise. Seeing Luffy coming, many people immediately ran out excitedly. Senior Luffy, what did Marshal Sengoku say to you just now? The high-ranking officers of the Navy are here, he is worthy of being called Senior Luffy. Faced with the admiration of the junior students, Luffy patiently responded one by one. After finally getting rid of them, he was greeted by the enthusiastic cheers of his classmates. Good friends Cook, Bins, and Gavin rushed out of the crowd and surrounded him to ask about the result. Luffy did not hide it and directly told them that he became a lieutenant commander in the Navy. Instantly everyone was jubilant again. Although those of them came from the elite camp and became officers after graduation, they would only start from sergeants and second lieutenants at most. Being promoted to major right after graduation was enough to show Luffy's extraordinariness and was the pride of their entire class. The 20-year-old, graceful blue-haired girl also walked out of the crowd to send her blessings to Luffy. Congratulations, Luffy, you will definitely become the youngest admiral in history. Cook was not to be outdone. What's the point of being an admiral? If you want to be a general, be a marshal. When the time comes, Luffy, you will be the marshal, and the three of us will just become the new 3 admirals. Bins waved his hands. No, I'm satisfied with being a vice admiral, and I've never thought about being an admiral. Gavin nodded and agreed. It is indeed too far to become an admiral, but with my strength, I will definitely have no problem becoming a vice admiral in the future. Led by several people, everyone talked about their expectations for the future. At the same time, they also expressed their blessings to Luffy. Luffy smiled and thanked them one by one. After everyone congratulated him, he talked about the gorillas. Everyone, just now, Mr. Zifa and the Marshal applied to form a special team. It is called the Marine Gorilla Team, and I will be the captain temporarily. Are you interested in joining? It is much more interesting than garrisoning a base. Then Luffy roughly explained the duties of the gorilla team. When they heard that they could catch pirates all over the world, they became interested. Cook spoke for everyone and asked Luffy how to join. Well, you just need to write an application to Mr. Zifa. Anyway, the team was formed at his suggestion, so it is reasonable for him to provide some support. Hearing this, everyone showed a cunning smile. After responding, they quickly picked up a pen and paper and started writing the application. I said. Cook looked at the students who were writing furiously, swallowed his saliva and said in surprise. Luffy, if Zephyr and Marshal Sengoku knew that you kidnapped everyone, they would definitely kill you. Every year, each branch keeps an eye on the elite camp, waiting for us to graduate and snatch people away. Then what? Luffy glanced at him with disdain. Having said that, do you want to be thrown into a branch for training for a few years? Or do you want to stay in the headquarters for a few months before going to sea with a general? I don't want to either. Cook shook his head. He didn't want to waste time in these places. Then why are you talking so much nonsense? Go back and write your report. He scolded the idiot and watched him run away in shame to borrow paper and pen from his classmates to write his report. Luffy then turned to look at Gavin, Bins, and Ain, who had been silent. What about you? Do you want to come and help me? I know your strength and character, and you are perfect to be my assistant. Gavin, I have no objection, I'll listen to you. Bins, me too, and it's great to be able to act together with my classmates. Both of them readily agreed, and then their eyes turned to Ain. Chapter 29. Well, you guys chat, I'll go write the report first. Gavin coughed lightly, pulled Bins and left space for the two of them. Luffy didn't react much, looked at Anne and asked again with a smile. How about it, do you want to help me? Smoothing the hair on her forehead, Anne looked up at the boy who was now taller than her. He was sturdy, handsome, full of masculine charm, and he looked nothing like a 12-year-old boy. After 6 years of getting along, she already understood how big the gap in strength was between the two sides. She no longer wanted to compete with the other party, and she had matured a lot and understood a lot. Luffy now was more like a role model to her, an idol who inspired her to keep moving forward and become stronger. Of course, it would be better if this idol could be a little bit older. Well, I also want to be with you all, please take care of me in the future. Hearing her promise, Luffy immediately smiled happily. He grabbed her soft little hand and pulled her into the room. That's great. Let's go, after finishing the report, we'll call our classmates to have dinner outside. Let's celebrate our graduation. Ain, whose hand was held, blushed slightly, and said softly, letting him lead her away. After everyone finished writing their applications, Luffy announced that he would treat everyone tonight. With the three friends flattering him, "Boss, you are so awesome, so handsome." Luffy held his head high and led everyone out of the elite camp. Because they had already graduated, the instructors and guards did not stop them and let them go on. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening. Luffy, with a smile on his face, came back home. As soon as he entered the door, he was stopped by Garp, who had been waiting for a long time. "You little bastard, you made me wait for so long, come here now." "Eh? Grandpa, you're still here? I thought you were going back to G3 after the show." Luffy pretended nothing happened, walked over with a smile, and sat down on the sofa. Garp snorted coldly and threw the long object wrapped in cloth at him. "Take it. This is what Kuzan just sent." "Hey, is this a gift for me? Uncle Kuzan is pretty fast." Thinking that the other party is at least a general, Luffy immediately untied the cloth strip excitedly and checked it out. "Forward, a sword." Luffy was completely stunned when he took out the long sword with a sky blue scabbard and handle. Although he did use a sword in the battle, it was more for show than for practical use. His swordsmanship and physical skills were only average. What was Qing Ji thinking, actually giving him a sword? And Luffy drew his sword out of its sheath and exclaimed in admiration as he looked at the patterns on the blade. "What a beautiful chaotic blade, this should be a kind of mutual purpose. Unfortunately, I don't know much about swords, so I can't recognize it." "Humph, what's the point of looking good? What's important is whether you can make full use of its effect." Kapu snorted unhappily. He didn't give a gift, but Kuzan, the brat, actually gave one. Isn't this embarrassing for him as a grandfather? Don't look at it. According to the person who sent it, this knife is called Duyuan, and it is one of the 21 large sharp knives. Although it is not the supreme sword, it is still pretty good. I like it very much. Luffy shook his head and said unsatisfiedly. Garp was so angry that he punched him on the spot, forcing him to give up this ridiculous idea. "You little brat, remember to call me often when you go out to sea. If you don't understand something or encounter difficulties, don't be shy, just call the nearest navy for support. Remember, this world is more dangerous than you think." Garp did not say anything profound, but instead shared his experience of sailing for many years and his own concerns. Luffy also put away his joking thoughts and listened carefully in silence. Garp talked a lot that night, and he even repeated some of his words 2 or 3 times. But Luffy did not get impatient at all, and still nodded to indicate that he had taken note. 4 days later, in the morning, Luffy put on a brand new white suit and a pair of black shoes that were polished to a shine. He put the newly acquired sword Dalan on his waist and looked back at this warm and memorable villa. Then he picked up the righteous cloak on the hanger and put it on his back. "Let's go, my time is coming." He took his luggage and came to the agreed military port. He was dressed very handsomely and attracted the attention of Anne and others. Luffy just smiled and wanted to say hello to them, but a man he didn't want to see for the time being blocked his way. "Ha, ha, ha, Mr. Zifa, you're here to see us off too." Looking at this stinky kid who was still pretending to be stupid, Zifa's face was almost as dark as his dark friend in his previous life. He stepped forward and patted him on the head without any courtesy, and then he cursed. "You bastard, you really did it, you poached all the students in the class. Do you know how long Zhangguo scolded me when I submitted your application to him?" "Ah, this," Luffy scratched his head and said carefully. "But didn't the marshal agree in the end? He even kindly allocated me a new warship and all the necessary equipment and supplies, saving me from having to cry poor in the logistics department." Seeing that this kid showed no sign of repentance, Zifa's face became even more sour. "Bastard! I begged for it from Zhangguo because I didn't want to be shamed. Otherwise, let alone warships and equipment, it would be good enough if I didn't give you a broken fishing boat. Ahaha, so that's how it is. Thank you for your hard work, teacher. I will definitely bring you a gift when I come back. After saying that, Luffy looked at the watch on his wrist that didn't exist at all, and pretended to be surprised. Oh, it's already this late. Teacher, I'm leaving now. Let's talk when I come back. He took the initiative to transform into an element and ran away to the boat. Anne and the others had already arrived and were standing on the boat waiting for his order. Hurry up, set sail. Luffy urged loudly, and only after the ship slowly started did Luffy lie on the side of the ship, waving and shouting to Zephyr, who was still in shock. Teacher, we are leaving, you don't have to see us off, go back quickly. Other students who didn't dare to show their faces before also poked their heads out from the side of the boat. Everyone waved goodbye to Zifa and thanked him for his 6 years of teaching. Zifa was so angry that he almost ran away on the shore, but he heard the voices of teacher Zifa coming from the boat. In the end, he just snorted in dissatisfaction and waved his hand in frustration. Go away, you little brats, don't show up in front of me before you become famous. Chapter 30. Seeing Zifa unable to save face and still being stubborn, everyone said goodbye to him with a smile. Hehe, goodbye then, take care of yourself, teacher. Both sides waved, and they left the ship's side only after the ship gradually went far away and the figures on the port could no longer be seen. Gathering everyone on the deck, Luffy took a deep breath and walked up to the bow, looking at the familiar faces below, and announced loudly. Students, from today on, our Navy guerrilla team is established. Next, let us set out for justice, for the Navy, and for a better future. Oh. Not counting Luffy, there were a total of 41 young and energetic young people graduating this year, all cheering. After Luffy happily celebrated with everyone for a while, he asked another question. There are no positions on the ship yet. Is there anyone who would like to volunteer to try it out? After the words fell, the young men were silent for a moment, and then they burst into even louder noises. One of the bald young men, a mature and strong man, raised his hand impatiently and shouted. Captain, let me be the chef, my dishes are delicious. Luffy did not doubt him and directly appointed this person. Okay, then Bill will be the chef. Hearing that a position had been assigned, everyone became more excited and raised their hands to recommend themselves. Soon, with everyone recommending themselves, the helmsman, gunner, doctor, and even musicians were gathered. But among these people, no one dared to volunteer to take the position of navigator. An excellent navigator is the guarantee of the entire ship. When encountering bad weather, the level of the navigator is the most important factor in determining whether they can escape from danger. Therefore, these fledgling newcomers, even if they have learned basic navigation skills, no one dared to take this responsibility. Luffy also had a headache. He wanted to apply for this position to Sengoku at first. But because he poached an entire elite camp, the angry Sengoku only replied to him, "Get lost." He had no choice but to take on this responsibility first, and make arrangements when he found the right person. Now that the responsibilities have been assigned, the next thing to consider is where to start their mission. For this, Luffy asked everyone to express their opinions. Of course we should stay in the Grand Line. Only here can we display our strength. One team member expressed his thoughts passionately, and soon everyone agreed. But don't forget, in addition to catching pirates, monitoring the Navy is also our mission. Now even the captain is just an unknown major, who can we investigate if we stay in the Grand Line? The person who spoke was Gavin. What he said made sense, but not many people agreed. What are you afraid of? Our captain is the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. The guerrillas are also directly under Marshal Sengoku. Whoever dares to stop him will be done for. Cook didn't take those things to heart at all, and this was agreed by most people. After all, compared to the 4 seas, they still want to venture into the Grand Line. After a long discussion, everyone's opinions were roughly unified. But in the end, they all turned their heads and looked at their captain. He is the leader here, and what to do specifically depends on Luffy's decision. Luffy didn't want to waste time in the four seas. With his strength, it was no longer meaningful to catch hundreds or tens of millions of small pirates. But looking at the recording pointer he had just worn on his wrist, he hesitated again. Snap! After clapping his hands and attracting everyone's attention, Luffy pointed to the endless sea ahead and said excitedly. It's decided, let's go to the East China Sea. Oh, ah. What? Going to the East China Sea? In the marshal's office, Zifa, who had just returned from the port, shouted in surprise. Behind the desk, Zhang Guo nodded with satisfaction and said with great appreciation. That's right, those kids are more mature than I thought. They didn't blindly run around in the Grand Line, but went to the most stable East China Sea to slowly accumulate experience. Zeph frowned and listened to Sengoku's praise for Luffy, and muttered. Really? Why do I feel like this isn't the style of that little bastard? You have too little confidence in your students, Zifa. Sengoku, who was in a good mood, rested his chin on the table with his elbows, and said with a smile. These children are the future of the Navy who have received the most rigorous education. If they only have that level, it would be a waste of such a good teacher for them. Although there are still doubts in my heart, I heard my old friend praise himself and his students. Zifa temporarily put aside the distracting thoughts, snorted, proudly picked up the black tea on the table and took a sip, and said. Oh, these little devils are still far from it. When they find their own justice, they can be considered a truly qualified navy. Zhang Guo nodded in agreement, and then heard Zifa say. It's better not to go to the East China Sea. In recent years, I often hear about the scandals of the East China Sea Navy. Let him go there, just in time to clean up the garbage inside the Navy. When mentioning this topic, Zhang Guo restrained the childish expression on his face and began to be serious. I have heard these rumors. So when the gorillas go to the East China Sea this time, I am planning to have them clean up. Zifa nodded and continued to accompany Zhang Guo to drink black tea leisurely. Could it be that the elite camp is on vacation? He needs to relax for a while. On the other hand, the Navy gorillas' trip to the East China Sea was not so smooth. On the first day of sailing from the headquarters. Luffy Cook, have you spotted any enemies? Look out Cook Captain, no one has been spotted yet. Luffy really? Then keep observing and don't miss any traces of pirates. Cook yes. Day 3. Luffy Cook, is there anything going on today? Cook Captain, nothing. Luffy well, okay. Day 7. Luffy yes. Cook no. Luffy fuck. Chapter 31. Luffy did not take the calm belt, but chose to enter the East China Sea through the upside-down mountain, just to meet a few waves of pirates on the way. But by the time the warships entered the East China Sea, they hadn't seen any pirates, not even a few merchant ships. Damn, if I had known why I wasted this time, I could have just passed through the calm belt. What a damn bad luck, wasting my supplies. Looking at Luffy cursing, Adjutant Anne stepped forward and asked in confusion. What should we do now, where should we go? Glancing at his new lieutenant, Luffy said with certainty. Go to Rog Town. I heard that one of our brothers was recently assigned there. Let's go visit him and recover the lost supplies. HU. HU. In the East China Sea, in the naval base of Rog Town, the new base commander Smoker sneezed twice in a row, startling the Marines who came to report. Captain, are you all right? Rubbing his nose strangely, Smoker waved his hand to let him continue. Glancing at the new commander with concern, the Marine began to report. Colonel Smoker, a warship claiming to be from the headquarters has just docked outside the port. Their commander said that they hope to get our help and temporarily replenish supplies and rest in Rogue Town for a while. Headquarters? Is there another unlucky guy who was thrown into the East China Sea like me? Smoker laughed at himself and didn't take it seriously. He stood up and signaled the Marines to lead the way. Come on, show me around, I hope it's someone I know. 10 minutes later. Hey, brother Smoker, I didn't expect you to be in the East China Sea. It's been a long time since we last met. Looking at the little devil waving at him with a bright smile. Smoker only recalled for 0.01 seconds before recognizing this annoying face. Damn, it couldn't be more familiar. Without any hesitation, he turned around and instructed the Marines who followed him. Let them fend for themselves, don't give them any supplies. Hey, don't do that. Luffy hurried over to stop him, forcibly put his arm around his shoulders, and walked back while punching him lightly. Really, don't be so stingy. Come, my ship is full of your juniors and seniors, I'll introduce you to them. As he said that, he winked at the bewildered Marine on the side and asked him to leave first. Smoker tried to break free with a dark face, but Luffy was not a strong body, but he was very strong. No matter how hard he tried, he just wouldn't let go. Helplessly, Smoker had to be dragged forward unwillingly. However, Luffy's words aroused his interest. Are you an intern from the elite camp? I asked curiously, and then he said with disdain. Humph, are the newbies so weak nowadays? They have to go to Donghai for internship. Haha, we are not here for internship, we have graduated and are now members of the Navy Guerrilla Force. Navy what? Before the bewildered Smoker could continue to ask, Luffy beside him waved his hand and called Ein and his group over. Looking at the more than 40 people who gathered around him, Smoker raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. What the hell? There are only so many people in the elite camp. Teacher Zifa actually gave all the students to a little brat like you. Haha, don't say it so harshly, this is a special permission from Marshal Sengoku. Luffy smiled and changed the subject, and then introduced each of his classmates to Smoker. Although Smoker was very reluctant, he still smiled and greeted everyone. After everyone left, only Luffy, Cook, Bins, Gavin and Ian were left. Smoker put on a sour face again and said unhappily. So what? What kind of guerrilla force is this? How long do you want to stay here? Let me tell you first, I just took office and supplies are scarce. I can only provide you with some basic supplies. Hehe, that's enough. Supplies are not the main thing. I mainly want to ask you about the intelligence of the East China Sea. As for the guerrillas, this is a brand new force proposed by Zifa and approved by Marshal Sengoku. Our duties include cleaning up pirates and reviewing the navy. For example, if you, brother Smoker, embezzle, accept bribes, and do something that violates the navy regulations, then I have the power to arrest you and send you to the judicial island for trial. Idiot, I won't do such a stupid thing. Smoker glanced at him coldly, then lit a cigar and exhaled. Marshal Sengoku is really old and confused. He let a little brat like you take up such an important position. But the Navy does need to start an internal review. My predecessor as base commander was an irresponsible guy. During his tenure, he made Rogue Town a mess. Pirates and gangsters were rampant in the town, but the Navy did nothing about it. As he spoke, he shook his head and snorted in disdain. Cook asked curiously, where is he now? Humph, I reported the news here to the headquarters. That idiot should be under investigation in Judicial Island now. If anything is wrong, he will have to spend the rest of his life in Impel Down. Hiss! What a ruthless person, he just arrived in Rogue Town and sent his predecessor to jail. It's just like what Luffy said, this guy hates evil as much as he hates evil. All right, take the supplies and information and get out of here. I still have a bunch of pirates to catch, so I don't have time to play house with you. After saying this, Smoker turned around and was about to leave, but after taking 2 steps he stopped again, turned his head and frowned. I suggest you go to the 16th branch's jurisdiction. There is a group of fishermen pirates from the Grand Line entrenched there. For many years, some branches have been trying to wipe them out, but in the end they have returned in vain and even suffered heavy losses. I always feel that the situation here is very complicated and there may be something strange. 16th branch, rat, and are long? Luffy frowned. His goal this time was related to this rat shit, so of course he would go and take a look. He nodded, took note of Smoker's reminder, and decided to go directly to the 16th branch after leaving Rogue Town. Got it. I won't stay too long. I will also investigate branch 16. I hope so. Smoker nodded and left. Looking at his back, Cook poked Luffy and said puzzledly. This senior seems to hate you. What happened between you two? It's nothing, I was just young and ignorant, and I acted like a naughty kid a few times. Let's go to town and have a good walk. Chapter 32. Speaking of shopping, the four of them were naturally very happy. They had lived in the monotonous place of the headquarters for so long. Not to mention the girl line, even the grown men like Gavin couldn't stand it. Now they heard that they could go shopping and see different customs and practices. Everyone immediately looked forward to it. Luffy, let's go, let's tell everyone first. The brothers from the branch are here to help watch over it, let's go and relax together. He called the gorillas and told everyone the good news of the holiday. Everyone cheered and scattered, and in the blink of an eye, not even a ghost could be seen. After everyone left, Luffy turned around and invited Ain. Let's go and have a look. There's a place I think you'll like. Ian nodded without hesitation. Watching the two people leave side by side, the smiles on Cook's and the other two's faces instantly disappeared. Didn't Luffy always look like he wasn't interested in women? Why did he suddenly change his personality? Cook scratched his head and asked in confusion. Gavin shook his head and sighed. That guy is not uninterested, he was just too young to do anything before. The three of them were silent for a while, and then they all smiled in a way that all men understand. Walking on the street, the combination of handsome men and beautiful women naturally attracted a lot of attention. But seeing the two dressed in navy clothes, especially Luffy wearing the cloak of justice. In an instant, some guys with small thoughts stopped and dared not to do anything unusual. Observing the reactions of the people around, I saw that there were many guys carrying weapons and with fierce faces. Ian tightened his sword at his waist and asked. These guys don't look like good people, should we take action? Luffy shook his head and stopped him. They are all low-class guys. Let's leave them to Smoker. With his character, he will take action soon. Let's not take credit for his work. Oh, okay. Ian obediently put away his fighting spirit and turned into a curious baby again, looking around. He was curious about every corner of Rogue Town. If you like something, just tell me and I'll go buy it with you. Ian retracted his gaze and pretended to be uninterested. No, the things here are similar to those in the headquarters. Just go buy whatever you want, don't worry about me. Seeing her eyes looking around and pretending to be stubborn, Luffy felt a little funny. So he stopped and deliberately walked towards an ice cream shop that Ian had been looking at for a long time. He asked the owner. Boss, how much is your ice cream? Give me 2. Hearing someone shout, the boss, who was busy with his back to the two people, immediately turned around happily. When he saw that the people coming were Navy soldiers, especially one of them was not simple at first glance, the boss became even more enthusiastic. Sir, are you here with your girlfriend? Then you can buy a 5-layer super deluxe ice cream and enjoy it with your girlfriend. The boss is also a down-to-earth person. Luffy said he wanted to buy 2, but he recommended that they buy 1 and eat it together. If he and An really had that kind of relationship, Luffy would really agree. But An obviously wouldn't agree. An's face was slightly hot, and after carefully taking a sneak peek at Luffy, he quickly said to the boss. No, just give us 2 5-layer deluxe ice creams. How much is it? The boss looked regretful and started making ice cream for the two of them while smiling and answering. Thank you for your patronage. The total is 1,000 Baileys. After hearing the price, Ayn wanted to pay, but was stopped by Luffy. I'll treat you, boss, I'll leave the money here. After putting the money on the counter, Luffy changed the subject and started chatting with Anne. Anne didn't care about it, the blush on her face gradually faded, and she talked and laughed with Luffy in a normal mood. Soon the boss made the ice cream for both of them. After saying goodbye to the boss, Luffy couldn't help but sigh as he took the 5-layer super deluxe ice cream. The price of Bailey in the pirate world is about the same as the Japanese yen in his previous life. 1,000 Baileys, minus 0 divided by 2, is about 50 Chinese dollars. It's only 25 yuan for a giant ice cream, which is really a good deal. Anne didn't have as many ideas as him. She grabbed the ice cream with both hands and licked it with her pink tongue. Maybe the taste of the ice cream was very much to her liking, and a bright smile appeared on her face. Compared to her, Luffy is much less charming. He bit off 2 of the 5 layers of ice cream in one bite. Because it was too cold, he made various meaningless noises from time to time. In response, Anne rolled his eyes and quickened his pace to ignore this idiot. He walked a few steps quickly and came to the entrance of an alley. Anne was so busy tasting the delicious food in his hand that he didn't expect someone to suddenly rush out of the alley. Be careful. Thanks to her good training, she reacted quickly. She raised the ice cream in one hand and hugged the girl who ran out recklessly. Ah! Suddenly someone grabbed her waist and the girl screamed in fear. As a woman, Anne obviously couldn't stand such a horrible noise attack. She frowned and said, "Quiet, it's all right." "What? Oh, I'm so sorry." After she realized that the person holding her was also a woman, she quickly broke free and kept bowing to apologize. At this time, Luffy walked up leisurely and looked at the girl. She had short black hair, wore glasses, and had a long sword on her waist. The most important thing was that the girl was wearing a Navy uniform. "Are you a Navy officer from the Roger Town branch? What's your name?" Me." Dashiki looked up in surprise, and when she saw that they were both dressed in Navy uniforms, she felt much more at ease. "Great, at least I didn't hit any ordinary people." After secretly breathing a sigh of relief, she quickly saluted Luffy, who was wearing the cloak of justice and was obviously more senior than her, and said loudly, "Report to the commander, I am a former private first-class Tashiki of the Navy headquarters. I was transferred to the Rogue Town base not long ago and now serve as the lieutenant of Colonel Smoker." "Oh, it's really her. The current Tashigi hasn't caught the bad habit of not wearing uniforms with Smoker. But her personality is still confused and reckless, exactly the same as in the future." While eating ice cream, Luffy nodded seriously, and said regretfully, "Smoker's adjutant, that's really wronged you. It must be hard to stay with that idiot. Why don't you join our guerrillas? Our treatment is not bad." Chapter 33. Seeing Luffy poaching people after a disagreement, Anne was sure that this guy and Senior Smoker definitely had a bad relationship. And Tashigi was even more confused. Why did this strange leader poach her when she just met him? But she also had her own principles and decisively refused. "Sorry, sir, becoming Colonel Smoker's adjutant is the headquarters arrangement. I'm sorry I can't accept your kindness." "That's a pity." Shaking his head regretfully, he asked again. "Where are you going? You looked so anxious just now, did something happen?" No, I just wanted to take a shortcut to the knife shop." As he said that, Dashiki lowered his head and grasped the famous knife at his waist, Xiao Shiger. "Are you a swordsman too? There aren't many female swordsmen in the navy." Ian had already noticed the sword on her waist, and when he saw her movements, he couldn't help but say, "Yes, I see you two are carrying swords. Hey, Wait, what is this sword of yours, sir? Dashiki was about to reply, but suddenly her eyes lit up and she noticed the difference between Luffy's sword and Diluan. Seeing her eager look, Luffy smiled and generously took off his sword and handed it to her, saying, I also want to go to the knife shop, so I'd like to trouble you to be my tour guide. Yes, please follow me. Dashiki happily took the Diluan with both hands, and led the way while gently stroking the blade. It was as if she was looking at some rare treasure. Sure enough, it was a blue lacquered straight blade, 150 centimeters long, with a large round cap and a Tauren pattern. This is one of the 21 great swords, the world's first Tauren pattern, a famous sword named Tauren directly after the pattern. No, this is not just a famous sword, it's also a priceless collectible. Tashigi became more and more excited as she spoke, and even Luffy, the owner of Tauren, was stunned. You really know a lot about famous swords. Yes, sir, my dream is to collect all the famous swords that have fallen into the hands of evil people. This Tauren has been lost for a long time, and I didn't expect to find it today. As she said this, she reluctantly sheathed the sword and returned it to Luffy. Under her gaze, Luffy quickly hung the sword back up, fearing that this woman would go crazy and snatch it from him. Ahem, Diluan was given to me by someone else. I am not actually an orthodox swordsman. Oh, is that so? What a pity. Dashiki looked regretful, and Luffy's mouth twitched. Luffy said such things in front of his superior. Fortunately, she was Smoker's adjutant. If it was someone else, Luffy would have slapped him long ago. After secretly feeling sorry for a while, Dashiki and the two of them stopped in front of an ordinary store not long after walking. This is it. I found this store when I first arrived in Roach Town. The owner of the store is a very easy to talk to uncle. As she said that, she walked in first. Boss, I'm bothering you again. Please help me maintain my knife. Seeing that she had already gone in, Luffy and Anne looked at each other and chose to follow. As soon as they entered the store, they saw a row of gorgeous swords on the shelves. I don't know what the quality of these swords is, but the appearance is enough to attract most laymen. At first, the store owner didn't care about Tashigi who just came to maintain her knife. But when he saw Luffy following in with a cloak, his attitude immediately became enthusiastic. Hey, welcome, sir, what do you want? No matter what kind of famous sword you have, I guarantee you will be satisfied. Hearing him bragging like that, Luffy also became interested. He raised his eyebrows and said jokingly, Oh, do you have a supreme sword? After saying this, the boss immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Sir, you are joking. There are only 12 supreme swords in the world. How can I have one here? Luffy, really? Where is the supreme sword? All right, sir, please take a look around, and call me if you like anything. The boss's boast was exposed, and he sat back at the counter with an embarrassed look on his face and stopped talking. Luffy smiled and walked around the store with Anne. By the way, Anne nowadays does not use the two daggers like in the original book. What she wears around her waist is still an ordinary katana bought from the headquarters. Luffy came here mainly to get a handy weapon for Anne. After pretending to look around the knife rack, Luffy walked to the wooden barrel where the Sandake Kaititsu was placed. As if he had discovered something by accident, he reached out and picked in the barrel, and soon he took out the Sandake Kaititsu. The boss, Ippon Matsu, didn't care at first and let Luffy choose. But when he saw him take out this knife, his expression suddenly changed. Sir, this knife, it. Before the boss could finish his stuttering words, Dashiki gave a surprising answer. This is the Sandai Kaititsu. Luffy pretended to be puzzled and looked at the boss in confusion. The boss struggled with his expression, and finally nodded helplessly. Yes, it is indeed the Sandai Kaititsu. But this is a demon sword, I can't sell it. Then the boss talked about Kaititsu's deeds, emphasizing the tragic deaths of Kaititsu's masters. Hearing this, Tashigi and Anne were not calm, and looked at the Sandai Kaititsu uneasily, persuading Luffy not to buy it. But Luffy didn't care. Oh, a weapon is just a weapon, it is just an extension of the master's will. If the demon sword bites back, you can only blame the master for not being strong enough, not the sword. As he said, he pulled out the sword and stretched out his wrist, and under the incredible gaze of the three witnesses, he slashed down with the sword. Wait a moment. Stop it! The three of them exclaimed in unison, but what was shocking was that after Luffy had done all this, he showed his wrist, but there was no trace of it at all. There was no scene of his wrist being cut open and blood gushing out as he had imagined. Look, it won't hurt me. Plop. The boss Yibensong sat down on the ground in fear. Dashiki also collapsed to the ground, not even noticing that her glasses had fallen off. Only Ain stood still, frowning with a strange look in his eyes. Sir, this is too dangerous. Please don't do this next time. Dashiki said, panting heavily and trembling with fear. Ha ha ha, it's okay, it's okay. I said that demon swords are just legends to scare ordinary people. When it encounters a real strong man, it will still obey. Luffy put away the sword with a smile, turned to the boss and said. Boss, how much is this knife? I want it. Do you have any other famous knives? Chapter 34. Gulp. Ipponmatsu swallowed his saliva, left a sentence wait for me, and ran away. Not long after, he ran back holding an exquisite and gorgeous sword. Looking at the three people, Ipponmatsu introduced them seriously. The blade is a black lacquer tachi, and the blade is a small tang. This is a famous sword passed down in my family, the Yukaizo, one of the 50 best swords. As he said this, the boss held up the Yukaizo with both hands and handed it over. Money doesn't matter. I haven't seen a strong man like you for a long time. If you don't mind, I'll leave these two swords to you. Luffy walked forward solemnly and took the. Boss, I can't guarantee that I will use it well, but I promise that I will entrust it to the right owner. One day, this sword will also be famous along with its owner. Although Suezu's owner is not the young man in front of him, Ipponmatsu still generously gave both swords to Luffy. In his words, if these two swords were kept by him, they would never have a chance to become famous. It is better to hand them over to the right person, so that they can fall into the hands of a truly strong person in the future. The two girls still felt a little unbelievable until they came out of Ipponmatsu's shop. In just 10 minutes, they got two famous swords without spending a penny. No one would believe this. Anne looked at Luffy with suspicion and whispered in his ear. You guy, did you use your domineering aura just now? What are you talking about? You actually doubt me? Luffy looked at her in disbelief, as if he had been betrayed. His eyes were full of grievance, pain, and a trace of sadness. But Ain was unmoved and continued to guess. That means you used iron or elementalized it. Otherwise, I don't believe that a half-baked swordsman like you would be recognized by the demon sword. No, really, I'm going to give up. After Luffy's repeated denials, Anne had no choice but to stop pursuing the matter. Seeing her staring at the Sandai Kaititsu, frowning, she didn't know what she was thinking. Luffy turned her head to look at him with a smile, and then handed her the newly obtained Suezu. I'll keep the third-generation Kaititsu for myself, as I want to try out the dual sword style. This Suezu is quite suitable for you, so you can keep it as a saber. Is this suitable for me? Ian hesitated and reached out his hand, but did not dare to accept it. Take it, didn't you hear what the boss said? If you become famous with this knife one day, the boss's wish will be fulfilled. He forced the snow into Anne's hands, and seeing that she was still a little entangled, he asked back. Don't you even have the confidence to become famous? Then I will give Suezu to someone else. I believe that Dashiki must be very interested in it. Dashiki, who was listening quietly, nodded frantically, staring at the Swezu in Anne's hand with fiery eyes. Just wait for her to nod so that he can quickly reach out and grab it. No, I'll take Swezu. I will definitely become a great swordsman with it, and let its name spread all over the world with me. Ian hugged Swezu tightly and made a vow. Dashiki's expression immediately became depressed, while Luffy was very relieved. Okay, that's settled. Let's go eat something good to celebrate. Dashiki, you should come too. It'll be a thank you gift for letting me get the 2 famous swords. Woohoo, why do these words sound so hurtful? Dashiki burst into tears. After a day of sightseeing in Rogue Town, the landlord Smoker led the group of Zephyr's students to have a meal together in the evening. At the dinner table, Luffy told Smoker that he and the others would leave tomorrow. Smoker was very happy about this and told him to get as far away as possible and never appear in front of him again. The next day, with the team members reluctant to let go, the warship sailed away from the coast of Rogue Town. The only ones who came to see them off were the adjutant Tashigi and a team of marines. The bastard Smoker didn't show up at all. On the warship, Luffy did not give up and invited Tashigi again. Are you really not considering joining the guerrillas? There is no future for you following that idiot commander. Dashiki, who already knew that Luffy and her boss were friends, ignored his disrespectful words. Shaking her head, Dashiki still gave the same answer. Sorry, Major Luffy, I will strictly follow Colonel Smoker's arrangements until the transfer order from the headquarters arrives. Oh, okay, let's go, see you later. Yes, please take care of yourself. The warship slowly sailed away from Rogue Town. Luffy looked at Dashiki, who saluted solemnly on the shore, shook his head and said to Cook and others around him. What a pity. I wanted to see how Smoker would react when he found out that I had stolen his men away from him. Captain, you will be beaten if you do this. Be careful that Senior Smoker will go to the headquarters to complain. Cook was speechless. He couldn't understand why Luffy was so persistent in teasing Smoker. Obviously, the other party was easy to get along with except for his fierce appearance. At this time, Anne came over. She was in a good mood after getting the new sword. She smiled and asked Luffy. Captain, where are we going next? We are just waiting for your order. Luffy put his hand on his chin and thought for a while before making a decision. Go to the Konami Islands. No matter what the 16th branch does, we will first deal with the fishmen there. If there is really a shadow of the 16th branch behind those fishmen, then we can also find evidence and deal with this cancer of the Navy. Okay, I will go and distribute the information about the Arlong pirates to everyone now. Anne nodded and left happily. Cook and the other two kept watching her back as she walked away. Then they surrounded Luffy. Gavin, with a lewd smile, tapped Luffy's chest and raised his eyebrows and said, Sure, Captain, you are quite resourceful in giving a beautiful woman a precious sword. Cook shook his head and said proudly, I told you that Ian was interested in you. If you had listened to me earlier, you would have won her by now, and you wouldn't have to spend so much effort. You don't understand this, the captain is playing with emotions. Bin said seriously. Gavin and Cook nodded in sudden realization. Luffy was very upset. He took off the Sandai Kaititsu from his waist and slapped it in Gavin's arms, and said with a sinister smile. I not only give precious swords to beauties, I also like to give them to heroes. How about Mr. Hero, do you want to play some interesting games with me? Gavin shuddered all over, and his hands holding the Sandai Kaititsu were shaking, and he begged with tears in his eyes. Captain, I didn't mean that. I'm straight. Get lost, I am one too. Luffy kicked the annoying idiot over and pointed at the three of them and cursed. You bastards, you are still teaching me this. Don't you see how old I was back then? I fell in love too early. Was it me who picked up girls, or was it others who played a role in nurturing? You brainless bastards, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I will kick all three of you. The three of them felt their anuses tighten at the same time, and looked at him with horror. Gavin didn't dare to fart, and quickly returned the Sandai Kaititsu to Luffy, covered his anus and ran away. Vince and Cook were also very scared, and didn't dare to look at him, and fled with their balls between their legs. Chapter 35. The blue sea reflected the golden light, the salty sea breeze blew gently, and seagulls flew in the sky. In such a beautiful scenery, a dilapidated lifeboat seemed particularly abrupt. Nami sat at the bow and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally escaped. Not all pirates are idiots, she said, looking at the big bag full of stuff on the boat and smiled happily. This was the harvest she had successfully obtained last night after a series of events such as selling misery, undercover, and lurking for more than half a month. She couldn't help but walk over again, opened the bag and counted it. There are about 3 million here, plus the previous savings. It is already more than 20 million Baileys. Although there is still a gap of more than 70 million, but when I grow up, I will get more each time. I believe that in a few years, I will be able to collect all the money. After this calculation, Nami was immediately full of motivation. After tying the bag again, she took out the sea chart and began to calculate her current position. I am here near Greenwater Island. It will take 2 days to row back to Cocoa West Village. Isn't this too slow? How about finding an island to take a boat? No, it's better to go slowly. It will be bad if something happens on the island. Well, it's decided. After planning the route, Nami put away the nautical chart, hummed a song and rowed the boat with both hands. The boat began to move forward slowly, leaving ripples spreading on the sea. The girl was still holding on to her fantasy at this time, but she didn't know that behind her, a galley with a pirate flag was rushing in this direction. Damn it, that abominable thief! I took her in out of kindness, I will skin her alive when I find her. On the pirate ship shaped like a motorcycle, the pirate captain with a crew-cut leather jacket and earrings cursed angrily. All around him, his brothers were trembling, no one dared to offend him at this time. After cursing a few more times, the crew-cut was still not satisfied, he took out a rifle and pointed it at a man who was hung up and covered in blood and shot him. Ah! The man was hit in the calf and screamed miserably. The minions were shocked again and looked at the unlucky guy with sympathy. It was this unlucky guy who didn't follow the rules last night and dared to drink secretly while guarding the warehouse. As a result, the dead girl found an opportunity to steal the treasure on the ship. It was for this reason that the plane leader put all the blame on this man. He tortured him for 2 hours with various cruel methods. Shut up! Bang! Bang! The pilot, who was annoyed by the screams, yelled and fired 2 more shots. This time the man didn't make any sound because one of the bullets hit his heart, helping him to escape. Damn, who allowed you to die without my permission? The furious airplane head pulled out the long knife from his waist and whipped the dead man again. He stopped panting until the man was broken into pieces and ordered his men. Throw him into the sea to feed the fish. If you don't find that bitch today, all of you will die. Several pirates were frightened and hurriedly threw the body parts into the sea. Others ran to the side of the ship to look around, fearing that Nami would be killed by the captain if they didn't find her today. Oh, that is. On the observation deck, the lookout holding a telescope and observing around suddenly found a black spot on the sea. After stretching his neck to observe carefully, he immediately showed joy on his face and shouted excitedly. Captain, I found it! I found the thief! The captain, who was about to return to the captain's room to drink some wine to cool off, was immediately happy when he heard this. Good, I finally caught up with you. I will remember your contribution. Next time you grab treasure, you don't have to hand it in. Thank you, Captain. The lookout thanked him repeatedly, and then excitedly directed the others to the direction where Nami was. Because they were chasing from behind, Nami didn't notice it at first. It was not until the two sides were very close and could see each other without a telescope that she realized she was caught up. In an instant, Nami's face turned pale, and she hurriedly used all her strength to paddle the oars to escape. But how could her old lifeboat escape from a fast paddle boat? Soon the pirate ship caught up with her, taking care of its treasures. The pirate captain didn't let anyone fire, but directly let his men capture Nami and her treasures. Nami knew the consequences of being caught, and picked up a long stick to make a final resistance. But the pirates didn't give her this opportunity at all. More than a dozen muskets were pointed at her. Nami could only helplessly throw away her weapons and surrender. "Get down on your knees, you damned girl!" A pirate thug kicked Nami fiercely on the back, knocking her down on the deck. Nami's hands were tied behind her back, so she could only let out a cry of pain and let them beat and scold her. "Hey, Nami, you're back! I thought you ran away with my treasure." The pilot pushed through the crowd with a sinister smile and walked in front of Nami. Hearing this voice, Nami's delicate body began to tremble. She had lived on this ship for more than half a month, and she had seen the other side's cruel methods. Some tortures made her feel nauseous just thinking about them. What's more terrifying is that those cruel tortures may soon fall on her. "Ship, Captain." Nami raised her head carefully, her voice trembling as she tried to make a final struggle. But the guy didn't want to hear even a word from her. "Pull her up and pry her mouth open." As the cold voice reached her ears, Nami's pupils suddenly dilated and she shouted for mercy. In order to survive, she even brought up Arlong and took the initiative to expose her identity as a cadre of the Arlong pirates. But after hearing this, the airplane head was not afraid to stop, but showed an even colder smile. Taking the exquisite dagger respectfully handed over by the younger brother, the airplane head suddenly took out a handkerchief and wiped it carefully. "You know what? Brother Aaron is a very good friend to talk to. I only need to pay him a large sum of Bailey every year and I can develop my business in peace. I don't have to worry about the mad dogs in the Navy coming to trouble me." Chapter 36. He kept calling him Brother Along, and those who didn't know him would really think that he had a very good relationship with Along. Even Nami's eyes had a glimmer of hope. But suddenly, his face turned cold, and his tone was full of disgust. "But that damned sea fish is not enough, and the tribute of Bailey is getting more and more every year. Today I paid most of the profits and only have 3 million left, and you bitch want to steal. It's just right that I kill you today to give a warning to that bastard Aaron. Tell him that if you push me too far, I will go crazy." Hateful words lingered in Nami's ears, and she was stunned in the wind. God have mercy on her, she just wanted to announce Aaron's name at this critical moment to scare this guy. But she didn't expect that she was so unlucky that this guy was actually Aaron's enemy. She had been on the ship for so long and had never heard of such a thing. Now the plane head was completely enraged, and it seemed that she was dead. No, being killed directly was the best result, but she was afraid that he would do it next. The more Nami thought about it, the more scared she became, and her body was still shaking. The plane head also noticed her fear, and showed a more sinister smile. He gestured with the dagger next to Nami's cheek for a while, and the plane head seemed to be a little entangled about where to start. After a moment, he finally set his target. "Sure enough, I'd better cut off your tongue first. I wonder if you can still be so eloquent without your tongue." As he said that, he pinched Nami's chin with one hand and held the dagger in the other hand to stuff it into her mouth. Nami was immediately terrified and struggled violently. On both sides, one person held her, and they noticed that her strength was getting stronger and stronger. They gritted their teeth and dared not let her move. If this kid moved around when the captain was having fun and made the captain unhappy, then they would probably be the next ones to be used for fun. Under the full control of the two, no matter how Nami struggled, it was useless. She could only watch the dagger flashing with cold light, getting closer and closer to her. "No, no, someone save me." At the last moment before being punished, I wonder if her prayer worked. A cannonball, wrapped in the cold wind, whistled and landed on the side of the pirate ship and exploded. Boom! The plane head was frightened by the sudden attack and his hands trembled. Nami's beautiful cheek almost had a scar because of it. However, Nami was not afraid of being almost disfigured. Instead, her eyes were shining, and she tried her best to turn her head to find that glimmer of hope for life. Who is it? The captain was really furious at this time. One thing after another had happened to him, and he finally found a punching bag to vent his anger. But now it was destroyed again. He didn't care who the person was, he would make the other person look bad today. Under the captain's roar, the lookout hurriedly took out the telescope and searched around. Soon he found the target. Ship, Captain, it's the Navy, the Navy's warship is coming. Bastard! Didn't that guy A Long say that there would be no Navy coming here? This bastard took my money and didn't do anything. I will settle this account with him sooner or later. After cursing A Long's ancestors, the plane head didn't care about Nami at this time. He hurriedly asked the lookout. How many warships are there on the other side? How many people do you think are there? This, Captain, there is only one ship coming, and it is only a small warship, with no more than 100 people. When the plane heard that the other side only had a small broken ship, it exploded. What? Even such a small group of people dare to mess with me? Well, you losers, fire and kill them. As the pilot ordered a counterattack, Nami was temporarily thrown on the deck and no one cared about her. But now her hands and feet were tied up, and she couldn't escape. She could only pray in her heart that the Navy must deal with the pilot and his gang and rescue her. It seemed that Luffy heard her thoughts. About 1,500 meters away from the pirate ship, on the speeding warship, Luffy waved to stop the bombardment. Putting down the telescope, he turned to the team members and said, "Damn, there are hostages on the ship of those bastards, don't fire, be careful of accidental injuries." The people who had just pushed the artillery up and were ready to have fun were immediately discouraged. However, not firing the artillery was equivalent to preparing for a boarding battle, which made the people who had not taken action for a long time eager to try. Those who mastered the moon step couldn't help but rush over to open it. Anne stepped on her leather shoes and walked out of the cabin with a da-da-da sound. She also had a thick stack of bounties in her hand, all of which were provided by Smoker in Rogue Town, and were bounties for active pirates in the East China Sea. After flipping through it for a while, she found the target and came to Luffy and reported slowly. "Captain, we found the enemy. The enemy is the Rampage Pirates. Captain Dinger offers a reward of 7 million. There is no reward for the rest of the crew. 7 million. Not even as much as the Bandit King." After deprecating it in his mind, Luffy asked, "Is there any other information about them?" Ian flipped through the documents attached to the bounty order and replied, "There is not much information, but it is certain that this is a group of evil guys. Especially the Captain Ding, who enjoys killing civilians and his own crew. His notoriety has spread throughout the East China Sea." Luffy frowned. "It turns out that they are just trash, then there is no need to hold back, just kill them all." "Yes, Captain." Everyone responded loudly, and no one objected. According to the original Navy rules, pirates should capture as many prisoners as possible and should not kill indiscriminately. However, they don't care about these broken rules. As long as you are guilty, you will be sent to see the King of Hell first. As they were talking, the distance between the two ships was less than 1,000 meters. The pirate ship turned its bow smoothly, revealing the 5 guns on the side and opened fire at the same time. "Don't move, let me do it." Pulling out the Torin from his waist, Luffy excitedly stopped the restless team members. With a horizontal slash, he slashed in the air, directly cutting the incoming shell in half in midair and detonating it in advance. Behind him, Vince opened his mouth wide and asked Gavin in disbelief, Is this what he meant by not being good at swordsmanship? Flying slash, if I remember correctly, this is the sign of a swordsman, right? Gavin gave him a look of disdain, strange at first sight, crossed his arms and said proudly. That depends on what you compare it to. Compared to his physical skills, a mere swordsman is nothing. I'm just saying, you are so proud. Bins pouted and complained. Chapter 37. Ian really wanted to turn around and chop these two bastards with one blow. What's wrong with a swordsman? She is just a swordsman at the moment. What? Do you believe that a mere swordsman like me can kill you two losers with one blow? Anne? What are you thinking about? I'm calling you. Luffy's call pulled her out of her thoughts. She apologized quickly and looked at Luffy, waiting for his order. You lead the first team to deal with them. Remember to protect the hostages to prevent those guys from taking desperate measures. Yes. After saluting and accepting the order, Ian turned around and shouted to the people who had been impatient for a long time. The first team, follow me, the rest of you, get ready to finish. Oh. Led by Ian, the first team of 10 people took off into the air, stepping on the moon to approach the pirate ship. The remaining team members were all envious, secretly annoyed that they were unlucky not to be selected. Ian, after rapidly approaching the pirate ship, faced the pirates' terrified and confused eyes. With a flash of cold light, he easily cut several cannons in half. Swish, 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 a series of breaking sounds fell, and by the time the pirates reacted, 11 Navy officers had already boarded the deck and surrounded them. Ian pointed his sword at one of the pirates and shouted coldly. Kill! Leave no one alive! After saying that, she rushed towards the pirates first. The others were not willing to lag behind, and they drew their weapons or rushed forward with bare hands. They slaughtered the pirates in a crushing manner. The airplane had watched this scene in horror. Seeing his own people being slaughtered so easily, he hurriedly shouted anxiously. Stop, which branch are you from? Brother Aaron and I are friends, and we pay tribute every month. You can't do anything to me. In frowned, she heard something wrong in the other party's words. But she didn't hold back, and after killing a guy who was in the way with a sword, she turned and rushed towards the plane head. Seeing that the other party had no intention of showing mercy, the plane head was also annoyed. Throwing away the dagger in his hand, he quickly reached for the musket at his waist and tried to make a final struggle. But Anne just lightly poked the dagger with the blade, and then quickly slashed it. The plane head covered his neck in disbelief, and fell down with unwilling eyes. Ignoring the remaining pirates, Anne put the snow walker without a trace of blood into the sheath. Then he walked towards the orange-haired girl who was staring at her with wide eyes and horror. Are you okay? I'll help you untie the ropes. The gentle woman in front of her and the handsome look of killing her opponent with a single sword just now formed a strong contrast. Nami, who should have been happy to be alive, was so stunned that she even forgot to thank him. It was not until Ian untied the ropes on her hands and feet, helped her up from the ground, and began to check her up and down that Nami came to her senses and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much for saving me, I almost thought I was going to die. Looking at the frightened little girl distressed, Ian touched her head and looked at the deck full of corpses. She frowned, blocked the girl's eyes, and picked her up from the deck. Close your eyes and don't look. I'll take you to the warship. As she said that, she jumped into the air again and stepped on the air to return to the warship. Nami suddenly felt empty under her feet and gusts of cold wind blew across her face. She curiously avoided Ian's palm and looked down. At one glance, she was so scared that she almost screamed. But before she could make a sound, Ian landed on the warship and put her down from his arms. What on earth just happened? Nami was dizzy and confused. A series of events happened too fast and too abnormally for her brain to process for a while, and she felt dizzy. She shook her head to get rid of the mess, and suddenly opened her eyes wide to react. Me? I'm on a warship? Yes, you are safe now. Wait a minute, I will ask the doctor to check you again. Ian comforted her gently, thinking that the little girl might be frightened by the pirates, so he called the ship's doctor to check her. How is the child? Is she not injured? Luffy came over from the side. Although he looked at Nami twice more because of her orange hair, he didn't recognize her at first. This is the quirky little thief Nami in the original book. There are no obvious scars on the outside, maybe he was just frightened, he should be fine. Ian shook his head. Luffy nodded without saying anything more. It is normal for a child to be frightened when he falls into the hands of pirates. He turned to the team members who surrounded him and said, "Stop looking, bring the ship over and bring back all the supplies and treasures." The captain took a photo as proof and threw it into the sea. Also tell me how many pirates there are so I can report to the headquarters. Headquarters. Nami moved her ears while being examined by the doctor, and looked at the strange navy men who were rushing towards the pirate ship with a roar, thinking, "Little sister, you are okay. I have some candies. Eating something sweet will make you feel better." "Ah, thank you, Mr. Doctor." After thanking the doctor and accepting his kindness, Nami wanted to chat with him for a few more words. But the doctor suddenly became a different person, pulling out his musket and rushing onto the pirate ship with ghosts howling, as if he was afraid of being too late. Taylor is an idiot, how can a ship's doctor rush to the front line? Nami heard the Navy brother who issued the order cursed. Looking at his unique suit and cloak of justice, Nami guessed that he should be the captain of this warship. Summoning up her courage, Nami stepped forward and whispered, "That, Mr. Navy, thank you very much for saving me. Can you tell me your name?" "It's okay. It's our duty to protect civilians. My name is Luffy, Major, the commander of this warship." Facing a little girl who had just escaped from danger, Luffy also showed his kindness. This made Nami feel relieved. At least they were not the kind of Navy scum who bullied others by taking advantage of their power. After answering the little girl, Luffy tilted his head and looked at her carefully. The more he looked at her, the more familiar she looked. So he squatted down and asked curiously, "Little sister, what's your name? How old are you this year? Where is your home? I'll take you home later." Looking at the handsome face of the young major in front of her, Nami thought for a while but still didn't tell the truth. "My name is Nami, I'm 13 years old, and I live in Filippo Island." Puff. Luffy was not surprised to learn that the person in front of him was Nami, one of the protagonists. Anne's laughter interrupted his thoughts. "Hehe, you keep calling me a little sister, but after all this time you are actually not even as old as her." Ah, this. Chapter 38. Ian's words made Luffy silent. He was also tall, and he said this subconsciously because the little girl was a little shorter than him. He had completely forgotten the cruel fact that he was only 12 years old. Major, you are not even older than me." Nami was shocked. This guy, who was about 1.8 meters tall and looked like an adult, was actually younger than her. This was too scary. How did he become a major at such a young age? Did someone in his family help him? The precocious Nami instantly thought of some second-generation people, and her eyes turned strange when she looked at Luffy. However, thinking that he was her savior, she quickly put away those bad thoughts. "Your name is Nami? You live in Filippo Island?" Luffy repeated this sentence, then frowned. If the girl in front of him was really the Nami he knew, then there was a big loophole in her words. Either the world changed too much, and the butterfly effect he brought about changed Nami's fate. Or this little girl didn't tell the truth and deliberately lied to himself. Which one is the truth? Is there any problem?" Nami asked carefully. Luffy was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled and shook his head. "Nothing, I just asked casually. After saying that, he stood up and asked Ian to take good care of Nami, then turned and walked to the side of the boat and shouted. I said, why haven't you guys finished after all this time? Come back as soon as you're done. At Luffy's urging, the gorillas returned to the warship. But their faces were not good, and they seemed very disappointed. Cook walked up with a cloth bag that Nami was very familiar with, put it at Luffy's feet and complained. Captain, these guys are too poor. They searched for so long and only found these few things. Luffy opened the bag and looked inside. It was mostly Bailey, with only a few gold and jewelry. He felt dizzy and cursed inwardly. These bastards must have spent all the money they looted. How much is there here? At most, it's only 2 million. Nami opened her mouth and wanted to say that this was her treasure, and these things were worth at least 3 million. But before she could say anything, Luffy continued. Anne, remember this, on the morning of August 11th, 1515 of the Haiwan calendar, our army and the pirates exchanged fierce gunfire and sank a pirate ship. Among them, the serious criminal Dinga, who was offered a reward of 7 million, jumped into the sea and committed suicide after being captured. All other pirates and supplies fell into the sea and were not seized. Please punish them, Marshal. After saying this, he thought for a while and added. Oh, remember to rescue a hostage. Ain held the paper and pen with a dark face. This was definitely deceiving the headquarters and lying about the battle situation. If he was found out, he would be brought to the military court. Captain, this. Waving his hands, Luffy said firmly. If you report it as I said, isn't it just 1 million Baileys? Everyone will lose every cent, not to mention that I still have to recruit people. How can 500,000 Baileys be enough? You are talking less and less, bastard. Anne's face darkened as she gripped the pen, but after taking a few breaths, she still wrote the words nothing captured on the notebook. Nami was stunned, she didn't expect this navy to be so ruthless. 3 million berries, he was cheated without blinking an eye. Isn't he afraid of the navy's punishment? The other gorillas wanted to ask the same question, but Luffy's answer was very simple. Each person gets 20,000 Baileys, and the rest is saved. Marshal, that stingy guy, what's the use of such a small warship? When I have money, I will go directly to the water city to order a big one. It can't be worse than the admiral's. Hearing this, everyone became excited. Dividing the money is a small matter. It would be so cool to exchange it for an admiral-class warship. What? Aren't the warships allocated by this department? What kind of rubbish is allocated by this department? If you want to get one, you have to get a private customized high-end one. While Cook and others were happily taking away the Bailey and supplies and storing them, Luffy came to Nami, squatted down and said with a smile. Little sister. Nami, I'm sorry we can't take you home now. Filippo Island seems a bit far away from us, and we still have a mission to complete. We will take you home after completing the mission. No, it's okay, I'm not in a hurry. Nami stuttered back. I thought they were all good people, but I didn't expect them to be corrupt and scum. It seems that we can't stay here any longer, we have to escape quickly. Having made up her mind, Nami immediately looked around and observed the direction of the warship. Suddenly, her expression froze, and she had a bad guess. Mr. Major. Just call me by my name. Luffy interrupted with a wave of his hand. After a pause, Nami changed the subject. Mr. Luffy, can I ask what mission you are going to perform? If possible, you should get away from this sea area as soon as possible. This is the territory of the fishmen Arlong. It will be bad if we are discovered. When she mentioned Arlong, her eyes were a little evasive. Luffy observed these carefully, and instantly confirmed in his heart that the girl in front of him was still Nami, who had a tragic experience in the original work. With a sigh in his heart, Luffy stretched out his hand to pat Nami's head, but suddenly remembered that she was older than him. So he patted her shoulder instead. "Don't worry, it's just a small pirate with a bounty of 20 million. We can handle it." Sure enough, they were going after Along. Nami panicked. Although they had only known each other for a short time, they were her lifesavers. Her heart would not allow her to watch these people die. "No, no." Her voice suddenly rose, attracting the attention of everyone on the ship. "Arlong is different from other pirates. He is a fish from the Grand Line. Anyone who wanted to cause trouble for him in these years, whether it was the Navy or the pirates, died. You will die if you meet him. I can't watch you go to die." After Nami finished speaking, the whole ship fell silent. She thought these people understood the danger of this trip and were afraid. But she didn't expect that after the silence, there was indeed a friendly laugh from everyone. Chapter 39. A team member was carrying 2 large barrels and passed by. After laughing for a while, he explained to Nami, who was at a loss. "Little sister, don't underestimate us, we also came from the Grand Line. We are just a group of pirates who came from the Grand Line. I can handle them without the captain's help." On the mast, the team member who acted as a lookout also echoed. "Haha, you're right, we are the elite of the headquarters, and we can easily solve the problem with just 20 million. After that, everyone laughed again, obviously not taking Arlong seriously. Luffy watched with a smile, but did not stop them. These people were not bragging, and everyone present was a little Superman who mastered at least 3 of the 6 styles. It was impossible for Arlong to scare them. You guys." Nami couldn't understand it at all. That was a fishman whose arm strength was 10 times stronger than that of a human. Why did these people think they could defeat the fishman? "Stop it." Luffy walked forward and couldn't help but patted her head. "In the Grand Line, guys of this strength can only be regarded as trash. Miss Nami, you have to have faith in your savior." After saying that, Luffy turned around and drew out the Diluan, and swung out a flying slash of more than 30 meters long. The slash passed, and the pirate ship was instantly cut in half, and it sank into the sea in a short while. Nami stared at all this in amazement, rubbing her eyes and thinking that she was dazzled. After Luffy glanced at the stunned Nami, he put away the knife with satisfaction, pointed to the front and shouted, "Everyone, head towards the Konami Islands and show Miss Nami the strength of our gorillas." Oh! Encouraged by Luffy, everyone was full of energy. The sails were spread to the maximum, a pair of outer wheels were opened, and they were heading towards the target location at full speed. Only then did Nami barely come back to her senses. Feeling her heart beating wildly, she clenched her hands and murmured, "If it were them, maybe they could really defeat Eren." All she talked about was Arlong. "Do you know him well?" Ian came over at some point, looked her up and down, and frowned. Hearing this, Nami stiffened and lowered her head, unwilling to answer. Noticing the girl's abnormality, Ian didn't ask any more questions. He turned to Luffy and said something, then took Nami's hand. "You must be tired too. I'll take you back to your room so you can have a good rest first." "Yes, thank you." Nami thanked quietly, turned around and looked at Luffy and the others, then followed Anne into the cabin. After the two left, Gavin approached Luffy and whispered, "This girl seems to be hiding something from us, and she is too resistant to Eren. Could it be that his family and friends had been killed by the fishmen, and that was why they had such a shadow in their hearts?" Bin said the truth. But Luffy did not respond, he just shook his head and sighed. No matter what happened, to make a child so scared, this Eren must be dealt with. "What kid? I heard everything." "Nami is older than you, Captain." Cook exposed Luffy's past without saying anything. Luffy was so angry that he kicked him. "Go and practice your iron block." "Oh, no, I know I was wrong." The sound of people fighting on the deck made Nami feel more at ease. If they can completely ignore Arlong, maybe they can really save the village. Nami was daydreaming, and didn't notice Anne's scrutiny at all. As a woman, her mind is more delicate. From Nami's previous tone and expression, she could feel that the girl had a hidden hatred for Arlong. However, she did not expose it. She took Nami and stopped in front of a door. After pushing the door open and walking in, she turned around and said with a smile, "This is my room. If you want to sleep, there is a new quilt here. If you are hungry, I have some snacks here." No, I just need to eat something." Nami looked around. The room was not big and very tidy. There was no other furniture in the room except a bed, a wardrobe, and a set of tables and chairs. There were a few books on the table. The names seemed to be related to military affairs. There was also a photo frame next to it. In the photo frame was a group photo. It seemed to be a group photo of everyone on the ship, but in the middle, everyone was surrounding a tall purple-haired man. Ian followed her gaze, smiled and walked up to pick up the photo frame and handed it to Nami. "This is a group photo taken before graduation. According to the rules, we were supposed to be assigned to different branches. But Luffy found a way to get us all on the same ship." Zephyr was almost mad when he heard about it, but he finally asked the marshal to set a precedent so that we wouldn't have to separate. Looking at the purple-haired man that Anne was pointing at, Nami's first feeling was that this uncle was very serious and scary. Then she inexplicably felt that the name was very familiar, as if she had heard of it somewhere. But before she could think about it, Anne pushed her to the desk and sat down. Then he took out large and small bags of various snacks and piled them on the table. "These are the snacks I brought from headquarters. They taste great. You can try them all." "Thank you, Sister Anne," Nami replied sweetly. She was really hungry. She quickly opened a pack and started eating. Then her eyes lit up and she immediately sped up. Anne carefully prepared water and tissues for her, and then sat by the bed and watched her quietly without disturbing her. She ate 4 or 5 packs of snacks in a row and drank a large glass of water. Nami burped and stopped. "Finished? Don't you want to eat more?" "No, I'm full." Nami quickly wiped her mouth, then sat upright and faced Anne. She also noticed that Anne seemed to have something to say to her. Anne was as gentle as ever, and asked Nami softly, "Can you tell me about your hometown? What is it like?" Nami opened her mouth, not knowing how to answer. She had just mentioned an island she had seen on a map before, and she didn't even know if there were people on that island. She was silent for a long time, perhaps because she thought of the scene where Luffy slashed the warship with his sword, and the Navy's indifference when they talked about Arlong. Anyway, she didn't know what she was thinking. After taking a deep breath, she finally decided to tell the truth. "Sorry, actually Chapter 40. While the two women were having a heart-to-heart talk, in the Konomian Islands, Nami's nightmare, Aaron, was having a big banquet. In addition to collecting a large sum of money, the most important thing was that his best friend today, the Colonel Base Commander of the 16th Branch of the Navy, Mouse, came to visit. "Ha ha ha, you really did a lot of bad things, Colonel. As the highest commander of the local navy, you actually secretly made deals with pirates. If those lowly civilians knew about this, they would be very sad." In the Along paradise, the fishman Along, with sharp teeth and a serrated nose, lay on a beach chair and raised his glass to the mouse beside him. The mouse was also in a good mood and raised his glass in response. "Chirp, chirp, same here. Only if we cooperate can we make more money, right? Don't worry, Branch 16 is now my one-man show. No need to worry about our relationship being leaked. As long as it's within my territory, no matter how excessive you do, I can help you suppress it and make sure no one outside hears a word." The more Aaron looked at this guy, the more he liked him. Although he was just a low-level human, the great Lord Aaron was willing to be friends with such a sensible and reliable guy. The two smiled at each other and clinked glasses again. After a few more glasses of wine, the mouse felt that he had been out long enough, so he stood up and prepared to say goodbye. Brother Along, it's getting late and I have to leave. I have some official business to attend to at the base. Let's have a drink next time. You're welcome. Work is the most important thing. Friends are always welcome to visit Along Paradise. Speaking of this, Along turned around and instructed his men. Xiao Bie, the colonel is leaving, you go and see him off. Ju, help me get the gift I prepared and give it to the colonel. When the mouse heard that there was also a gift for him, his eyes lit up. But he didn't show it, and said reservedly. No need for gifts. I came here to bother you. How can I accept your gifts? Ha ha ha, it's okay, it's just a little token of my appreciation. It's a token of my heart, so I can't refuse it. Mouse took advantage of the situation and accepted Aaron's kindness with a little politeness. Soon, the long-mouthed fishman came out with a suitcase. One of Mouse's subordinates naturally stepped forward to take it. Since the things were taken, Mouse didn't want to stay any longer. After saying goodbye to Aaron again, he left under Xiao Ba's escort. When he walked away, Aaron raised his glass again and said to the dozens of brothers who had gathered. Let's keep drinking and making noise. From today on, we won't care about anything anymore. For the Murloc Empire. Oh, long live Brother Along! All the younger brothers shouted in unison, and Along laughed heartily and drank the wine in his glass. After leaving Along Paradise, Mouse boarded his warship on the coast not far away. When the stupid octopus man Zioba left, he immediately put away the smile on his face. He took out a handkerchief and wiped his body with disgust. Damn fishmen, they smell like fish. If it wasn't for making money, I really wouldn't want to come to this damn place. The Navy is used to their own colonel's complaints. Open the box and see how much is inside. The Marine obediently opened the suitcase, counted it, and reported. Colonel, there are a full 10 million in it. 10 million? Jijijiji, you are indeed my good brother, you are becoming more and more generous. The mouse happily stepped forward and picked up 2 stacks of banknotes to admire them. Looking at these little cuties, his previous disgust for the fishman was instantly thrown out of his mind. The Marine looked at Bailey in the box greedily, but out of fear of the mouse, he forced himself to retract his gaze, lowered his head and reminded. Colonel Aaron and his gang have been staying in our jurisdiction. If the headquarters blames us, how should we deal with it? The mouse, whose attention was focused on Bailey, just sneered when he heard this and said indifferently. Ha, the headquarters, who are so high up, won't care about our little place. Just find an excuse and say that the fishmen are too mobile under the sea and we can't catch them. Anyway, this is true. If the headquarters doesn't believe that they have the ability to send people to catch them. Yes, Colonel. The Marine saluted to show that he understood, and then stepped aside. After the mouse had finished tapping the Baileys one by one, he suddenly shook his head and sighed. Justice, justice. I keep talking about you, but what can you bring to me? These charming little cuties are the most real and much more effective than empty words. He took the banknotes and took a deep breath, smelling the so-called scent of money. The mouse closed the suitcase happily and returned to his room with his beloved little baby. After he left, his marines and the naturally maneuvered warships left the waters of the Konami Islands and returned to the branch. But what the mouse could never have imagined was that on his way back, there was also a warship approaching. The next morning, Luffy got up from bed early and started to get dressed and wash up. When he arrived at the restaurant, he immediately spotted Ain and Nami sitting together and whispering. He took the extra-large breakfast specially prepared for him and sat down in front of the 2 women. While eating, Luffy couldn't help but ask curiously. What did you talk about yesterday? Why didn't you come out for the whole afternoon? After Ian picked up a piece of sea king meat for Nami, he looked at this bastard with dissatisfaction and said. Shut up and eat your meal, glutton. Cough cough cough. Luffy raised his head in confusion, with a question mark on his forehead. I provoke you, why are you so angry? Seeing his little expression, Nami couldn't help but burst out laughing. She pulled the corner of Ian's clothes, shook her head and persuaded him. It's okay, Sister Anne, I've figured it out a long time ago, and you promised me that you would avenge me, right? Anne nodded heavily, yes, I promise you. Looking at the two girls, one big and one small, playing dumb, Luffy became even more curious. No, what did you promise her? Revenge? Whose? Luffy finally reacted halfway through his words. He looked at Nami deeply, then turned to look at Ain in confusion. What on earth did this woman do to make Nami, who was so vigilant, confess? Chapter 41. Seeing Luffy looking at him, Ian thought that he had already suspected Nami's identity. But he and Nami had agreed not to tell anyone. So even if Luffy looked at her like this, she said nothing and just pretended not to see it. After staring at her for a long time and seeing that he didn't react, Luffy was helpless. Okay, you still want to hide it from me, right? Okay, I won't ask any more about your little secrets between women. Eat quickly, according to my guess, we will reach the Konami Islands soon. After saying that, he ignored the two women and started eating by himself. The two women looked at each other and quickened their pace, finishing the food in a few bites. Following Anne out of the cabin, Nami subconsciously looked around and observed the weather. Then her little face suddenly changed, and she said in surprise. Hey, where are we going? If we are going to the Konami Islands, we have already deviated from our route. Puff. Luffy, who followed the two girls, was so shocked that he sprayed the juice in his mouth. He did not doubt what the genius navigator Nami said, and immediately took out the compass and the nautical chart to calculate. This shouldn't be the case. I calculated everything fine, so why did something go wrong? Are you a navigator? Nami turned her head in surprise. It was the first time she saw a captain serving as a navigator. Luffy's eyes did not move away from the nautical chart. He nodded irritably and admitted. Yes, there is no suitable person on board, so I have to take on the role myself. Oh. Nami nodded and stopped talking. Luffy saw that she was so rude and didn't know how to come over to teach him, so he had no choice but to squat down and call her to his side. Nami, you said we went the wrong way, then look at where we are now. With just a quick glance, Nami accurately pointed out their current location. We've gone way off course here. Hey? Why are you here? This shouldn't be the case. Luffy was scratching his head in confusion. At this time, what happened here had attracted the attention of many people. Bins came over and asked curiously. Captain, you were in command all along the Grand Line, but why did you go astray in the East China Sea? Luffy's face turned red, and he took out a permanent pointer with some embarrassment. We have this, so we just need to follow the needle. Now we are given a broken compass, so it is inevitable that we will make mistakes. Everyone was shocked, but they couldn't blame Luffy. After all, in the Navy, this thing was just a rough guide. The main thing for these elite camp students was to learn combat, military and other courses. What should we do now? Should we turn around? Luffy asked at the right time. He nodded, then silently turned his gaze to Nami beside him, and then smiled. Nami took a step back in fear of his stare, pointed at himself in disbelief and asked. You don't want me to be your navigator, do you? You're just handing over such an important position to a stranger. Patting her head skillfully, Luffy said solemnly. Miss Nami, congratulations, you are now conscripted by the Navy. Humph, you are amazing. Nami rolled her eyes speechlessly. However, she took the chart swiftly and began to command without hesitation. After looking at each other, the other team members chose to trust the captain's arrangement and quickly began to adjust. Luffy breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that his navigation skills were not good enough, so he came to the East China Sea to find Nami. Now when the two of them were compared, they could immediately tell the difference in their skills. Well, let her be a temporary navigator to get used to it, and then kidnap her after dealing with Eren. He thought happily, just when he thought everything was over and was about to exercise on the deck. A cry made him frown instantly. "Captain, we found a warship in front of us on the right. There is a number 16 written on the sail. I guess it is the navy of the 16th branch." 16th branch? Coming from the Konami Islands? Gavin said in surprise. As early as in Rogue Town, Smoker had warned them that there was something wrong with the 16th branch. Now the enemy's warships were actually coming from the direction of their target, which was problematic no matter how you looked at it. Others were just suspicious, but Luffy was sure that there was something wrong with the rat. He immediately cheered up and ordered the warship to move towards the other side. The navy on the same 16th branch warship also discovered them. The Marines immediately found the rat who was still sleeping soundly in the bedroom and informed him that he had encountered a colleague. "Don't panic, they are all navy, what are you afraid of? Wait for me to go out and take a look." Scolding this cowardly fool, Mouse put on his clothes and strode out. When he came to the deck, he saw a warship without the logo of the branch, blocking the way in front of his ship. This instantly made Mouse angry, and he quickly walked to the bow and scolded. "I am Colonel Mouse of the 16th branch. Which branch are you from? Who gave you the courage to stop my warship?" On the other side, Luffy looked at the wretched guy who was as his name suggested, with 3 pairs of whiskers shaking like a mouse, and a sneer suddenly appeared on his face. "Okay, I just happened to run into you. Stop the ship. I am Luffy, the captain of the guerrilla force under Marshal Sengoku of the Navy headquarters. I now require you to board the ship for inspection. Please cooperate." Luffy said this, but he didn't seem to wait for their cooperation. He directly asked the helmsman to approach and led his men to board the ship by force. You guys." When he heard that the other party was from the headquarters and was directly under the marshal, Mouse's momentum immediately waned. Moreover, these guys boarded the ship without waiting for his consent, which showed that they were not friendly. Luffy jumped onto the 16th branch warship and waved his hand to have Mouse and his group surrounded. He walked forward with Anne, Cook, and others, and still said rudely to Mouse, whose military rank was higher than his. "Colonel Mouse, I am under the order of Marshal Jean Guo to inspect the navies of the 4 seas. Now I want to inspect your warships. Do you have any objection?" The Mouse felt a little guilty. Luffy didn't wait for his answer and gave the order directly. "Search, don't miss a single room, check carefully." The guerrillas immediately scattered and went to search the cabin. Mouse was so scared when he saw this, how could he stand the inspection? He not only got 10 million from Eren, but also got a lot from other pirates he knew. Now all the money is in the warehouse, it will be a disaster if it is checked. "Wait, stop them for me." Chapter 42. Mouse shouted to his men with an anxious look on his face. With his order, his marines drew their swords or pointed their guns at the guerrillas, not letting them get close to the cabin. The guerrillas also took out their weapons, waiting for Luffy's order to capture them directly. With a gloomy face, Luffy threatened. "Colonel, do you want to disobey the orders of the headquarters? Damn it, even if you are from the headquarters, you are only a major." "Major, is this how you talk to your superiors?" Mouse suppressed his anger and questioned. Then he took out his ID and showed it to Luffy and the others, saying, "Show me your ID. I want to confirm whether you are from our company or not." "Humph, open your eyes and watch carefully." Luffy took out the ID and thrust it in front of Mouse. Mouse took a step back, glared at him angrily, and then focused his eyes on the ID. He didn't look closely, but just glanced at it roughly, and saw the words Headquarters and Navy Guerrillas. He also compared the head portrait on the ID and confirmed that this person was indeed from the headquarters. Damn it, the headquarters sent the prosecutor here, why didn't I receive the notice? No, I can't let them check. If I do something and the headquarters finds out, I'm doomed. Thinking of this, Mouse made up his mind and gave the order directly. They are fake, shoot. After hearing the order, the Navy of the 16th branch did not care whether it was true or not and pulled the trigger directly. Bastards, I knew there was something wrong with you. Cook opened the iron block and easily blocked the bullet attack. Then the Razor appeared in front of a Marine and knocked him unconscious with one punch. The other team members also fought back. It was obviously the opponent who took the initiative, but in the end they easily solved the opponent with 0 casualties. Until the last person fell, it was less than 30 seconds since Mouse gave the order. Seeing this scene, Mouse retreated in fear, accidentally tripped and fell to the ground in embarrassment. Luffy walked up, pulled out the Turan and put it on his neck, and asked in a flat voice. Do you still think I'm fake now? No, I'm really sorry, I made a mistake. Please forgive me, I can explain. He pressed the blade against his shoulder and interrupted his nonsense. Luffy asked someone to check in first, then asked with a sullen face. Tell me, have you just come back from the Konami Islands? Did you go to see Eren? Hearing him mention Eren, the Mouse trembled all over, raised his head suddenly and looked at him in shock. Why would the people at the headquarters know this? Could it be that there was a traitor in the branch who reported my affairs to the headquarters? He thought he had guessed the truth, and he immediately gnashed his teeth at those traitors. He regretted not cleaning them out carefully, which led to his current fate. I don't understand what you are saying. I was only on patrol at sea and didn't go to the Konami Islands. I have only heard of Eren's name, but I don't know much about him. The Mouse gritted his teeth, ready to deny whatever the other party asked. Go to hell, do you think I'm playing with you? Luffy cut off 2 of his fingers with a knife, then kicked him to the ground, stepped on his chest and raised the knife high, ready to chop. The Mouse was in so much pain that his eyes were bloodshot. The development of the matter was completely beyond his expectations. But under the threat of death, he struggled frantically and shouted anxiously. No, wait, you can't do this, I said. The last word fell, and the blade pressed against the skin of the neck. Almost died, this lunatic. A streak of bright red blood flowed down his neck along with uncontrolled urine from his lower body. The Mouse rolled his eyes and pretended to faint. Stop playing dead, get up. Luffy kicked the Mouse again without any hesitation, forcing it to wake up. Covering his neck, the Mouse looked at the young man who didn't know the rules in horror, and threatened tremblingly. You, I'm going to report this to the military court. What qualifications do you have to execute someone privately? You damn, qualifications. Qualifications. I'll give you qualifications. Luffy cursed as he kicked him in the face. He kicked the Mouse so hard that it screamed and all its teeth fell out before he stopped. He grabbed him on the spot and threatened him with a cold and vicious look. If you say another word of nonsense, believe it or not, I will chop you into pieces. Shun, thank you for your help. Blood mixed with saliva flowed out of the Mouse's mouth, and the Mouse begged for mercy incoherently. Luffy snorted and threw him down. The Mouse knelt on the ground and stammered. But this guy still had hope until now, avoiding the important and only talking about some insignificant little things. Seeing that he still dared to play tricks, Luffy stabbed him in the legs several times and began to bleed him. The Mouse was honest then, and told him all the bad things he had done over the years. The more he talked, the darker the faces of Luffy and Anne and other team members became, especially after Cook and others took out all the evidence from the cabin. The Mouse was completely heartbroken, and told him how he had cooperated with Erlong and other pirates over the years, and even cooperated in deceiving civilians. He forced them to donate money in the name of saving them. Bastard! How dare you call yourself a Navy guy? Cook couldn't help but get angry and started punching and kicking Mouse. Gavin, Binns, and others were also furious. They found Mouse's other men and grabbed them all and beat them up. Anne's face was gloomy. Her palms were tightly gripping the handle of the knife. Her knuckles were a little white, but she kept restraint and didn't do it. Luffy saw everything and didn't say anything to stop them, letting them vent. Finally, Luffy looked at Nami. After the girl knew the truth about why the Navy didn't care about Arlong for 3 whole years. She stared at Mouse with red eyes, and her cute face became distorted because of anger. Thinking of Cocoa West Village and other places where people were killed because they couldn't pay the money in recent years. She couldn't control her anger anymore, rushed over and squeezed Cook and others away. Punched Mouse one by one. It's you, it's you, it's you who killed everyone. Granny Musa believed until her death that the Navy would come to save us, it's all because of you, you bastard. Looking at the crying and mad girl, the gorillas retreated silently and lowered their heads in shame. What the rat did was a heavy blow to them as they were just starting out. The screams of the girl in their ears were like slaps in the face. These young people who claim to be elites no longer have the pride of the past. Chapter 43. Everyone, raise your heads! Luffy shouted with a sullen face. Everyone turned to look at him. His eyes swept over everyone present. What's the point of having sad faces? Do you think this can comfort the hurt people? He pointed to the number 16 on the sail of the warship. There is a bunch of trash waiting for us to catch now. He pointed at Nami again. There are also countless ordinary people whose lives are threatened waiting for our rescue. Do you want to continue to feel sorry for yourself, or do you want to kill Eren with me and eliminate the scum of the Navy? Cook was the first to raise his arm and shouted at the top of his lungs. Kill Eren, eliminate the scum. Others also responded, kill Eren, eliminate the scum. Kill Arlong and eliminate the scum. Under the heart-wrenching shouts of the crowd, Luffy pointed at the scum of the 16 branches and shouted. Drag all these rubbish away and shoot them. Gavin and Binns lead the first and second teams to the 16th branch to arrest people. The rest of you follow me back to the ship, we are going to be Eren. Yes. At the command, the team members immediately took action, executed all the Navy scums who followed Mouse, and threw them into the sea. Nami also wiped her tears, borrowed a musket from the team members, and killed Mouse herself. After that, the team split into 2 groups, one group took Mouse's warship to the 16th branch. All the way, under Nami's guidance, they continued to head towards Arlong Paradise. It was noon. Because of the banquet last night, most of the Murlocs were still awake and intoxicated. The few sober Murlocs were now too drunk to work and were lying in various corners. Eren didn't care about the indulgence of his younger brothers. Although he was very cruel to humans, he loved his fellow Murlocs very much. He was willing to let them run wild, which was why many Murlocs followed him. But with a cannon shot, a shell fell and exploded. Eren watched his beloved compatriots die in front of him and turned into countless pieces. After a few seconds of stagnation, he trembled all over and suddenly jumped up from the beach chair. With bloodshot eyes, he roared angrily. Who is it? Who dares to kill my compatriots? In response to him, the fishmen who were awakened by the explosion screamed in panic, and the powerful shells fell from the sky. Fire! Fire! Don't stop, empty the shells for me! Cook shouted and commanded the team members to fire. The remaining dozen or so guerrillas pushed out the artillery that had been prepared long ago. Aiming at Arlong Paradise, they began to bombard it without any cost. Nami covered her mouth and watched with tears on her face as the gate of Arlong Paradise was destroyed. The tall and carefully built high-rise building was blown down. Seeing that this nightmare of hers for 3 years was blown into ruins bit by bit, she felt an indescribable sense of pleasure in her heart. Relying on the blessing of the thunder fruit, Luffy commanded everyone to bomb the places where there were many fish. He could clearly feel the breath disappearing one by one. But there were also those who did not give up and found them, jumped into the sea and rushed towards them. "You are so stupid, jump into the sea in front of me. Today I will show you what electric fishing is." He took off his coat and walked to the bow in 2 steps. Luffy stretched out his hands and put them together in the shape of a calyx. His arms shook with dazzling lightning. 100 million volts, electric light cannon. He roared, and a beam of light as thick as an adult's waist came out from his palm and blasted into the sea. In an instant, there was a violent explosion on the sea surface, and waves of dozens of meters were raised. The warship was directly pushed back hundreds of meters by the waves, and the people on the ship were almost vomited their breakfast. Nami, who stood up with her head covered by the help of Anne, did not care about being shocked by Luffy's strange ability. She hurried to the side of the ship, leaned on the side of the ship and looked at the sea. When the waves subsided slightly, she clearly saw that there were more than 10 charred unidentified objects floating on the sea. "It's a fishman. Is Arlong in there? Has he been killed?" Nami asked happily, but she didn't wait for Luffy's answer. She just felt her body lighten up and flew into the sky again, and then in the blink of an eye she arrived in a ruin. "I specially saved that guy for you, look, it's still in good condition." Luffy used his fingers as a gun and fired several electric bullets at random, sending away some lingering fishmen. Then he brought Nami to a collapsed boulder and stopped. Arlong, the overlord of the East China Sea who was so arrogant a few minutes ago, was now buried in a pile of rubble, with only a fish head exposed. Hearing the sound, he shook his head and regained consciousness. Feeling that he was pressed down by something, he subconsciously struggled hard and was about to break free. Bang! Luffy hit him hard on the back of the head with his scabbard, causing his eyes to bulge and he almost fainted. "Did I tell you to move? Stay still." He turned his head with a grin, and after seeing who was coming, Aaron's eyes widened and he shouted in surprise. "Nami, it's you." Just by looking at Luffy's attire, Arlong guessed what happened. He immediately asked with a gloomy face and a timid look. "Nami, you dare to betray me, have you forgotten that I, Luffy put away his knife and looked at Arlong without his jagged nose, sneering. "Keep yelling, or your ear will be the next one." The severing of his proud nose was a double blow to Arlong both mentally and physically. He looked at Luffy furiously, "You lowly human, you irritated me, Arlong was angry for a moment, and then he lost an ear. He tilted his head to look, and under Arlong's wailing, Luffy swung his knife and cut off his other ear. "Well, now it's symmetrical." Luffy nodded, turned to Nami with satisfaction and said. "This guy has a problem with his brain and can't understand what people say. You should just get rid of him." Wait a minute, I have another question." Nami called Luffy, holding back the fear in her heart, and asked the question that weighed on her heart and that she had been forcing herself not to think about. "Aaron, you said you would never break any promise about money, right?" The girl pursed her lips tightly, holding the hem of her clothes tightly with both hands, her palms full of sweat. "So if I really make 100 million Baileys, will you return the village to me?" Chapter 44. Hearing the girl's question, Aaron suppressed the pain and looked up at her. Thinking back to the day when he killed the girl's mother and forced her to make an agreement, he gradually grinned, revealing his sharp teeth and laughed wildly. Ha ha. You actually believed it, believed the agreement made with a pirate. Nami, you are so naive that it makes people laugh. As he said this, he could no longer restrain himself, and his laughter became more and more crazy. Nami's face turned pale, with anger and unwillingness intertwined in her heart. Her white teeth bit her lips tightly, and a trace of blood flowed out. Aaron looked at her sarcastically. He already understood. He was destined to die at the hands of this navy today. But before that, he wanted to give Nami a gift. As a punishment for her betrayal, a memory that she would never forget. But then, Nami's reaction made the smile on his face freeze. Go ahead, I've finished asking my questions. He looked at Nami in disbelief as she stepped aside, holding back her emotions and firmly wiping away her tears. Nami, you. Before he finished speaking, a flash of white light passed by, and Arlong's head was chopped off by Luffy and flew high. Nami looked at Arlong, who had his eyes wide open and couldn't figure it out until he died, and breathed a sigh of relief, smiling with relief. I knew it a long time ago, I just forced myself to believe it. The girl looked away, no longer looking at the bloody corpse, and turned her head to look at Luffy with a firm look. Luffy, Luffy waved his hand carelessly, put away his sword, turned his back and left only his back to the girl. If you want to join us, I agree. From now on, you will be my navigator. The girl tilted her head in confusion. Hey? What are you talking about? I mean, all the treasures here are mine, and you are not allowed to take them. Luffy stumbled and almost fell. Damn, it was said that once the king's domineering aura was released, the beauties and the younger brothers would kneel down and lick his ass. This script is wrong. Don't even think about it, this is my trophy. Luffy turned his head angrily, and wanted to argue with her. But what caught his eye was the girl's bright and moving smile in the sun. Thank you, Luffy. At this moment, Luffy was stunned. He couldn't help but think that it might be okay to share some of the treasure. A few days later. Bang! Jean Guo stood up with a hammer on the table and cursed into the microphone. Bastard, bastard, I shouldn't have had any hope in you. Look at what you've done, killing pirates indiscriminately, detaining fellow naval officers, and even a naval captain died in an unclear manner. No matter how serious the crime they committed, they should be tried on the judicial island. The Navy and the government should jointly decide on their punishment. Do you know that this is a serious violation of? As soon as he entered the marshal's office, Garp saw his good friend Sengoku ranting into the microphone. Glancing around, he saw Tsuru and Zephyr sitting on the sofa calmly drinking tea. He quietly walked over, unceremoniously took away the tea that Tsuru had just brewed, took a sip, and asked curiously. Which idiot made Jean Guo so angry? He and Zifa looked at him strangely at the same time. After taking a sip of tea leisurely, Zifa explained with an expression that he knew it. Who else could it be? Your good grandson. I knew that kid would not be peaceful. He has only been in the East China Sea for a few days and he has done something big. Luffy. Garp was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you are indeed my grandson, you are really good at causing trouble. During the call, Jean Guo's forehead was throbbing with veins, and he quickly covered the microphone and cursed. Cap, shut up you old bastard. Hey, it's not a big deal, let me talk to him. Garp walked to Sengoku with a cup of tea, snatched the den mushi, and asked Luffy on the other end. Moshi, this is Grandpa. Luffy, what did you do to make Sengoku so angry? Tell Grandpa quickly. When Luffy heard that his backer was here, he quickly told the story again half-truthfully. What? The Navy still has such trash, what about that bastard? Dead? How did he die? Humph, he got lucky. That's it, I got it. After returning the microphone to Sengoku and understanding the whole story, Garp said nonchalantly. What? So that's all? Jean Guo, you're making a big deal out of nothing. I'm making a fuss. Jean Guo wanted to punch the old bastard. That's a colonel and hundreds of Navy soldiers in the entire branch. If this little bastard dares to kill the colonel today, will he dare to kill the general tomorrow? The day after tomorrow, will this kid even kill me? Well, don't say that. Didn't Luffy say that the rat jumped into the sea out of fear of punishment and drowned? The 16th branch also resisted out of fear of punishment, so they had to temporarily detain him. How can it be all Luffy's fault? Sengoku, be careful with your words, you said that yourself. Looking at Garp, who was picking his nose and making trouble. Sengoku couldn't bear it anymore and pounced on him and wrestled with him. You old bastard, I will be pissed off to death by you two sooner or later, so I might as well kill one of them now. Hey, Sengoku, don't think I won't hit you just because you're a marshal, take my punch. The dignified admiral and the hero of the navy just started fighting in the office. If other navy saw it, they would probably be shocked. And these are commonplace for Zifa and Crane, who have been together for decades. The two took the initiative to move to the side to avoid being affected, and then continued to drink tea calmly, pretending nothing happened. During the fight between the two, the Den Mushi was swept by Sengoku and flew to the sofa, and was caught by Crane. She looked at the Den Mushi that had not hung up yet, thought for a while and said, "Don't worry about the affairs of the 16th branch. Just work hard in Donghai and don't cause any more trouble for us." "Ah? But I want to go back to the Grand Line." "Don't even think about it. Before the order from the headquarters comes down, stay in the East China Sea honestly." Hearing that the brat on the other side dared to make a request, He-Jo cursed and then hung up the phone. "And you too, you are already so old, please pay attention to your influence." "Garp, little Crane, don't say such things like an old woman, I am still very young." "Sengoku idiot, we are already old men and old women." "Crane number. When Vice Admiral Tsuru was teaching the two stupid old men a lesson in Kokoani village, Luffy, who was temporarily staying at Nami's house, put down the Den Mushi with a painful look on his face. Beside him, the three best friends were hugging each other and trembling. Nami was even more exaggerated, she fainted directly against an. "Cook, it's over, I'm dead, my dad will definitely kill me." "Bins, Luffy, we won't be demoted to ordinary errands, will we?" "Gavin. No, I finally graduated and became a second lieutenant. If I become a errand boy again, I might as well die." Luffy rolled his eyes and cursed angrily. "What are you afraid of? There is no punishment. Look at your cowardly look. Don't say you are my people next time you go out." After scolding, Luffy ignored the three idiots and cast a puzzled look at Anne. He pursed his lips and pointed at Nami in her arms. Luffy asked puzzledly, "What happened to her? Why did she faint for no reason?" Blinking, Ian looked down. "Oh, it was fine originally, but after knowing that it was the Admiral who scolded you, it became like this." Luffy. Chapter 45. Shaking his head helplessly, Luffy put away the Den Mushi and propped up his chin in annoyance. Now it has been 3 days since the killing of Arlong. Ever since Mouse and Arlong were killed, and the 16th branch was breached by Gavin and Bins. Luffy guessed that this would happen, so he didn't wait for the headquarters to call and question him. He took the lead and confessed everything he had done. Of course, it was a beautified version, and he pushed all his responsibilities away. It's just that his excuse was so bad that it was immediately exposed by Sengoku. Originally, this was nothing, but who knew that Chief of Staff Tsuruga directly gave a death order and forced them to stay in the East China Sea. Oh, what is going on? After Nami slowly woke up and gradually calmed down under the comfort of Anne, Luffy told her about being left in the East China Sea. In an instant, the room was grey and Cook and the others had dull eyes, as if they had lost their dreams and were completely silent. Nami didn't feel anything. She shook her head to wake herself up a little, and asked in confusion, "Luffy, what are you going to do after that? If I had known this would happen, I would have kept the rat." Turning to look at Nami, Luffy raised a finger and said seriously, "First of all, you should say I have reported your information to the headquarters. From today on, you are a member of the Marine Guerrilla." Then, he raised his second finger. Secondly, don't ask me what to do, I haven't figured it out yet. Then he raised his third finger. Finally, little girl, who do you think I am? I am the biggest relative of the Navy. The Navy hero is my grandfather, and the former Navy admiral is my teacher. The marshal, the chief of staff, and the 3 admirals have all watched me grow up. Not to mention killing a colonel, even if I secretly became a celestial dragon, the marshal would have to keep it a secret for me. Hiss. Nami, who had never been out of the East China Sea, didn't understand what the celestial dragons were. But Cook and his party were shocked by his bold words and took a breath of cold air. Instantly he was revived with full blood and jumped up from the ground. Luffy, you just need to say this in front of us. Don't say it in front of outsiders, otherwise something serious will happen. Gavin stammered and persuaded. Everyone, including Anne, nodded repeatedly. Taking in all their expressions, Luffy shook his head in his heart, but still agreed. Just when several people were afraid to breathe and no one dared to speak because of the topic of celestial dragons, the closed door was suddenly knocked, and then Nami's sister Nokiko pushed the door open and walked in. After entering the room, she first glanced at the few people who were not in high spirits. Then she set her eyes on Luffy and said, "Your men are looking for you outside. It seems that they have received orders from the Navy headquarters. Shit, I'm really going to be left in the East China Sea now. I should have gone back to the Grand Line first before reporting." Luffy complained softly and called everyone to go out together. Outside the door, Chef Bill was pacing back and forth anxiously. When he saw the group, he hurried over to greet them. "Captain, what happened? The headquarters suddenly ordered us to stay in the East China Sea and issued a lot of tasks." He picked up a booklet and reported to the few people. "You see, the head of the 121st branch seems to have a problem, so the headquarters asked us to go over and take a look. There is also the 35th branch, they found out about the whereabouts of the Black Cat pirates, and the headquarters also asked us to go to support them. In addition, there are fishermen on Hungmei Island who claim to have seen the fleet of the Creek pirates. And more, these are all. Captain, what should we do?" Bill looked at Luffy pitifully, waiting for his decision. Luffy pulled a face and cursed in his heart. They are treating him like an animal. There are only about 40 of them, so how can they take care of so many things? He took the pamphlet from Bill, took a look at it, and then he started to curse. "Fuck it, we have to do everything, why do we need those branches?" He stuffed the Den Den Mushi into Bill's arms and ordered. "Go, contact the branches in Donghai one by one. Tell them to solve their own problems. If they can't do it, I will check them one by one and send them all to sea rats." Bill was delighted and nodded to accept the task. "Yes, I will contact you now." "Then, Captain, are we still going to stay in Donghai?" "Bullshit, you dare not obey the order of the headquarters? Send an order, let everyone gather, just treat it as a trip to the East China Sea." "Yes." After Bill left in a hurry, Nojiko reluctantly pulled Nami and asked Luffy, "Are you leaving? You won't stay a few more days?" Turning around, Luffy smiled at her sheepishly. "Yes, I'm sorry to bother you these 2 days. If you 2 sisters have anything to say, just say it now. I'll wait over there." Nojiko nodded sadly, pulled Nami aside, and gave her a hug. "It's good to join the Navy. Bellmayer was also a Navy before. Don't be brave when you encounter danger, try to stay away. If you are bullied, call me. Although I can't help, I can ask Aegean to call the headquarters to report. If you have time, come back more often, I will always wait for you at home." Listening to Nakiko's chatter, Nami quickly calmed down after feeling sad at first. "Well, I will come back often when I have time. Take care of yourself and remember to take good care of Orange." After another loving hug, the 2 sisters separated. Luffy and his companions had been waiting not far away. Soon, Nami trotted over. Holding Ain's hand, she happily raised her arms and shouted. Let's go. From today on, I will be your navigator. Rubbing her orange hair vigorously, Luffy warned. Don't give orders for me, you're just a new soldier. After saying that, he waved goodbye to Nojigo and left with his group. Nojigo watched them go farther and farther, until she could no longer see their backs. She withdrew her gaze and let out a long breath. Really, I am left alone again. Nami, please don't forget me, or I will be very lonely. Chapter 46. Luffy had never expected to be forced to stay in the East China Sea. He had originally planned to just recruit Nami and leave. But now plans cannot keep up with changes, and he is also considering whether he should take advantage of the East China Sea. Let me think, Nami and I are not included in the East Sea 5. Zoro is 14 years old this year, and should still be in Shimotsuki village, working hard to become the world's greatest swordsman. Sanji is also 14 years old, and has been with Redfoot Zeph for a few years. He is probably already a formal chef at the sea restaurant. As for Usopp, he seems to be the same age as me. He should still be in Ziluabu village, dreaming of going out to sea and becoming a brave sea warrior. It seems that there is a chance to dig him up. On the deck, Luffy stood on the bow with his arms crossed and pretended to be cool since he went out to sea. The new member, the Navy handyman and navigator Nami, poked Ain with her hand. After she squatted down, she asked in a low voice with a strange expression. Has this guy always been like this? Ian pursed his red lips and put his hands on Nami's head and rubbed it hard. New recruits, remember to call the captain or the officer, and don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. He has his own considerations. Holding the crooked military cap, Nami pouted her lips and said oh in a muffled voice. Time passed slowly, and just when she was bored and began to doze off, Luffy, who was standing at the bow, tilted his head and snored softly. Nami-an. Nami pointed at the idiot with dead eyes. Is this what you call your own considerations? A number appeared on Ain's forehead, and he immediately stepped forward angrily. Asshole, wake up! She kicked Luffy on the butt. Luffy opened his eyes in a daze in mid-air, and before he could react to what happened, he saw the sea in front of him. He was shocked and quickly flashed back to the ship. Shit, who ambushed me? Do you want to die? He glanced around the boat fiercely. Everyone who met his gaze turned their heads and whistled. Only one person gritted his teeth, stared at him dangerously, and slowly raised his fist wrapped in armed color. Idiot, if you keep showing off, I'll kill you. Facing An's naked threat, Luffy quickly saluted and raised his hands in surrender. Okay, put your fist down first, I'll arrange it now. As he said that, he clenched his fist and coughed lightly, then smiled and waved to Nami. Nami, come here for a moment. Captain. Nami answered obediently and walked forward, winking at Anne as she passed by. Luffy pretended not to see anything, squatted down and took out the sea chart, found the location of Shimotsuki village on it, and instructed Nami. Have you been here? I heard there is a very good dojo on this island, I want to go and see it. Shimotsuki village? I've passed by it before, no problem, leave it to me. Nami took the task happily, and Luffy looked pleased. With this tool, he, the captain, could finally let go and be the boss. Patting the head as a reward, Luffy happily announced to everyone. It's decided, the destination is Shimotsuki village, let's go. Oh, weakly. Luffy. After learning that they had to stay in the East Sea, everyone except Nami was not very interested. You know, the average bounty for pirates in the East Sea is only 3 million. How could these young people who only wanted to become famous in the sea as soon as possible be happy? They were not interested at all in the captain's enthusiastic expression of visiting a swordsmanship gym. In their opinion, what kind of swordsmanship masters can there be in the East Sea? Can these people fly and slash? Do they know two-color domineering? Can they cut the sea with one sword? Hey, you know what, Shimotsuki Kojiro really can. Outside Shimotsuki village, the middle-aged man in kimono was watching Luffy fighting fiercely with a knife. Both the gorillas and the apprentices of the gym dropped their jaws to the ground, with a look of shock on their faces. Bin slapped himself in disbelief and asked Gavin beside him. Are all the people in the East China Sea so strong? Can any small place have such a master? I don't know. Gavin was even more confused than him. As a native of the East China Sea, how could he not know what the East China Sea was like? The weakest sea was not just a saying. It was rare to meet a devil fruit user here. When did such an awesome swordsman appear? Are you from the East China Sea? Compared to the two people's puzzlement, Ein, as a swordsman, saw much more than the two. Just looking at the current situation on the field, Luffy was actually at a disadvantage in terms of pure swordsmanship. This guy is definitely not an ordinary swordsman, he has even stepped into the ranks of great swordsmen. After coming to this conclusion, Anne was shocked. This is a great swordsman, there are not many strong people in the whole navy, no, the whole world. Today they actually met one in the East China Sea, and he even fought with their own captain. This is a rare opportunity, we must learn from him seriously. Just when Anne was so excited that he dared not blink and observed carefully. In the crowd, a little boy with green hair also clenched his fists excitedly. Is this the contest between true swordsmen? The teacher has been hiding such a powerful strength. The young man who muttered to himself was naturally Roronoa Zoro, one of the protagonists of the original work. This morning, he was training on his own as usual. But suddenly, a friend from the gym came to him and said that a navy had come to challenge the teacher. Out of curiosity, he temporarily put down his training and came to watch the fun. Who knew that this sight would open the door to a new world for him? His mind is now full of thoughts, when can he achieve their level? If he surpasses them, will he be one step closer to the world's #1 swordsman? In the eyes of everyone's excitement, shock, and admiration, the battle on the field is still going on. Luffy, whose swordsmanship is completely suppressed, has already pulled out the Sandai Kaititsu. Holding two swords, he strikes like a berserker, launching continuous attacks that are as swift as thunder and as fierce as a mountain. His opponent, Shimotsuki Kojiro, holds a large sword in both hands, Wado Ikimonji, and dodges and blocks deftly. But he always seizes the opportunity when Luffy's old strength is exhausted and new strength has not yet been generated to fight back. In just a few minutes, several holes were torn on Luffy's military uniform. Chapter 47. Double Blade Style, Eagle Strike. Luffy put the tips of his two swords together and launched a thrust. Facing this fierce attack, Kojiro did not dodge, and easily blocked it with a slash of his long sword diagonally upwards without any fancy moves. Luffy suddenly stopped, and when the time was right, he swung his hands in a semicircle like scissors, swinging his two swords horizontally. It's a good idea, but there are too many flaws. As if instructing his students, Kojiro reminded them not to retreat but to move closer. The vertical sword got stuck at the intersection of Torin and Kaititsu, defusing the attack. Haha, in front of a swordsman like you, my moves are indeed not up to par. Luffy laughed and replied, but I never like to play tricks, I always use force to suppress others. After saying that, he took a step forward and suddenly exerted force on his hands. In an instant, Kojiro's face changed, and his hands holding the sword were pushed to his chest. The back of the Wado Ikimonji sword almost touched his face. What a terrifying force, who is this boy? Under the pressure of brute force, Kojiro's arms began to tremble slightly. His feet were pushed back by the terrifying force, plowing two deep furrows in the mud. Seeing Kojiro's surprised expression, Luffy shouted, and the muscles in his arms suddenly swelled and pushed him back. Taking this opportunity, Luffy raised his two swords horizontally and charged them to swing out a flying slash. 6 Style Secret Technique, 2 Swords Style, Steel Slash. 2 spiral sword energies entangled with each other blasted out, and Koshiro was concerned about the students around him. He had to stop forcibly, holding his breath and concentrating to also swing out a slash to respond. Ichito Ryu, Extreme Frost. The long sword swung past, and the air seemed to be split in two. A dark blue sword energy like frost, with a biting coldness, shot out from the Wado Ikimonji. It met Luffy's spiral sword energy in midair and instantly stalemated together. The collision of the two produced a violent airflow that instantly swept around. The onlookers stretched out their hands to resist the strong wind. They had to step back to avoid being affected by the fight between the two. Looking at the slashing blows that he had swung with all his strength in the field, in the friction with the opponent's sword energy, they gradually offset each other and dissipated. Luffy took a deep breath, slowly sheathed the sword, saluted Koshiro with a swordsman's salute, and praised. As light as a swift, as fierce as the cold wind. Mr. Koshiro, your swordsmanship is better than mine. I lost this contest. Koshiro secretly breathed a sigh of relief, put a smile on his face again, put away his sword and returned the greeting, saying politely. Mr. Luffy, you are too polite. You have such swordsmanship at such a young age, it will be easy to surpass me in the future. Luffy smiled and shook his head, swordsmanship is not my forte, and I am at my current level purely by luck. In the future, I will put more experience into physical skills, domineering and fruits. I am afraid that I will never be the strongest in swordsmanship in this lifetime. Koshiro smiled awkwardly, seriously suspecting that this kid was showing off. There are not many such young swordsmen in the world, and he actually has the nerve to say that his swordsmanship is not good. You. A strong man like you, can't you reach the strongest swordsmanship? Koshiro was about to speak, and seeing that the battle was over, Zoro, who was about to challenge Luffy, couldn't help but ask after hearing what he said. Seeing this familiar green algae head, Luffy knew that this was his target. Luffy naturally did not hesitate to talk to this future subordinate who was about to be poached. That's right, I learned too many things, which is not conducive to my future strength improvement. If I want to become the strongest in the world, I can only give up my decent swordsmanship and focus on physical skills and domineering. Unless one day my physical skills are perfected, my swordsmanship can only reach the level of your teacher at best. It is far from the strongest. Haha, Mr. Luffy, your words are really hurtful. Koshiro smiled bitterly, but turned around and warned his most beloved disciple. Mr. Luffy is right. Human energy is limited. In this limited time, you must plan your future path. If you waste time on areas you are not good at, when you look back and want to make progress, it will be too late. So that's it. Zoro lowered his head and muttered. But he raised his head and said nonchalantly. It doesn't matter. Anyway, my path is only about swordsmanship, and I won't be distracted by other messes. As he said this, he turned his head and looked at Luffy with burning eyes, issuing a challenge to him. My name is Roronoa Zoro. Come fight me. I want to see the swordsmanship of a truly powerful person. Hehe, you want to fight me? Luffy rubbed his chin with a smile on his face. It's not impossible, as long as you follow me after you lose. Ah, this. Zoro was surprised. He didn't expect him to make such a request. He looked at Koshiro with some hesitation, then lowered his head and pondered. Luffy continued to raise the stakes and said. Actually, I am a swordsman of the Ito-ryu style. I got this famous sword, the Sandai Kaititsu, not long ago. If you are willing to follow me, I can give it to you. I don't need to tell you how much a good sword can help your swordsmanship. This, Zoro was so anxious that he scratched his head and cheeks. He couldn't help but sneak a glance at the long sword that Luffy pulled out. He was attracted by the exquisite knife pattern on it and the sharp cold light reflecting in the sun. He couldn't bear to look away. Seeing his most beloved disciple being tempted, even the good man Kojiro couldn't stand it. "Mr. Luffy, you want to kidnap my student in front of me, your teacher. Even if you are a navy, I will not be polite." Seeing that he was about to get angry, Luffy quickly appeased him. "Don't worry, I'm just making a suggestion. Doesn't it depend on what Zoro thinks whether to accept it or not? But you..." "Alas, Mr. Kojiro, don't be too rigid about everything. It's good to go out to sea early and see the world. Look at me, I'm only 12 years old this year, and my grandfather Garp threw me out to gain experience. If you let Zoro stay in the East China Sea, he won't be able to reach my current level even if you give him a few more years." Luffy said proudly, and both the master and the apprentice were shocked. "Zoro/Kojiro, you are only 12 years old. / you are Garp's grandson. Yes, what's wrong?" Luffy looked kind and cast a meaningful look at Kojiro. But Kojiro didn't receive it, but remembered another thing. When he was young, he met a man. Although the man did not take the initiative to reveal his background, he accidentally learned the other's identity one time. The man's name was Monkey D. Dragon. Just by listening to the name, you can tell that he is the same as the naval hero. Monkey D. Garp is related to him. Then the boy who claims to be Garp's grandson cannot be viewed with ordinary eyes. In this case, it seems that it is not impossible to let Zoro follow him. After a brainstorming, Kojiro suddenly spoke. "Promise, Solan." "Ah, what did you say, teacher?" Zoro, who had not yet recovered from the shock of seeing such a strong guy younger than himself, suddenly heard what Kojiro said and had not yet reacted. But when he calmed down and thought about it again, he suddenly widened his eyes and shouted in disbelief. "Teacher, do you agree that I can go out to sea with him? This kid, I'm afraid he has just decided to leave." After spending so many years with Zoro, Kojiro couldn't understand what Zoro meant. He nodded helplessly and agreed. "Yes, I agree. Luffy is right. Staying in Shimotsuki village won't improve your strength much. If you can go out to sea earlier and see the vastness of the world, it may be more helpful for your future." "Is that so? Not bad." Zoro cheered excitedly, then turned to look at Luffy, and couldn't wait to challenge him again. "Come and fight me. If you lose, I will go with you." Needless to say, the result of the challenge. Zoro, with a big bump on his head, had his last lunch in Shimotsuki village. He said goodbye to his teacher, companions, and Kuina, and followed Luffy onto the warship. When he boarded the ship, he brought almost nothing with him. He only wore the Wado Ikimonji on his waist. This sword was entrusted to him by Kojiro on the day Kuina left. The fight just now was also borrowed by Kojiro from him. "Now, I mean what I said. I'll give you the Sandai Kaiditsu. Be careful when using it, it's a notorious demon sword." He took off the Sandai Kaiditsu from his waist and handed it to Zoro. Luffy even scared him with a bad taste, wanting to see how Zoro would react when he was a child. Chapter 48. Ion hit him lightly and was about to blame him for giving such a dangerous weapon to a child. But Zoro took the knife without saying a word, and then reproduced a famous scene. "A demon sword? I've heard of it." Zoro pulled out the sword and looked at it carefully, then raised his lips and threw the sword into the sky. "Then let me see which is stronger, the legendary curse or my luck." As he said this, he raised his left arm, lowered his head, closed his eyes and waited for the judgment of fate. This crazy move really scared everyone. Nami screamed and quickly covered her eyes and dared not look. The other guerrilla members looked at him with admiration and praise. They didn't understand why the captain had to bring this kid with him before. Now, regardless of other things, this courage alone won the recognition of everyone, and they regarded him as a member of the guerrillas in their hearts. Anne frowned and put his hand on the snow on his waist. This child is indeed a natural swordsman, but his behavior is too reckless. She immediately concentrated her attention and prepared to stop the third generation of Kaititsu before he cut off his arm. But the next scene was beyond her expectation. Kaititsu, who was spinning and falling rapidly, seemed to be really convinced by him. The back of the knife just passed his arm and went straight into the deck. The entire blade was immersed in it, which was enough to show its sharpness. Zoro opened his eyes, looked at the third generation of Kaititsu under his feet, and grinned. It's a really good sword, I'll take it without hesitation. Luffy, who had been silent the whole time, couldn't hold back any longer, and laughed triumphantly with his hands on his hips. Ha ha ha, today I have Zoro, which is like adding wings to a tiger. It is really a great fortune. After receiving such a high evaluation from Luffy, Zoro bent down to take back the Kaititsu and smiled happily. I won't let you down. Just as the two looked at each other, heroes appreciating heroes. Ain, with a gloomy face, punched each of them and knocked them to the ground. You two idiots, if you do something dangerous like this again, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. After saying this harshly, Anne dragged Luffy into the cabin. After the two of them left, Nami came to Zoro, kicked him in disgust, and taught him a lesson in the tone of a senior. New soldier, look at what you have done. You have damaged the deck. Go get the tools and fix it. Covering the big bump on his head, Zoro bared his teeth and shouted unconvinced. You stinky girl, who give me orders? Nami didn't answer, and followed Ain's example and punched Zoro, knocking him down completely. Humph, this is the price of underestimating your seniors. Just as Zoro was starting his new life on the warship, Kojiro in the Shimotsuki gym also returned to his room, ready to give Luffy a surprise. Hello, is this Betty? I met an interesting Navy man and would like to recommend him to you. East China Sea, Zongar Kingdom. This country is one of the more than 170 member states of the world government and is a supporter of the government. Secretly, the Zongar Kingdom has long been infiltrated by the Revolutionary Army and a large-scale uprising may break out at any time. And now, the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Army, Balo Betty, is in charge of the country, directing the final preparations before the uprising. It was at this time that she received a call from Kojiro. You want to recommend a navy to me? Don't be ridiculous. Those lackeys of the world government, the trash who claim to be righteous, can't get along with us. If you came to me to talk about this, I'm sorry, I'm busy and don't have time to listen to your jokes. Faced with Betty's impolite tone, Kojiro smiled bitterly and didn't intend to keep it a secret. Betty, this navy is very special, he is the grandson of Iron Fist Garp. He is a young man with a lot of personality. Believe me, the person I recommend is not wrong. Kojiro thought that what he said was enough to impress Betty. But Betty still didn't care and said coldly. Hey, so what if he's the grandson of the hero Garp? Why would a young master born with a silver spoon in his mouth give up his bright future and join us terrorists? Kojiro's mouth twitched. You can ask your leader Long about this, he did the same thing at the time. Ahem, believe me, you can observe him first. Or ask Long, Long will definitely be interested in this kid. Tisk, I get it. If you have nothing else to say, I'll hang up. Betty snorted coldly and hung up the phone without waiting for Kojiro to reply. If we rely on the bunch of rubbish in the navy, the world would have been over long ago. She complained quietly, not taking it to heart. But after thinking about it, she still found a pen and paper, wrote down the information provided by Kojiro, and called the intelligence officer. Betty handed him the note and ordered. Pay attention to the intelligence of this kid, and notify me immediately if there is any new information. After a pause, she hesitated for a moment and added. Send a copy of his information to headquarters and ask the leader if he wants to contact him. Yes. At this time, Luffy had no idea that his information had been passed on to the Revolutionary Army by a petty person. He set out again. This time his target was the sniper from Zilobya village god Usopp. Luffy came up with a more effective way to recruit this timid, boastful, long-nosed guy. After arriving at Zilobya village and finding out Usopp's address from the villagers, Luffy led his men here and knocked on the door. Knock knock knock, is anyone there? I'm here to check the water meter. He was lucky. Usopp had just come back from outside and opened the door immediately when he heard someone knocking. Check the water meter? But I don't have one at home, forward, hi, Navy. Chapter 49. Looking at the boy who was almost scared to death, Luffy stepped forward with a kind face to block the door, preventing him from escaping, and asked. You are Usopp, right? I am Luffy, a major in the Marine headquarters, and I have a few questions for you. Usopp was a little scared when he saw the Marines. But when he heard him calling out his name, his face turned pale, and he started sweating. His legs began to tremble as if by reflex. Why are you looking for me? Did you hear about my name, Captain Usopp, and come to arrest me? What should I do? My 80 million subordinates are just bragging. They will really die if they are caught by the Navy. When faced with danger, Usopp's brain automatically enters overclocking mode. After only thinking for 0.01 seconds, he thought of the best solution to the problem. Taking a step back, Usopp bowed down to the ground in front of everyone's surprised eyes, and apologized sincerely. Private Masai, it's wrong for me to play the pirate game. I will disband the pirate group now and dismiss my 80 million, oh no, 3 subordinates. Please don't catch me. Cook, Ann, Zoro, and others who came with Luffy all twitched their mouths at the same time. 80 million, you are so bold to brag. Luffy smiled and helped him up from the ground. Look at you, I haven't asked you anything yet, but you confessed. Now there is solid evidence that you are a pirate. What do you think we should do? I am innocent. Usopp really wanted to slap himself twice. Why did you mention pirates when you were fine? Now, his identity as a pirate has been confirmed by the Navy. He can only spend the rest of his life in prison. Looking at Long Nose with dull eyes, who seemed to be scared silly, Cook walked to Luffy in confusion and asked in a low voice. I still don't understand why you came to find such a guy. He seems to have no special features except bragging, and he is also extremely timid. Turning his head, Luffy also whispered. Don't underestimate him, his father is the red-hair pirate sniper, Jesus. I believe that as his son, this guy is not much worse. The two spoke in low voices, but perhaps it was because of the sharp 5 senses of being a sniper. Usopp's ears moved in a trance, and he jumped up like a spring in an instant, and said excitedly. Do you know my dad? Where is he now? How is he doing? Luffy raised his eyebrows and joked. Why, are you asking these questions because you want to find him? He is on the Grand Line, which is full of dangers. Do you have the courage to go there? Usopp was speechless. Of course, he didn't dare to go there. Not to mention the Grand Line, he had never even been out of the village of Zilobya. Please. He knelt down again in front of Luffy and the others, begging with tears streaming down his face. Please take me to the Grand Line. I finally heard about that guy and I don't want to miss it. Give me a chance, I am willing to join the Navy, even if I have to start by cleaning toilets, please take me and take me away from here. Luffy was totally surprised that Usopp asked to join. Logically, this guy wanted to be a pirate since he was a child, so why did he suddenly change his mind? Touching his chin, Luffy asked the question in his mind. Haven't you always dreamed of becoming a pirate? Why are you suddenly willing to join the Navy? If you don't give me a reason, I can't let you join. When Usopp heard that this was possible, his face lit up and he replied without thinking. My dream is to become a brave sea warrior. As long as I can achieve this wish, I am willing to be a pirate or a navy. And compared to this, I would rather ask my dad in person. Ask him why he didn't go home for so many years, even when his mother died. As he spoke, Usopp clenched his fists, full of resentment towards Jesus. Luffy suddenly realized it after hearing this. In this world, Usopp's mother had just passed away a few years ago, and his feelings for Jesus were more resentful than admiring. The idea of becoming a pirate probably just arose not long ago, and there is still time for transformation. I see, then I promise you. Turning his back to him, Luffy walked out. Come on, remember what you said, from today on, the toilet is yours. Usopp's eyes gradually lit up, and he quickly stood up and saluted in a proper manner. Yes. After Usopp packed up his things and said goodbye to the villagers and friends with a big bag on his back, Luffy planned to take him away directly. Walking in the center of the village, he suddenly stopped, as if he thought of something. Pointing to the conspicuous big villa in the distance, he asked Usopp, "Do you know that family? Why don't you go and say goodbye to them?" Usopp paused, turned around and looked back, with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. "No, that's not necessary. They are the richest family in our village. I'm not familiar with them. I've only met them a few times." "Oh, whatever you want. But there is only one chance. If you leave, I don't know when we will meet again." After that, Luffy continued to walk out of the village. Usopp stood there and looked at his back, then turned his head and stared at the villa for a long time. He gritted his teeth, threw down his backpack, and ran towards the villa. "Sir, wait for me, I'll be back soon." "Ha, that's right." Cook turned around and whistled, his hand on his forehead, and looked towards the villa from afar. "I had noticed a pretty little girl peeking over there a long time ago." Long Nose was also hesitant, and looked over there from time to time. "Sure enough, just as I thought, they were having an affair." "Pa!" Luffy slapped him in the face and cursed. "Do you know how to talk? They are childhood sweethearts. But you call it adultery? You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth." After giving him a lesson, Luffy asked Zoro to take Usopp's luggage, and the group set off again. No one in the group knew what Usopp said to Kaya. Chapter 50. Gavin stopped the long-nosed boy who was looking around the warship with an excited look on his face. He waved and said to him, "Have you said goodbye to your girlfriend? Then come with me. I'll take you to get your uniform and arrange your room." Usopp quickly stood up and responded, and followed him happily. Walking in the cabin, Gavin turned his head from time to time to look at him. But until he took him to get his clothes and sent him to his room, he didn't see anything outstanding about this kid. Before leaving, he ordered, "Long Nose, follow the captain's orders, the toilet will be handed over to you from now on." He paused, and his hand stopped in mid-air as he tried to close the door. "There are also cannons. Remember to clean them regularly and learn how to use them from the veteran team members. You will also be a gunner on the ship in the future." After saying that, he closed the door and left. Usopp was stunned for a few seconds, then excitedly shouted at the door, "Yes, mission accomplished." With Zoro and Usopp, there is only Sanji left in the East Sea 5. According to the original work, Sanji seems to be the most difficult to recruit. Because he and Zeph have only opened the sea restaurant for a few years, and he only wants to develop the restaurant well. Albule is just a distant dream buried in his heart. To pull him on board, it is not enough to persuade him alone, but also to start with Zeph. He will come forward to hand Sanji over to him. Alas, it feels so troublesome. It would be better if we could just capture the person. Luffy stood on one finger, sighed and said with emotion. In front of him were 3 little kids who were shouting and struggling to do push-ups. Nami, Zoro, and Usopp, the 3 of them were new errand boys, and they were receiving strict training from Luffy. 491, 492, 493. Zoro carried a heavy iron block on his back and gritted his teeth to complete the training arranged by Luffy without any slackness. The two guys next to him were much worse. Usopp managed to do more than 250 without any weight. Nami only did less than 100 before she lay on the ground and started to lose. Ah! I can't do it anymore. Why do I, a navigator, have to follow the training? The girl's complaint brought Luffy back to his senses. He frowned and exerted force with his arms, flipping over and jumping up. He came to Nami and scolded her dissatisfiedly. Come on, this is the most basic training. In the headquarters, even if you are a complete civilian staff, the necessary training is essential. As he said this, he paused and flicked Nami's forehead with his finger. Do you think the pirates will not kill you just because you are a navigator? This sea is full of dangers, and I don't want my subordinates to die in front of me one day. Nami's face was bitter, and she pouted and said sullenly. Okay, I got it. As she said that, she reluctantly stood up, counted, and started training again. After teaching her, Luffy looked at the other two. Needless to say, Zoro himself is a person who pursues strength very much. Every time he finishes the training assigned by Luffy, he will do more training. This diligent and desperate attitude makes many old team members admire him. Although Usopp has neglected training since he was a child, he also has the awareness of becoming a strong sea warrior. He has never fallen behind in the necessary training. After supervising the few people to practice for another hour, Luffy clapped his hands and asked them to stop. Okay, that's all for today. Go back and wash up, we'll go to the sea restaurant for dinner later. The three of them were already exhausted and had no energy to respond to him. Luffy shook his head helplessly, stepped forward and grabbed Zoro and Usopp in one hand and walked towards the cabin. Nami was gently picked up by An and taken back to her room. In the bathroom, Nami lay in the bathtub like a puddle of mud. She reluctantly turned her head and looked at An, who was carefully wiping her body. She felt a trace of warmth in her heart and said softly, An, have you been here before like this? He wiped the girl's fair and tender skin with a towel. An answered without even raising his head. Our requirements are much higher than this. Thousands of push UPS are just warm UPS. The real horror is the fights between classmates. Injuries and fainting every day are the norm. If I accidentally fail to stop, it is not uncommon for classmates to break several bones. Once, I accidentally beat Cook so hard that he had to stay in bed for half a month. Ha, why do I feel like you did it on purpose? After a few awkward laughs, Nami felt much better. At least Luffy's request was not so perverted. After regaining some strength, Nami rejected Ain's kindness. She wiped the water stains herself and walked out of the bathtub. Wrapped in a bath towel, she searched for clean clothes in the room. It is worth mentioning that Ain, who is also a girl like her, now lives in the same room. Zoro and Usopp are roommates, and they live in the same room. Opening the closet, she looked at the blue and white navy uniforms of the same style, which took up most of the space and had the word miscellaneous written on them. She pouted, took out a set and said dissatisfiedly, Damn it, why can Luffy wear a handsome suit, but we can only wear ugly uniforms? Ain looked at his military uniform and comforted helplessly. It's okay, the navy uniform is pretty cool. She paused, remembered something, went to her closet, opened it and took out a sky blue tight skirt, hesitantly said. In fact, the Navy's uniform requirements are not very strict. If you want, you can wear whatever you want when you become a petty officer. When you become a lieutenant, you can wear whatever you want, and no one will care. As she said this, she compared the short skirt on herself. Finally, she looked at Nami and said, Since we're going to have dinner later, why not dress nicely? Yet. Nami nodded frantically, Sister Anne, you will look super beautiful in this outfit. Finally, under the instigation of the little girl, Anne half-heartedly changed into new clothes. Immediately, her temperament changed from the original serious navy look to a pretty and charming urban beauty. In addition, Nami strongly asked her to change into aqua blue stiletto heels. Instantly, her slender and smooth long legs were set off to be particularly charming. Fortunately, there was no leg control at this time, otherwise he would definitely pounce on her and kneel down to lick her. Great, this is what a beautiful and charming woman like you, Sister Anne, should wear. Nami praised sincerely. Anne's cheeks turned slightly red, and she said with some discomfort on her high heels. Really? This is the first time I wear this outfit. I always feel a chill down there, so weird. Chapter 51. As she spoke, she glanced around the closet again, and suddenly her eyes lit up. She took out the coat of justice that was issued to her and put it on. P.S. Belmere wore the coat of justice in the animation, so in this book, the lieutenant can also wear it. Hey, why do you want to block it? It won't look good this way. Is there one? Ian looked at himself through the mirror in the wardrobe. This is also pretty good, wearing a coat can also tell others that I am a navy. Well, it's up to you. I can't wear other clothes if it's not on me. Nami changed into the hated uniform gloomily. She vowed to work hard, strive to make more achievements, and become a non-commissioned officer as soon as possible. For freedom of dress. Knock knock knock. What are you doing? We are at the restaurant on the sea, come out and have a feast. Luffy knocked on the door. Hearing the rustling sound coming from the room, he was speechless. What's going on? It's just a shower and a change of clothes. Why does it take so long? Just as he raised his hand to knock on the door again, the door was opened from the inside. Ain stood at the door with an unnatural look on his face and said. Are we there yet? Let's go now. You. Luffy froze in place with his hands raised. He stared at the changed Anne in amazement, his eyes moving from her sexy, soft collarbone down, across her towering peaks, her flat belly, and finally locked onto her long, white legs with smooth lines, full body, and delicate, reflective luster. Lick. Absolutely lick. I can lick this leg for a year and never get tired of it. Seeing Luffy's eyes staring at her thighs, Anne turned her head away, her pretty face immediately flushed. Her snow-white neck also blushed with shame, and the burning gaze was like a big hand caressing her body, making her subconsciously close her legs. Luffy, let's go, everyone is waiting impatiently. That's right, I'm already impatient. This thought flashed through his mind, and Luffy shuddered immediately, coughed lightly, and said seriously. Right, let's go out first, Cook and the others are waiting. After saying that, he walked out first. Ian opened his mouth, closed it, and clenched his fists secretly. Idiot, shouldn't you be a gentleman and invite me to hold your arm? You are such a brainless guy. She cursed him inwardly, and Ian hurriedly followed. Nami was ignored by the two men from beginning to end. She was blocked by Ian and didn't see the situation outside the door clearly. When the two men left, they didn't ask her to join them. Damn it, there's me too, wait for me. Walking out of the cabin quickly, the salty sea breeze blew across his cheeks. Luffy was shocked and realized his mistake. Oops, I forgot to call Nami. I don't know if she has changed her clothes yet. Ian, who had followed him a few steps slower, rolled his eyes in annoyance when he heard his mumbling. He grabbed his arm and said in a low voice with a red face. Idiot, cooperate with me. Feeling something soft against his left arm, Luffy's mind went blank and he completely lost control of his body. Anne, when did she become so bold? Did I get the wrong script? At this time, everyone on the ship also noticed the actions of the two. Cook excitedly slapped Bins, who was still chatting, and pulled him excitedly. Look! Luffy succeeded. I knew it, this has been a problem for me for 6 years. Bins, who felt a sharp pain in his back, turned around with a grin. He wanted to punch this idiot, but when he saw Luffy and An walking hand in hand, he couldn't help but stop and exclaimed wow. Not only the two of them, but the other team members also saluted the two of them. Thanks to Cook's silly publicity, after 6 years of getting along, except for the two parties involved, everyone else has long regarded them as a couple. But this is the first time everyone has seen such an intimate behavior between the two. Luffy is so shameless. After the initial surprise, he immediately enjoyed it with peace of mind. He just pretended not to see the eyes of the crowd. Anan used to be bold, but when everyone looked at her like this, the shyness in her heart gradually overwhelmed her courage. Gradually lowered her head, blushing and hanging half of her body on Luffy. Hey, why are you all so quiet? Didn't you say you were going to eat? Zoro, the titanium straight man, crossed his arms and looked around in confusion, asking. As soon as he said this, Usopp beside him was startled and tried to cover his mouth. But he was no match for Zoro, and not only was he easily countered, he also continued to speak. Idiot, why did you do that? Is there something wrong with what I said? At this point, everyone on the boat couldn't hold it anymore, and everyone turned their eyes away. Gavin waved awkwardly and asked everyone to get off the boat, and everyone disappeared in an instant. What? Why don't you just leave without explaining yourself? Zoro let go of his hand, still at a loss. Usopp, who was standing by, was almost crying, and hurriedly dragged him off the boat, begging. Please stop talking and go eat your meal. Hey, stop pulling me. Tell me what you are so nervous about. Wow, Zoro, you are really hopeless. After everyone left noisily, only 3 people were left on the ship. Nami hurried out of the cabin. At a glance, she saw Luffy and his partner, holding hands with awkward expressions. She paused, tilted her head and walked around the two of them. Then she looked up at Ian with a complicated look and asked. Could it be? No, nothing, Ian shook his head repeatedly to deny. Then he thought of something, let go of Luffy's hand, and ran off the boat. Feeling the softness of his arm was gone, Luffy smacked his lips regretfully. Pervert! What are you regretting? Nami raised her voice, frowned and glared at Luffy. Luffy shook his head, glanced at her firm figure, and sneered. What does a little brat know? Go, and play. As he said this, he put his hands in his pockets and recalled the beauty of just now, and also got off the boat and walked towards the sea restaurant. Nami lowered her head and looked at her body that could not be distinguished from the front and back. Suddenly, she gritted her teeth, ran behind Luffy, and pounced on him and bit his arm. Damn, you are born in the year of the dog, believe it or not, I will electrocute you. Woof. Chapter 52. Anne, flustered, hurried to the restaurant entrance. Thinking about her bold move just now, she absent-mindedly pushed the door open and walked in on her high heels. Her arrival made the restaurant suddenly quiet. The team members who had sat down in advance did not dare to look up at her. Several of them gathered together and held the menu to cover themselves. When the other guests saw that the newcomer was another Navy officer, they also looked away for fear of getting into trouble. Only one person stared at her blankly, his pupils gradually dilated and then turned into a heart. Pretty big sister. With an excited cheer, he threw the empty dishes in his hand to the ground. He rushed to Anne like a whirlwind, took out a rose under Anne's surprised eyes, and said affectionately. Beautiful lady, your appearance is as dazzling as the sun, and your smile is as dazzling as the stars, ah! Sanji was finally able to meet such a charming older sister, and was about to make a passionate confession when he was interrupted by a sneak attack. Sanji turned back angrily, wanting to see which bastard was disturbing him. Looking at the obvious code of justice on the other party, he was stunned at first, and then still said rudely. Bastard, why did you hit me? Don't think I won't fight back just because you're a navy. Luffy raised his fist with a dark face and hit the pervert again. Bang! Flirting with a naval officer, is this reason enough? Facing the black and hard iron fist, Sanji hugged his bulging head with tears in his eyes and stopped shouting. Luffy snorted coldly and put down Nami in his hand. He raised his chin and said to the dazed Ain. Come back to your senses, beautiful lady, let's go over there and take a seat first. After saying that, he said to Sanji unceremoniously. Waiter, please bring 10 portions of your signature dishes. You can get more after you finish eating. But, damn it, I'm not a waiter, I'm the chef here. Sanji retorted unconvinced. 680 But Luffy had already turned around and left, sitting at a table with Ain and chatting. You stinky navy, you are favored by such a beautiful lady, wow, I am so envious. Sanji said sour words unwillingly, and returned to the kitchen in a daze to prepare for Luffy and the others. What did he just say? 10 servings of the signature dish. Can he finish it? Sanji, who had experienced a deep hunger, hated people wasting food. So when he returned to the kitchen, he didn't listen to Luffy's nonsense at all. He just made 1 serving of each signature dish and pushed the cart to deliver it himself. Luffy was chatting happily with Ain when an inappropriate voice interrupted him. Charming lady, this is the red wine I prepared specially for you. Please allow me to pour it for you. Looking at Sanji, who was talking to himself, and began to pour wine for Ain. Luffy raised his eyebrows, snatched the glass that was filled with 1/3 of the wine, drank it all, and smacked his lips and said. The taste is just so-so, put down the wine and you can go away. After glaring at the bastard, Sanji suppressed his anger and served the delicious food he made himself to the table like a gentleman. He touched his chest gracefully and bowed, and invited Ain. Miss, please try these dishes. I made them for you myself. After saying that, he raised his head expectantly, wanting to see the surprised expression on the elder sister's face after she ate his dishes. Ah! Putting the last empty plate on the table, Luffy chewed it twice and swallowed it, picking his teeth, and mockingly said. The taste is okay, but the quantity is too small. There is more, hurry up and make it for me. Sanji stared at the empty plates on the table in amazement. He looked around and under the table in disbelief. After not finding where the food went, he looked at Luffy's stomach. Damn navy, you ate all the love dishes I made for this beautiful lady. I want to fight you. As soon as Sanji finished speaking, he was hit on the head. Covering the big bag that had grown from 2 layers to 3 layers, Sanji turned his head angrily, wanting to see who the bastard was. Tetsuo, the owner and chef of Barity, appeared in his sight and lectured Sanji aggressively. Idiot kid, I've told you so many times not to harass customers. If I catch you again, you'll leave here and go beg somewhere else. Sanji didn't take his words seriously at all, and snorted coldly and said perfunctorily. Stop kidding, you nagging old man. I will stay here until you retire. Humph. With a cold snort, Zeph stopped looking at him and focused his attention on Luffy. When he saw this young man, Zeph's first feeling was danger. He was a well-known pirate back then, and he was very sensitive to this kind of perception. When this group of navy just entered, he felt that they were not ordinary, and after seeing Luffy, this feeling was even more obvious. After thinking for a while, he spoke. I'm sorry that this brat has caused you trouble. I'll waive the bill for your table. I hope you don't mind. While Zeph was looking at Luffy, Luffy was also looking at him. Looking at his right leg that had been replaced with a prosthesis, Luffy said with a little regret. Red-footed Jafu, if your legs were still there, you might have a place on the Grand Line. After a pause, he waved his hand under the surprised gazes of several people and said. Forget about the free meal. I'm afraid my appetite will make you broke. If you must apologize, why not give this kid to me? It just so happens that you dislike him, and I don't have enough chefs on my ship, Zeph, whose identity was revealed, was not panicked at all. Instead, he looked at Sanji beside him in surprise. I didn't expect that the Navy would specifically ask for this kid. Stop kidding, who do you think you are? I'm not leaving here. Sanji shouted in dissatisfaction. After a moment's thought, Zeph made the decision. Sure, I'll give it to you. I just think he's a troublemaker, so giving it to you will save me some trouble. What do you mean by that, old man? Sanji turned around and roared in disbelief, but Zeph ignored him and turned to leave. He gritted his teeth and tried to chase him. Swoosh! Yuan and the scabbard were placed on Sanji's neck. Luffy leaned back in his chair and said in a calm tone. Little boy, who allowed you to leave? You are mine now. As the words fell, a strong murderous aura, carrying an inexplicable fear and a desire to surrender, was released from his body. Sanji's body stiffened and began to tremble slightly. He turned around slowly, his teeth clenching. Damn Navy, I will not leave with you, just give up on this idea. Luffy didn't care about it at all, turned around and said to Ain. Write it down, male, blonde hair and curly eyebrows, height about 165 centimeters. Report directly to the headquarters, this kid is our guerrilla team. Sanji was anxious when he saw this. Hey, stop talking to yourself. As he said, he looked at the beautiful big sister named Anne. As a result, he saw that the other party actually wrote down all his information. After writing, he took out a small fax and den mushi, and was about to upload the message. Wait. We can talk about it. What do you want me to do? Seeing that the kid had given in, Luffy winked at Ain and then stopped his chaos. He smiled and asked Sanji to move a chair and sit down. He put his arm around his shoulders and asked pretentiously. What's your dream, you pervert? At another table in the restaurant, 3 new recruits sat together, eating and looking at Luffy's table. After stuffing a big mouthful of seafood fried rice into his mouth, Zoro said vaguely. What is the captain doing? Why does he have to let that lecherous curly eyebrow join us? Usopp drank the hot soup carefully, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said excitedly. Damn, this tastes so good. I think the captain just likes the food here and wants to recruit people so that he can eat such delicious food every day. So, that's not unacceptable. Zoro nodded thoughtfully and took another bite of seafood rice. Thinking that he could eat such delicious food every day, he immediately supported himself in his heart. Compared with the 2 heartless guys, Nami seemed a little unhappy. She was still angry about the fact that she was despised, and she wolfed down a big bowl of papaya-stewed pig's trotters. Back to Luffy. Sanji looked at him in surprise, then lowered his head and whispered to himself. My dream, if I must say it, besides becoming the chef of Barity and replacing the stinky old man, is to find the legendary sea area, all B1UE. Oh, you mean the sea area where all the fish from all over the world gather? To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Yes, that's it, you know. Sanji looked at Luffy with sparkling eyes, but Luffy shrugged helplessly. I do know that there are some descriptions of it in the Navy. But they are just fragments and are all speculations that cannot be confirmed. So, Lien Jun doesn't know. Sanji lowered his head in disappointment. Don't lose heart. Luffy reached out and patted his shoulder, comforting him. Just because it hasn't been found doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Look, Raftel was just a legend before. It wasn't confirmed until Pirate King Roger found it. As he said this, he picked up the empty plate and waved it in front of Sanji. If you stay here, you will never find it. Why don't you come with me? I will take you to the Grand Line. If ALLB1UE really exists, it must be there. Sanji frowned. How could he not know this truth? But he couldn't let go of Zeph and Barity. He wanted to stay with that stinky old man and not let him be alone. Thinking of this, he stood up and apologized to Luffy. I'm sorry, but I still can't agree. I'll make your dish soon, so don't mention it anymore. After saying that, Sanji turned around and walked towards the kitchen without much interest. Luffy tilted his head to look at him, raised his voice and said loudly. Even if the father is reluctant, he will still let go and send his child out to explore the world. And even if the child is attached to his father, he should understand that he can't stay with his father forever. Sanji paused, his shoulders trembled slightly. You are wrong, we are not father and son. Luffy smiled and said with a smile, stupid, it is not the blood relationship that calls us father and son. Sanji didn't say anything else, but stood there for a while before turning around and going upstairs. There were some things he wanted to talk to the old man about. Watching his disappearing figure, Ain supported his chin with his hand and teased Luffy. You kidnapped another one. What did you like about him this time? His cooking skills or his lust? Oh, it's because someone's charm is too great, making people unable to control themselves. I have to criticize you for this, and be prepared to be punished. Anne's face turned slightly red, and she subconsciously thought of the consequences of the heroine being punished in the storybook. She couldn't help but spit at Luffy, causing Luffy to scratch his head in confusion. No, is there something wrong with my words, or is there something wrong with your thinking, sister? Okay, I didn't expect that you have such a side, Anne. On the second floor, Zeph's bedroom. Sanji didn't even knock on the door and walked straight into the room. Zeph, who was lying on the bed, glanced at him, picked up the bottle of wine and took a sip by himself. Sanji frowned, walked up to snatch the bottle from him, and put it on the bedside table next to him. You taught me, old man, that drinking makes a chef's tongue go awry. You don't need to teach me this, you bastard. Zeph cursed in dissatisfaction, but he didn't touch the bottle again. Sanji sat down on the bed and opened his mouth several times but didn't say a word. The bedroom was silent for a long time, and finally Zeph put his hand on the back of his head, looked at the ceiling and muttered. Sanji, do you remember the first time we met? After asking, he continued without waiting for Sanji's answer. That time I led people to rob the merchant ship where you were interning. On the ship, you crawled to my feet and said that for ALLB1UE, you would never die there. Later it was proved that you, a little brat, did survive. But because of this, you were bound to this small place of Barity and no longer had the opportunity to realize your dream. Sanji was silent, and seemed to think of the encounter between the two. I don't feel that this is a restriction. Barity is also my dream. It was opened by the two of us little by little. It is the best restaurant in the world. Zeph could not deny what Sanji said. Seeing that he didn't speak, Sanji fell silent again. But this time, the silence didn't last long. Sanji spoke again. Old man, do you want me to go out to sea? Jafu glanced at him secretly, his eyes full of reluctance. Ah, yes, that group of navy is pretty good. Sanji clenched his trouser legs tightly, gritted his teeth and growled with tears in his eyes. Then I'm leaving. I don't know when I'll be back next time. Jafu closed his eyes. Go away, you nagging little brat. Sanji held back his tears, stood up, held the door handle and was about to go out. Sanji. Zeph raised his voice and called him. Sanji stopped and didn't dare to look back. Be careful, don't catch a cold. No. Tears could no longer be held back and burst out from his eyes. Sanji turned around and knelt on the ground, buried his head deeply and said goodbye loudly. Boss Jafu, thank you for your care over the years. Take good care of yourself, I will definitely find that sea and fulfill our common dream. Ah, 0.1, I'll leave it to you. A tear fell from the corner of Zeph's tightly closed eyes. After saying goodbye to Zeph, Sanji, as the chef of Barity, finally prepared a sumptuous meal for Luffy and his crew. After tasting Sanji's cooking and knowing that he was willing to join them, the gorillas were all delighted. They simply held a welcome ceremony at Barity, including Nami and the other two. 10 days after leaving the restaurant at sea. Cook, hey, Sanji, I want to eat seafood fried rice. Gavin, give me an iced drink. Bill, also prepare a Sea King meal for me. Others and me, I want. In the kitchen, veins popped up on Sanji's forehead. He waved the kitchen knife angrily and roared. Bastards, don't gather here, you guys have messed up the kitchen. After scolding the bastards headed by Cook, he turned around and pointed the kitchen knife at Bill. Bill. If I remember correctly, you were the original chef of the gorillas. Why did you come here? Can't you cook for yourself? Bill scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Isn't it not as delicious as your cooking? Now you are our head chef, I leave the kitchen to you. Sanji's face darkened. Don't throw the whole kitchen to me. There are more than 40 people, how can I handle it? Go and help me wash the vegetables. Yes, no problem at all. Bill was not at all annoyed by the new guy's command, and he called a few people to help Sanji prepare. Seeing that their stomachs were taken care of, the others complimented Sanji and left the kitchen. On the deck, Usopp leaned against the side of the ship indignantly and said angrily. Damn it, why are they all newcomers, but he is so popular, even his rank has been promoted to private. Chapter 53. Ahem. Nami coughed twice, and turned around in front of the two of them in her brand new military uniform without any miscellaneous words, showing off. It's not just him, I'm also a private. Usopp became even more jealous and shouted in dissatisfaction. Damn it, I am a gunner and a technical soldier. Why do you all get promoted, but I have to do odd jobs with this green algae-headed soldier who only has muscles in his head? I also want a promotion and a raise. Idiot, who are you calling a soldier? Zoro yelled in anger and rushed towards him. Usopp screamed and ran away. Soon the warship became a mess, and Nami was helpless. Bang! Sanji kicked the door open and rushed out of the kitchen with a plate of dessert in each hand. After a quick look, he found Nami alone. Miss Nami, this is my new dessert. Thank you. Nami took it from him politely, picked up the fork and tasted it, then gave Sanji a thumbs up. Sanji smiled slightly, turned his head with exaggerated love in his eyes, his legs turned into a whirlwind, and flew away shouting Ain's name. Nami shook her head at this, and sighed in her heart again. This guy hasn't learned his lesson at all, this is the number of times. Unlike the original Sanji who fell in love with Nami when they first met. The current Sanji is not interested in Nami, who is still a little kid. Giving her dessert is just his special treatment for ladies. Sure enough, it was as Nami expected. Sanji's scream soon rang out at the bow where Ain and Luffy were. Not long after, he was thrown down with a bruised face, and had to drag his injured body back to the kitchen cursing. Alas, what kind of people are these? The green-haired training freak, the long-nosed big talker, and the curly-browed cook. This team seems to have no future at all. Just as she was sighing, Luffy called out her name. Oh, and there is also an idiot captain who is not reliable at all and has poor eyesight. With a long sigh, she walked towards the bow unhurriedly. Here I am, Captain, what can I do for you? Time flies by like a white horse, and the years fly by like a shuttle. Well, only 1 year has passed. During this year, the gorillas, led by Luffy, attacked everywhere. They wiped out the two famous pirate groups in the East China Sea, Creek and Black Cat. They scared away Buggy, the future Four Emperors clown. The pirates in the East China Sea suffered an unprecedented blow. Of course, not only the pirates, but also the Navy underwent great changes during this period. A base commander was executed, and 2 were sent to a military court. Dozens of middle and senior officers in the branch were dismissed and investigated. A large number of old and weak were laid off, and batches of broken equipment were replaced. Many branches began to recruit new soldiers and intensify training under the supervision of the guerrillas. For a time, the entire East China Sea was completely renewed. After the guerrillas' results were reported back to the headquarters, they were unanimously recognized by the senior generals. Marshal Sengoku specially commended Luffy, promoted him from major to colonel, and awarded him a medal. Recently, he was ordered by the marshal to return to the headquarters and wait. Haiwan Calendar 1516. The guerrilla warship passed the upside-down mountain and returned to the Grand Line. At the age of 13, his height had grown again, reaching 1.84 meters. Standing on the mast, he took a deep breath, opened his arms and said excitedly, "Grand Line, your emperor is back." The other team members also let out various ghostly howls to celebrate their return to the Grand Line after a year. Cook, who had grown into a muscular man, pulled bins to raise his glass and celebrated wantonly. "Hey, you three, who allowed you to drink? And Luffy, what nonsense are you talking about? Come down and take care of them." Anne came over with his hands on his hips and scolded the four people. She is 21 years old and has grown up completely. Dark blue hair draped over her shoulders, smooth and delicate snow-white skin. Her dark eyebrows wrinkled slightly because of the unreliable behavior of several people, and there was a hint of helplessness in her severity. The white suit on her upper body was held up high by the huge white rabbit. The combination of short skirt, black stockings, and high heels on her lower body perfectly showed her graceful figure and slender legs. "Is this the Grand Line? The compass is out of service." Nami, who came to the Grand Line for the first time, said in surprise. The little girl of 14 has grown into a graceful young lady now. Her short hair, which was originally ear-length, has begun to grow longer under the influence of Ain. She wears the large military cap crookedly on her head, and does not wear the military uniform properly. She changed into a blue and white short-sleeved shirt and hot pants, which is barely considered to fit in with the group. Not far away, Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji, who are a little taller but have not changed much, are lying on the side of the ship with a look of surprise on their faces, looking at the sea that is not much different from the East China Sea, and sighing. "This thing is useless, let's change it to this." Luffy jumped down from the mast, walked to Nami, took the compass in his hand, took out the recording needle and put it on her wrist. After fiddling with it for a while, Nami, who had some prior knowledge of the Grand Line, immediately asked, "Luffy, there are 7 routes in total. Which route should we choose? Or should we use the permanent pointer to return directly to the headquarters?" Luffy, who was in a good mood, rubbed her head through his military cap. He had become accustomed to this action over the past year. "You are disrespectful. You should call me sir or captain, understand, Corporal Nami." Nami clenched her fist and angrily slapped his hand away. In the past year, her knowledge of navigation has brought a lot of help to the guerrillas, so she was promoted quickly. But even so, except for Zoro and his 3 companions, all the other veterans in the guerrillas were promoted to lieutenants, and Anne was promoted even faster. It is said that he will be promoted to major soon. Therefore, as the lowest-ranking member in the guerrillas, everyone always likes to tease her for this. "Okay, stop teasing her." Ian couldn't stand it anymore and walked forward to separate the two. Okay, no more jokes." Luffy shook his head and took 2 steps back, then he stopped smiling and said seriously, "There is no time to follow the route slowly. With the increasing rampage of pirates in recent years, our power in the New World has been shrinking step by step. Marshal Sengoku does not want to see the navy being completely driven out of the New World. So he mobilized elite troops from all over the country and asked us to gather at the headquarters as soon as possible and be ready to go to the New World for support at any time." "What? We just returned to the Grand Line, and the Marshal wants to transfer us to the New World. This is too fast." Cook and the other 2, who were originally laughing, suddenly lost their composure. Anne also tightly grasped the snowman around his waist and frowned. Zoro and the other 2 who heard the news also ran over, surrounded Luffy, and looked at him nervously and expectantly. Luffy looked around and secretly had a headache. These people, including himself, were newcomers who had not even ventured into the first half of the Grand Line. He was directly transferred to the dangerous new world, and he was also worried that he or one of his companions on the ship would unfortunately die in the battle. Okay, stop thinking too much. We will face the new world sooner or later. Are we not going there just because it is dangerous? Instead of worrying, we might as well train hard. Only by mastering the two-color domineering as soon as possible can we have the capital to gain a foothold in the new world. Under Luffy's encouragement, except for a few timid companions, everyone rekindled their fighting spirit. Watching Cook and the others disperse to train, Luffy said to Nami and the other four who stayed where they were with a nervous look on their faces. Especially you guys, I'm not worried about Zoro and Sanji. But Nami, you and Usopp need to be prepared. The danger there is far beyond your imagination. Gudong, to read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Nami and Usopp swallowed their saliva and immediately turned pale. If it weren't for the strict training of the military this year, Usopp would have almost died in the new world. After giving a few more instructions to the four people, Luffy took out a permanent pointer and said to Nami. Before going to the headquarters, go to this place first, I have something to do. Nami was still in panic, just nodded mechanically. After driving away all four people, Luffy called Anne and took her into the cabin. The two came to the room with Captain's Room written on the door and pushed the door open. As soon as he came in, Luffy went directly to a sofa against the wall and lay down. Anne paused, and after a slight hesitation, she took the initiative to sit next to Luffy. She lifted his head and placed it on her plump thighs wrapped in black stockings. Luffy opened his eyes in surprise and looked at her, but due to the angle, his sight was blocked by the mountains so he could not see the other's expression. The slender and soft hands touched the temples and kneaded them gently. Luffy did not delve into it under such a comfortable service and slowly closed his eyes. After a long silence, Luffy suddenly said, Anne, what do you think of the Revolutionary Army? Anne didn't stop massaging, and while thinking, he gave his answer. I don't know. I only heard about the Revolutionary Army occasionally in newspapers and headquarters. In the newspapers, Morgans described the Revolutionary Army as a rebel army that attempted to usurp the world government. They overthrew the government member states everywhere and disrupted the world order. They are out-and-out terrorists. Luffy nodded. This is indeed the style of Morgans, the old bird. So you think they are villains like pirates? No. Ain's tone remained unchanged, but the strength in his hands increased a little. It's strange. As a part of the government, our navy should be irreconcilable with the Revolutionary Army. But I have heard some private conversations among the superiors in the headquarters. Many of them actually approve of the practices of the Revolutionary Army, and even feel dissatisfied with what the government has done. As he said this, Ian shrank back so that the mountain no longer blocked his view. Looking at the handsome face of the sleeping beauty Luffy, he didn't understand why he suddenly brought up this matter. His nose twitched slightly as he sniffed the faint fragrance coming from the beauty. Luffy sneered, it seems that there are still many normal people in the navy. I thought they were all fooled by the government. He said something that sounded a bit inappropriate to Ian. Luffy sat up, left Ian's comfortable lap pillow, and shared his distress. The reason I say this is because I received a call 2 days ago. The other party claimed to be from the Revolutionary Army and wanted to cooperate with me. Ah, what are they thinking? Ian opened his mouth wide, totally in disbelief. Luffy thought of the phone call he received a few days ago, and shook his head and smiled bitterly. It was outrageous. His father, Dragon, was obviously the leader of the Revolutionary Army. But the commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army actually called him. He said that after a year of observation, their Revolutionary Army believed that Luffy was a friend worth associating with, and hoped that he could join the Revolutionary Army to change the world together. Luffy was stunned at the time and didn't know how to complain at all. It felt like the company was poaching people, but it ended up poaching the son of its own boss. That's it, and they still encouraged you to work hard and become bigger and stronger together. Ahem, that's pretty much the process. Anyway, I agreed to their request. What? You? Anne stood up in surprise, her eyes full of surprise. That was the Revolutionary Army, the enemy of their navy and government. Luffy, her superior and the descendant of a high-ranking navy officer, actually betrayed her. And he told her about it. Anne didn't know what to say for a moment, her heart was in a mess, and her brain became empty. But apart from these random thoughts, she was inexplicably a little happy. If the government knew about this, she would definitely be brought to a military court, but Luffy actually told her. This is enough to show Luffy's trust in her. Don't think too much, sit down and listen to me. Luffy took the girl's hand and led her to the sofa to sit down again. While playing with her white and smooth hand with clearly visible veins, he explained. You also said that there are actually many voices in the Navy that support the Revolutionary Army. In the final analysis, this is because the Revolutionary Army has not done anything harmful to the world. Instead, it has been committed to overthrowing the corrupt member states and leading local civilians to live the life they want. Of course, there are more important reasons for me to help the Revolutionary Army, but this needs to be kept secret for the time being. Later, you will understand after you complete the mission. Nodding, Anne's brain was still a little confused and unable to think normally. But in a flash, she grasped the key point. Mission? You want me to complete a mission with the Revolutionary Army? Luffy nodded and admitted openly, yes, I want you to go to Alabasta. Do you know Nico Robin? I seem to have some impression of her. Anne recalled. Luffy didn't care whether she remembered or not, and directly introduced Robin's background. Nico Robin, a historian, is 24 years old and from the West Sea. When she was 8 years old, her hometown O'Hara was destroyed by the Demon Slayer Order, and the government offered a bounty of 79 million berries. For so many years, she has been hiding from the government and the Navy. Recently, I received news that she has become a subordinate of Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, in Alabasta. 79 million? That reminds me now. Ian suddenly realized and remembered this wanted criminal who was the focus of the government's attention. Good. But how could she be mixed up with Crocodile? Did she want to use Crocodile's status as a Shishibukai to withdraw the bounty and seek asylum? No. She was required by the government to kill and capture the serious criminals, even if she had the support of the 7 warlords. After a pause, Luffy continued. Don't worry about this matter for now. What's more important now is that I want to give this woman to the Revolutionary Army. Her historical knowledge will be of great use to the Revolutionary Army. And the task I want to give you is to persuade her to join. But, Anne opened her mouth to refuse and persuade Luffy to stop getting too involved with the Revolutionary Army. But when she saw Luffy's trusting eyes, she hesitated. I will try. Hearing this answer, Luffy finally smiled. He reached his hand around Anne's head, put his arm around her shoulders, and gently held her in his arms. Please. Anne's face turned slightly red, and she hummed muffledly. This was the first time for the two of them to have such an intimate behavior. So it only lasted for about 10 minutes, and Anne couldn't stand it anymore, and struggled to get out of his arms. Luffy didn't force it, but just held her hand and didn't want to let go, and began to describe the action plan in detail. First, they will temporarily stay at the G27 branch of the Navy, and Alabasta is under the jurisdiction of this branch. Anne can take this opportunity to go to Alabasta to complete the mission. Luffy also handed in a Den Mushi, which can be used to contact the people of the Revolutionary Army. They will also send someone to pick up Ye. As for whether they will encounter difficult problems during the mission, such as being discovered by Crocodile, Luffy is not very worried, In has already mastered the armament haki plus her bug ability of the retrograde fruit. I can't say she can defeat Crocodile, but she can still escape unscathed. And the Revolutionary Army also has support. Since it's about Robin, they will definitely send a member of importance. Chapter 54. After arranging the plan, Luffy had nothing else to do. But after the intimate interaction just now, the two of them always felt that the atmosphere was a little ambiguous when they were alone in a room. Anne felt Luffy's big hands that had not let go, especially the other party's unscrupulous kneading. Her cheeks were flushed, and she lowered her head and dared not look at Luffy. Seeing this, Luffy not only did not restrain himself, but became more excessive. He held Anne with one hand and gently pressed the other hand on her black silk legs. Anne's body trembled, and her pearly teeth bit her lower lip tightly to prevent herself from making any strange sounds. But even so, she was only slightly shy and had no intention of running away. Luffy's eyes lit up instantly, and the corners of his mouth curled up, wanting to do something more excessive. Bang! Luffy, yes! Nami rushed in, but when she saw Luffy, who was smirking and making advances towards Een, she froze in place, not knowing what to say. Luffy was also stunned. He was so focused on teasing the beauty that even his sense of observation was suppressed by lust. He didn't even notice someone coming. What a mistake! Een was even more embarrassed. What happened between her and Luffy was exposed. She was immediately ashamed and wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. This, that, I'll go first, you guys continue. After saying that, Nami wanted to close the door and run away. However, she was frightened by Luffy's loud shout and stood still without moving. Stop! Close the door! Oh! The girl closed the door carefully, walked in front of the two men, lowered her head and played with her fingers, not daring to speak. On the sofa, Anne also kept a long distance from Luffy, not daring to look up. Luffy's face was dark, his hands crossed, and he said unhappily. Tell me, what do you want from me? If you don't give me a good reason, you're done for today. Nami shrank her neck in fear and whispered to herself. It's pirates. We found traces of pirate ships, so I came down to report. Luffy raised his eyebrows and continued to ask with a stern face. How many ships? Who is the other party? How much is the reward? Just one ship, a super powerful guy with a bounty of 30 million. Nami swallowed her saliva and exaggerated deliberately. But after she finished speaking, she found that Luffy's face became even darker. You're reporting to me for a mere 30 million? Go, let Zoran and the others solve it themselves. Okay, Captain, I'll go now. Nami nodded hurriedly to show that she understood, and then turned around and tried to run away again. Just as she was about to leave, Luffy coughed heavily and said in a gloomy tone. NA723MEI, you didn't see anything just now, did you? Forward, Nami turned around nervously, stretched out 4 fingers and swore. I swear, I know nothing. Luffy looked like a teachable boy. Well, very good, you go. After receiving Luffy's order, Nami quickly ran away, slammed the door, and ran away in an instant. After she left, Ian wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, but when he thought about how he had just been seen by that little girl, he was immediately ashamed and angry. Okay, you've seen it, the worst that can happen is that we can make it public. Luffy stroked her hair, then leaned back and lay back on her thighs, closing his eyes and enjoying it. Anne's tense body slowly relaxed, and finally he sighed helplessly and continued to massage him. On the other side, Nami ran a long way before stopping and gasping for breath while holding her chest. Looking back to make sure that Luffy hadn't caught up, she patted her small chest that had just begun to develop and breathed a sigh of relief. Then she clenched her fists in anger and began to grind her teeth. Damn it, they usually look so righteous, but they are secretly having an office romance. Damn it, I don't know when they started. Thinking of this, she felt upset again. She stretched out her hand and pinched it, then said dejectedly. Why haven't I grown up yet? When can I have a watermelon-like figure like Ein? And Luffy, that bastard, he and I are obviously the same age. Why did he get together with Ein who is so much older than him? It's so abominable. After saying this with gritted teeth, Nami patted her cheeks and regained her confidence. It's okay, I can do it. Wait, time will prove that the younger me is the winner. After saying that, she straightened her chest and head and walked onto the deck. In the oasis city of Juba in Alabasta, a girl wearing a light pink dress, brown over-the-ankle leather shoes, and bare slender legs came here. Oh, it's so hot. I feel like dying. The owner of the beautiful legs, a girl named Kurla, had no sense of being a beauty at this time. She was wandering the street like a zombie, sticking out her tongue in embarrassment. The high temperature of Alabasta had already wet her short skirt. The clothes soaked in sweat were tightly attached to her skin. The graceful figure and the whiteness under the clothes were fully revealed. It was a pity that such a beautiful scene was not appreciated at this time. It was just because the actual situation of the oasis city of Juba was completely different from the intelligence. It was called an oasis, CFDG, but Kurla didn't see any green all the way. All she could see were dilapidated houses submerged in yellow sand, revealing a desolate scene. There was not a single pedestrian on the street from beginning to end. Of course, this can be explained by the fact that it was noon and it was too hot outside. But this was not what made Kurla most desperate. She knelt on the ground helplessly, even if the delicate skin of her thighs was burned by the scalding yellow sand, she didn't care. Raising her snow-white neck with beads of sweat sliding down, Kurla cried out sadly. Help, can someone give me some water? It seemed that the heavens heard her cry for help, and someone on the street actually responded. Stop shouting, come here if you want water. Kurla's delicate body trembled, and she quickly turned around to look. Soon she was in a half-collapsed house, and through the window she saw an old woman with a helpless face waving at her. Kurla quickly got up with her hands and feet, and rushed to the door of the house as if escaping. The old woman also opened the door and let her in. Are you here to travel to Yuba again? Can't you ask around somewhere else before coming? Yuba is no longer the Yuba it once was. While blaming Kurla for being reckless, the old woman came to a jar as big as a football, opened the lid and scooped out a glass of water. Kurla's eyes lit up immediately, and after thanking her repeatedly, she drank the water in big gulps. Feeling the refreshing and sweet water of life flowing from the throat through the esophagus, and finally falling safely into the stomach, Kurla felt like she was alive again. Phew, comfortable. The old woman looked at the girl who was sitting on the ground and grinning. She shook her head helplessly, took out a small water bag, scooped 2 spoonfuls of water, handed it to her and urged. Here, save some and drink enough for you to leave here. Leave quickly before the sandstorm comes. Kurla sat up quickly, patted her buttocks, took the water bag with both hands and thanked her. As soon as she stood up, she could see the situation in the jar clearly, and she was stunned. Grandma, Grandma, give me the water, what will you do? Looking at the almost empty jar, Kurla said anxiously. After this experience of almost dying of thirst, she naturally understood the preciousness of water resources here. But even so, the other party wanted to give the little water they had to a stranger like her, which she really couldn't accept. Putting the water bag into the girl's hand, the old woman covered the jar again without caring, and advised. Don't think too much, we locals have our own way to get water. To read the novel, go to Falu Novel Network. You'd better leave quickly, or it will be difficult to leave if you encounter a sandstorm later. As she said this, she sighed again and muttered unhappily. So I hate you outsiders, you have money to travel. Can't you go to other islands with better conditions? I have to waste water again. As she said that, she pushed Kurlaw out without paying attention to her struggle and closed the door. This. Mother-in-law, thank you. After shouting outside the door and getting no response, Kurlaw lowered her head and left. Walking on the street again, she carefully protected the water bag in her arms. According to the intelligence, Yuba should be a large city with no shortage of water or food and a dense population. Looking at the ruins of the building, it is indeed the case, but why? Kurlaw, who couldn't figure it out, frowned. She decided to investigate it carefully after completing this mission. Alas, if Yuba doesn't work, she should go to the rainy land. This name sounds like there is at least no shortage of water. I just don't know when the contact person will come. I hope the information provided by the other party will be accurate. Kurlaw, who made up her mind, left Yuba and walked in the desert. She walked towards the most prosperous city in Alabasta, the rainy land. After sailing on the sea for 3 days without stopping, Luffy and his party finally arrived at the destination of this trip, the G-27 branch of the Navy, at noon on the 4th. The island where the G-27 branch is located is a small island with no outsiders and completely controlled by the Navy. There are more than 2,000 elite Marines stationed on it, not to mention the logistics personnel such as chefs and boatmen. This base, with a total of nearly 2,500 people, governs a large area of Alabasta, including several nearby islands. It is the pioneer of the Navy to control this route and wipe out the new pirate group in the 4 seas. Standing on the warship, Luffy looked at the neatly lined up, imposing Marines on the dock and nodded in agreement. The Marines of the Grand Line are still impressive. Those guys from the East China Sea are so sloppy when they stand in military posture, and they don't look like Marines at all. As they were talking, the warship had already docked, and after the sampan was lowered, Luffy immediately led his men off the ship. A tall and familiar figure with pink hair also stepped forward. Seeing her, Luffy knocked down Sanji, who was impatient to see a beautiful woman, with a punch, and then smiled and saluted first. Colonel Tina, long time no see. Under your leadership, the G-27 branch has become more powerful. Hearing the praise, Tina inevitably smiled. Glancing at the strange yellow-haired kid lying on the ground, she saluted. Colonel Luffy, we haven't seen each other for 7 or 8 years. When you were in the headquarters, you were only that little. Tina paused, looking at the boy who still looked a little childish, but was taller than her, with an upright posture and a masculine aura. She couldn't help but sigh. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, you are on the same level as me. Maybe Tina has also become a senior in the eyes of you young people. Sister Tina, don't joke with me. You are the most beautiful girl in our Navy. You are young and charming. Humph, I don't know how much your strength has improved after not seeing you for a few years, but you are getting better at talking. Looking at the 2 people in front of him who were talking and laughing happily, Anne snorted in dissatisfaction, secretly jealous. Damn Luffy, I haven't heard you praise me like this in all these years. Her snort was not loud, but Luffy and Tina heard it. Tina looked at Anne curiously, and seeing her looking at Luffy with some resentment, she also secretly understood something. Luffy's perception was sharp, and he could feel the gaze behind him without turning his head. With a light cough, he hurriedly said to Tina. Sister Tina, let's not stand here, let your lovely juniors take a rest first. I didn't see any cute junior students, but I did find one cute junior student. Tina teased faintly, then turned around and greeted everyone. Come on, you're welcome in G-27. Let's eat and talk, tell Tina your stories in the East China Sea. Clang clang clang. The continuous sound of bowls and chopsticks colliding rang out in the restaurant of G-27. The guards standing guard at the door watched their colleagues who came in and out, sweating profusely, acting as temporary waiters. They all secretly smacked their lips, wondering what exactly happened here. This, and this, give me 10 more plates of each. Luffy casually ordered a few of his favorite dishes and poured them directly into his mouth. After chewing it casually for 2 bites, he swallowed it into his stomach. At this time, Tina no longer had her previous coolness and composure. She was holding a half-burned cigarette blankly, her face full of surprise, and she opened and closed her mouth several times but couldn't utter a complete sentence. The other people at the table were much calmer. There was an exclusive area in front of them. More than 40 people only picked up dishes in this area, and Luffy didn't cross the border to grab food. They talked and laughed while eating, as if they had already gotten used to it. Looking at the fast-tracked pile of empty plates that the waiters didn't have time to clear away. After a moment of silence, Tina took a deep puff of cigarette and couldn't help but speak. You must have finished eating everything on the ship, so you found an excuse to come to Tina to eat and drink. After pouring the last few plates of tender and juicy steaks into his mouth, and stuffing a few plates of fruit salad to relieve the greasiness, Luffy finally stopped, slumped on the back of the chair, patted his round belly and said happily. No, I really missed you, Sister Tina, so I came to see you. After calculating silently, Tina found that this bastard had eaten 100 people's daily portions of food in one meal. Her heart was bleeding, and she gritted her teeth and said with a dark face. Really? Then please don't come next time. Hey, you're welcome. I'll stay with you for a few days. After resting, I'll go to the New World. We may not see each other for a few years. You still want to stay here? You glutton, do you want to eat up the G27 branch? She complained about this damn guy in her heart. But before she could complain for a few words, she was attracted by the second half of Luffy's words. New World? You little brat, you want to go to the New World too? Yes, the Marshal said that the New World was short of manpower, so he asked me to help. He rubbed his belly calmly, relying on the passive life return, and restored his big belly, which was like a pregnant woman about to give birth, little by little to the state before dinner. Tina didn't notice this scene, she was angry because Luffy was going to the New World. Bang! She slapped the table hard, and she shouted unconvinced. Damn it, what on earth was the Marshal thinking? He didn't agree even though Tina took the initiative to apply. Instead, he recruited you, a rookie who has only been in the East China Sea for a year, back. Tell me, did Vice Admiral Garp intercede for you? Hey, don't slander me. Facing Tina's questioning, Luffy raised his hands with a wronged look on his face. I was also surprised to know this. If possible, I don't want to go to the dangerous place of the New World so early. But maybe the Marshal is impressed by my ability and thinks I am obedient and reliable, so he wants to train me vigorously. Your strength? Tina narrowed her eyes slightly, looked him up and down, and asked suspiciously. Are you strong? It's too early for a kid who just graduated from the elite camp a year ago to say such big words. Oh? Sister Tina, don't you believe what I said? Luffy also stood up, the laziness on his face disappeared instantly, and he looked at Tina sharply. Chapter 55. Suddenly, Cook, Nami, Zoro and others at the same table became interested. Looking at the two people confronting each other, these guys who wanted to watch the show clenched their fists. They wished that they would fight right now so that they could watch the excitement to their heart's content. Unfortunately, Luffy did not do as they wished. After staring at each other for a while, he suddenly softened and lay back on the chair, waving his hands weakly and said. Forget it, I'm full and don't want to move, so I'll let you go today. Seeing this, Tina also snorted coldly and retracted her momentum. Humph, then go back and have a good rest. When Tina comes to see you again in 2 days, I hope you won't make excuses to cheat. The sudden handshake and peace between the two sides made the crowd unhappy. But since the two had made an agreement, there was still something interesting to watch. Everyone was no longer anxious and began to discuss the chances of winning between the two in private. Luffy pretended not to hear the whispers of these idiots, reached out and patted Ein's shoulder beside him, and said to Tina. Sister Tina, can you lend me a small boat first? I need Anne to help me with some things. His eyes swept over the two of them, and Tina nodded and agreed happily, without asking what she needed to deal with. Luffy naturally thanked him again, but Tina was already aroused by the battle in a few days. After taking them to the guest room to rest, she left alone to make preparations. I'll let you be happy for 2 more days, and you'll cry when I defeat you. Outside the guest room, Luffy thought of Tina's confident back as she left, and he laughed. Shaking his head, he closed the door and turned to walk into the house. Anne was sitting on the bed at this time, staring at him with his arms folded across his chest. Since she was going to carry out a secret mission soon, she took off her conspicuous military uniform. She changed into a vibrant tight vest and short sports suit, which perfectly outlined her graceful figure. Especially the movement of her arms folded across her chest, which made the towering figure in front of her even more majestic. Are you familiar with Colonel Tina? The girl's cold voice came, and Luffy was stunned and then realized that she was jealous. Soon, he immediately denied it 3 times. We are not familiar with each other, we have only met a few times in the headquarters, and I was just pretending just now. Luffy shook his head like a rattle, trying his best to distance himself from Tina. Ein, who was a little dissatisfied at first, couldn't help laughing secretly when he saw his behavior, and his anger subsided a lot. Okay, I don't mean to blame you, I'm just asking casually. Good fellow, guess whether I believe it or not. After muttering in his heart, Luffy put on a smile and walked to the bed and sat down, holding her hands and looking her up and down, and praised. It's so beautiful. If you didn't have a mission to perform later, I would really hate to let you leave. Bye, idiot, don't be so blunt. Ein's cheeks flushed immediately, and he cursed in shame and anger. Luffy shook his head and said nothing, and his fiery eyes swept Ein from head to toe, especially staying on Gao Shan and Bai's legs for the longest time. Ein couldn't stand his fiery gaze, and pushed him away. He said, I'm going to carry out the mission, wait for my news, and ran out in a hurry. Smelling the lingering fragrance of the girl in the room, Luffy looked down at himself with regret and lamented. Brother, wait for 2 more years. When the time comes, I will definitely take you to see the world. He walked to the door and was about to close it again. Wait a minute. Luffy, I have something to tell you. A white and tender little hand pressed against the door. Luffy looked at the person with interest, and without saying anything, he stepped aside to let her in. At the last moment when the door closed, only a flash of orange passed by in the room. With Tina's permission, Anne successfully borrowed a small sailboat and left the G27 branch. Sitting alone on the deck, stroking the snow lying on her thighs, Anne's thoughts were a little scattered. Thinking back to the rapid progress of Luffy in the past few days, she frowned and felt a little distressed. Why did I agree to him so easily? He didn't say anything sweet to me, nor did he confess his feelings. But I just muddled along with him to this point. What went wrong? After thinking hard for a long time, she still couldn't find the answer, but gradually got into a wrong idea. By the way, was that Nami hiding in the corner just now? And why was she there? Was she eavesdropping on our conversation, or? When it comes to her and Luffy, Anne becomes extra calm and serious. She starts to think about everything Nami has done since that day when she discovered their secret. She speculates on the truth of her eavesdropping on her conversation with Luffy. Thinking about it this way, her behavior over the past 2 days does seem a bit abnormal. Especially, that look. Yes. Ain suddenly tightened his grip on Shuezo, and the aura of a swordsman was undisguised. It was that look, not the look of a curious person prying into a secret. It was the look of a loser looking for the flaws of a winner, wanting to replace him. Damn it, that little bitch, how dare she! I don't know if a woman in love is really perceptive. Or maybe she is just lucky. Anyway, after a lot of random thoughts and blind analysis, she really discovered the truth. No, I have to go back quickly. What if this despicable guy succeeds while I'm away? No, I came out with Luffy's mission. If I go back empty-handed, Luffy will definitely be unhappy, which is equivalent to giving that kid a chance for nothing. On the contrary, as long as I complete Luffy's mission perfectly, he will value me more and will be more dependent on my help. That's right, that's it. The girl clenched her fists and was full of fighting spirit, not realizing that she had gone off topic. From the beginning, whether to accept Luffy, she directly turned into how to please Luffy, acquiescing that the other party was her private property. If Luffy knew about Ain's transformation at this time, he would definitely give a thumbs up and shout. Imagine, the eternal god. No matter what, Ian made up her mind and no longer hesitated. She took out the Den Den mushi that Luffy gave her and called the contact person of the Revolutionary Army. On the other side, Alabasta. After crossing the desert and crossing the Santala River, they finally arrived at the rainy land after going through untold hardships. Kurla, who had just booked a room in the hotel to take a bath, wash off the dust on her body and relieve the fatigue of the past few days. Hearing the phone ringing suddenly next to the bathtub, she was instantly awakened. I actually fell asleep. It seems that I was really tired these past 2 days. After stretching and rubbing his eyes, Klar turned his attention to the buzzing Den Den mushi. Hey, it's the Navy's telephone bug. Surprised, Kurla quickly stood up. Because of his anxiety, he caused quite a splash in the bathtub. Bai Huahua also bounced playfully with the action, which was very lively. Picking up the microphone, Kurla lay on the edge of the bathtub and asked excitedly. Moses Moses, is it Little Seagull? Anne's face was filled with black lines. Who on earth came up with this code name? It was too embarrassing. She suppressed her complaints and asked in a muffled voice. Are you a little flame? It's me, you finally contacted me. Keela was a little excited, and her slender legs swayed with her mood, stirring up quite a few waves. Little Seagull, where are you now? Have you arrived in Alabasta? It's almost time. Please tell me where you are and I'll come find you. Also, don't call me Little Seagull, call me, forget it. Anne hesitated, but still accepted this shameful code name. Kurla was silent for a moment, because she didn't trust the Navy very much and was afraid that they would ambush her. She only said vaguely. I'm in the rainy land, contact me when you get there. Anne agreed decisively, okay, see you in the rainy land. After a few simple words, the two hung up the phone. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. After putting the sleeping Den Den mushi away, Kurla stayed in the bathroom for a while before coming out. Her white and tender feet stepped on the solid wood floor, and her 5 toes were slightly curled side by side, like tempting grapes. Before the Little Seagull comes, I have to go around the rainy land and try to collect some useful information. Muttering to herself, she took out a bath towel to wrap her curvy and exciting body, and walked out of the bathroom. On the small sailboat, after Anne put away the Den Den mushi, he also hurried to the rainy land. After entering Alabasta, using the map provided by the G27 branch, Anne followed the St. Dora River all the way deep into the land, and soon arrived at the agreed target, the rainy land. When Anne arrived at the rainy land, Anne called Little Flame as soon as possible. Soon, the two agreed on a meeting place. In order to prevent an ambush, the two sides struggled for a long time before they successfully connected. When Klar saw Anne for the first time, she couldn't help but complain. What are you wearing? You are not allowed to dress like this in the desert. Kurla, who was wearing a short skirt showing her long white legs a few days ago, commented on Anne's outfit unconsciously. Anne glanced at the pedestrians on the street wearing turbans and robes, and wrapped herself tightly in them. She looked at her own vest and shorts again, and her pretty face suddenly became hot. Seeing that the navy was embarrassed in front of her, Kurla nodded with satisfaction. After waving her hand for her to follow, Kurla took her all the way to the room she rented. Throwing an extra robe she bought to Anne, Kurla sat on the bed with her legs crossed and asked the first question. First of all, do you know what mission you are carrying out and who I am? Ian nodded decisively without hesitation. Yes, the target of this mission is Nico Robin, you are a member of the Revolutionary Army. Well, I'm glad to know. He nodded with satisfaction, and then Kurla asked for it without hesitation. The person who asked you to come said before reaching a cooperation agreement with us that he had a way to prove that he was absolutely friendly to the Revolutionary Army. He would also bring me detailed information about Nico Robin. Now is the time for you to show your sincerity. Well, he gave me this letter before he left, saying that you will understand after reading it. As he said that, Ian took out a letter from his chest. This action made Kurla stunned, and she even forgot to reach out to take it. Ian also knew that his action was a bit bold, so he lowered his head and whispered. This letter is very important. It's safest to put it here. Ha, I understand. Kurla agreed awkwardly and hurriedly took the envelope. Before she even read it, she smelt a scent of milk. Touching her nose awkwardly, Kurla forced her attention on the letter and read it carefully. To my father, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. After just reading the beginning, Kurla screamed and threw the letter away. This, how is this possible? Hey, what are you doing? This letter is related to our next mission. Ion subconsciously scolded this unreliable guy, but she was also shocked and lost her ability to speak after reading only the beginning. For a moment, the two people in the room were at a loss and stood still, like two statues. The leader of the Revolutionary Army is Luffy's father / the unknown navy is the leader's son. This shocking secret was like a bolt from the blue, hitting the top of their heads. Instantly, their CPUs were overloaded, and their heads were dull and stagnant on the spot. Taking a deep breath, Ion's heart was still beating non-stop, and she had to turn her head to look at Kurla. And Kurla also covered her chest, looking like she had seen a ghost, and cast a look at her. The two women only exchanged glances and understood each other's meaning. Instantly, their attitudes changed drastically, and Kurla pulled Ion to sit next to them. Ion held the letter in his hand, and the two changed their previous mutual distrust, and read it carefully with face-to-face and fiery eyes. To my father, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Although I don't know why the Revolutionary Army paid attention to me. But I have to say, maybe it's fate. Grandpa told me your identity a long time ago. Out of curiosity, I also looked up the deeds of you and the Revolutionary Army. How should I put it, most of my ideals coincide with yours. At least the concept of overthrowing the government and protecting civilians is the same. In this case, I will just say it straight. Dad, whom I have never met, remember to take me with you when you go to the world government. Your Navy son, Monkey D. Luffy, respectfully submits. After closing the letter, the two women couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. Glancing at the Navy woman next to her, Kurla suddenly clapped her hands excitedly and praised. You did a great job, you are worthy of being the leader's son. Anne was still confused. It was the first time she knew that Luffy had such a grand goal and a bizarre life experience. This made her understand and identify with the man more, and she also admired him more. Let me introduce myself. I am Kurla, 17 years old, a member of the Revolutionary Army. Faced with the little hand in front of him, Anne did not hesitate and also reached out to shake her hand. My name is Anne, I'm 21 years old, and I'm a member of the Marine Guerrilla. The two women held each other's hands tightly. At this moment, they finally stood on the same front and recognized each other. After letting go, Clara carefully folded the letter and prepared to put it back into the envelope to bring to the leader Long. However, when she opened the envelope, she suddenly found another piece of paper inside. After taking it out and taking a look, she realized that this was the information about their target, Nico Robin. Oh, yes, I almost forgot the most important thing. She hurriedly took out the note and shared it with Anne. There was not much content on it. It just said that Robin was probably in a casino called Rainfeast in Rainland at this time. If you want to find her, you can try there. Hey, we are actually in the rainy land. It seems that we are quite lucky. Kurlaw said in surprise. Anne nodded at the side. She wanted to complete the mission and return to Luffy as soon as possible. If the target was in the rainy land, it would save them a lot of time on the journey. During your time in Rainland, have you heard of Rain Banquet? As she had just arrived, she chose to ask Kurlaw who had arrived earlier. She was not disappointed. Kurlaw nodded happily and shared. Yes, I know. Yuin is a landmark building in this city. It looks like a pyramid and is also the largest casino in the Rainland. It is also the asset of Shishibukai Crocodile. Many people who come here to visit will go there. Crocodile, this is a tough guy, we'd better not get into conflict with him. Ian analyzed, pinching his chin. Kurlaw also nodded in agreement. With a goal in mind, the two women didn't hesitate, put on their robes and went out directly to check the situation at the Rain Banquet. This is the Rain Banquet? How exaggerated! Standing in front of the 100-meter-high pyramid, Anne couldn't help but sigh. Kurlaw nodded in agreement. When she first saw it, she was also a little shocked. Let's go in and look around first, maybe we can meet the target directly. Kurlaw said, pushing the door open and walking in with great interest, searching the casino with her eyes. Anne came in later. She didn't think the target would appear so easily, so she decided to observe first before making plans. Chapter 56. As a Marine, Anne naturally had aversion to casinos. Seeing the gambling facilities filled with slot machines, pachinko, card tables, etc., she frowned tightly, and only when she remembered the mission did she barely suppress the urge to run away. Perhaps because the two of them stood at the door for too long, their abnormality finally attracted attention. An old man with grey hair and a large bald spot in the middle, but dressed very elegantly, took the initiative to greet them and smiled and said, "Dear guests, is this your first time here? I am the deputy manager here. If you have any questions, please tell me and I will explain it to you." Deputy manager. He sounded very important. The two women looked at each other, and then tacitly asked him to take them to visit the casino. The deputy manager agreed readily, and then while introducing the casino, he exaggeratedly told the two women how they could easily get rich here. The two women pretended to be happy and nodded constantly, as if they were really attracted by what he said about getting rich overnight. Finally, the three people who walked around the casino stopped in front of a door marked VIP. The old man pointed to the golden door and proudly showed off. "This is the VIP area of our Rain Banquet. Only distinguished customers with assets of more than 500 million Baileys are eligible to enter after receiving an invitation from our manager." Then the old man wanted to brag about how luxurious it was. But he was interrupted by Kurlaw, who was in front of him. "Manager? Could it be Mr. Crocodile?" The deputy manager shook his head with a smile. "How is that possible? Our boss is the hero of Alabasta. He usually has a lot of affairs to deal with, so how can he manage these small matters?" As he said that, the deputy manager tilted his head and his eyes lit up, pointing to a place not far away and said, "Look, that's our manager. If you want to enter the VIP room, just come to me with proof of assets and I can introduce you." The two women looked in the direction of his finger, 850, and saw a woman wearing a cowboy hat and a white coat walking by the wall. After looking around, she walked into a small door and disappeared. Even though they were at a distance, they could only see each other's profile. The two women recognized at a glance that this was their target, Nico Robin. Instantly they were ecstatic, they didn't expect that they found their target so quickly. The deputy manager didn't notice their little thoughts, clapped his hands happily and asked. Okay, ladies, what do you want to play? How many chips do you want to exchange? Without hesitation, Ian and Kurlaw, who had a plan, said in unison. Give me 500,000/300,000. Asterisk 2. The deputy manager left with a smile, and the two women also started wandering around with a stack of chips each. They decided that they must win at least 500 million today to qualify for an interview with Robin. After discussion, the two women finally decided to play the simplest game of guessing the size. The beautiful dealer, buy it and leave it in your hand. Big or small? Ian and Kurlaw, small. The dealer, 4.4.6, big. Sorry, those who bought small lost. Kurlaw, damn it, I choose big this time. Ian, follow up. The dealer, sorry, it's small this time. The two women, big. The dealer, sorry, it's small. The two women, small. The dealer, sorry, it's big. The two women, I. The two spent all their chips in less than half an hour. Unwilling to give up, they exchanged another 200,000, but lost everything again after a few rounds. Kurlaw shrugged and left the table as powerless as a wilted cucumber. It's over, I even lost the money for food, what should I do now? Anne was not much better, his eyes were dull and his mouth was slightly open, he looked like he was being played. It's terrible here. Why did I go to the gambling table? I shouldn't have come. The two young girls who were not familiar with the world experienced the dangers of society for the first time. At this time, they regretted it so much, but what could they do now that things had come to this point? With a heavy sigh, Ian pulled Kurlaw and said, "Oh, let's go back and think of other ways when we get to the hotel." "Ababa." Keela responded dully, and was led out by Anne in a daze. Just as they came to the door and wanted to leave, a slender arm like a bamboo pole stopped them. "Hey, Captain, what a discovery! These two girls are even prettier than the ones I played with before." The wretched young man with a pointed face and deep eye sockets shouted excitedly after seeing the faces of the two girls. Hearing his dirty words, the two girls, who were already in a bad mood, frowned. At the call of the thin monkey, 8 or 9 strong men walked in from outside the door. The leader was a black-skinned chimpanzee who was more than 3 meters tall and had luxuriant hair. The chimpanzee looked the two girls up and down, and his eyes suddenly lit up and said with satisfaction, "Well, you have sharp eyes, monkey, and found 2 beauties for me. Hee, no matter where, I'm panting. You taught me well." The two of them talked and laughed, and their lustful eyes swept over the two women of Anne without any concealment. The movement here immediately attracted the attention of the casino staff. Soon the deputy store manager who had just met ran over and spoke to mediate. "Sir, these 2 young ladies are our guests at the rain banquet. If you want to gamble, we welcome you anytime. But if you want to cause trouble, this is the property of the 7 warlords of the sea, the hero crocodile, so you should think it through." The chimpanzee withdrew his gaze from the beauty, turned his head and looked at the arrogant old man, snorted with disdain, and said sarcastically, "7 warlords of the sea? That sounds nice, but they are just dogs of the government. Also, since when can pirates be called heroes? Is this a game played by Crocodile?" After the words fell, the younger brothers brought by the chimpanzee burst into laughter. With such an arrogant look, it was obvious that they did not take Crocodile seriously at all. It was even possible that they came here on purpose to cause trouble. Hearing that they dared to insult his boss, the old man immediately became angry and pointed at the chimpanzee and cursed. "Bastard, don't be so arrogant. When Crocodile comes back, you'll be dead." The chimpanzee, who was laughing with his head raised, gradually put away his smile after hearing the old man's threat. "You old man, it seems you are tired of living." As he said that, the chimpanzee took out the pistol from his waist and pointed it at the old man. The old man was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat when the gun was pointed at him. Before he could ask for help, he heard a gunshot. The old man screamed and fell on his back, holding his chest and wailing in pain. But as he was screaming, he realized something was wrong. After sitting up suddenly and checking, he found that he was fine. Before he could think about it, the chimpanzee's angry curse rang out, and he looked up quickly. It turned out that just when the chimpanzee was about to pull the trigger, Anne finally stopped hiding. He stepped forward and kicked the pistol away with a high kick. The gunshot also rang at this time, but the bullet hit the air. She did not hold back on this attack, and when the chimpanzee withdrew his hand, his wrist drooped weakly, obviously kicked out. The chimpanzee, who was sweating in pain, looked at Anne in surprise. He did not expect this woman to be so strong. But then, another sharp pain came from his wrist, and the chimpanzee completely lost his mind. "Come on, come on. Whoever catches this woman first, I'll let him play with her first." The younger brothers, who were already angry because of Anne's sneak attack on their captain, were instantly delighted when they heard the captain's promise. Looking at Anne's graceful figure, thinking that they could play with such a beauty first today, they all breathed heavily with excitement. The skinny monkey was the first one who couldn't help it, and rushed up with a dagger. "He, beauty, don't move, brother." Before he finished his teasing, Keela, who had not reacted, punched the skinny guy with a straight punch and sent him flying backwards. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. He knocked down several people behind him and flew out of the casino. "You bastard pirate, just come and vent your anger on me." Gritting her teeth, the gambler Kurlaw, who had just lost badly, pounced on the remaining people. Since they were out to collect intelligence, they naturally did not bring any weapons. However, Kurlaw originally practiced fishman karate, and close combat was her strong point. Although Ian is good at swordsmanship, she is also very good at physical skills. Seeing that Kurlaw had taken over the other party's subordinates, Ian naturally went to the captain chimpanzee. The chimpanzee's left hand was temporarily disabled. Facing Ian's threat, he had to draw out the sailor knife with his right hand to fight the enemy. But in this way, even if he only made a small movement, his left hand, which was hanging by his side and not fixed, would feel a sharp pain, distracting him. However, this also aroused the chimpanzee's anger. "Damn you, bitch, I'm going to play with you. After you've been played with into a mess, throw you into the slums and let the beggars rape you." Hearing his dirty words, Anne said nothing with a gloomy face, and stepped forward directly. Facing the chimpanzee's long knife, she dodged lightly and hit his forearm with a knife. The chimpanzee felt his arm numb, and the long knife in his hand fell out of his hand uncontrollably. He looked at Anne with horror, and his brain suddenly became clear. "Wait, we..." Before he could finish his plea for mercy, Ian leaped high and kicked the chimpanzee in the neck. There was a clear sound of bones breaking, and the chimpanzee fell to the ground with its head drooping, twitched twice, and then died. "Trash, be careful in your next life." Ian's relaxed attitude made the old deputy manager dumbfounded. After being helped up by several casino staff, he anxiously ordered, "Go check if there is a bounty on this group of pirates." After sending his men away, he looked at the two girls who quickly resolved the fight, and his heart began to beat wildly. "Awesome, really awesome, a master of this strength, I must keep her for the manager." On the other side, after easily dealing with these small shrimps, Kurlaw trotted over to meet up with Anne. When she passed by the body of the chimpanzee, she kicked it in disgust. Then she leaned close to Anne's ear and whispered distressedly, "What should we do? Because of these guys, our strength has been exposed. The next mission may be even more difficult for us to complete." Speaking of this, the two women became even more angry with the chimpanzee. If it weren't for his foul mouth, the two women really didn't want to expose themselves here. Shaking his head with a gloomy face, Ian pulled Kurlaw out. Go back, let's leave here first. After saying that, the two of them walked out, wanting to leave. But at this time, they were stopped again. Please wait a moment. The deputy manager rushed up from behind. The two women looked at each other and were secretly alert. But unlike what they thought, the old man ran to them, bowed to them respectfully, and thanked them. Ladies, it is our fault that you were treated like this in Yuan. I apologize to you on behalf of all Yuan, and thank you for saving me and helping us get rid of these hateful pirates. Ian and Kurlaw looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. You're welcome. It was these bastards who provoked us first, so we took action. It's our duty to save you. We also want to thank you for introducing the casino to us. No, you two are too polite. The old man looked flattered on the surface, but he was very happy in his heart. He didn't expect that just two guests he casually entertained would bring him such a big surprise. As expected of me, it seems that I will be promoted and get a raise soon. He waved his hand and asked his subordinates who had just gone to look for information to come over. After taking a bounty order from the other party, the old man handed it to the two women. Ladies, after checking, it turns out that this group of people are members of the chimpanzee pirates who have just entered the Grand Line. The captain, chimpanzee, has a bounty of 27 million baileys. If you don't mind. The old man clapped his hands, and soon a waitress came to the two women with a suitcase. After opening the suitcase, the old man continued. Here are 30 million berries. Consider it as our reward for the two women on behalf of the Navy. The extra money is my personal thanks to you too. Please accept it. Do not refuse it. This. The two women looked at each other again. Kurlaw couldn't help but slowly stretched out her hands and said in a tangled way. This is not good, how can we be embarrassed? While saying this, Keela has already taken the suitcase. Looking at the full of banknotes, Keela, who just lost all his money and had no money for food, suddenly had his eyes lit up. Haha, you are too polite. We didn't give anything. We just helped you save some time running errands. The old man gave Kurlaw a way out, and Kurlaw took the opportunity and accepted it with peace of mind. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Manager. We will come back to play again in the future. Holding the suitcase, Kurlaw said goodbye to the old man happily. The old man felt nervous and hurriedly stopped him again. Wait, you two, I have something else to discuss with you. What? Being stopped again, the two women did not get angry, but looked at him curiously, not understanding what else he had to say. The old man rubbed his hands nervously, swallowed his saliva, and talked about his real plan. Ladies, I see that you are 5.9 in strength. I wonder if you have any intention to accept the offer. To be honest, our manager has always wanted to recruit strong people. With your strength, you will definitely be favored by our manager. Are you serious? Kurlaw was a little excited and couldn't help but raise her voice. Anne couldn't help but feel nervous and quietly pulled her robe. Kurlaw also realized that her reaction was too much, and she coughed and said sincerely. I mean, this is great. We are new here and although we have received a windfall, we would like to find a stable job. If your conditions and treatment are good, we are definitely willing to join us. No problem, the treatment is definitely generous, and you won't be disappointed. The old man was delighted, he didn't expect that it would be done like this. Without hesitation, he quickly invited the two to follow him. He couldn't wait to show his achievements to the manager. The opportunity was right in front of them, and the two women couldn't let it go, so they immediately quickened their pace and followed. The chaos in the casino caused by the chimpanzee and others soon calmed down as the group left. The gamblers continued to indulge in the pleasure of spending money, and in a blink of an eye, they forgot about the previous things. Following the old man into a secret door, and after turning around and passing through several corridors, the old man stopped in front of a door. Knock knock knock. Manager, it's me. I want to recommend two powerful ladies to you. There was no immediate response from the room. Instead, after more than 10 seconds, there was a faint sound of "come in." The old man carefully opened the door and walked in with the two women. As soon as he entered, Anne's eyes were locked on the woman leaning on the office chair. There is no doubt that this is her target, Nico Robin. Chapter 57. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, An shifted his gaze so as not to let the other party see too many flaws. Manager, just now the casino. The old man wanted to introduce Robin, but he was interrupted by Robin as soon as he opened his mouth. I already know about the casino. Mr. Deputy Manager, please leave first. I have something to discuss with these two. Ah, Manager, you. The old man was shocked, thinking that his contribution was going to be embezzled. Robin also understood and smiled and comforted him. Don't worry, I will report this to my boss. I have some personal matters to discuss with these two people. Or do you want to stay and listen? No, no, no. The old man waved his hands quickly, smiled awkwardly, and bent over, saying, Since it is your business, I will not ask any more questions. I will leave first and you two can chat. After saying that, he turned around and smiled and nodded at the two women, then quickly ran away. When the door was closed, there were only 3 women left in the room. None of the 3 spoke first. For a moment, the air in the room was a little stagnant, and the atmosphere gradually became depressing. Ian quietly raised his head and looked at Robin again. This is a mature woman with outstanding appearance and good figure, but slightly dark skin. Perhaps because she entered the room, she took off the white coat she had seen before. Instead, it was a very bold purple vest, which was only fixed in the middle with a thin strap. The 2 hemispheres of the chest were looming, giving people a sense of mystery that they wanted to explore. Ian could not see the lower body because it was blocked by the table. But such a beautiful and charming woman, I think other conditions will not be bad. That. Kurla, the youngest and most impatient, was the first to speak among the 3. But before she could finish the second half of her sentence, Robin interrupted her again. Miss Orange Hair, we'll talk about your business later. I have something to talk to Miss Blue Hair about. Kurla puffed up her lips in anger when she saw that Robin ignored her. And Ian felt a little uneasy when he saw that Robin was targeting him, but he still pretended to be unaware. Looking at the other party's blank eyes, Robin raised the corner of his mouth, picked up a document from the table, and read. Ian, Captain of the Headquarters, member of the Naval Guerrillas. Am I right? Ian, whose identity was revealed, instantly entered combat mode. She did not forget that this seemingly weak woman was a monster who could destroy 6 naval warships at the age of 827. And this action has implicitly acknowledged her identity. Robin smiled and pressed her hand, telling her not to be nervous. Miss Navy, please don't be nervous. If I had any ill will towards you, I wouldn't be chatting with you here. Sit on the sofa first. After saying that, Robin looked at Kurla. And this orange-haired lady, although I haven't found out your identity. But since you came with the Navy, you must be a government official. Please take a seat too. Facing Robin, who seemed to have them under control. Ian suddenly chuckled and sat down on the sofa as she wished. Then he crossed his legs, put his hands on the smooth skin of his thighs, and looked at her playfully. It seems that you don't know everything. Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. She is not a government agent. On the contrary, she is an enemy of the government and a member of the Revolutionary Army. What? Robin's pupils shrank instantly. She looked at Kurla in disbelief. When she saw her nod affirmatively, her heart was stirred. She never thought that the Navy would be mixed with the Revolutionary Army. Seeing her surprised look, Ian laughed in his heart. I thought you were so capable, but this is it. It took Robin a long time to digest this amazing information. She regained her composure, got up and walked to the sofa to pour tea for the two of them. It was only then that Ian saw what she was wearing on her lower body. It was also a purple leather skirt, which was very short and just barely covered the important parts. After pouring the tea and placing the teacup in front of the two, Robin naturally raised her legs. Her skin was a healthy wheat color, her legs were smooth, and there was no excess fat. Looking at this pair of beautiful legs, Ian subconsciously thought of Luffy. Luffy seemed to like women's legs very much. If he was in. Seeing Anne, who was also a woman, staring at her legs in a daze. Robin was stunned for a moment, then she thought of something, and unnaturally put her legs down, smoothed her skirt, and put her legs together. Even Kurlaw beside her noticed that something was wrong with her. But she didn't think too much about it, she just gently touched Anne to let her come back to her senses. Sorry, I was distracted. Ian came back to his senses and apologized to the two of them. Robin shook his head slightly, still keeping his legs together, and spoke first. Tell me why you are here. I am curious about how the Navy and the Revolutionary Army came to be linked together. Not the Navy, I am here on behalf of my superior to invite you to join the Revolutionary Army. Anne answered very seriously, she did not hide Luffy's existence, this was also Luffy's request. Robin was really surprised this time. Your superior? If I remember correctly, he is the grandson of the Navy hero Garp, how could he do such a thing? If an ordinary young Navy officer had a relationship with the Revolutionary Army, she could understand it. But the superior he was talking about was the grandson of a core senior member of the Navy, a true member of the Navy. What did he want from cooperating with the Revolutionary Army? Yes, I can't tell you the specific reason, I can only tell you that Luffy doesn't agree with the current government. We share the same philosophy as the Revolutionary Army. That's really far off the mark. Robin still had some doubts and looked at Kurlaw again. Kurlaw naturally believed in the son of his leader and nodded seriously. Well, I'm starting to get interested. Robin said with a smile on her face. As she spoke, she subconsciously raised her right leg and wanted to cross it again. But after looking at Anne, she hesitated and put her leg down. Tell me about your conditions. Why should I join the Revolutionary Army? What benefits will this bring to me? When it comes to this, Kurlaw naturally took over the topic and stated the conditions that had been discussed long ago. First of all, our Revolutionary Army will protect your personal safety and help you resist all enemies who are plotting against you. Secondly, we have found several historical texts and have copied them down. I believe this will be very helpful for you to explore the truth of history. Finally, our leader Dragon and Dr. Clover are friends. Even if you don't want to join us, the leader asked me to pass this on to you. After that, Kurlaw took out a den mushi and placed it on the table. When Robin heard the other party mention Dr. Clover, her vision was dazed. He was her history teacher, and also her family and friend. It's just that this kind elder died under the demon killing order and was erased from history along with O'Hara. Regarding that past, Robin pursed her lips and didn't want to recall it again. She picked up the den mushi on the table with a complicated expression. Although she had guesses in her mind, she still asked. Could this be Mr. Long's den mushi? Kurlaw nodded, yes, he said he is willing to provide you with any help. Exhaling, Robin put away the den mushi and thanked Kurlaw. Seeing that Kurlaw had finished speaking, Ian also took out a letter and said. Luffy asked me to pass this on, you can take a look. Robin took it curiously. She was very interested in this man who was in the Navy but wanted to overthrow the government. She also wanted to know what he wrote in the letter. To the respected historian, Miss Nico Robin. I'm sorry that I can't meet with you for various reasons. But please believe my sincerity. I wrote this letter to you as an ordinary person who longs for the truth of history. I won't say too much nonsense. Here are a few places I know about the historical text. If you are willing to join the Revolutionary Army, you can ask them to take you to explore. 1. Deep in the royal tombs of Alabasta. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. 2. The Island of Gods at an altitude of 10,000 meters on Gaia Island. 3. The Sea Forest of Fishman Island. 4. The 10,000 Kingdoms, collected by the 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin. 5. The Country of Wano, collected by the 4 Emperors Kaido. 6. Above the Moving Country Zo. The above locations are where I know the historical texts are. I hope they are helpful to you. Sincerely, your friend, Monkey D. Luffy. After reading the letter, Robin let out a long breath to calm her excitement. Since she was 8 years old, she has been searching for history for 16 years. She has only found one historical text by herself, except for the one preserved by the O'Hara Tree of All-Knowing. At this moment, happiness came too suddenly. She learned so much information about the historical texts at once. She was so happy that she almost jumped up on the spot. It must be said that Robin was really excited at this moment. Although she didn't see the contents of the letter, she knew that Luffy's letter had worked when she saw her tightly clenched hands and the smile on her face. So she quickly took advantage of the victory and told him the trump card that Luffy had left for her. Luffy asked me to bring you this message. She paused, and waited for Robin to look over before continuing. He said that although O'Hara was destroyed by the demon-killing order, the books on the Tree of All-Knowing were preserved. According to eyewitnesses, a giant who was wrapped in bandages and seriously injured tried his best to protect these books. In the end, the giant took them away and disappeared in Elbaf. Robin's mood changed with Ian's narration, from expectation, happiness, surprise, disbelief, and then deep joy. So, the giant's name is Sorrow, right? Robin's voice trembled, and her eyes were already wet. Ian looked at her in silence for a moment, and then repeated Luffy's original words. He is a respectable Navy officer. Thank you for telling me this, I am really happy. Robin couldn't control her tears anymore, and while wiping them, she thanked Anne. Knowing that her childhood friend was still alive made her happier than anything else. Great, Sorrow, I will come to find you. In order to see this friend again, Robin made up her mind. Wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, she looked at the 2 girls who brought her a huge surprise, and nodded firmly. I agree. Please give me more advice in the future. Great, Kurlaw excitedly rushed over and gave Robin a big hug. Robin, who had never trusted anyone for many years, was a little at a loss in this hug. After wandering in this sinister world for many years, Robin, who was experienced, could clearly feel the girl's friendliness. This was something she had not felt in more than 10 years since she left O'Hara. The stiff body slowly relaxed, and Robin hesitated to reach out and touch Kurlaw's back, but quickly took it away. Only after confirming that this was real and not her own fantasy, did she hug Kurlaw tightly, and her smile could no longer be suppressed, blooming like a yellow rose blooming under the scorching sun. Anne was also in a good mood. The task assigned to her by Luffy was considered completed. She could go back to report and have a good chat with that stinky girl Nami. But I can't leave now. Robin loosened his arms and said to the 2. Kurlaw's heart tightened immediately, and he raised his head from Robin's arms and asked aggrievedly. Why? Did you just lie to me? Looking at her cute appearance, Robin couldn't help but smile and rub her pink face. Then he handed Luffy's letter to her and explained while she was checking it. I came to Alabasta and even cooperated with Crocodile for the historical text here. I didn't have accurate information before, but now I have it. It would be a pity if I left without taking a look. Oh, so that's how it is. Kurlaw nodded in understanding after reading the letter. As long as they didn't refuse to join, it would be fine. Anyway, finding the historical text and unraveling the blank 100 years was also the task assigned by the leader. This would kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and he would definitely get a great reward from the leader after returning. However, after reading the letter, Anne on the side was not so optimistic. However, the letter said that the main text of the history is in the royal mausoleum. 377. Robin, do you know where the royal mausoleum is? And a place like this should be guarded by a large number of soldiers. If you are not careful, you may be discovered by the king here. Shaking his head, Robin said confidently. It doesn't matter. I know a very important piece of information that concerns the safety of Crocodile and the kingdom of Alabasta. If I use this information to make a deal with King Cobra, he will definitely agree. This immediately aroused the curiosity of the two girls. Robin did not hide it and directly told Crocodile's conspiracy. Speaking of Crocodile's experience, it is really against the sky. Since he tied with the Devil's Heir Douglas at the age of 20, he was invited to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. In the same year, he challenged Whitebeard again, but was defeated miserably. After that, he stayed quiet for a while and came to Alabasta, where he stayed for more than 10 years. And the purpose was simply for the legendary ancient weapon Pluto. For this reason, he openly hunted pirates as a 7 warlords of the sea and portrayed himself as a hero. But secretly he formed a criminal company, Baroque Works, to accumulate strength to overthrow the royal family of Alabasta. At the same time, he also used dancing powder in violation of regulations, and with his own abilities, he created droughts in various parts of the kingdom. Then gradually guided public opinion, so that there were gradually voices of dissatisfaction with the king in the country. And this is just the beginning. In the next few years, Crocodile will target the royal family more and even support rebellion. But now his plans have been revealed by Robin, and they are destined to fail. This bastard, how could he do this? Kurla angrily punched the table, venting her anger. Robin's story reminded her of the old lady who kindly brought her water in Yuba. Thinking that the other party was living in such a difficult situation because of Crocodile's conspiracy. She wanted to find Crocodile immediately and beat him up to vent her anger. Anne's face was also very bad. You know, Crocodile is a Shishibukai recognized by the government. He is half a colleague of their navy. His behavior is completely a slap in the face of the navy. If he is not punished, what justice can the navy have? The thoughts of the two women were written on their faces. Robin saw their thoughts at a glance and quickly spoke to comfort them. Don't be impulsive. With your strength, you will only die if you fight him. If you want to stop him, you can only ask for help. Hey, you're right, I'll contact Luffy now and ask him to come over for support. Ian exhaled, then took out his den mushi and prepared to contact Luffy. Seeing this, Robin stopped her again. Don't worry, we are still here. If the government finds out that you are with us, how are you going to explain to your superiors? Ian's den mushi's hand froze. Yes, I am on a secret mission now. It would be terrible if I caused trouble for Luffy. But we can't ignore Crocodile's matter. After all, he is a pirate, so it should be solved by our navy. Ian was very entangled and could not make a decision for a while. He had no choice but to focus on Robin. Chapter 58. Since Robin had raised the problem, she should have a solution. Facing her gaze, Robin smiled confidently, as if everything was under control. It is not appropriate for either the Navy or the Revolutionary Army to deal with this matter. I will go and talk to King Cobra, and in exchange let him take me to see the historical text. Miss Revolutionary Army, please protect me in secret. Miss Navy, please go back to your superior and tell him all these things. And be prepared to come to support. After all, Crocodile is a government man, and King Cobra will definitely report to the government for help. Speaking of this, Robin seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help laughing softly. Anne and Kurla both greeted her, not understanding what she was laughing at. Covering her mouth, Robin smiled happily. Maybe this is fate, my poor former boss, he just went out to complete his heroic performance today. I wonder what his expression will be when he comes back and finds that his plan has been leaked. I am quite looking forward to it. Well, this woman seems to be a bit sinister. This thought came to the minds of the two women at the same time. They were obviously the other party's subordinates a few minutes ago, but they started to sell out the boss so quickly. They wanted to see the boss's joke. But this is indeed a good opportunity. Kurlaw jumped up from the sofa excitedly. What are we waiting for? Let's go to the capital now. Ian and Robin also stood up. Then I'll go back first. Be careful and contact me anytime if you encounter any trouble. Well, you two, say hello to Mr. Luffy for me. Kurlaw said as she stretched out her hand. Ian smiled and stretched out his hand to shake hers. Then he stretched out his hand to shake hands with Robin. Robin hesitated for a moment, she still hadn't forgotten the way Ian stared at her thighs just now. But now they were in the same camp, she couldn't deny him. The two held hands tightly, and Ian shook them while advising. You must be careful, if Crocodile comes back and finds out that his plan has been exposed, he will definitely be angry and make trouble for you. Before our support comes, you and Kurlaw must hide carefully. I will be back as soon as possible. Yeah, I know. After shaking hands with Anne, Robin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So far, everything that needed to be said had been said, and Robin led the two out of the office. After sending the two out through the secret door, she said a few words to the deputy manager and left. When they met up with Kurlaw, Anne had already left. They did not delay and set off for the royal capital in a low-key manner. 3 days later, in the training ground of the G27 branch of the Navy. Surrounded by a large group of Navy soldiers, an exciting battle began. The two sides of the battle were the colonel of the G27 branch, the goddess in the hearts of all branch Navy Tina. And the captain of the Navy guerrillas, now a rising star Luffy. Taking off the cloak of justice, Luffy, who was dressed in a white suit, twisted his wrist and prepared himself. Opposite him, Tina, who was dressed in a burgundy women's suit, took off her sunglasses and raised her head and said, "Are you ready? If you get beaten and cry, Tina won't be responsible." "Haha, you are so confident, I should be the one saying this." Luffy shook his head and ignored her words, then made another condition. "Sister Tina, how about we make a bet? Whoever loses will be the other's subordinate." As soon as the voice fell, it immediately caused a cry of surprise from the people on the sidelines. The Marines of the G27 branch ignored their ranks and shouted for Tina to give Luffy a good lesson. On the guerrilla side, Sanji, who was originally cheering for Tina, heard this. His attitude immediately changed 180 degrees and cheered for Luffy. He prayed that he would defeat the beautiful big sister and take her to the gorillas. "Humph, kid, try if you can do it," Tina agreed to the bet. Tina didn't take the challenge of a boy who was a dozen years younger than her seriously. Even though she heard from rumors that the other party was so talented. No matter how well he had done in the East China Sea in the past year, to Tina, he was just a kid. She still remembered the scene of the other party hugging her thigh and calling her sister. "Don't blame me for bullying you, little kid. I will accept your excellent subordinate without hesitation. It's a deal, I'm on it." Luffy tried hard to hold back his laughter, and after a loud warning, he took the lead in launching the attack. Pulling out the Daran, Luffy launched 2 flying slashes as an appetizer. Seeing the sword energy flying in an X shape, Tina was immediately shocked. Swordsman! Such a young swordsman! No wonder Mr. Zifa thinks so highly of him. Surprised in her heart, Tina's reaction was not slow. With a flip of her right palm, an iron rod made by the fruit ability appeared in her hand. Seeing the right opportunity, Tina swung the rod across before the slash came. The slash that was thought to be easily dispersed was actually just deviated in direction. After passing her, it easily cut a large gap in the training ground wall. Not good. I underestimated him. As soon as this thought came to her mind, Luffy had already rushed in front of her. Darren danced in his hands, and all kinds of dazzling slashes forced Tina to barely parry. Ding ding ding! Sister Tina, why are you so weak? I suppressed you at the beginning, and your subordinates saw it, which was very embarrassing. The attacks came down like a storm, and Luffy's mouth never stopped. The main attack was a double blow to the body and the mind, in order to irritate the opponent and gain a greater advantage. Tina clenched her teeth, forcing herself not to listen to the opponent's trash talk, and to concentrate all her energy on the battle. Holding the iron rod with both hands, she chopped Luffy away again. Tina suddenly retracted her left hand, and a sharp spearhead emerged from the palm of her hand, and stabbed it hard at Luffy's chest. Ding! With the blessing of observation haki, her attack intention was easily captured. Luffy cleverly blocked the attack with the sword. Hehe, I thought Sister Tina only knew how to defend. Not good. After missing the attack, Tina immediately pulled back. But facing such a good opportunity, how could Luffy let it go easily? He twisted his body and raised the long sword diagonally behind him to accumulate power. Luffy shouted softly, and the blade fell quickly with a flash of lightning. A sword-like electric shock wave. The sword energy meandered like lightning, and after folding several times, it hit Tina directly. Instantly, a crackling sound was heard, and Tina's body went numb, twitching all over as if she had been electrocuted and froze in place. Damn, what kind of trick is this? Hehe, how is it? The feeling of paralysis is not good, right? Luffy did not continue to chase, but stood there and asked jokingly. Tina gritted her teeth and twitched a few times before she broke free from the paralysis. Her cheeks turned red, she gasped, and said angrily with watery eyes. Damn, what kind of stupid moves did you invent? Hey? What happened to my moves? Luffy, who wanted to tease her, was confused by this question. This is normal lightning paralysis, what's the problem? Normal ass, damn bastard. Tina's lower body tightened slightly, glared at him with shame and anger, and took the initiative to attack. Shave. Feather fence. Tina flashed behind Luffy, extended her arms like fences, and waved to surround Luffy. Luffy stood there without dodging, letting the iron bars pass through his body. Looking down at the iron bars inserted into his chest, Luffy scratched his head and asked a soul-searching question. Hey? Sister Tina, are you planning to use this thing to trap a natural ability user? Idiot! How do I know you are a natural type? Tina's face flushed with anger, and she even forgot to say her habit of speaking. She felt like a clown for doing such a stupid thing in front of so many subordinates. Damn it, am I blinded by anger? There was obviously something wrong with the current just now, why did I do this? What should I do now? Tina hasn't mastered the armed color yet. Luffy naturally saw Tina's embarrassed and helpless look. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Only then did he realize that this usually cold beauty actually had such a fun side to her character. Hehe, in this case, I will accept this subordinate even more. Slowly sheathing the long sword, Luffy clenched his fists, grinned and revealed 8 neat white teeth. Sister Tina, it seems like the winner has been decided. But in order to convince you, I decided to show you my true strength. You little bastard, I haven't. Before she could even utter the word surrender, Luffy's figure disappeared. Tina's pupils shrank instantly, and she looked around to find his trace. No trace of him in any of the 4 directions. In the sky, Tina looked up and saw Luffy falling rapidly from mid-air, his right fist covered in a dark and deep armament haki, smashing down with all his might. Fistbone impact. What? The majestic armament haki burst out and hit the ground. Before Tina could react, she was blown away by the airflow generated by the impact. The Marines watching stared blankly at the man who smashed the entire training ground with one punch. Before they could be surprised, smoke and dust blew past with a strong wind. Everyone quickly blocked their sight and sank down to resist this terrible impact. "Miss Tina! You bastard captain, what are you doing?" Sanji looked at the field worriedly, afraid that something might happen to Tina. "Hey, Luffy is playing too big. If you are not careful, this can kill people." Cook turned his head and shouted hard while resisting the strong wind. He didn't understand what hatred Luffy had with Tina, and he even used this trick. Zoro couldn't believe it and asked the question in everyone's mind. To be able to achieve this level with just his physical body, how strong is this guy? "Don't worry about it, just come behind me." Mouse hung, Mouse hung. Bins performed a strange dance and built a wall with vines. Those who didn't want to be covered in dust hurriedly ran behind the wall and took shelter temporarily. They didn't stick their heads out carefully until the strong wind stopped and the smoke gradually dissipated, and looked towards the center of the training ground. At this time, the training ground that could accommodate 2,000 marines for training at the same time had turned into a pile of rocks. The tall walls around it all collapsed, and the sentry tower in the distance also tilted, and it basically had to be demolished and rebuilt. Luffy looked around and scratched his face awkwardly. I think I used too much force." "Ahem, bastard, do you want to kill me?" Tina's angry voice sounded from not far away. Luffy looked in the direction of the voice. He saw Tina, covered in dust, crawling out of the pile of rocks in a panic. Luffy ran over and helped her push away the dirt and rocks. Without waiting for her consent, he picked her up by the waist and ran out of the training ground. Gently putting Tina on the flat ground, Luffy looked up and down and asked embarrassedly. "Sister Tina, are you okay?" She dusted herself off and rolled her eyes in annoyance. "What do you say, asshole?" I'm glad you're okay." Luffy awkwardly wanted to reach out and scratch his face, but as soon as he got close to it, he smelled a faint smell of urine. At the same time, he realized that his hand was actually a little wet. Why is it wet? What did I just do?" Luffy, who looked confused, thought for a long time before he realized that he had just used this hand to support Tina's buttocks. Thinking about it, he slowly turned his head and looked at Tina's lower body with an inquiring look. "Pa! Asshole, what are you looking at?" Tina, blushing, had also thought of this and angrily slapped him on the head. At the same time, she unnaturally pressed her legs together, fearing that he would see something. "No, nothing, just..." "No." Tina interrupted Luffy's words with a roar like an angry lioness. Taking a deep breath, she tried to speak in a calm tone. This time, Tina lost. "I will apply to the headquarters to be transferred to your command. But this is only temporary. When Tina becomes stronger, I will definitely take revenge. Yeah, as long as you are happy." Luffy said a few perfunctory words. Then both of them fell silent. Perhaps because he felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong, Luffy racked his brains to say something to break this weird atmosphere. But when the words came to his lips, he suddenly had a brain twitch and said, "Sister Tina, do you want to change your pants? Go to hell." Tina kicked Luffy in anger. Luffy's scalp tingled, knowing that he had said something wrong, but he was too embarrassed to transform into an element. He could only take the blow, then jumped back exaggeratedly, flew dozens of meters away, and fell to the ground wailing. Tina, who was stimulated, didn't care whether he was acting or not. She ran away with a red face. Luffy stopped screaming and stood up swiftly after watching Tina run into a building. At this time, the gorillas and the marines of the branch came over and surrounded him. Cook was the first to speak. He looked at the direction where Tina disappeared in confusion and asked Luffy, "Boss, why did Colonel Tina run away? What did you just say to make her so angry?" "Ahem, it's nothing, it's just that according to the bet, she is now my subordinate. I guess she can't accept it in her heart, after all, I am so much younger than her." "What? Everyone in the G27 branch was shocked when they heard the news. This was their white moonlight, the goddess they loved in their hearts, Colonel Tina. If the goddess was abducted, what would they do? Everyone in the gorillas was also scalp numb. Gavin bared his teeth and said with a tangled face. Luffy, Captain, Boss. You are not kidding, did you really trick Colonel Tina onto the ship? If the Marshal blames me for this, I don't want to go back to the Four Seas. Yes, Captain, please have pity on us. At least you should call the Marshal first and get his consent before making a decision. Bins also begged with a sad face. Everyone looked at him eagerly, whether it was to keep their goddess or not be thrown back to the world. They all hoped that Luffy would change his decision. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid, Luffy waved his hand and comforted. Everyone in the G27 branch breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, but Luffy's next sentence shattered their fragile hearts. Sister Tina will apply to the Marshal herself, let her do it, it has nothing to do with us. Luffy said with a bright smile. However, this smile was simply a mockery in the eyes of the people in the G27 branch. If they had not just witnessed the opponent's strength, they would definitely stand up and fight him to the death. Just when everyone was indignant and Sanji was cheering alone. Suddenly, a shout came from outside the crowd. Everyone turned around and saw Nami, who was wearing a military cap backwards, running over in a hurry and shouting. Luffy, Sister Anne is back. She called you over and said she has something important to discuss with you. Finally she's back. Luffy's smile became even brighter. After he said something to everyone, he quickly squeezed through the crowd and came to Nami. Come on, take me to her. Yes, please follow me. Chapter 59. By the time the two of them finally found their target after many twists and turns, Nami was already panting from exhaustion. After finally stopping to catch her breath, Nami was about to blame Luffy for running too fast. But then she saw him already impatiently heading towards Ian. Damn, are you so anxious to see her? We clearly agreed that day that you would give me a chance. Nami pursed her lips unwillingly and cast a resentful look at the two of them. Ian, who also saw Luffy and was about to head over, noticed this gaze and turned his head to look over. When she saw that the owner of the gaze was Nami, she proudly raised her chin and made a gesture of a victor. Humph, I almost forgot about you, a little girl who wanted to steal a house. However, you should now face the reality and understand how deep the bond between him and me is. She was just feeling proud, but the first sentence Luffy said when he came to her broke her defense. Did Robin agree? Crack. Ian clenched her fists instantly, and her previous pride was thrown out of the window. The faint smile on her face was now transferred to Nami's face. Ha, I thought you were so powerful. It turns out that he cares most about another woman. Eh? Another woman? In an instant, the smile on her face disappeared. The two women who were originally vaguely hostile quickly united as a front. Strong resentment and anger poured towards Luffy. The two women seemed to have experienced complicated mood changes. In fact, in reality, it had been less than half a minute since Luffy saw Ian. So when Luffy felt the two resentments rising to the sky, one in front and one behind, he was stunned and stood there, not knowing what was going on. What's the matter? Why did he change his face so suddenly? He was obviously very happy to see me just now. Anne, Nami, what's wrong with you? Luffy asked cautiously, retreating towards the wall. Anne forced a smile. No, I just miss you too much, I'm a little happy. I'm fine, I'm just a little curious about the girl called Robin. Nami showed the same smile. The two girls approached Luffy from the left and right, slowly forcing him into a corner. Luffy, what are you doing? If you come any closer I'll yell. And shout if you want to. Nami, but no one will come to save you even if you yell your throat out. Just as Luffy was hiding in the corner, trying to yell his throat out, an untimely voice came in. Be careful of the impact, this is Tina's branch. Tina, who had fled before, walked in from outside. Her expression was calm, and she didn't look at Luffy, as if nothing had happened before. But Luffy lowered his eyes and looked at the short skirt she changed into, with a look on his face that was as expected. Sensing someone's gaze, Tina paused and felt wet again. She gritted her teeth and forced herself not to think about it, and asked Anne with a stern face. You can play the game of calling the commander when you get back to your own ship. First, why did you rush to call Tina over? No, senior, don't talk nonsense. With outsiders around, Anne returned to his previous shy appearance. Nami didn't care, glared at Luffy fiercely, and made a mouth shape of wait for me. She saw the expressions and small movements of the two. Tina didn't know why, but suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Before she could think too much, Anne, who adjusted his mood, immediately talked about business. Colonel Tina, Captain, this time in Alabasta, I have made an important discovery. Anne looked serious, which immediately attracted the attention of Tina and Nami. When Luffy heard that it was Alabasta, he guessed what Anne was going to say. This was one of the reasons why he sent Anne there. While my subordinates were shopping for supplies, I accidentally discovered that someone in the country was using a banned item, dancing powder. Out of my duty as a navy, I took the initiative to investigate. Later, I discovered that the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, was behind this. The other party intended to use dancing powder throughout the kingdom to artificially create drought. What's more terrifying is that he secretly promoted public opinion and had the intention of overthrowing the current royal family. What? How dare he? Tina could no longer remain calm and shouted in shock and anger. No wonder she was so angry. Alabasta was her jurisdiction. This happened under her nose. As the highest commander, she had an unshirkable responsibility. No, Tina must report to the headquarters now. This is a major event concerning the allied countries and the 7 warlords of the sea. The marshal must be informed as soon as possible. Tina hurried out, ready to go back to her office to call Sengoku. But when she walked to the door and was about to leave, she found that Luffy did not react at all, as if he was not in a hurry at all. Luffy, why are you still standing there? Come here and let's go report to the marshal together. Luffy remained unmoved. He crossed his arms and looked at Tina, staring at her pretty face, as if he wanted to see a flower. You, why are you looking at me like that? Tina took a step back guiltily and said weakly. What? What do you think I am doing? Luffy snorted coldly and hooked his finger at her. Tina frowned and took 2 steps forward hesitantly. Before she could react, Luffy put his hands on her shoulders, asked her to face him seriously. Sister Tina, do you remember the bet just now? Now tell me, who is the highest official in this room? This, you, Tina, Tina stuttered and wanted to refute. Anne and Nami beside her had not seen the fight between the two in the training ground, and did not know that they had made a bet. At this time, they were looking at Tina with confusion, not understanding what the deep meaning was. Under the gaze of the 3 people, Tina struggled for a long time before she let out a sigh of relief and weakly admitted. It's you, Captain. Hey! *2. Ignoring the 2 women who were exclaiming, Luffy held Tina's cheeks with both hands. With curved eyebrows, he happily praised. Keeping promises and doing what you say, Captain Tina is indeed an excellent example of our navy. He rubbed his hands vigorously, changing Tina's face into several shapes. Angrily opening his dog paws, Tina didn't know whether she was angry or embarrassed. Her little face was flushed, and she was breathing heavily, and the towering mountains rose and fell. Luffy was afraid that his clothes would be broken, and it would be bad if the white flowers ran out. Luffy cleared his throat and stopped playing tricks. He withdrew his hand and paced around the room in a pretentious manner. Then he waved his hand and said, Pass on my order, and order G27 branch and guerrilla members to assemble immediately. Leave for Alabasta in 30 minutes. Luffy. Tina exclaimed. What did you call me? Facing his gaze, Tina gritted her teeth and changed her words. Captain, what we are doing is against the rules. Without the government's permission, whether it is arresting the 7 warlords of the sea or interfering in the internal affairs of the franchise, we will be punished. Please contact the headquarters first and get the approval of Marshal Sengoku before making any plans. Speaking of Marshal Sengoku, Tina deliberately emphasized her tone, hoping to make Luffy retreat. But who is Luffy? You actually want to use the Marshal to pressure him? With a sneer, Luffy nodded to Anne and Nami and asked them to carry out the order. The 2 women were accustomed to obeying Luffy's orders. After he asked, they immediately left to convey it. And Luffy walked up to Tina step by step, and under her nervous mood, he put his arm around her shoulders, leaned close to her ear and whispered. Sister Tina, by the time the Marshal and the old men in the government have finished arguing, the opportunity will have long gone. As a direct subordinate of the Marshal, I have the right to decide on my own how to deal with this emergency. And you, as a member of the guerrillas, just need to obey orders, do you understand? The boy's hot breath slapped behind her ears as he spoke. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Tina felt an inexplicable flame suddenly rising from the deepest part of her heart, quickly spreading to her cheeks and whole body. Her pink skin instantly became as hot as if it was burned. Tina bit her lower lip tightly, trying her best to control the abnormality of her body, and lowered her head to try to cover her increasingly rosy face. Luffy looked at the pink earlobe that was so close to him, and resisted the urge to put it in his mouth. He took the initiative to let go of his hand and coughed. Go ahead and follow the orders. Yes, Captain. Leaving these words, Tina fled away. This was her second time to flee in such a miserable way today. Luffy smiled at her back, put his hands in his pockets with satisfaction, and walked out. Although Tina had verbally agreed to join the guerrillas, she was still the base commander of the G27 branch before the appointment from the headquarters was issued. With her order, the G27 branch immediately took quick action. Boxes of supplies were sent to the warship, and the elite marines were fully armed and quickly lined up to board the ship. Not to mention the guerrillas, no matter what they were doing before. As soon as the special Den Den Mushi sent by Luffy rang, they all put it down immediately. The matters at hand were quickly assembled. After all the preparations were done, Luffy took Tina on his own speedboat. At his command, a fleet of 4 warships, 1 small, 3 large, and more than 1,500 people left the port and set off for Alabasta. At this time, Crocodile, who didn't know he was betrayed, finally returned to the rainy land. In the manager's office of Yuan, a ball of yellow sand appeared out of thin air, circled the room, and slowly condensed into a human shape on the office chair. The man with the slicked back hair and a black fur coat looked gloomy and scanned the room to confirm again. Then he picked up the Den Den Mushi and ordered. Ask Miss to come see me on Sunday. The person on the other end of the phone recognized his boss's voice. After hesitating for a moment, he reported in a low voice. Boss, the manager is not in UD. She left 3 days ago. I don't know the specific situation. Do you need me to call the deputy manager to report to you? Not here? Where did that woman go? Lao Sha just came back from the performance and wanted to know how his subordinates completed their tasks during his absence. But since Robin came and showed her strong talent, Lao Sha handed these things over to her. Now that this capable assistant is not here, Lao Sha doesn't know who to ask for work. You ask him to come to the office. Yes. The person on the other end of the phone answered, and waited for the boss to hang up before running to find someone. Crocodile didn't have to wait too long. Just a few minutes later, hurried footsteps were heard outside the door. Knock knock knock. Come in. Crocodile watched the short old man wipe his sweat and carefully push the door open. He asked directly. What did Miss Chuan say before she left on Sunday? Did she explain why she was leaving? Yes, the manager told me everything. The old man put away his handkerchief, lowered his head and bent his waist, and told Crocodile everything. The manager received a message from the capital that day. It seemed that the people there were in trouble and needed the manager to solve it personally. So 3 days ago, the manager temporarily handed over the management of Yuan to me and left with 2 newly recruited men. The capital? New subordinates. Crocodile repeated. The old man nodded in affirmation and thought that the boss was interested in the 2 new subordinates. He explained their origins and emphasized his contribution. After he finished speaking, Crocodile frowned and didn't speak. He tapped the table with his fingers, and felt something was wrong. He never trusted anyone, even if this person was Robin, who had always performed well and had common demands with him. Knock knock knock, knocking again and again, like hitting the old man's heart. In this depressing atmosphere, the old man couldn't help but take out his handkerchief and wipe the sweat from his forehead. But as he moved, the sweat not only did not decrease, but it became more and more. Until his whole body was soaked with sweat, Crocodile knocked hard on the table. Bang! Call her immediately and tell her that something happened to Yuan. Don't mention my name. Yes, I'll call right away. The old man hurriedly took out his den mushi and called Robin. But after more than 10 minutes, no one answered the phone. Even a fool would know that something was wrong. Crocodile gritted his teeth, veins on his face bulged, and a sandstorm appeared out of nowhere and swept across the entire office. That woman! I won't forgive you! Bang! With a loud noise, the whole rain banquet trembled. The passers-by outside were startled, and when they looked up in the direction of the sound, they saw a ball of yellow sand rapidly moving eastward, and a big hole in the rain banquet, with puffs of black smoke coming out. Nico Robin, just wait for me. Day. Walking in the dark tunnel of the royal mausoleum, Robin suddenly stopped and looked back in the direction he came from. What's wrong, Lord Robin? The current king of Alabasta, Cobra, noticed her movements and also stopped and turned to ask. It's nothing, let's keep going. Robin smiled and shook her head, and continued to move towards the goal. Cobra looked at her in confusion, and when he saw that she didn't make any extra moves, he let down his guard and continued to lead the way. The guards around who had stopped because of the 2 people's actions saw this and started walking again. In addition to Robin and King Cobra, the group included Captain Akaram of the Kingdom Guard and his 2 lieutenants, Bell of the Falcon and Jaga of the Jackal. Of course, there was also the most precious pearl in their hearts besides the king. The princess of the kingdom, Her Highness Nefertari Vivi. These people were almost all the high-level officials of the Kingdom of Alabasta. And the reason why they came to this mausoleum where the kings of all generations were buried together was all because of the woman who suddenly visited the king 2 days ago. Sister Robin, what exactly is Pluto? Why did Crocodile usurp the Kingdom of Alabasta for this? Walking in the dark passage, only the lantern in Cobra's hand could bring a little light. The 12-year-old princess was not afraid in this environment. She boldly came to the dangerous person Robin and took the initiative to ask. The 3 kingdom warriors were frightened by the princess's boldness. Akarim was so anxious that he wanted to rush over and take the princess away. But Cobra stretched out a hand and stopped the reckless Akarim. Robin didn't care about Akarim's distrust of herself, and looked down at this extraordinary little princess. She explained to her gently and patiently. Pluto, the god of the underworld, was as famous as Poseidon, the god of the sea, and Uranus, the king of the sky, in ancient times. He was one of the 3 weapons that were said to be able to destroy the world. According to legend, it was a super battleship that could destroy an island with one shot. Chapter 60. Wow, how can there be such a terrible weapon in this world? The little princess was frightened by these words and shrank her neck in fear. But then she changed her mind and widened her eyes again. Hey, Crocodile overthrew Alabasta because he wanted Pluto. So, Pluto is in Alabasta. The little princess said and looked at her father Cobra. The others were obviously also surprised by this legend, and they all set their eyes on their king, wanting to hear his answer. Cobra sighed helplessly, shook his head and denied it. Mr. Robin, since you provided important information and saved the kingdom of Alabasta, I will speak frankly. I have indeed heard some rumors about Pluto. But I can tell you very clearly that Pluto is not in Alabasta. All we have is a historical text that records information about Pluto. I don't even know what is recorded in the historical text. Robin looked ahead intently, and there was no disappointment in his tone. It doesn't matter. I'm not interested in ancient weapons. I came here just to take another look at the historical text. Even if I'm not interested in what it records, as long as I can take another look at that beautiful text, I'll be satisfied. Cobra glanced at her and heard her sincerity towards ancient texts from her words. Thinking of what he had read about this woman's origin before, Cobra sighed again with a very complicated expression. In my study, there are some precious books from 800 years ago. If you are interested, you can take them all. But if there is a day when the truth is found, please tell me about it. Cobra's generosity and attitude surprised Robin. She was studying the blank 100 years that was the most taboo for the government. The king knew all this and still wanted to help her. Wasn't he afraid that the government would retaliate after knowing it? The surprise only flashed in her heart, and soon Robin regained her composure, smiled and nodded to thank him. Vivi tilted her head and looked at the two of them in confusion. What on earth were her father and sister talking about? Why couldn't she understand? Just when she was thinking about asking the two of them, there was suddenly a bright light in front of her. Several people looked at each other and quickened their pace at the same time. After walking out of the passage, what came into view was a tomb with exquisite carvings and full of ancient Egyptian style. Vivi looked at these in surprise. This was her first time in the royal mausoleum. Let's go, the things are not here. Cobra's words brought the people who were looking around back to their senses. He casually placed the lantern on the stone wall on the side, and continued to walk forward with everyone to a hidden door. Looking back at Nico Robin again, he pushed the door open with mixed feelings and displayed the historical text inside to everyone. After seeing the historical text carved from the entire boulder, Robin's eyes suddenly lit up. She walked to the historical text first with quick steps, and she translated it word by word without blinking. Although Vivi and Akalam also thought that this boulder was magical, they did not recognize the words in it. They didn't know what secrets were recorded on it. Cobra, who was still uncertain in his heart before coming, entangled in whether it was good or bad for this secret to be known. At this time, he calmed down, as if he had unloaded a heavy burden, and his mood was particularly comfortable. They didn't bother Robin, and waited until she slowly finished translating and turned back expressionlessly. Cobra asked curiously. Is there anything you want on it? Shaking her head, although she had not held much hope, she still couldn't help feeling disappointed after reading it. If you know the danger, why stay here? Wano country? I hope it will never be awakened. Robin sighed silently in her heart, but she remained calm on the surface. It's all irrelevant stuff, it's not what I really want. Really? That's a pity. Cobra turned his head and looked at the stone tablet that the royal family had guarded for generations. Suddenly, he thought of something. If Queen Lily... What did you say? Robin frowned and stopped, looking at him. Queen Lily? Does the Nefertari family have such a queen? No, nothing. Cobra shook his head and refused to say more. Go out, our deal is done. Take all the books you like when you go back. I will inform the navy and ask them to come and capture Crocodile. After taking a deep look at him, Robin felt that there were still secrets in this country. But now was not the time to explore these. She had to take her things and reunite with Kurla. What happened next was left to Anne and the rebellious Navy gentleman. Okay, please do as I say, call the G27 branch first, and then notify the Navy headquarters. Although he was confused, Cobra nodded and agreed. After closing the door containing the historical text, the group hurriedly left the mausoleum and returned to the palace. Cobra packed the books for Robin as agreed, and sent someone to secretly send her out of the palace. After that, the others still pretended that nothing happened and did what they had to do. But after Cobra finished doing all this, he secretly deleted some of the situation here and passed it to the Navy. Without considering physical energy consumption, Crocodile only took half a day to reach the capital of Alabasta. As soon as he arrived here, Crocodile went straight to the palace without hesitation. He had already made a rough guess on the way. If things were really as he imagined. The changes in the palace are the best proof. A gust of wind blew, and the yellow sand slowly condensed into a figure outside the palace gate. Seeing a stranger suddenly appear, the guards of the palace immediately raised their weapons shaped like crescent shovels and said vigilantly, "Who is it?" "It's me." The yellow sand dispersed, and Crocodile walked out. Seeing that it was the hero of the kingdom, the guards immediately put away their weapons, put on a smile and apologized. "Mr. Crocodile, I didn't expect you to come. I'm so sorry. I was rude just now." Before he was sure whether the king knew his plan, Crocodile still had to maintain his heroic personality. "It's okay, this is my duty." He said this calmly with a cold face, but the guard smiled even brighter after hearing it. Mr. Crocodile is still like this, he looks difficult to get along with on the surface. But he is actually a very easy to talk to and very reasonable person. After praising him in his heart, the guard leaned over and made an invitation. "Mr. Crocodile, His Majesty once said that he would always welcome you no matter when you visit." Crocodile has been observing the guard's subtle expressions and movements. At least up to now, the other party has not shown any hostility towards him. The smile on his face is also from the heart, really welcoming him. Didn't come here, or was he acting? He still had doubts in his heart, but he said calmly, "Thank you King Cobra for your kindness. I am here to tell His Majesty something important. Please lead the way for me. The matter is very urgent." Hearing his seriousness, the guards did not dare to delay. They immediately led Lao Sha into the palace and arrived at the government hall where the king handled government affairs. As soon as the two sides met, Cobra dropped his work and enthusiastically stood up to greet him. "Mr. Crocodile, why are you here? Please take a seat. I will have someone prepare tea for you." Crocodile did not refuse Cobra's invitation and sat down on the chair. However, he did not accept the tea. "No need, Your Majesty Cobra, I have something important to tell you today. I wonder if any strangers have come to visit the palace in the past few days." As he spoke, he locked his eyes on Cobra's expression, fearing that he would miss any details. Cobra didn't seem to notice his abnormality. He pinched his chin and recalled carefully, then shook his head and said affirmatively, "No, there have been no strangers visiting the palace recently." "Mr. Crocodile, you ask this, is there something wrong?" Faced with Cobra's question, Lao Sha retracted his gaze. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. He did not see any flaws in the king's expression. Of course, this may also be due to the other party's good acting skills. With a flash of thought in his eyes, Crocodile did not keep it a secret. He directly put a bounty in front of Cobra and pretended to be worried. "A few days ago, I met this woman while fighting pirates. She was the government's most wanted criminal. I tried to arrest her, but she managed to escape. She was fleeing towards the capital at the time. I was afraid that her target was Your Majesty, so I came to warn her." Cobra took the bounty order and looked at it. After seeing the name on it, his pupils suddenly trembled and he cried out in shock. "Nico Robin!" Lao Sha's eyes flashed, and he quickly asked. Your Majesty, have you seen her? No, I haven't seen it. Cobra immediately refuted, but then he seemed to react and realized that he had shown too much. He had to take a few deep breaths to calm down a little before saying. I haven't seen her, but I've heard of her. A girl who destroyed 6 warships at the age of 8 and had a bounty of 79 million. This horrible criminal came to the kingdom of Alabasta and may have even sneaked into the capital. This. He stuttered twice, and finally looked to Lao Sha for help. Mr. Crocodile, please help me catch this wanted criminal no matter what. I am willing to exchange the treasures of my palace for her, but please don't let her get close to the palace and hurt my family. A myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind, and Crocodile immediately and politely agreed verbally. But Cobra seemed still uneasy. After getting up and pacing in the room for a while, he ran outside and ordered the guards to strengthen the guards of the palace and strictly check any personnel entering and leaving. Something was wrong, he was afraid, not that someone would hurt him, but that he was afraid of other things. Crocodile's eyes gradually narrowed, and finally he found the answer in a flash of inspiration. The historical text. He knew Nico Robin's ability and was afraid that the other party was coming for the historical text. In other words, the historical text that records Pluto is hidden in this palace. Crocodile, who had imagined it, thought he had discovered the truth. Cobra, who had arranged the guards, came back and saw Old Sand, who sometimes frowned and sometimes raised his mouth and seemed very happy. After a slight pause, he came to Old Sand and sat down again. Noticing that someone was back, Old Sand immediately put his mood in order. After thinking about it, he stood up and said to Cobra. Your Majesty, waiting here all the time is not a solution. I will continue to search for her outside the palace. Don't worry, if she dares to break into the palace, you send me a signal immediately and I will rush back to support her as soon as possible. Cobra opened his mouth, as if he didn't want Crocodile to leave. But after struggling for a long time, he sighed, gave a few instructions, and personally sent Crocodile away. After watching Crocodile go away, Cobra sighed irritably and returned to the palace worriedly. After he left, Crocodile came out of the shadows. Looking in the direction of the palace, he lowered his head thoughtfully. It seems that my guess is correct, the historical text should be in the palace. Then now that woman is the key. Only by finding her can I crack the secret of the historical text. Thinking of this, he hammered the wall in annoyance. He was still careless, just a little relaxed with the woman, and let her run away. But there is nothing wrong with guarding in the royal capital. The woman's target is also the historical text. She will not leave before she sees that thing. Damn Nico Robin, wait until I catch you, interrupt your legs, let's see how you can escape. Cursing inwardly, Lao Sha turned and sank into the darkness, and soon disappeared. What Lao Sha didn't notice was that after he left, a mysterious man in a cloak and a hood covering his face. He also disappeared in the shadows in a low-key manner. Shuttled through the dark alleys, avoiding the occasional drunkards and beggars. The cloaked man carefully observed the surroundings, and after confirming that she was not being followed, she flashed when she passed a door and went in. The room was pitch black, but she did not use any lighting tools. Only by groping, she came to the fireplace, opened a secret door, and ducked into it. Bending down the stairs, she finally saw light. A lantern was hanging on the door, and the cloaked man reached out to take the lantern down, and then knocked on the door. Before she could answer the secret words, the door opened from the inside. Robin sat behind the table with a smile, holding a book and greeted her. You are back, have you gathered any information? The cloaked man stiffened, and then took off his cloak unhappily, revealing his beautiful face and perfectly proportioned figure underneath. Clar angrily closed the door, put the lantern and cloak aside, and walked angrily to Robin and lectured. Why did you open the door directly? What if there are bad guys outside? If I skip this step, what's the point of the code I thought about for a long time before? Robin still kept smiling, and quickly made coffee for her and pushed it in front of her. Don't be angry, try the coffee I just bought first. Kella pouted and looked at her angrily, but she still suppressed her negative emotions and drank the coffee in small sips. But as soon as the coffee entered her mouth, she felt something was wrong. After blinking her big watery eyes twice, she spit out the coffee in one mouthful. You even ran away secretly. Looking at the girl who was trembling and pointing at him, Robin smiled and nodded. You. Kurlaw almost couldn't catch his breath, and he covered his heart and wailed. Ah! What on earth are you thinking? Don't run around in such a dangerous situation. If something happens to you, how am I going to explain to the leader and Anne? This is the first time I'm on a mission alone. If I fail, I won't be able to go back to see you all. Kurlaw was so anxious that she almost cried, but Robin remained unmoved. After observing for a long time, Robin opened her red lips and said, Your acting is terrible. Putting down the book, Robin elegantly picked up the coffee and sipped it, commenting. The acting is too much, the emotions are too full, if it is less heart-wrenching, maybe I will believe it. After being pierced by the words of the old man, Keela leaned back in the chair with his head down, losing all his strength. Please, I don't want to act, but please restrain yourself a little. Crocodile has already visited King Cobra. If the plan goes well, he will definitely look for us all over the city. If we are unlucky enough to be discovered, I don't have the confidence to take you away safely. Robin opened the book again, glanced at her, and returned his attention to the ancient book. Then why do you insist on staying? If we run away right after leaving the palace, even he won't be able to catch us. Kurlaw was embarrassed. Well, there is a reason for this. Chapter 61. Kurlaw changed her posture, leaning on the table with her hands on her cheeks, looking at Robin with shining eyes. Don't you want to meet the navy called Luffy? It's rare to see a navy willing to cooperate with the Revolutionary Army in all these years. Humph, I don't want to. Robin flipped through a few pages and decisively refused. Hey, why? Aren't you wondering why he knows so much about the historical text? Kurlaw still tried to guide Robin. This seemed to really work. Snap! Robin closed the book with force, looking at the girl with an expectant face and golden eyes. He picked up the spoon on the table and hit her on the head. Ouch! Kurlaw dodged with her head in her hands. Robin put the book away, took out a pen and paper, and started writing. Because of their own curiosity, they stayed in the dangerous area with important mission targets. They even guided and tempted the mission targets to break the rules. I will write down all of this and give it to the leader when I return. No, Sister Robin. Kurlaw knelt down at lightning speed, hugged Robin's long legs and said with tears in her eyes. I was wrong, I know I was wrong, you can do whatever you want. If you need anything, I will buy it for you. Please don't tell the leader about this, or I will be punished badly. Robin shook his legs, trying to drive the pendant away, but Kurlaw didn't let go, but held him tighter. You can hug me if you want, but I'm out of coffee again. No, I'll go buy it right away. Kurlaw stood up smartly, picked up her cloak and hurried out. Robin looked up at the closed door and couldn't help but smile. During the few days they spent together, Kurlaw's cuteness, liveliness and innocence made Robin feel the warmth of having a partner for the first time since she was 8 years old. Gradually, she began to really feel that it was a good decision for 043 to join the Revolutionary Army. Perhaps here, she can find the true partner that Zoro said. Monkey D. Luffy, who is the grandson of a Navy hero and the son of the world's most vicious criminal, what kind of person are you? Sure enough. I want to see it too. Achoo! 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 Luffy sneezed 3 times in a row, sniffed, and looked around with a confused look on his face. What's going on? Which beauty is thinking about me? It took 3 days to get back on a small sailboat. Luffy and his crew took a new warship and it only took a day and a half to complete the journey. Similarly, Luffy chose to go directly to the capital via the Santa Dora River. The only worry now is that Crocodile will be angry when he knows they are here. He will attack Cobra regardless of everything. So after the warship entered the Santa Dora River, Luffy thought of a very new way to play. On the warship, Luffy held a Den Mushi and dialed a number. Moshi Moshi, Mr. Crocodile, this is Luffy, the captain of the Marine headquarters. Navy? What do you want to talk to me about? Old Sand, who was still organizing people to search for information about Robin in the capital, frowned when he heard the self-introduction of the person on the other end of the phone. Luffy didn't care about the other party's calm tone and pretended to be very serious. We received news that Nico Robin appeared in Alabasta, and we are here to arrest her under the order of the government. Mr. Crocodile, as one of the Shishibukai under the government, I need your cooperation. Humph, damn Cobra, in order to cover up the historical text, even the Navy was called in? Cursing Cobra for being a coward in his heart, Lao Sha started to think about how to save Robin without alerting the government. You came at the right time. That woman is coming for King Cobra. You, the Navy, are responsible for protecting the king. I will take my men to search for that woman. No one in this world can escape from my hands. This time I will definitely catch her with my own hands. Listening to Crocodile's pretentious words, Luffy almost couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Only he knew the original work, otherwise Crocodile would have worked diligently in one place for more than 10 years. The positive appearance of often helping the Navy to eliminate pirates, anyone else would be fooled by him. This, Luffy pretended to hesitate, okay, His Majesty Cobra's safety is indeed the most important. Then I'll leave the job of catching the criminal to you. The headquarters will send generals to support us later. It's enough for you to make sure she doesn't leave. Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone with a gloomy face, Lao Sha took a few deep puffs of his cigar, and his mood was extremely bad. If he was asked to do this, he believed that with the manpower he had trained for many years, he would be able to catch Nico Robin sooner or later. But the Navy actually intervened at this time. If the woman was caught by the Navy first, it would be bad. Thinking of this, he picked up the phone and dialed another number. When the other party answered, he immediately ordered. Mr. 1, where are you? Don't dawdle any longer, come to the capital immediately. I need your strength. Putting down the phone, Lao Sha stood up and put out his cigar on the table. He hurriedly left this temporary residence and joined the search in person. Luffy, who was hung up on the other side, called all his capable subordinates over. In the captain's room, Anne, Tina, the 3 best friends, and the 4 little ones gathered. They looked at Luffy in the main seat, waiting for his order. Tapping his fingers on the table, Luffy looked at everyone seriously and said seriously. The main task this time is to arrest Crocodile, the sand crocodile. But the safety of the Alabasta royal family must also be guaranteed. So I decided to divide you into 3 teams. First, Tina, you and Anne will take the brothers of G27 branch to defend the palace. Secondly, Cook and Bins will follow me to capture the sand crocodile. Finally, Gavin, your task is to go to the base camp of the rainy sand crocodile to search for evidence of his crimes. The above is the arrangement of this operation. Does anyone have any objection? After the words fell, the 5 people stood up together and responded loudly. Yes, mission accomplished. Wait, Captain, what about us? What is our mission? Zoro jumped up at this time and protested. Glancing at them, Luffy pointed to the floor under his feet and said seriously. I will leave the 4 warships here to you, and I will also leave some personnel from the G27 branch. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Nami. Do you have the confidence to protect our retreat? Yes. Leave it to us. *4. Although they couldn't go to the front line, the four of them still took on the mission with full fighting spirit. Usopp, great, I love watching the house the most. Luffy stood up with his hands on the table, looked at them with burning eyes, and said sincerely. Whether I can be promoted to Brigadier General depends on you. Everyone, let's work hard together. Oh ah! The 9 people were about to shout in response, but suddenly realized something was wrong. Hey, what do you mean by that? Are you doing this just for your own promotion? Tina accused indignantly. Luffy waved his hand indifferently, it's just a coincidence, just a coincidence. What I want most is to protect the safety of the member states and prevent civilians from being harmed more. Humph, that sounds nice, I've seen through you. Tina crossed her arms and snorted coldly, unwilling to believe his lies. Anne and the others looked at each other and just smiled. They were used to Luffy's eccentric personality. He only said that, but he still had his own sense of justice in his heart. Okay, we are almost there, let's go out. Luffy happily asked everyone to leave. When passing by Tina, he patted her head to comfort her. This action made Anne and Nami's eyebrows jump again, and they couldn't help but look around Tina with scrutiny. As soon as he stepped onto the deck, his former chef Bill immediately came to report. They had reached their destination, and they would walk there next. After Luffy nodded to show that he understood, he pulled Nami to his side and whispered. Staying on the boat may also be dangerous. If there is an emergency, call me immediately. The little girl cherishes her life very much. After hearing what he said, she immediately nodded and agreed. To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Don't worry, I will definitely stay hidden and won't come out. At this time, all the gorillas had already disembarked and lined up, and Luffy immediately stepped forward and began to speak. Brothers, we are very lucky. We can fight one of the 7 warlords of the sea right after entering the Grand Line. This is a rare opportunity. If we do well, we will be promoted, rich, and become heroes of the Navy. Even Marshal Jean Guo would give us a thumbs up and praise us for doing a great job. But if we mess up, everyone here will have to go back to the world to clean toilets. Tell me, do you want to get promoted and make money? Or do you want to clean toilets? Bill was the first to raise his arms and shout. We want to be promoted, I want to be a hero of the Navy. With a leader, the others quickly responded. Seeing that everyone's morale was good, Luffy nodded with satisfaction and asked Cook and the other 2 to select the personnel. After Ian and Tina said something to him, they returned to the warship of the G27 branch. They also began pre-war speeches to mobilize morale and allocate personnel. Soon the warship docked, and rows of neatly mannered soldiers filed down, and headed for the royal capital under the leadership of their superiors. Gavin did not get off the ship here. He needed to take his men to the other side of the St. Dora River and then set off for the rainy land. The appearance of a large-scale navy naturally attracted the attention of many parties. But because the situation was explained in advance, the Kingdom Army not only did not stop it, but also provided loyal camels, horses, and other means of transportation speeded up their march. Crocodile's subordinates, because they had been notified by their boss in advance, simply reported the news and did not continue to pay attention to this group of navy. In this way, Luffy and his party arrived at the royal capital Albina smoothly that night. And they were received by King Cobra as soon as possible. In the banquet hall, Cobra brought Princess Vivi, Akalem, Jaga, and Belle from the guard. A grand banquet was held for the Navy friends who came from afar. At the banquet, King Cobra sincerely expressed his gratitude to the brave naval soldiers. He also claimed that he would never forget the support of the Navy and the government. At the same time, he also sincerely pleaded with everyone. Please catch Nico Robin, the villain who threatens the safety of the country and violates the laws of the government, as soon as possible. Please also protect his daughter, the heir to the kingdom, and the future queen, Princess Vivi. After the king's speech, Luffy, who was the person in charge of the Navy's operation, immediately stood up and took over. First of all, he thanked King Cobra for his trust in their navy. Secondly, he assured the king that the navy would do everything possible to protect the safety of His Majesty the King and Her Royal Highness the Princess. Finally, he severely reprimanded the wanted criminal Nico Robin for her evil deeds. He criticized the incompetence of government agents, especially the CP department. He also emphasized how powerful the navy is and how determined it is to wipe out pirates. At the very end, he made the gesture that Koreans hate the most with his hands, played the accordion, and said the following words. "No one knows pirates better than me. I will find her, capture her, and send her to Impel Down within 3 days. I will prove with my actions that our navy is still strong. We are still the most just, most reliable, and greatest army in the world." As soon as the words fell, the whole audience burst into applause. King Cobra raised his hands and applauded, nodding to Colonel Luffy repeatedly to express his appreciation. The humble Colonel Luffy reluctantly accepted the praise from His Majesty the King, raised his glass and invited His Majesty to drink with him. Then the two chatted about some light topics, and the atmosphere gradually became harmonious and pleasant. A banquet not only enhanced mutual understanding and friendship, but also laid a solid foundation for subsequent cooperation and exchanges. 2 hours later, in the reception room of the royal palace. "Phew, it's finally over. I can't stand those serious occasions." Luffy, who had just come out of the banquet hall, sat down on the sofa and murmured weakly. Anne's pretty face darkened, and he walked over and stretched out his hand to pull him up. "Pay attention to etiquette, His Majesty Cobra is still here." Cobra, who came in later, waved his hand and said nonchalantly. "Miss Anne, we don't need to be so polite in private. I don't like too serious occasions, just do whatever makes me happy." He said that and leaned on the sofa carelessly, completely losing the dignity of a king. Seeing that the other party said so, Anne did not persuade him much. He sat down next to Luffy at a distance. At this time, the door of the room was pushed open again. Tina, Vivi, and 3 members of the Kingdom Guard came in together. When they came to the two, Tina stood at attention and saluted. "Your Majesty, Captain, the guards have been arranged. As soon as the demon child Nico Robin appears, our people can catch her immediately." Cobra opened his mouth and wanted to explain. But Luffy couldn't help but complained first. "Hey, Sister Tina, you are too deep into the play. Our target has always been the crocodile, and Nico Robin is just a cover. Don't you think so, Your Majesty?" "That's right." Cobra nodded and pretended to be angry and accused. "These are all lies of Crocodile's ambition to usurp the throne. What Nico Robin, this is just an excuse for him to send troops to the 5.7 capital to monitor me. Good acting, worthy of being a king." Luffy praised in his heart. "Your Majesty, what has Crocodile done these past 2 days? Where is he now?" As he spoke, he rubbed his forehead, which was a little dizzy from drinking a little, and wondered in his heart. It was strange that he only drank 5 bottles in total, why did he feel a little dizzy? Cobra looked at the young boy in front of him, a little hesitant, not knowing whether to speak. Before he could speak, the little Princess Waiwei couldn't help it. "Colonel, I don't doubt your strength. It's just that Crocodile is one of the 7 warlords of the sea after all, and he is very powerful. Why don't we wait for the other admirals to arrive before we take action?" The little princess said very tactfully, fearing that Luffy would feel embarrassed and uncomfortable. Fortunately, Luffy was not so petty and could understand their concerns. He snapped his fingers, and a flash of lightning flashed across his fingertips. Luffy looked at the little princess with a smile in his eyes and said confidently, "Please rest assured, Princess. As a fellow user of the nature fruit, I am confident that I can defeat Crocodile and protect you and the king." Facing Luffy's kind and confident gaze, the little princess blushed and lowered her head, not daring to look him in the face. Seeing this guy making his precious daughter shy with just a few words, The old father cobra coughed a few times, and looked at the electric current flashing in Luffy's hand from time to time, and said in surprise. Natural type, or lightning? Could it be that you are the strongest natural type, the user of the thunder fruit? When this was said, everyone in the room was surprised. Natural type is natural type, and there is actually the strongest one. They have never heard of it before. That's right. Luffy nodded in agreement. Chapter 62. Cobra leaned back and sighed. The thunder fruit that disappeared for hundreds of years was actually eaten by you, my brother. It seems that you are destined to have a bright future in the Navy. Haha, it's okay. Luffy laughed dryly. He wanted to tell Cobra that even if he was not a natural ability user, he would still have a bright future with his grandfather Garp's relationship. Tina secretly focused her eyes on the boy, thinking of the strength he showed that day. Suddenly, an idea emerged in her mind. Perhaps it won't be long before this boy will be famous all over the world, and she can be his follower and accompany him to see the scenery at the top of the world. Back to the topic, Luffy repeated his question and asked Cobra about Crocodile's whereabouts. This time, Cobra, who had a clear idea in his mind, did not hide it and told Luffy all the information about Crocodile's whereabouts. After that, the two talked about some more. After some polite words, Luffy left. Cobra arranged a separate guest room for them, and it would be tomorrow if they wanted to find Crocodile. After a dreamless night, Luffy got up the next day and dressed and washed himself with renewed energy. Cobra even sent a maid to serve him. Luffy was not a spoiled young master, and his grandfather had never arranged these for him since he was a child. However, looking at the pitiful little maid holding a towel in her hand, he softened his heart. Sitting on the chair, enjoying the gentle face-wiping service of the little maid, Luffy did not forget to excuse himself in his heart. I am not addicted to pleasure, I am just afraid that this simple girl will not complete the task and be punished. That's why I have to commit to this damn feudalism. Sir, please stand up and let me change your clothes for you. Hearing the soft voice of the little maid, Luffy's thoughts stagnated. He stood up honestly and thought. In fact, Cobra is quite open-minded. Maybe this girl's family is in trouble, with a gambler father, an alcoholic mother, etc. That's why she has no choice but to come out to work early. After a surge of thoughts, he successfully found a perfect excuse to convince himself. Then he enjoyed it more comfortably, as if he would be guilty if he didn't do it. After more than half an hour of dawdling, Luffy came to the restaurant to eat in full dress. Looking around, Cobra, Anne, and Tina were not there. 28 probably followed the advice and took refuge in a secret room in the palace early. Only the gorillas were left in the restaurant, and Cook and Bins were naturally among them. Seeing Luffy coming, everyone greeted him. Luffy was not polite, and after responding a few words, he found a seat and sat down. Cook was very considerate and placed several large plates of barbecue on the table in front of him like offering treasures. Glancing at him with satisfaction and nodding at him, Luffy picked up his knife and fork and asked. Is everything arranged? Is there any news from Gavin? Cook tapped his chest proudly, gave a thumbs up and said proudly. Don't worry, Captain, everything has been arranged. The brothers of the King's army will act with us later. Once we take action, Gavin will also receive the message and start to act simultaneously in the rain. Hearing this, Luffy, who was busy competing with the barbecue, hummed vaguely, and there was no further action. Cook did not disturb him and concentrated on finishing his breakfast. After the meal, Luffy wiped his mouth with a tissue with satisfaction and stood up. At the same time, everyone who had been impatient for a long time stood up in unison, looking at him with fiery eyes. Luffy no longer hesitated, waved his hand and ordered loudly. Gorillas, let's go. Bimon is one of the million elders of Baroque works, and is a direct subordinate of the executive commander Mr. Ten. Just a few days ago, he received an order to rush to the capital with his men. These days, he has been searching for Nico Robin day and night. Or the whereabouts of Miss Chuan's Huri. Holding a cigarette, Bimon came to a house with an unhappy look and knocked hard on the door. Knock knock knock. Open the door. With a howl, Bimon withdrew his hand and looked around impatiently. Not long after, the door handle turned slightly, and a white-haired old woman carefully poked her head out. Ahem, who are you? Who are you looking for? Cough cough cough. The old woman seemed to be in poor health. She started coughing violently after she said a few words. Bimon stepped back cautiously, extinguished the cigarette and threw it away, and quickly took out a handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose. Damn old woman, she keeps coughing. Is she infected with an infectious disease? Cursing in his heart, Bimon did not dare to step forward for a while, so he had to explain from a few meters away. We are bounty hunters hired by Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Recently, some pirates have sneaked into the capital, and we are hired to search for them. After saying this, he did not want to waste any more time talking to this dying old woman, and waved his hand to let his soldiers rush in to search. The leading member of the Baroque works strode forward, with a fierce look on his face, as if he was about to push the old woman down. At this time, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet hit the man's feet, scaring him so much that he shivered and almost peed his pants. Who? Bimon reacted quickly, and immediately took out a pistol from his waist and looked in the direction of the gunshot. Then his eyes widened, and he never thought it would be these guys. A team of King's soldiers appeared from nowhere, lined up neatly and pointed their guns at them, and one of them had gunpowder coming out of the muzzle. Kingdom, the King's army. Bimon was shocked and took a few steps back. But when he thought of the instructions from the organization, he forced himself to stop the fear in his heart and shouted fiercely. You bastard, do you know what you are doing? We are a bounty hunter organization hired by the Kingdom Heroes and the government's legal pirate Shishibukai. We are your people who are looking for the wanted criminal Nico Robin with you. What do you mean by shooting at us? I will report you to the top brass of the Royal Army. The enemy's sophistry was not taken seriously by the commander of the Royal Army. He saw that the old woman had closed the door in fear and hid in the house, so he didn't care anymore. He raised the crescent shovel and ordered loudly. Shoot, kill these rebels, for Alabasta. As soon as the words fell, a total of 20 muskets in the front and back rows opened fire at the same time. Bellman brought only 7 or 8 people, and there was nowhere to hide on the street. In order to find someone to serve as a human shield, the residents of the capital had received orders from the King's army and themselves a few days ago to hide at home and not go out. At this moment, Bellman finally reacted. This was not an order to reduce the difficulty of the search, but a conspiracy set up by the King's army to better eliminate them and not harm civilians. It's a pity that it's too late to find out now. Under the volley of fire from 20 guns, Beaumont and his men only had time to let out a wail before they died. The commander glanced at the bodies of several people expressionlessly, waved his hand and immediately led his men to another location. At the same time, fierce gunshots and shouting were heard from other parts of the royal capital. Because it was the royal army that launched the sneak attack, the members of the Baroque works suffered heavy losses at once. They could only report the news and ask for help. In the end, all the news was gathered in Crocodile's hands. Hearing the requests for help, Crocodile knew that he was being fooled. Ah! Cobra! Nico Robin! I will kill you! In the center of the street, with Crocodile's impotent rage. The sky was full of yellow sand, sweeping around, and it was about to swallow up several streets. At this time, dark clouds were pressing in the sky. A thunderbolt fell from the sky and fell directly towards Crocodile. Although he was extremely angry at this time, Crocodile had not completely lost his mind. At the moment of the attack, he immediately evaded the element. He was about to avoid this straight attack, but who knew that the thunder turned a corner in the air and fell on his head again. After hitting the yellow sand that Crocodile had turned into, the lightning instantly expanded and turned into a ball, releasing an ultra-high voltage current. The strong current passed through the air and produced high-temperature plasma. Immediately, Crocodile was numbed. 2 types of damage. The ball lightning only lasted for more than 10 seconds and dissipated. Luffy's figure appeared, turned his head to look to the other side, and exclaimed. Tisk, the reaction is quite fast, it's a little crooked. While he was talking, the yellow sand condensed into a human shape again. The embarrassed Crocodile appeared where he was looking. At this time, Crocodile no longer had the domineering and cold look before. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. His whole body was burnt black, his clothes were tattered, and what was even more interesting was that the big back hair he had worked so hard to take care of was now also electrocuted into a stylish afro. Seeing him like this, Luffy laughed heartlessly. Ha ha ha, Crocodile, you look pretty good in this look. K. Keter said with a gloomy face, took off his tattered cashmere cloak, and asked. Navy. Why are you attacking me? Hee hee. After 2 dry laughs, Luffy pouted and sneered. Are you still going to play dumb now? You know best what you have done. Or do you think that stalling for time will help? Do you really think I can't see it? After he finished speaking, with a flash of lightning, Luffy rushed in front of Crocodile and cut off the poison blade under his left arm prosthesis with his sword. Although Luffy's observation haki is not enough to predict the future. But Crocodile made small movements in front of him, but he couldn't escape his perception at all. Bastard! Cursing silently, Crocodile's intact right hand turned into quicksand and grabbed Luffy. But lightning is not so easy to catch. When he just made a move, Luffy's elementalization went around behind him and quickly launched an attack. Finger gun. Puff. The finger wrapped in armed color easily pierced Crocodile's back, leaving a trace of blood. Luffy was stunned after the successful attack, and retreated quickly and vigilantly, leaving a long distance. Then, he looked at his bloody finger and tilted his head blankly. Hey? It hit him right away. He was completely stunned. He just wanted to make a feint, and the real killer move was still to come. But he never expected that Crocodile couldn't even dodge his tentative attack. He thought Crocodile was going to trade injuries for injuries and give him a big one, so he was so scared that he quickly retreated to create some distance. Crocodile, who was hit hard on the back, staggered for 2 steps before he could barely stabilize his body. Feeling his numb limbs, his heart sank to the bottom. It's so fast, I can't keep up with this speed, not to mention the burden brought to me by this paralyzed body. If this goes on, I will be the only one who loses. With a flash of thought, Crocodile looked back at Luffy fiercely, turned around and took Luffy away. He fled madly with the yellow sand all over the sky. Luffy, who thought he had some new tricks, quickly turned on his observation haki to the maximum. But when he sensed that Crocodile was actually fleeing outside the royal capital, he was speechless. Damn, why did he run away? Was he afraid of my strength? Or does this guy have some tricks up his sleeve? Out of caution, he did not chase after him immediately. Instead, he stood in place, stretched out his hand towards the sky, and stirred up a violent lightning that sank into the clouds. The dark clouds that originally covered the sky spread out in all directions again. At the same time, they were also drifting in the direction of Crocodile's escape. After carefully sensing with his observation haki, he confirmed that Crocodile had escaped from the range of the royal capital. Luffy pressed down with his big hand and yelled. 10,000 thunders! Unlike Enelu in the original work who still needed the help of the Ark's motto. As Luffy finished speaking, hundreds of thunders fell, instantly covering the large area where Crocodile was. The fleeing Crocodile seemed to sense something. He looked up suddenly and saw a dazzling blue light. The Santora River area, the berth of the warship. Even though they were dozens of miles apart, the Navy here could also see the abnormal celestial phenomena in the direction of the royal capital. Pointing at the 10,000 thunders that seemed to be destroying the world, Nami shouted excitedly. It's Luffy! There's a fight over there too! Unfortunately, no one could respond to her at this time. Holding two swords, Zoro took care of the two people who were coming to him, then glanced at the river and reminded loudly. Another enemy is coming, Usopp, fire your cannon to prevent them from getting close. Volume 017 May, you and Nami stay to guard the ship, I will go to stop them. After kicking his opponent away, Sanji turned back and cursed angrily. Idiot, who allowed you to command me? But at this time, Zoro had already jumped off the boat and swam towards the enemy in the water. Bang! One person operated the cannon and sank a small boat. Usopp took the time to come to the side of the boat and looked down, then his expression suddenly changed and he exclaimed. Oh no, Zoro is lost in the river, Sanji, go help him. What? That idiot! After cursing, Sanji looked at the few remaining enemies on the warship and said to Nami. Miss Nami, be careful, I'll go help the green algae head. After repelling a bounty hunter with a folding iron stick, Nami turned around and said. Well, you should be careful too. Sanji nodded, and instantly jumped up more than 10 meters high. Then he stepped on the air with his toes and aimed at Zoro who was circling the warship, and rushed down with a dark face. After grabbing him from the water, Sanji immediately scolded him angrily. You idiot, the enemy is right in front of you, how did you manage to swim around the warship? Zoro looked at the dozens of small boats in front of him, and then looked at the warships behind him. His old face turned red, and he said angrily. Stop talking too much, take me there. Sanji ah! You bastard green algae head, don't you know how to say thank you to your benefactor? Zoro, what nonsense are you talking about, curly-browed Kappa, do you want to fight? Sanji humph, I'll fight after I finish dealing with these guys. Zoro, then let's see who kills the most. Sanji, that's exactly what I want. The two men looked at each other after reaching an agreement. Zoro was about to rush onto the enemy ship to fight, but Sanji suddenly let go of his hand. Idiot, swim slowly, I'll go first. The suspended Soran blinked his eyes, and then his face changed drastically. Bastard, give it to me, gurgle gurgle gurgle. Two idiots, they are still fighting each other at this time, I will kill them. On the warship, Nami was furious when she saw this scene. Usopp quickly stopped her and persuaded her. Don't be impulsive. There are only two of us on this ship now. Don't forget what Captain Luffy told you. Just as he finished speaking, a member of Baroque climbed onto the ship from the rope ladder. When he saw them, he shouted and rushed towards them quickly. Damn Navy, go to hell! Seeing the enemy coming, Usopp quickly took out his slingshot and prepared to shoot. But suddenly a gunshot rang out beside him, and the bounty hunter who rushed towards the two of them fell straight down. Holding the exquisite pistol Luffy gave her, Nami ordered with a frosty face. Usopp, fire at full speed, I'll take care of the enemies boarding the ship. Yes, sir. Usopp, who was shocked by her momentum, saluted quickly. By the time he reacted, Nami had already rushed towards the enemy on the ship with a pistol in one hand and a stick in the other. Even Nami has gone up, so I can't fall behind. Chapter 63. Encouraged, Usopp immediately loaded the cannon, took aim roughly, and fired. He didn't even look to see if the shell hit the target, and quickly picked up another shell and stuffed it into the muzzle, and continued to fire. In just a few minutes, more than 10 shells were fired. Each one could accurately hit a small boat, and his killing speed was faster than Sanji and Zoro combined. With the 4 people and the remaining branch navy fighting with all their strength, it was only a matter of time before the victory was decided. But to win completely, it still depends on the duel between Luffy and Crocodile. Royal Capital. After a baptism of 10,000 thunders, the desert west of the royal capital was bombarded with potholes. In the deepest part of the central area, a huge pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters and a depth of more than 10 meters appeared. Luffy was suspended in the air, looking at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Under this level of attack, even if Crocodile had a backup plan, he would be reduced to dust. Thinking in his heart, he slowly landed on the ground, came to the largest deep pit and looked down. "Hey, Crocodile, are you dead? If not, just say something, if not, just ignore what I said." After shouting several times, there was no response from below, so Luffy pouted and jumped down. Carefully taking out a pair of sea stone handcuffs, he walked towards the charred unidentified object in the pit. As the footsteps gradually approached, the unidentified object suddenly opened his eyes, stretched out his charred right hand with effort, and tried to resist. Boom! Luffy ruthlessly kicked his arm into the sand pit, and bent down to put the sea stone on him. At this point, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, sat down on Crocodile's back, wiped the non-existent cold sweat, and said thankfully, "You are not dead yet, it is me who is going to die. I was counting on you to ask the Marshal for credit. Although you can die, it will save trouble." Crocodile took a deep breath and tried his best to look at the person behind him. But before he could see Luffy's expression, he couldn't help coughing up blood and fainted. Hey, why are you dizzy? You don't want me to carry you back, do you? Get up, don't sleep anymore." Luffy got up and shook him a few times, but Lao Sha still didn't react at all. He even vomited a few mouthfuls of blood because of his actions. "Damn, you are such a rubbish, you don't know how to use haki, and you are not good at taijutsu. I don't know how you managed to tie with Douglas Barrett." After a helpless rant, Luffy took out Den Den Mushi and asked, "Hey, how's the situation over there?" "Cook report, we have captured 8 senior Baroque agents, and everything else is normal. Ian King Cobra and Princess Vivi are both safe, how's it going over there?" "Gavin Yu Yan has been controlled by me, but there's a weird uncle here, and I don't know how to deal with him." "Nami Captain, we're fine too." Luffy showed a look of satisfaction on his face after hearing the reports from his subordinates. "Okay, I've also taken care of this. Cook, you will take people to the west of the city to take Crocodile away. And, you guys continue to guard King Cobra, Nami, and you guys too, stay on the ship and wait for my follow-up orders. As for Gavin, what's the situation with the strange uncle you mentioned? Tell me in detail." In the rain banquet, Gavin looked at the blind uncle who was sitting in front of the slot machine and having fun, and whispered while covering the microphone. "I can't explain it in detail, but when I first saw him, I felt a sense of danger of being targeted by a strong man. But this uncle was blind, and he did not resist the actions of our navy, and he always cooperated honestly." Blind? Still in the casino? These two keywords were linked together, and the figure of someone flashed in Luffy's mind. He hurriedly asked what the blind uncle looked like, and Gavin answered truthfully. He was a kind-looking uncle with short black hair, long sideburns, and 2 intersecting scars on his face that blinded his eyes. After hearing this description, Luffy became more convinced of his guess. He couldn't help but breathe faster, but his tone was still calm. "Okay, I understand. Don't worry about that, uncle. I'll go to your place later to check on the situation." "Got it. I'll hang up first." After Gavin hung up the phone, Luffy gave a few more instructions to Anne and the others. He took back the Den Den Mushi and breathed a sigh of relief. He was definitely not wrong. The only one who could fit Gavin's description was Yuxiao. The future admiral, I must not let such a talent go. The excited Luffy didn't even look at Crocodile at his feet. He turned into lightning and rushed into the sky, then changed direction and flew quickly towards the rain feast. In the rain feast, Yuxiao's hand that was stuffing the coin paused. He looked up in surprise in a certain direction of the ceiling. He was proficient in observation haki, and his perception was enough to cover hundreds of kilometers. "Luffy, who was far away in the capital, had just made a move when he was caught by him. As fast as lightning, as fierce as thunder. It's a really good fruit, and the user of this ability is also quite amazing. With a low sigh, he focused his attention on the slot machine in front of him. Although Luffy is the user of the thunder fruit, he does not really have the speed of lightning. Even if he used all his strength, it took more than 30 seconds to rush from the capital to the rainy land. Zilla, an arc of electricity flashed, and Gavin at the door of the rain banquet felt his eyes blurred, and Luffy appeared in front of him. After a slight pause, he quickly came to his senses and stepped forward to report. As expected of lightning, this speed is really fast. It just so happens that I have something to report to you. Luffy didn't plan to meet Yuxiao right away. After all, being too anxious is not a good thing. Oh, did they find a lot of treasure? I don't believe that Crocodile has been running a business here for so long without some wealth. Of course, and the number is not small. Gavin nodded excitedly. Then he took out a booklet and said happily. First, it is 1 billion Baileys in cash. Yes, you heard it right, cash. Secondly, it is 200 standard gold bars of 1 kilogram. According to the current gold price, 1 bar is about 11 million Baileys, totaling 2.2 billion Baileys. In addition, there are antique jewelry and oil paintings of varying values. We can't figure out the value of these things. However, an old man who was seriously injured and claimed to be the deputy manager told me that these things are worth at least 8 billion, or even more. At this point, the two of them breathed quickly. Fortunately, they have seen a lot of the world in these years, and they soon calmed down. Luffy took the booklet and flipped through it. After seeing that the news about these treasures was provided by the deputy manager, he was in a good mood and waved his hand and ordered. This person has done a good job in reporting the case. If he hadn't committed any other serious offenses, he wouldn't have to be sent to Judicial Island. Okay, I understand. Putting the booklet in Gavin's arms, Luffy lowered his voice and whispered. Don't hand the stuff over to the headquarters. We haven't found a new ship yet, so we'll treat it as a shipbuilding subsidy. Gavin also responded in a low voice. Understood. After patting his shoulder and asking him to keep working hard, Luffy walked into the rain banquet. As soon as he came in, he saw a burly uncle in a purple robe, looking at him with a complicated expression, frowning and saying, Navy boy, although it is not appropriate for me as an outsider to say this, it is not a good habit to hide the captured goods. Tisk, this is the disadvantage of observation haki, it is easy to eavesdrop. Luffy secretly pouted in his heart and sat down in front of a machine next to him without blushing or beating his heart. He looked up and down at the blind man in front of him with curiosity, and said indifferently. It doesn't matter. The Navy's military expenses are provided by the government's garbage. I might as well keep the money for myself and use it to do something practical. One sentence instantly piqued Yuxiao's interest. For example, build an electric-driven, super battleship with luxurious firepower. Or change it into supplies and provide it to civilians who are still starving and struggling to survive. Even our Navy's salaries haven't increased for a long time. If we give them a raise, they will be more motivated, right? Thinking about it this way, this money is far from enough. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Luffy's words were full of meaning. Yuxiao didn't know whether he was talking about not building enough ships or not giving enough to civilians and subordinates. However, combined with his previous words that he cursed the government for being rubbish, Yuxiao would rather believe that he was satirizing the government. Staring at him deeply, Yuxiao was really getting more and more interested in this young navy. Ha ha ha, you are really funny, would you like to play a few rounds? I am unexpectedly lucky today. Seeing him hand over a box full of game coins, Luffy waved his hand and decisively refused. Sorry, I never touch these things. Of course, you are free to play. Yuxiao nodded in approval, took back his hand and started playing. Luffy did not stop him, but sat aside and watched with interest. As time passed, Luffy saw with his own eyes that the game coins in his hand were reduced little by little, and his face gradually became ugly. Until the machine swallowed the last coin in his hand, Luffy smiled and teased. "Is this what you call good luck? It doesn't look that good." Yuxiao sighed, shook his head helplessly and said, "Gambling is always a losing game, 9 out of 10 times, or even 10 out of 10 times. No matter how lucky you are, you can't escape the rules that the machine has woven in advance." Luffy felt that he seemed to have something else to say. After frowning and thinking for a while, he looked at the same machine in front of him and shot an arc of electricity at it with his finger. The arc entered from the coin slot, and soon the machine started running, and then there was a crisp sound of coins falling. Yuxiao, the old gambler, trembled subconsciously when he heard the pleasant sound. He bent down and grabbed a handful of coins and put them into the box in Yuxiao's hand. Luffy stood up and said in the passionate tone unique to young people, "Luck cannot change the rules, but people can. If you continue to stay in such a place, you will be a slave to the rules for the rest of your life. It is better to boldly try to change it. After all, aren't the rules made by people?" "Are the rules made by people?" Yuxiao picked up a coin and murmured. Then he raised his head and asked Luffy, "So who makes the rules? And who should change them?" Luffy grinned, leaning down with one hand on the table, his tone slowed down. "Whoever has the biggest fist makes the rules. Of course, the world government has the biggest fist right now. Who will change it?" Luffy pointed at him, then pointed at himself. "We." After Crocodile was dealt with, except for a small part of the navy who was left behind to cooperate with the royal army to continue to deal with the follow-up, most of the others came to the royal capital. However, what surprised the guerrillas was that their captain was only in a fight outside, but he was able to bring back new members. Although this new member is a blind and elderly uncle. But no one dared to underestimate him, just from the fact that he was blind but could avoid all obstacles and walk normally. This is a master who has mastered the observation haki. In addition, Luffy has always been very accurate in judging people, referring to Nami and the other four, so everyone quickly accepted it with a smile. Cobra, who was relieved of his worries, once again enthusiastically held a banquet to entertain the navy headed by Luffy. This time, they did not say some high-sounding words. Everyone was very casual, even Cobra. "Brother Luffy, thank you again for everything you and your navy brothers have done for Alabasta. I'll toast you first." After saying that, Cobra drank the wine in one gulp, and Luffy followed without hesitation. "Your Majesty Cobra, please don't be polite. This time it was also the fault of our navy and government. Crocodile will be sent to Judicial Island to receive the punishment he deserves." Speaking of the government, Cobra's expression changed slightly. He put down his wine glass, lowered his head bitterly and said regretfully, "I was not on guard at the beginning because Crocodile was a Shishibukai recognized by the government. If it weren't for the help of the navy, maybe it would have been as he planned. In a few years, Alabasta will be destroyed by drought and civil strife. But even so, countless people of the kingdom have died because of this over the years, and this is all my responsibility as the king. Your Majesty/Dad. Akalam and Vivi exclaimed, trying to comfort him. But Cobra felt that it was all his own problem, and waved his hand to tell them not to persuade him. Luffy thought for a moment and said, "Your Majesty Cobra, the reason why Alabasta has become like this is not your sole responsibility. The system of the 7 warlords of the sea is indeed too unreasonable now." As soon as these words came out, many eyes turned to him. Whether it was Cobra and his men or Ain, Tina, and the others, they all looked at him in surprise. With his hands crossed and his chin propped up, Luffy frowned and ignored everyone's gaze. "Pirates who can plunder legally, this sounds like a joke. More than once, there have been generals in the navy who have questioned this. But because it is a government order, we can't change it. Brother Luffy, do you want to? Cobra said in surprise. Luffy nodded seriously. I would like to ask His Majesty Cobra to propose the abolition of the Shishibukai system at the World Conference in 2 years. World Conference, Li Hao? That's a good idea indeed. Cobra pondered for a while and nodded in agreement. He had just been harmed by the 7 warlords of the sea, so of course he was willing to abolish this system. Luffy immediately smiled and thanked him, and raised his glass again. The originally quiet banquet became lively again as the bosses of both sides reached an agreement. Looking at the young colonel chatting and laughing with his father, Princess Vivi's eyes were shining with little stars, and she was unwilling to look away with admiration. She was 12 years old this year, and she was the age when a girl was in love and believed in the prince and princess the most. The princess was just the right one, and no one was more suitable for this prince than Luffy, who was only 1 year older than her, had just saved her country, and was handsome and upright. Thinking of the fairy tales she had read before, Vivi's cheeks blushed, and she rubbed the corners of her clothes nervously. Finally, she mustered up the courage to come to her father Cobra and whispered something in his ear. Cobra's face, which was originally full of smiles, froze instantly. He turned his head and looked at his precious daughter in disbelief. Seeing her shy look, he blurted out. Vivi, are you serious? She hit him lightly in shame and anger. After Vivi secretly glanced at Luffy, she nodded solemnly. Cobra stared at his daughter seriously for a long time, and Vivi stared back without showing any weakness. In the end, Cobra sighed helplessly, and his whole momentum was lost. He suddenly seemed to be decades older and decadent. Not far away, Luffy, who had overheard everything with his observation haki, quietly put down his wine glass and buried his head in eating. Damn, this little girl is too bold. Don't say this here, Anne and the others are all here. Just as he was praying nervously, Cobra's voice came over. He looked at the young man with complicated eyes. Although he was very unhappy, he had to admit it. Luffy has a good family background, strong strength, and looks very handsome. No matter how you look at it, this is the most suitable candidate. Forget it, let Vivi be willful once. Chapter 64. Ahem, Colonel Luffy. Luffy paused for 2 seconds while eating, then raised his head and wiped the corner of his mouth as if nothing had happened, looking at Cobra waiting for his next words. Cobra considered his words carefully, and after half a minute of silence, he suddenly said. Colonel Luffy, how is my daughter Vivi? Are you interested in becoming the future Prince of Alabasta? Poof! As soon as the words fell, the whole audience was in an uproar. Cook, Sanji, Usopp and others didn't care about the wine and drinks that were sprayed out. They all looked at Cobra with shocked eyes, and then quickly turned to An. Oh my god, this king is so brave. This is going to be a good show. As expected, An, who was stunned for a few seconds, immediately stood up and objected under the gaze of everyone. No way. Asterisk 3. Hey. Sanji looked at Anne, Nami, and Tina who spoke at the same time, and immediately became jealous beyond recognition. Binz even grabbed Gavin and shook him desperately, asking him to slap him twice to wake up. Gavin did as he wished, and then the two of them, one covering their face and the other looking at their hands, all fell silent. Damn, this is more magical than a fairy tale. Cobra and his daughter, looking at the 3 girls who jumped out at the same time, also opened their mouths wide. Vivi looked at them in disbelief, then puffed up her little face and said loudly. Why not? I'm serious. Ian, I'm his girlfriend, I refuse. Nami, I'm his future girlfriend, I refuse. Tina, this is against the rules of the Navy, and Tina doesn't agree. In front of everyone, 4 beauties of different ages and appearances started arguing. Cobra wanted to persuade his daughter, but was glared back by Vivi. Seeing the horrific scene of the gods fighting, Luffy, as the protagonist, couldn't get a word in. Even before they noticed him, he hurriedly and carefully left the table and quietly prepared to slip away. "Young man, you are really an enviable age," Yuxiao said suddenly, turning around and smiling at him. Luffy was startled, thinking that this old man was not a man of honor and wanted to expose him. Fortunately, Yuxiao just teased him and did not mean to stop him. "I'll go first, I'll leave this to you," he said in a very low voice, and Luffy didn't care if he heard it or not. He quickly hid in the corner, and when no one was paying attention, he disappeared in a flash. In a house not far from the palace, Robin slowly opened her eyes. Seeing this, Kurla immediately came over, blinked her big eyes and asked expectantly, "How is it? Did you see that guy?" Putting down his hands and releasing the ability of the Hana fruit, Robin smiled and said, "Ah, I see. He is a very charming handsome guy who attracts women's attention." "Hey, what? This is a little different from what I thought." Kurla was immediately discouraged, and his words were full of disappointment. "Really? Then what do you imagine me to be like?" The sudden voice startled the two women. Kurla was shocked and quickly stood in front of Robin. Luffy, who had just escaped from the banquet hall, saw her aggressive look and quickly raised his hands to comfort her. "Relax, it's me, my own person." "Who are you?" Kurla looked at the man. Although she had never seen him before, she saw his navy attire and his young and handsome appearance. She immediately reacted and pointed at Luffy and stammered, You are the leader." Halfway through her words, she quickly covered her mouth and looked at Robin pitifully. She hadn't told Robin that Luffy was Dragon's son before getting Dragon's order. But what she didn't know was that Robin had already secretly read the letter when she wasn't paying attention. Facing Kurla's pitiful eyes, the sinister Robin immediately smiled. Without hesitation, she put the blame on Kurla. "I heard everything. You want to say that he is related to the chief, right? I guess, at this age, he can't be the chief's son." After saying this, Kurla burst into tears. "Woohoo, it's over, I got caught again." Luffy watched the two interacting with great interest. In the palace, he sensed that someone was watching him, so he used his observation haki to find this place. He was not surprised to see the big sister Robin. Instead, he was very surprised to see Kurla, a girl with a high presence in the Revolutionary Army, appear here. "This beautiful orange-haired lady, it seems that you have revealed very important information. Should I pretend that I didn't see it?" Luffy rubbed his chin and said with a sense of malice. Please pretend you didn't see it." Kurla bowed and begged without saying anything. Luffy glanced down at the white flowers dancing with her movements. He looked at Robin with a smirk, thought for a long time, and then nodded with a magnanimous look. "Okay, we are all family, I will let you go." Kurla felt relieved and thanked him repeatedly. After this episode, the relationship between the three of them became much more familiar. After introducing each other, Kurla also let down her guard and invited Luffy to sit down. She took the initiative to pour him the coffee she had bought with great effort. Luffy didn't rush to drink it. He looked at Robin with a complicated expression and sighed. "I was surprised that you didn't leave. But it's good that I can have a chance to meet you." Robin glanced at the unruly girl without leaving a trace, and the girl stiffened and carefully shrank her body. "Hee, nothing, mainly I also want to meet you." Kurla, phew, that was close. Luffy raised his eyebrows. "Are you curious about me, a traitor to the navy?" "No, I am curious about a real navy." Robin supported her chin with her hand, stared at him with her eyes, and said with her red lips slightly parted. Glancing at the roundness that was pressed on the table because of her action, Luffy continued calmly. "Thank you for your compliment. I am just doing what I think is right." Robin tapped his chin and said nothing more. The two looked at each other and fell into silence. Kurla, who had been unable to find a suitable opportunity, took the opportunity to interrupt and said, Then why do you want to stay in the Navy? Why don't you just go back to the Revolutionary Army with us? Luffy retracted his gaze and spread his hands unhappily. Ms. Kurlaw, the Navy has just gone astray, but it is not completely hopeless. After a pause, he took a sip of the coffee on the table and continued. Rather than joining the Revolutionary Army, I want to stay in the Navy and try to change it. And I am working hard for this goal. At least I want to become an admiral in a short time. General! Kurlaw exclaimed, and even Robin, who had always remained calm, changed her expression slightly. For Robin, Qingji, one of the current generals, had always been her nightmare. Although she had learned that Zoro was not dead, she had changed her view of Qingji a lot. But the other party's terrifying strength was something she could not forget until now. Can I ask how short your short time is? Kurlaw raised her hand weakly, like a primary school student. Luffy raised 4 fingers and said seriously. 4, at least within 4 years I will become a general. 4. Are you kidding? To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Kurlaw counted carefully on his fingers, and then said in surprise. You are only 17 years old. You want to become a general at the age of 17. Impossible, such a young general has never appeared in the government in 800 years. Why not? No one has succeeded before, but that doesn't mean I can't do it. Luffy said loudly, and then he looked at Kurlaw with malicious eyes, grinned and showed his 8 big white teeth, and asked. No one has been able to overthrow the government in 800 years. According to you, are all the efforts of the Revolutionary Army over the years in vain? Under Luffy's gaze, Kurlaw was so anxious that she almost cried, shaking her head and waving her hands repeatedly. No, no, that's not what I meant. We will definitely succeed. Seeing her cute look, Luffy couldn't help but burst out laughing. Kurlaw was stunned for a moment, but soon realized that the villain was teasing her. Her cheeks flushed with anger, and she snorted coldly, turning her head away and ignoring him. Fearing that he would really make her angry, Luffy tried to comfort her. But Kurlaw was so angry that she didn't listen at all. Luffy had no choice but to change the subject. After thinking for a while, he asked. Is there a guy named Sabo in your Revolutionary Army? Although he had made up his mind to ignore him, when it came to the Revolutionary Army, Kurlaw still recalled it carefully, shook his head and said in a muffled voice. No. Hey? No. Luffy, who wanted to use Sabo to open the topic, was stunned. This situation is not right, how could there be no Sabo? After staying in the East China Sea for a year, Luffy must have returned to his hometown, the Kingdom of Goa. He visited the old village chief, met Makina, and went to Mount Gorpo to meet Dodon's family. And Ace, who is also Garp's grandson. The two met for the first time and there was no unpleasantness because of their identities. On the contrary, they got along very well. However, Ace still chose to become a pirate. Luffy tried to persuade him to board his ship several times, but failed. And during that time, he did not see Sabo. At that time, he thought that Sabo was the same as in the original book, who met the celestial dragons at sea and was rescued by his father. Now it seems that this is not the case. Damn, I should have asked clearly at the time. Luffy was still thinking about it, and Robin, who noticed his abnormality, asked it first. Who is Sabo? Your friend? Ah, I guess so. Luffy answered perfunctorily in frustration. But Robin secretly wrote down every word he said. She became more and more interested in this man and wanted to know everything about him. Robin took Luffy and started to talk about various topics. She asked him about his experiences from childhood to adulthood. Luffy didn't mind and told her everything he could. Kurlaw, who was still sulking, became interested and joined in. The three of them chatted together for a whole hour before they stopped. Luffy glanced at the clock on the wall and knew it was getting late, so he stood up and prepared to leave. But before leaving, he took out 2 notes and handed them to the 2 women respectively. This is an encrypted Den Mushi number. If you need any help, you can call me. The 2 women were not polite and carefully put the note away. Besides, Luffy looked at Kurla with burning eyes. Kila, are you interested in coming to help me? I believe that with your help, we can gain more say in the navy. Ah? But I am a revolutionary. Kurla was confused by his behavior. Why did he invite me? That's nothing. If Robin wasn't so important to the government, I would have taken her to my ship. Luffy didn't care at all. On the contrary, it is much easier for you. As long as you don't say anything and I don't say anything, no one will know that you are a revolutionary. Just think of you as an undercover agent lurking in the navy. No. It does sound reasonable. Kurla pinched his chin and nodded thoughtfully. How about this? I'll take Sister Robin back to the headquarters first. Then I'll ask the leader what he thinks. If he agrees, I'll contact you. Well, let's make it a deal. Luffy shook her hand with satisfaction and made an agreement. When it was Robin's turn, Luffy also grabbed her smooth little hand and earnestly told her. Although you have the protection of the Revolutionary Army, your safety problem is solved. But you still have to be careful, especially when looking for historical texts. Don't let the CP bastards catch you. After a pause, Luffy took 2 steps forward, and the 2 of them were almost touching each other. Just when Robin was stunned and still thinking about what he was going to do, Luffy whispered in her ear. There are 2 more things, please bring them to my dad. One is the Water City, where the Mayor Iceberg and his junior brother Frankie have the design drawings of Pluto. CP's people have already set their sights on them, ask him to find a way to destroy CP's plan and don't let them succeed. The other is the Sky Island where the historical text is stored. It is actually the Golden City in the story of Rolando, the Liar King. There is more gold on it than you can imagine, tell him not to embezzle it. Half of it is my military expenditure. Luffy talked about a lot of arrangements in a fluent manner, which not only shocked Robin. The hot air he exhaled also made her ears itchy and her whole body numb. She twisted her body subconsciously, and the towering peak just passed by Luffy's chest. Luffy, who wanted to explain a few more words, froze, and the sound of swallowing his saliva subconsciously was clearly heard by Robin. The atmosphere between the 2 was awkward for a moment, and Luffy endured the strangeness, stepped back expressionlessly, and said goodbye. Ahem, that's all I have to say. I'm leaving now. Be careful. Silly Kila didn't know what was going on. She smiled and waved goodbye to him. Well, wait for my call, we'll see you later. Luffy smiled stiffly, glanced at Robin again, and left in a hurry. Kurla, who had been watching him leave, tilted her head in confusion and asked. Why are you in such a hurry? Did you remember something? She looked at Robin inquiringly, but then exclaimed. Sister Robin, your ears are so red, are you sick? She wanted to check, but Robin dodged her. After taking a few deep breaths and regaining her composure, Robin touched her earlobe and said vaguely. It's nothing, maybe it's too hot. Let's go, we should leave quickly. After saying that, she turned around and went back to pack her things. Grabbing her clothes and fanning herself, Kurla, who was showing a lot of spring, muttered. Is it hot? It doesn't seem to be very hot. Hey, Sister Robin, wait a minute, I'll help you clean up too. Chapter 65. When Luffy returned to the palace, the banquet had already ended. Ordinary soldiers were arranged to rest outside the palace. Only Luffy, Anne, Tina, and a few other navy officers were left in the palace. As soon as Luffy returned to his room and opened the door to take off his suit, he met the eyes of 4 women sitting in the 4 corners of the room. His body froze and he remembered the main reason for his escape from the palace. Sorry, I went the wrong way. Luffy quickly closed the door, turned around, and ran away in one go. Come back here. Ian, who was closest to the door, opened it with a slide, grabbed him by the back of his collar and dragged him back. He locked the door without saying anything and threw him on the bed. Ian hugged his chest and scanned him from head to toe with a stern gaze. He went straight to the point with a cold tone. "You said you would make our relationship public if I wanted to." Yes, that's what I said." Luffy nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice, and admitted it. Ian nodded with satisfaction, raised his chin and ordered. "Well, you can announce it now, just in time to let some idiots with wild ideas see the reality." She looked around the room with a hint of meaning, and Wei and Nami immediately looked back with angry expressions. Only Tina sat in the corner awkwardly, and she began to regret it in her heart. Well, I declare that I am." Knowing that he couldn't escape, Luffy simply stiffened his neck and prepared to make a loud announcement. But before he could finish his words, Wei interrupted him. "Wait a minute. *2. The two girls looked at each other, and instantly understood and formed a temporary alliance. "Nami, that was many years ago, and Luffy promised me to give me a fair chance to compete. Vivi, that's right, and I have to be included." "What? You promised Nami?" Luffy felt a chill in his heart when he was stared at by Ian's eyes. But the girls pushed him to this point, and his temper came out. Gritting his teeth and stamping his feet, Luffy stood up and said with his chest held high. "Is it not possible? The government has no regulations that a person can only marry one wife. Even if there are regulations, so what? The government is nothing, the rules I set are the rules." Hearing him say such shameless words, the four girls were all stunned. After a while, Nami, who didn't want to admit defeat, came back to her senses first and jumped out to answer. "That's right. If you can't accept it, just quit. It's fine with me." But, Anne bit her lower lip tightly. As a woman, she didn't agree immediately because of her sense of shame. Seeing this, Nami was even more proud. She was brought up by Belle-Mère, a bad mother, and had been struggling in the dark sea for many years. She didn't care about these things. She immediately raised her sharp horns proudly and looked around the room with her head held high. It seemed that those who couldn't accept it should get out quickly, so that Luffy would be hers alone. Perhaps because she couldn't bear to see Nami's proud face, Vivi, who had just formed an alliance with her secretly, also gritted her teeth and jumped out to support her. "I can do that too. It just so happens that I will become a queen in the future and won't have extra time to spend with my husband. I'll just leave him to you guys to help take care of him." "Bah, being a queen is so great, if it weren't for Luffy, your country would have been destroyed long ago." Nami glared at her unhappily and fought back. In an instant, the friendship was overturned. The two women greeted each other and quarreled in the room again. Anne still didn't speak. She lowered her head and recalled the years she had spent with Luffy. When she thought that this man didn't belong to her in the future, she couldn't accept it. "Bastards, I have raised this man for so many years and he is almost grown up. No matter what you say, I will not give him to you for nothing." Ian almost shouted at her, then she pulled out her snowball and put it against Luffy's neck, saying viciously, "I don't care about anything else, I am the eldest sister in the family." Feeling the sharp blade on his neck, Luffy raised his hand and swore. "Okay, no problem, I totally agree. Humph, remember what you said today, or I will cut you with the knife you gave me." In put away the knife and threatened him fiercely, and glanced at Luffy's lower body. Luffy felt a chill in his crotch and said he didn't dare. Just like that, even though the three women were unwilling, the matter was settled. However, after the three women had expressed their opinions, Tina was still shrinking in the corner without saying a word. She was just hot-headed and impulsive. In fact, she regretted it after the banquet, but she was also held back at the time and didn't know how to get off the stage. And now, seeing that everyone is going to become sisters, it will be too late if they don't leave. Tina gritted her teeth and got up carefully, slowly moving along the wall towards the door. Luffy noticed her little action and immediately scolded. "Stop! You're here and you still want to leave? Come here." "Tina, no. Wait a minute. This late moon is full of stars, 5 people, of course, nothing happened. Some things are too hasty for them now." After that, only Luffy and Tina confessed their feelings to each other. In the end, Tina gritted her teeth and stomped her feet, blushing and choosing to accept, and then ran away in a hurry. The other 3 women naturally couldn't stay, and after saying something, they all returned to their bedrooms. Before leaving, Ain glared at him fiercely and mouthed to him not to be complacent. Although the process was a bit tortuous, the result was quite in line with Luffy's wishes. After staying in Alabasta for a few more days, when the domestic situation was completely stabilized, Luffy and his crew left with Cobra's farewell and Vivi's reluctance. Before leaving, the little princess gave Luffy a kiss and told him to call her often. Cobra was almost jealous of that attachment. "Let's say goodbye here, and Tina will go to explain to Marshal Sengoku later. You should work hard and don't lose face for the G27 branch." After leaving Alabasta, Tina officially separated from the subordinates of the G27 branch. Hearing that their goddess was really going to abandon them, the navy of the branch immediately cried and didn't want her to leave. But Tina had made up her mind, and after giving them a few more instructions, she let the guerrillas sail away. After the warship sailed away, Tina retracted her gaze and came to Luffy, who was teaching Zoro and others. Noticing her approaching, Luffy turned around and asked with a smile. "In fact, you can definitely go back and take a look. After all, they are your subordinates who have followed you for so many years. It is not impossible to hold a farewell party before leaving." Tina took out a thin cigarette and lit it. After exhaling the smoke, she said indifferently, "There's no need to bother. Tina had already brought all the luggage to this ship before we came out, so there's no point in going back." She glanced at Luffy and said with a slightly teasing tone, "Besides, those guys are quite resentful of you. To read the most exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. If you take me back, who knows if they will do something irrational." Luffy shrugged, "Okay, I'll do as you say." Nami, who was undergoing training, looked up at Tina, who was joking with Luffy, and cast an unfriendly look at her angrily. Tina keenly sensed her gaze, turned her head and looked over, and immediately snorted with disdain. "Corporal, have you not eaten? Your movements are out of shape, pay attention to me." Nami gnashed her teeth in anger, but due to the rules of the army, facing the scolding of her superior, she could only respond with frustration and continue to train hard with concentration. Seeing her frustrated expression of hating herself so much but unable to do anything about it, Tina smiled with satisfaction. "You still want to fight me on the warship? Today Tina will teach you what it means that a higher-ranking official can crush a person." Soon, Tina began to make things difficult for Nami with various reasons, and the scolding never stopped. During this period, Nami also wanted to protest, but was ruthlessly suppressed by Tina in the name of the superior. Zoro and the other 2 who were training together quickly moved to another place for fear of being affected. While doing squats with a 2-ton barbell, Sanji asked Luffy hopefully, "Captain, how do you manage to make so many beauties live in peace at the same time? Teach me. Want to learn?" "I won't tell you." Luffy teased Sanji for a few words, and seeing his aggrieved look, he laughed happily. "Okay, train well, and when you become stronger, you will naturally be able to attract girls. As for how to balance, that depends on your charm. This is something that is innate, and I can't teach you." Luffy shamelessly boasted about how charming he was, and several people rolled their eyes. Just when the 3 of them wanted to escape from here painfully and go to a quieter place to practice. Zero asking for flowers. Pea-sized raindrops fell from the sky. Luffy stretched out his hand to catch a drop of rain, and before he could react, he heard Nami shouting loudly, "The storm is coming! Fold the sails and turn left, and turn the outer ship to maximum power. Everyone obeyed the order of the navigator. Soon everyone on the ship started to move, some to fold the sails, some to steer the ship. Even Zoro and the other two stopped training and joined the team to help. Looking at the busy scene on the ship, Luffy stood in the center of the ship with his arms folded and couldn't help sighing. It might be nice to live a life like this on the sea for the rest of your life. Nami. Don't get in the way here, try to show off. Luffy. Oh. After leaving the stormy area, the rest of the voyage went smoothly. On the way, they occasionally encountered a few groups of pirates, but they were all small characters with low bounties. Luffy threw them all to Zoro, Sanji and the others to practice. Finally, after spending half a month, Luffy once again set foot on the headquarters, his real hometown after a year away. Marin Vondo, I'm back. The loud voice spread throughout the entire port. The Marines passing by cast curious glances in this direction. However, Luffy ignored them all and happily patted Zoro's shoulder and said proudly, "How about it, isn't the Navy headquarters magnificent? It's far beyond your imagination." The 4 people from the East Sea who came for the first time all nodded in unison, looking around with indescribable shock. Although Cook and others had long been accustomed to seeing it, they couldn't help but feel excited after not coming back for so long. Luffy simply waved his hand and gave everyone a holiday. "Go back and have a good rest for a few days. I will inform you if there is a mission." "Oh, long live the captain!" *N. Everyone cheered, those who had homes went home, and those who didn't had homes also had places to stay. But before they left, they gathered in 2s and 3s, probably only when they had enough fun, they would go back. In the end, only Luffy, Anne, Tina, Yuxiao, and the Donghai group were left. Anne, take Zoro and the others to check in at the apartment. Tina, Uncle Yuxiao, come with me to see the marshal. Okay. Several people had no objection to his arrangement. Anne took the 4 people who had just arrived and were curious about everything and left. Luffy, Tina, and Yuxiao walked directly to the marshal's office. "Hey, it's Major General Suni. Long time no see. How have you been recently? Grandpa Gookie, you haven't retired yet, please go home early to take care of your grandchildren." Philly. Why are you hiding? Wow, you're already a lieutenant after a year. I thought you'd never get promoted in your life. Silently following behind Luffy, watching him run into an acquaintance every 2 steps. I couldn't help but smile and whispered with emotion. Brother Luffy has a lot of connections in the Navy. Most of the officers who greeted him were people I had heard of. Humph, of course. He is the grandson of Iron Fist Garp, and he grew up in the headquarters. He is familiar with more naval officers than Tina has ever seen. Perhaps because she has established a relationship with Luffy, Tina's tone unconsciously carried a little pride when she said these words. Yuxiao nodded silently after hearing this, and continued to follow him, allowing him to show off his connections everywhere. Outside the marshal's office, Luffy pushed open the door and walked in with a loud voice. "Grandpa Zhongguo, I'm back. Did you miss me?" As soon as he shouted, Luffy caught a glimpse of 3 figures in the corner, yellow, red and blue. He paused, turned around quickly, closed the door and walked out of the room. A few dozen seconds later, there was a knock on the door. Luffy gently opened the door and walked in seriously. Standing in front of Zhongguo's desk, he stood at attention and saluted. "Report to the Marshal, Captain of the Marine Guerrillas, Colonel Luffy has completed his mission and is here to report to you." Sengoku, who was sitting behind the table, stared at the taller boy in front of him expressionlessly, without saying a word. He stared at Luffy until he felt uncomfortable, and then he said faintly, "Standing on the edge." "Yes." Chapter 66. Without saying a word, Luffy hurried to the wall and stood up straight. Only then did he have a chance to see the scene in the room clearly. Opposite him, on the sofa against the wall, Kizaru was half lying lazily, with his legs crossed and trimming his nails, his eyes looking at him teasingly through his orange sunglasses. On his left, Akainu, dressed in a red suit, folded his arms across his chest and crossed his legs. With his head lowered and his eyes blocked by his military cap, it was unknown what he was thinking. And the last one was, of course, Aokiji, the disciple of his grandfather and the one who had the best relationship with Luffy. Seeing him looking over, Aokiji smiled and raised his hand as a greeting. My goodness, the three admirals are here. What a big deal! Why didn't I receive any news at all? After observing the four people present in a circle without making a sound, Luffy pricked up his ears and listened carefully. But he seemed to have arrived too late, and only heard Sengoku say, "Anyway, it's decided. All three of you stay here to take charge of the headquarters. When the call is issued, come and beat up those rubbish with me." The voice was silent for a long time, and no one responded in the office. It was not until Luffy felt embarrassed for Sengoku that Kizaru stood up first. I'm finally done, I need to go back and take a nap. Sengoku-san, I'm leaving first. After him, Akainu followed without saying a word. Qingji also stood up at this time, he spread his hands helplessly and said, Sengoku-san, is it necessary to call us over when Den Mushi can explain it clearly? Running around is tiring. After saying that, he yawned, waved to Luffy, scratched his head and prepared to leave. The attitude of the three people 433 who didn't take his words seriously immediately annoyed Sengoku, and he slammed the table and stood up, angrily scolding. Bastard! This is... Hey, I know, it's about the world situation, right? Marshal, you have said it many times. When he arrived at the door, Kizaru, who was holding the door, turned around and quickly interrupted the spell. He looked past Sengoku and looked at Luffy in the corner, and said meaningfully, Sengoku-san, this is the time for young people. Since there is an outstanding officer who has defeated the 7 warlords of the sea here, why not leave anything to him? Young people need more training. After a pause, he opened the door and said. And after saying so much, the two people outside the door can't wait any longer. Tina, who was waiting at the door, pushed the door open and saluted Kizaru immediately, saying hello. Yuxiao, because he was not a navy yet, just smiled and nodded at Kizaru. Kizaru rubbed his chin, looked at the group in front of him, and said exaggeratedly. Where did Luffy bring back such a terrifying monster from? I was so scared that my heart almost jumped out of my chest. I have to go back and catch up on some sleep. After saying that, he nodded to the two of them, and staggered away with his hands in his pockets. As he walked, he kept saying that he was old and it was time to hand it over to the young people, and shirked his responsibilities. After Akainu and Aoki went out, they also greeted Yuxiao calmly. Although they didn't know where this blind man came from, the sense of danger coming from him was not false. This is a master who should not be underestimated. Sengoku in the office naturally sensed Yuxiao's existence through his observation color. Although the attitude of those three bastards made him very angry, it was indeed a pleasant surprise that Luffy could bring back such a strange strong man. Sengoku immediately put aside the unhappiness just now, and immediately let Tina and Yuxiao in. Luffy was also excited at this time. He immediately walked to Yuxiao's side and took the initiative to introduce Sengoku. Marshal, this is Mr. Yuxiao, my friend whom I met in Alabasta. We got along very well, and Mr. Yuxiao is also a man of justice. So I specially invited Mr. Yuxiao to the headquarters. I hope that you can make an exception and promote Mr. Yuxiao to the rank of Vice Admiral of the Navy. Wuxiao stood up, and when Sengoku, who was about to shake hands with Yuxiao to show the Navy's attention to talents, was stunned. What the hell? You are a Vice Admiral as soon as you open your mouth. Do you think I opened the Navy and I can give it to you whenever I say? Now is the time after the War of Marineford, when the navy suffered heavy losses. Sengoku and Garp retreated to the second line, Akainu came to power, and Aokiji resigned. Luffy asked for the position of Vice Admiral as soon as he opened his mouth, which really embarrassed Sengoku. After all, he didn't even know Yuxiao's specific strength, so how could he grant a rank at random? In his heart, although his mind was full of thoughts, on the surface, Sengoku still shook hands with Yuxiao and talked in a friendly manner. He said a lot of polite words to thank him for trusting the navy. Yuxiao had already discussed this with Luffy, so he was also very polite. He said a lot of things like I have admired the navy for a long time. Luffy's words were too exaggerated, and he was willing to start as a soldier. He also said a lot of things at Luffy's request in advance. Of course, Sengoku would not be stupid enough to let him be a miscellaneous soldier, but the specific arrangements were difficult to decide for the time being. After thinking about it, he set his sights on the 2 extra people in the room. Colonel Tina, I agree to your previous request. From now on, you will be the deputy captain of the guerrillas and obey Luffy's orders. Yes, thank you, Marshal. Seeing that Zhangguo did not pursue her responsibility, Tina breathed a sigh of relief and saluted to thank him. As for Luffy, Zhangguo glared at the kid. If it weren't for the fact that he brought back such a big surprise for him and did a pretty good job, he would definitely kick this kid back to the recruit camp and train him for 2 years. You go away too, come back to me in 3 days to accept the appointment as Major General and receive new tasks. Major General. Big profit. Luffy was secretly delighted and nodded in agreement. Then it was time for Sengoku and Yuxiao to have a detailed talk. Luffy was very considerate and pulled Tina away, carefully helping to close the door. After leaving the marshal's office and walking a few steps away, Luffy could no longer hold back his pride. Ha! I am worthy of being promoted from Major to Major General in just 1 year. Who in this department has been promoted faster than me? My lover is so happy, so Tina is naturally happy for him. But maybe it's because she is used to the character of a cold goddess, she is still unforgiving. Humph, I was just lucky this time. I was able to recommend Mr. Yuxiao to the Marshal. Otherwise, let alone Major General, it would be good if the Marshal didn't dismiss you. Hehe, you are jealous, aren't you? From a junior to your captain, and now his rank is 2 levels higher than yours, the gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. Luffy smiled and made a gesture with his thumb and index finger, which gradually stretched apart. Tina was so angry that she punched him. Tina will catch up with you sooner or later, and you will cry later. Luffy nodded in agreement. Yeah, I believe you will definitely dream about it. Tina clenched her fists in anger and rushed towards Luffy. Damn it, Tina, I'll show you how powerful I am now. Seeing this, Luffy ran away and turned back to shout. Hey, assaulting an officer will result in a court-martial. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Humph, you are not a Major General yet, Colonel Luffy. Tina emphasized the word Colonel to remind him that they are still at the same level. Luffy had no choice but to cooperate and pretend to run away for a while, but was caught and beaten by her. The 2 flirting and bantering did not notice the passing Marines, whose eyes were red with jealousy. In the corner, several Marines gathered together and saw this scene and said jealously. Marine A, damn it! They chased and fought in the Navy headquarters building. I'm going to report them to the Marshal. Marine B, that's right, they were showing off their affection in front of me. Report it. Must report it. Marine C, those 2 people look familiar. Do any of you know them? Marine D, hey? That man, isn't that Luffy? No, Colonel. He's actually back. And the one next to him, that's my goddess Colonel Tina, they're actually together. No, I can't accept it. Marini idiot, they're a talented couple, and you still have to accept them being together. Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? What did you say? What? Want to fight? With a disagreement, Marine D and Marine E confronted each other, and it seemed that both sides were about to fight. At this time, a pair of big hands reached out and slapped the back of their heads. The two people who were hit immediately covered their heads and looked back angrily, wanting to see who was so brave to hit them. As a result, they saw Zifa, who looked down at them with a serious face and his hands on his chest. Z, Chief Instructor Zifa. Asterisk 2. Zifa snorted coldly and scolded, "Idiot, as a marine, have you forgotten even the most basic rules? What are you all doing here? Get back and finish your work." "Yes." Asterisk 5. The 5 people answered immediately, and then ran away without even turning their heads. After watching them run away, Zifa's expression suddenly changed. He looked at the place where the 5 people had been looking at in disbelief, leaning against the wall. He saw Luffy and Tina walking away side by side, talking and laughing. He almost dropped his jaw, and even his glasses were crooked with fear. Is this true? Luffy and Tina are together? How old is he? Tina is the same. Even if an old cow eats young grass, this grass is too tender. Watching the two of them walk past a corner and disappear from sight, Zifa reluctantly retracted his gaze. He took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes vigorously, and murmured, "This kid is in love with Tina, what should I do? Is he blind and can't he see that Ian likes him? But Tina is also a good girl, I can't break them up. After all, this is a matter of mutual consent. What should I do? It's a real headache." Just as Zifa was racking his brains, digesting and thinking about the solution to the problem, a voice came faintly. "Can't you have both? Anyway, the law doesn't stipulate that you can't marry more than one woman." Hearing this, Zifa suddenly clapped his hands. Yes, Luffy is so capable, it's no problem to marry both of them. Just when he figured it out and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly, Zifa's body stiffened and he slowly turned his head to look behind him. Luffy and Tina, who just disappeared in front of him, stood behind him quietly. Seeing him looking, Luffy waved to him with a playful look on his face. "Hey, Mr. Zifa, long time no see." Tina took Luffy's hand to declare her sovereignty, and pouted her lips in dissatisfaction. "Teacher Zifa, in your heart, is Tina not as good as in?" "Hey? You guys, Zephyr was instantly embarrassed. He was caught spying on and talking about his students. This was too embarrassing. Seeing Zephyr's face turn red instantly, Luffy couldn't help but laugh secretly and said teasingly, "Teacher Zifa, you are too concerned. Drastic emotional fluctuations will affect the use of observation haki, which you taught me." Speaking of this, Zifa's face became even more embarrassed. This is true. He was shocked by the news that the two were together. He didn't even notice when they touched his back. He didn't do it at all. 5.6 He usually tells students to stay calm in the face of anything. Zifa, who was so embarrassed that his toes were about to dig out of the 3-bedroom apartment, had no face to stay any longer, and hurriedly made an excuse. "I still have to go to the logistics department. You guys chat, I'm leaving." After saying that, Zifa turned around and was about to leave. Luffy hurriedly shouted, "Teacher Zifa, remember to prepare more food for lunch tomorrow. I will bring Tina and Anne to visit you." Zifa didn't know if he heard it or not. He took 2 steps at a time and disappeared from their sight in a blink of an eye. Seeing that the serious teacher Zifa actually ran away, Luffy and Tina looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. After laughing, Luffy took Tina's white little hand and walked slowly towards home. "This is the first time I have seen teacher Zifa so embarrassed. Haha, yes, I didn't expect that after so many years, we would meet again in this scene." But seeing that the teacher was in high spirits, Tina was relieved. The two walked and talked, and no one came to disturb them this time. Hearing Tina's words, Luffy shook his head slightly and sighed. The teacher is fine in other aspects, but his old asthma problem has not been improved. I heard that some devil fruits can cure asthma and other diseases. I will look for it when I have a chance. Tina is also worried about Zifa's health, but since Luffy has a way, she also believes that Luffy can do it, so she didn't say anything more. Chapter 67. After a year, Luffy returned to the familiar villa again, and his mind was full of thoughts. I am now a major general, so shouldn't the marshal give me a house? Tina looked at the luxurious villa with its own small garden with envy. She couldn't help but said sourly, I wish I had a house like this. Tina can only live in a single apartment at the headquarters now. What are you afraid of? When I become a marshal, I will take you to live in a place even more luxurious than this. Luffy began to make big promises reflexively. After Tina ate the cake with satisfaction, the two entered the villa together. As soon as they opened the door, the quarrel between In and Nami reached their ears. Nami, no, I want to stay here. If I don't watch, who knows what you and Tina will do to Luffy? In pooh, we are not so shameless. Go back to your dormitory quickly, there is no place for you here. Nami, you say no, then no? This is Luffy's home, I will wait for him to come back and ask him in person. Hey, what's going on? I'm back. Luffy tried to mediate helplessly, and with Tina's help, he took off the cloak of justice and walked towards the living room where the two were arguing. Seeing the real owner coming back, Nami rushed over as if she had seen a savior. She hugged Luffy's waist and started to act like a spoiled child. Honey, I don't want to live in the assigned dormitory. I just want to be with you. What do you think? Of course, those dormitories were originally allocated to Marines who have no houses in the headquarters. You have a place to live, why go there? Luffy agreed as a matter of course. Nami cheered immediately, jumped up, and pecked Luffy on the face. Then she cast a provocative look at An. And glared back angrily, but she couldn't say anything about Luffy's arrangement. After all, this is not her home, and it is not even a residence under Luffy's name, so she has no right to say anything. So a conflict was avoided with Luffy's intervention. Grandpa Garp was not there, and the four did not want to go out for dinner. Simply 15 and bought the vegetables before coming back, and everyone simply prepared lunch by themselves. At home, In changed into a light blue cotton short-sleeved shirt with white lace decoration on the collar and cuffs. The lower body is loose shorts of the same color. In order to avoid getting stained with oil when cooking, she also wore a cute black apron with a kitten pattern. Standing in front of the stove, Anne clumsily turned on the fire, carefully set up the pot and began to pour oil. Luffy opened his mouth, wanting to remind her to heat up the pot first. But seeing her serious expression as if she was going to the battlefield, he gave up. Apart from them, Nami and Tina seemed much more calm. The two girls, one big and one small, each wore 2 sets of light, breathable silk nightgowns in black and white. The big one was busy cutting meat, and the small one was responsible for washing vegetables, handling them with ease. Filling a pot with water, while waiting for the water to boil, Luffy asked, Anne, how are Zoro and the others? Have you found a place to live? After he finished speaking, no one in the kitchen responded, only the crackling sound of ingredients being poured into the oil pan. Turning his head, he saw Anne struggling fiercely with a half-dead fish, and he obviously had no time to pay attention to him. Luffy had no choice but to ask Nami. Well, I found it. I took a look and the environment is not bad. There are kitchens and bathrooms. The key is that the 3 of them live in a 4-person room. The empty room can also be used for exercise and storage of sundries. Sounds good. Luffy nodded with a smile. Then tell them after dinner. I will take Zoro and Sanji to meet someone at noon tomorrow. Nami, you and Usopp will go find Cook tomorrow and ask him to take you to the equipment research department. Let the technicians of the headquarters improve your weapons. By the way, you can also go to the library. There are many books about navigation. If you like anything, just take it away and leave my name." Nami wrote down his words one by one. The great inventor Usopp had thought about modifying their weapons a long time ago. However, in the East China Sea, the two of them only hastily upgraded their weapons. For more specific and in-depth modifications, Luffy suggested that they come to the headquarters. With the help of the excellent technicians and various rare materials of the headquarters, they can upgrade again. Apart from anything else, there are definitely a lot of strange things in the headquarters. There are also scientists and technicians recruited from all over the place to help. I believe they will definitely have a big harvest this time. After talking here, Anne finally killed the poor fish that was still trying to struggle. After covering the pot, she breathed a sigh of relief and joined the topic. "Who are you going to take Zoro and the other two to meet?" "Needless to say, it's Zephyr-sensei," Luffy said as a matter of course. With their talents, they will definitely improve rapidly with the guidance of teacher Zifa. It is enough for the teacher to teach them personally, even if he just develops a detailed training plan based on their characteristics. "I'll go with you tomorrow." After thinking for a while, Ian replied. "Of course, and we met with the teacher when we came back and told him about it. He was quite surprised that Tina and I were together." Speaking of this, Luffy almost couldn't help laughing again. Anne secretly pursed his lips and glanced at Tina in annoyance. Damn, this woman actually got there first. Noticing her gaze, Tina raised her head and snorted with pride, and at the same time reminded. "Watch your pot carefully. If you leave it simmering like this, it will burn." "Ah! My fish!" With a cry of surprise, Anne could no longer care about these things, and hurriedly opened the lid of the pot to check. Fortunately, it was not long after, and her victory was still lying in the pot. After this little episode, the four stopped talking and prepared the dishes quietly. Several people took turns to cook a few of their favorite dishes. The rest of the time was mainly spent preparing for Luffy. His appetite was so terrible that several people cooked 4 pots of rice in total and cooked dozens of dishes, but they were still afraid that it would not be enough. It was at this time that the 3 women felt fortunate. Fortunately, he found enough helpers, old, and, wife. If they were alone, they would be tired to death just by cooking in the future. After a fairly hearty lunch, the 4 people who were full and satisfied had no intention of going out. Luffy took the 3 women to choose rooms in the villa. In addition to Garp's master bedroom and his own, the villa also has 6 guest rooms, which are enough for them to live in. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The first day at the headquarters was spent resting. The next day, the 4 of them got up early, dressed up, and decided to take a walk around the headquarters before visiting Zephyr. Of course, this was mainly to take care of Nami. Luffy and the other 3 either lived in the headquarters since childhood or were trained in the headquarters for many years. They were already familiar with Marineford. The first stop when they went out, Luffy did not take Nami to a fun place. Instead, he took her to various offices of important naval institutions, and told her what kind of trouble she encountered and which department to find to solve it. Later, Luffy pointed out many important areas for her. He warned her not to approach without permission. Finally, the group came to the busy streets. Here you can see naval families living here, soldiers and officers on leave, or government officials who come to the headquarters for business. Hey, it seems to be more lively here than before. Many shops are newly opened, it seems that the headquarters is also developing well. Tina looked around in surprise and commented. Luffy sneered, it's because the pirates are rampant now, and the military expenditure of the headquarters is not enough. The marshal has no choice but to work hard to build a commercial street, hoping to get some money back through means such as collecting taxes. Yes, that's true. In the past, there weren't so many businessmen in our headquarters, and the management was still very strict. The Navy kills so many pirates every year, and the treasures they confiscate must be quite a lot, so why is the military budget tight? Nami was surprised and asked in confusion. Luffy patted her head with amusement. Silly boy, even if all the pirates in the world were wiped out, how much would they gain? Do you know how many marines there are in the headquarters alone, and how much is the daily expenditure? Not to mention that the Navy also has to govern all the branches in the Four Seas and the Grand Line. Adding all these together, it is definitely an astronomical figure that you can't even imagine. In addition to government funding, there is currently no other force in the world that can afford the Navy's huge military expenditures. Nami nodded with a very impressive look on her face, and then she actually counted on her fingers, trying to figure out the Navy's expenses. Seeing this, the three of them were speechless for a while, and no longer said anything else, and concentrated on shopping, buying some daily necessities and gifts for Zephyr later. Luffy still remembered that Zephyr particularly loved. He claimed that it was the most domineering wine he had ever drunk. For this reason, Luffy almost walked through the commercial streets before buying a box. After buying these things, the time was almost up. The group went home to put down the trivial items, and then called Zoro and the other two. All right, let's separate from now on. Zoro, Sanji, you come with me, Usopp, you and Nami go find Cook. Cook is a veteran, and those guys in the equipment research department can't stand the harassment of a bastard like him. After hearing Luffy's arrangement, no one objected. Usopp responded excitedly, and called Nami to set off impatiently. Zoro and Sanji followed Luffy and the others honestly, and walked towards the villa not far away next door. Since Luffy said yesterday that he would come to visit, Zifa took a day off and waited at home early. As soon as he heard the doorbell ring, Zifa knew that the bastard had arrived. But before he could open the door, another guest who happened to be visiting today took the initiative to help open the door. Outside the villa, as soon as the door opened a crack, Luffy greeted them warmly. Teacher Zifa, I'm here to see you. Hehe, you called the wrong person, little Luffy, I'm not your teacher. A mature and slightly seductive voice came from behind the door. Luffy frowned subconsciously when he heard the voice. Behind him, Sanji, who heard the elder sister's voice, immediately looked out. Soon, a sexy lady with a well-proportioned figure, dazzling blonde hair, and charming green eyes slowly walked out from behind the door. Peacock! You're back! Seeing that it was indeed this woman, Luffy frowned even more deeply. Anne and the other two girls also felt an inexplicable strange aura from this woman. Subconsciously, their bodies tensed up and showed a little hostility. The woman called Peacock didn't care about the abnormality of the few people. She stared at Luffy with her eyes and said with resentment. Hey, so little Luffy still remembers me, I thought you had forgotten me a long time ago. As she said that, she covered her face with her hands and sobbed. Luffy's mouth twitched, looking at the dangerous eyes cast by Anne and Tina at the same time. His scalp suddenly tingled, and he quickly spoke to stop her. Hey, you're done with it. I've called you over the years, don't act like I've abandoned you. So, Luffy has been thinking about me? Wow, I'm so happy. Peacock's expression immediately changed. He ran forward with a smile on his face, squeezed past the two women and hugged Luffy's arm. Feeling the two gazes with increasingly strong murderous intent, Luffy's back broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly pushed Peacock away and explained to the two. Don't think too much, this woman is not very smart, just pretend she doesn't exist. Hearing this, Peacock's mouth drooped and he wanted to talk to her again. Luffy quickly reached out and covered her mouth, and formally introduced her to everyone. Peacock, granddaughter of Vice Admiral Tsuru, Chief of Staff, user of the whip-wick fruit, is a pervert who likes to abuse people with the whip. We have known each other since childhood, and she likes to pretend to be an innocent girl abused by me, scaring away the girls around me. In this way, she satisfies her perverted psychological desires. Hiss! Everyone took a breath, partly because they were surprised by her identity as Vice Admiral Tsuru's granddaughter. Partly because they were shocked that there was such a pervert in the world. Even Sanji, who had red hearts in his eyes when he saw the elder sister, silently withdrew his gaze after hearing Luffy's introduction. This sister is too high level, so let the captain enjoy it himself. Chapter 68. Peacock pried Luffy's hand away with all his strength, pouted his lips and said coquettishly, "Little Luffy, how can you say that to your sister? Your sister just cares too much about you and doesn't want other messy women to lead you astray. It's not to see you being hated by girls and having no desire to live. Everyone, hey! You've been exposed. Who would think that kind of thing is wonderful?" Luffy sighed and made a little bare hand spreading gesture to Anne and Tina. It's really not that he is a philanderer, but this woman has bad intentions and takes the initiative to stick to him and disgust him. The two women also expressed their understanding of this. Not only did their hostility towards Peacock greatly decrease, but they also secretly gave Peacock a thumbs up in their hearts. Well done, if you don't drive away all the women around him, who knows if a few sisters will pop up at any time. After a farce, the misunderstanding was resolved. Luffy had no intention of introducing a few people to Peacock. After passing her and entering Zifa's house, he instructed Zoro to put the wine down, and then shouted, "Teacher Zifa, we are here to see you. I heard you. Why are you shouting so loudly? I'm not deaf yet." In the restaurant, Zifa put the last dish on the table and then walked out to greet everyone with satisfaction. When he saw the two strangers, his expression did not change much. He just glanced at them casually and then focused his attention on a box of wine on the ground. "I'm glad you still remember it. This wine is rarely sold in our headquarters. It must have taken a lot of effort to find it." No, it's also to honor you. Come, try it and see if it tastes authentic." Luffy put the wine in the corner of the kitchen, then opened it, took out a bottle and walked to the dining table. At this time, everyone else was still standing there stupidly without moving. Seeing this, Zifa glanced at Anne and Tina and said unhappily, "What are you still standing there for? Do you want me to invite you?" Hearing this, Ain also felt the strangeness after not seeing him for a year. Seeing the old man's still strong and healthy body, the girl politely stepped forward and called him Teacher Zifa. Zifa also looked at this student who had just graduated a year ago. Judging from his vision, Ain did not stand still in this year, and his strength has improved a lot. Thinking that his disciple listened to his teachings carefully, Zifa couldn't help but feel relieved. He rarely smiled, and his tone slowed down a bit, and greeted, "Ain, you have grown up, sit down, let's eat and talk." At Zifa's invitation, several people did not refuse, and soon they sat down at the long table in the restaurant. Zifa naturally sat in the main seat, and on his left was Luffy who had already sat down and was waiting for him to start eating. Then came Zoro and Sanji. On Zifa's right, the first to come was Peacock, followed by Ain and Tina. Zifa poured himself a full glass of sherry wine with an ordinary glass. He didn't have so many rules, and raised his glass directly and said, "Let's eat, just treat it like your home, don't be restrained." Luffy immediately picked up the chopsticks, picked up the food, and said with a smile, "This is my home, I have been here so many times." "Haha, you little brat." Although he called him a little brat, the smile on Zephyr's face became more and more intense. For him, whose family had long gone, he was very happy to have a student like Luffy who seemed to be very kind to him but actually treated him like a family. After he started eating, others also stopped being reserved and started eating. Of course, Luffy didn't just eat. After chatting about some daily trivia, he took the time to introduce Zoro and Sanji to Zephyr. "Teacher, the green-haired guy next to me is Zoro. He is a swordsman I recruited from the East Sea. Although he is only 15 years old, he has become an excellent swordsman under my guidance." "Oh, a 15-year-old swordsman, he has pretty good talent. Zephyr nodded and gave his own evaluation. Of course, he didn't think so in his heart. In his opinion, Zoro grew up in a small place in the East China Sea, but he could become a swordsman after only 1 year of Luffy's guidance. This is already a remarkable talent. If this child can be trained well, he will definitely become another pillar of the Navy in the future. Knowing the teacher's character, Luffy also smiled slightly and didn't say much. Instead, he continued to introduce Sanji. The blonde with curly eyebrows is Sanji, and he is also a partner I recruited in the East China Sea. He usually works as a cook on the ship, but his kicking skills are also amazing. In just 1 year, he mastered the 3 styles of shaving, moon step, and storm kick, and developed new ones, and launched his own exclusive moves. Are you from the East China Sea again? It turns out that place cannot be underestimated. Surprised in his heart, Zephyr focused his eyes on Sanji. Sanji sat down honestly, and when he saw him looking at him, he respectfully called Mr. Zephyr. After nodding in response, Zephyr frowned more and more as he looked at Sanji. This curly eyebrow, why do I seem to have seen him somewhere before? Although he was puzzled, Zephyr did not say it out loud. Instead, he also gave his own evaluation. You are also very talented to be able to master 3 types of the 6 styles and develop extended moves within a year. After a pause, Zephyr glanced at Luffy, who was looking at him expectantly, and guessed the little idea of this kid. You little rascal, you said you came to see me, but you actually wanted me to train his subordinates. But this kid dared to think so. Even Sengoku is not qualified to randomly give me people. He has more face than the marshal. But even if he guessed Luffy's little trick, facing 2 such talented seedlings, Zephyr's teacher addiction came back. So after thinking about it, Zephyr finally agreed. If you 2 don't mind, you can come to the elite training camp to find me when you are free. After I test your strength, I can help you develop a more reasonable and effective training plan. Zoro and Sanji were delighted to hear Zephyr's promise. It was very important for them to have the guidance of Zephyr, a former admiral who had taught 3 admiral students. Without hesitation, the 2 immediately agreed and thanked him. Thank you very much, Mr. Zephyr 2. He changed his words really quickly. Could it be that Luffy taught him that? Zephyr glanced at Luffy, and Luffy happened to look at him and gave him a thumbs up. Annoying brat. One of the purposes of coming to Zephyr was solved, and Luffy breathed a sigh of relief. Then everyone started chatting about all sorts of things. But it was mainly Zephyr asking questions and then others answering them. Zephyr's eyes swept over several disciples and asked abruptly. Tina, how is your domineering power? Instantly, Tina's hand froze while picking up the food. She carefully withdrew her hand, lowered her head and said vaguely. This, that, teacher, I. Seeing her hesitating and unable to answer, Zephyr knew that she must have been slacking off. He immediately frowned and lectured her. Do you think you can be proud of being a mere colonel in the headquarters? What I usually teach you is that haki and taijutsu are the foundation. Do you think you are invincible with a devil fruit? The strong men standing at the top of the sea, have you ever heard of anyone who reached that position relying solely on a devil fruit? To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. What's more, your kanken fruit is not that good. What can Tina do in the face of the teacher's reprimand? She could only nod like a chicken pecking at rice, and swear to work hard with Luffy in the future and never waste her talent. Luffy watched with a smile on his face. Tina's rare appearance of a good student, he must remember it and make fun of her when he returns. But before Luffy could be happy for long, the firepower shifted to his head. What are you laughing at? Do you think I won't say anything to you just because you have improved your strength? Look at what your Donghai has done. First, he killed the rat. Then, without the order from the headquarters, he executed a colonel base commander in public. Although they deserved to be killed, it doesn't mean you can do whatever you want without following the rules of the Navy. Did you learn all your ideological education and political courses in vain? Yes, yes, teacher, I know I was wrong. Wrong? I think you didn't listen at all. If it weren't for Anne being your adjutant and advising you, I can't imagine how much more asshole you would have done. Anne, the only one who was not criticized and was praised in disguise, lowered his head guiltily when he heard this. She did a great job. Not only did she not keep an eye on her superior, but she also helped her superior to do things for the Revolutionary Army. She is probably the most unqualified here. Although they were scolded by Zifa for a long time, the three of them were not bored. Instead, they felt very warm. Like Tina, she graduated from Zifa for many years. Zifa can still call out her fruit ability at one go, which happens to be the best proof that he cares about his students. In this way, with pain and happiness, the group accompanied the lonely old man Zifa for lunch. After the meal, Anne and Tina rushed to help clean up the dishes. Zifa did not stop him and brought the rest of the people to the living room. On the sofa, Peacock, who had rarely spoken, finally found an opportunity and sat next to Luffy, next to him, and said coquettishly, "Little Luffy, what is your relationship with those two women? Isn't it enough to have a sister? Why do you have to look for one outside?" Luffy stretched out a finger expressionlessly, pressed against her forehead and pushed her away from him. Then he moved his butt a little further away from her, and then spoke. First of all, our relationship is none of your business. Secondly, don't act like you have a good relationship with me and stick to me. Finally, please call me Major General Luffy. Everyone Sigma. Captain, you have been promoted to Major General. Zoro shouted in surprise. Luffy raised his head and nodded proudly. That's right, although the official appointment has not yet been made, this is what the Marshal said himself. Everyone, including Zephyr, was surprised to hear him say this. Sanji quickly stood up, pointed at himself excitedly and asked. What about me? Did the Marshal tell me about giving me a promotion? An excellent Navy man like me who is both capable and handsome should be promoted a few levels, and by the way, he should be used as a positive example for the Navy and publicized all over the world. Tisk, Luffy saw through Sanji's little thoughts at a glance. Then, when you become famous, you can take the opportunity to hook up with beautiful big sisters, right? You are dreaming. With your performance in the previous mission, at most you can get a small red flower. You still want to publicize it to the whole army, why don't you just say you will be a general? By then, there will be no need for publicity, and beautiful women will come to you. Luffy thought that his scolding would wake Sanji up and make him forget those messy fantasies. But Sanji suddenly realized and clapped his hands, and said excitedly. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? I've decided that my future goal is to become a general. Poof. Hearing this, Zifa was so angry that he almost spit out the tea in his mouth. Listen to what this curly-haired kid said. What do you think a general is? Is it your buff for picking up girls? It turns out that what kind of general leads what kind of soldiers. The superior is a bastard, and the subordinates are not good birds either. This little brother is really interesting. Peacock covered her mouth and chuckled. When she spoke, Sanji was frightened. Got Zhao, it's true that he likes beautiful women, but he is not a perverted masochist. But Peacock's next sentence made Sanji so happy that he almost knelt down on the spot for her. If you want to find a girlfriend, I can help you. My grandmother has a troop composed of all female soldiers. I believe there must be a girl you like there. Peacock, please tell me how to join that army. Looking at Sanji bowing and asking Peacock 90, Luffy kicked him out in anger. Idiot, I am your superior. If you want to change jobs, you have to see if I agree or not. Sanji was kicked behind the sofa and hit against the wall, but he was not affected at all. He quickly turned over and got up, looking eagerly at Lord Peacock, who was playing with his hair with a playful look on his face. Peacock leaned on the sofa, supporting his chin with one hand and curling his golden hair with the other hand, and leisurely lifted his long white legs. Like a big bad wolf coaxing a little white rabbit, he said seductively. It's impossible to join, but I can introduce you. Do you like a slender, mature, and gentle older sister? Sanji showed a pig-like face, red hearts in his eyes, and nodded frantically. Like. Do you like young, beautiful, lively, and cute naive newcomers? I like it too. Hee, as long as you promise me to let your captain go on a date with me, I can meet all these conditions. Good, ah. Sanji was about to agree, but suddenly he remembered the 3 tigresses around Luffy. He shuddered and shook his head repeatedly to refuse. No, I can't do this, please change it. Chapter 69. Hey, don't you want to think about it again? That's a whole female army. There are all kinds of girls, I guarantee you won't be able to choose. Peacock tempted again, and when Sanji thought of that scene, he was so excited that he swallowed his saliva, and hot air kept coming out of his nostrils. But since it was about Luffy, no matter how excited he was, he didn't dare to agree. Seeing that Sanji didn't fall for it, Peacock wanted to continue to seduce him. But Zifa couldn't bear it anymore, and quickly stopped him. Enough, the more you talk, the more you go too far. What are you doing as Navy? This is not the place for you to mess around. Seeing that he was angry, Peacock did not dare to continue to seduce Sanji. He just shook his head at Sanji with regret, meaning that you didn't seize the opportunity, don't blame me. Sanji burst into tears and quickly looked at Luffy with pleading eyes. Boss, I didn't agree to this for your personal safety. You have to make the decision for me. Being stared at by Sanji's tearful eyes, Luffy's mouth twitched, and he held his forehead helplessly and said. I understand. At worst, I can go find Grandma He and ask her to someone introduces you to someone, okay? Captain. I swear I will follow you forever, you are so good to me. Sanji pounced on Luffy like a husky, hugged Luffy's thigh and cried excitedly. Luffy was disgusted and couldn't get rid of him. Zoro saw this scene, sneered, and whispered idiot. Zephyr was also upset. If the future of the Navy is all this kind of stuff, his chief instructor should quit and retire early to go home and enjoy his retirement. Okay, finish your tea and get out of here. I'm upset when I see you. Sanji stopped making trouble immediately after hearing Zifa asking him to drive them away. Luffy also returned to his seriousness, smiled awkwardly and quickly explained. Watching this scene, the perpetrator Peacock not only covered his mouth and laughed secretly. Oh wow, Grandpa Zifa is angry, it's all your fault. Zifa. Peacock, and you, get out of here too. Peacock? Half an hour later, a group of 6 people stood in a row outside Zifa's house. So, what did you do? Outsiders Anne and Tina crossed their arms and questioned Luffy and his group. Zoro scratched his head and silently looked at Sanji beside him. Ask this 797 idiot, what he did. Sanji looked guilty and turned to look at Luffy eagerly. After 2 seconds of silence, Luffy turned and pointed at Peacock, cursing. Damn it, it's all because of you, this evil spirit. When I saw you, I knew something bad was going to happen. Sure enough, being with you will not end well. After saying that, he turned around angrily, called a few people and rushed home. Let's go home. Sanji, who was in the wrong, hurriedly followed, and Zoro followed them with his hands clasped behind his head. Anne and Tina were confused and still didn't understand what happened. But looking at Luffy, it seemed that he had something to do with this woman. The 2 women looked at Peacock at the same time. Peacock was not anxious or annoyed, but waved at the 2 women with a smile and asked. Anne-chan, Tina-chan, can I visit your home? No. *2 The 2 girls answered in unison. Tina didn't care whether she was his granddaughter or not. She shook her long hair and said without turning her head. Tina hates you. Ian also refused, but more tactfully. I'm sorry, Miss Peacock, that's not our home, we don't have the right to decide. After saying that, she also turned and left. Looking at the two women's slender backs and beautiful body curves from behind. Peacock licked her red lips excitedly, they are so excellent, and only such women are worthy of being my prey. The thought flashed by, and she turned her eyes and said in a faint tone. It is the hostess's right to take guests home. It seems that neither of you has the right to take guests home now. Pa! Her words were like the devil's whisper in their ears, stopping the two of them in their tracks. Ain laughed dryly and slowly turned his head. What a joke, of course I am the mistress of the house. She said, glancing at Tina. Tina was not to be outdone, and she raised her full breasts and said unconvincedly. Are you the only one? Tina is also the hostess. Haha, don't forget that I am the eldest sister in the family. When it comes to power, I have more power than you. Ian replied with a fake smile. Tina was not happy at that time. Are you kidding me? I've known Luffy since he was wearing crotchless pants. Tina was the first one to come. Humph, you are kidding me, right? This kind of thing should be counted according to the order in which the relationship was confirmed. I am the first girlfriend he admitted to. Who stipulated that? I think it should be based on age. I am the oldest among you, so I should listen to Tina. No, listen to me. Listen to Tina. Mine. Tina's. Looking at the two women who were already arguing, a smile flashed across the corners of Peacock's mouth. Haha, it seems that neither of you can make the decision. Forget it, I will wait until there is a mistress who can really make the decision in his family before visiting him again. After saying that, she turned around and pretended to leave without saying anything. Wait a minute. *2 The two girls called out to her at the same time. After looking at each other unwillingly, they decided to take a step back and said together. We are all hostesses, follow us, we promised. With his back to the two women, from an angle they couldn't see, Peacock finally smiled. Thank you for the invitation, hostess. I won't be polite. In the bedroom on the second floor of the villa, Zifa, who was drinking alone, took in the scene that just happened through the French window. Shaking his head and refilling a glass of fine wine, Zifa looked at the clear wine in the glass and mourned for his two stupid students. He is still too young. With this kind of IQ, he will fail miserably in the love field sooner or later. I really don't know whether I should envy or pity Luffy. Sometimes having too many women is not necessarily a good thing. As he was talking, he suddenly stopped, sneered and said self-deprecatingly, to read the violent novels, go to Philo Novel Network. These are all matters of the younger generation. Why should an old man like me, whose body is about to be buried, worry about them? As for old man Garp, he has so many granddaughters-in-law vying for his favor. I am afraid he will be able to enjoy a good life in the future. So you two idiots brought him home. In the living room, Luffy widened his eyes and shouted in disbelief. At this time, Zoro and Sanji had already left. Only Luffy, Anne, Tina, and Peacock who followed him were left in the villa. Opposite him, the two women who were scolded did not dare to refute at all. Their faces turned red and they lowered their heads in shame. But Luffy still did not stop and continued to teach. You are officers of the headquarters and pillars of the navy, but you can't even see this little trick of sowing discord. Did you learn all your military lessons in vain? The two girls felt even more ashamed when they heard this, and they lowered their heads even more, wishing they could bury them in the ground. Peacock on the side watched with a smile, and did not forget to make sarcastic remarks. Don't blame them, they have good intentions. If you say something too harsh, it will hurt your relationship. Do you want to guess who caused things to become like this? Luffy rolled his eyes in annoyance. I didn't tell you, but you really thought I forgot about you, and you still dared to pretend to be a peacemaker. He pointed at the door with a cold face and ordered get out. Now and immediately. Please don't, we haven't seen each other for several years. I want to talk to you more. Peacock pouted pitifully and wanted to act like a spoiled child. But this time Luffy didn't indulge her. He stood up and picked her up from the sofa. He walked directly to the door and threw her hard, then without even looking at her, he closed the door with a bang. I've spoiled you, and you still dare to complain to me. Muttering, Luffy turned around and was about to return to the living room. At this time, there was a shout from outside the door, asking him to open the door, but Luffy had no intention of paying attention. Until he was about to go back to the living room, he suddenly stopped and looked out of the door in surprise. There was a crackling sound of a whip outside, followed by a open the door. The door actually opened by itself. Peacock proudly raised the pocket whip in his hand and walked in. Don't forget that I am the user of the whip fruit. Anything I call out to, whether it is a person or an object, must obey me. Luffy ignored what she said and swept his eyes over her thin black low-cut tight skirt. A greeting slowly appeared on his head. This woman, where did you hide the whip before? Noticing Luffy's gaze, Peacock did not dodge, but instead breathed harder and straightened his chest, allowing him to look at it at will. Perhaps guessing what he was thinking, Peacock rolled up the pocket whip, which was only the thickness of a little finger and a little over 1 meter long. Looking at Luffy's face, she slowly stuffed it into the ravine of her chest. Damn, it's this trick, are all women in the pirate world so good at playing like this? Luffy didn't know that Anne had used this trick before. He was shocked when he saw this trick for the first time, and he shouted that you big-breasted girls are really good at playing. Being stared at by him, Peacock was not angry. Instead, her breathing was disordered with excitement. If she hadn't tried hard to restrain herself, she would have been unable to help but gasp. That's it, I have been waiting for this day for so many years. Little Luffy, you have finally grown up. But it's not enough, you have to grow up a little bit, then you can ravage me and whip me with your own hands, and even do more and more. That's right, as a sadist, Peacock is also a masochist in her mind. But her masochism is only for Luffy, who she has watched grow up since she was a child and was regarded as a child husband by her. In recent years, she was arranged by her grandmother to train in the branch. Whenever she thought of being separated from Luffy, she felt itchy and reluctant. Slowly developed to what it is now. Even at this moment, just being looked at by Luffy, she was slightly excited. Her legs could not help but tighten, and she almost made a fool of herself in front of the boy. But even so, Luffy could see that she was abnormal. There was no way, her eyes were so lustful that she wanted to eat him up, which was simply too scary. Even the three lovers, had never looked at him with such explicit eyes. For a moment, Luffy couldn't help but cry out in his heart that it was unbearable. Ahem, I'm afraid of you. Tell me what you want to say, and leave as soon as you're done. Don't even think about staying here. Finally, Luffy gave in. Peacock was overjoyed and hurried over to pull him back to the living room. The two women looked at the hateful woman who had returned, glared at her first, and then cast a puzzled look at Luffy. Luffy sat back in his seat with an expressionless face and said indifferently. That's enough. Tell me your purpose quickly. My patience is limited. Peacock didn't dare to be naughty anymore. If he really angered Luffy, it would be bad. I just want to tell you one thing. I want to join your guerrilla team. What? No way. Asterisk. 2Ayan and Tina were the first to refute, staring at her with hostile eyes. Tina gritted her teeth, staring at the woman who dared to play tricks on her, and bluntly refused. Tina is the deputy captain of the guerrillas. I don't agree with this request. Me too, as your adjutant, I don't recommend recruiting her into the team. Anne echoed. Peacock didn't take the two women's objections seriously, because she still had a trump card that could definitely make Luffy agree. I'll trade you my devil fruit so you can let me join your gorilla team. Nanny. The two women couldn't sit still. As devil fruit users, they knew best how precious this thing was. This vicious woman actually used such a precious thing to seduce Luffy. It was a heinous crime. The two women turned their heads anxiously to look at Luffy, wondering how he would answer. Luffy leaned back on the pillow, frowned, folded his arms, and tapped his fingers on his arms rhythmically. The three women all looked at him with burning eyes. Staring at him, not disturbing his thoughts. Time passed by, and after waiting for a long time, Luffy finally spoke. Does Grandma he know about this? Concubine nodded slightly and said as a matter of course. Of course she knows that I wouldn't dare to come to you without her consent. Nodding, Luffy continued to ask. Where is the fruit? What is its ability? When he asked this question, Peacock knew that it was done. She glanced at Anne and Tina with contempt and said proudly. It's at my house. If you want it, I'll send it to you later. As for the ability, you can guess. It's a very precious fruit. It's you. I wouldn't give it to anyone else. Chapter 70. When it comes to which fruit is precious, the first thing that comes to Luffy's mind is the mythical beast of the animal type. But think about it, this is impossible. Who would give such a good thing to others? So he lowered his level and asked carefully. Is it the natural system? Peacock blinked his bright eyes and smiled slyly. Guess again. Damn. It can't be a mythical beast. Luffy's breathing suddenly became heavier, and his body couldn't help but sit up straight. Could it be a mythical beast? No. Not a natural type, nor a mythical beast. Then why are you being so mysterious? You made me happy for nothing. Luffy rolled his eyes and complained unhappily. In his opinion, natural type and mythical beast fruit are naturally stronger than other types of fruits. Unless it is an exaggeratedly strong superhuman type like the tremor fruit. If it is an ordinary animal type or superhuman type, he really doesn't like it. Seeing his dissatisfaction, Peacock pouted his lips in grievance. Really? It turns out that little Luffy doesn't even like the ancient species of the dragon fruit. I kept it for you, but it seems that I was just being too sentimental. Luffy's ears moved, and his head was raised instantly. Ancient species? Oh, Sister K, why didn't you tell me earlier? His attitude immediately changed 180 degrees, and he enthusiastically poured a cup of tea for Concubine himself, and said attentively. What did you just say? You want to join the gorillas? No problem, I agree. We need talents like you on our ship, Sister Peacock. Listening to Luffy's compliment, Peacock raised her lips in satisfaction and laughed sweetly. Thank you, little Luffy. I'll get the fruit for you right now. Okay, Peacock sister, take your time. Be careful on the way back. Go early and come back early. Anne and Tina watched Luffy agree and sent the bad woman out the door. They couldn't help but look at each other, and saw a strong sense of crisis in each other's eyes. That hateful woman was clearly coming for Luffy, and she even played the trick of bringing money into the team. It seems that we must unite and tell Nami about this. The three of us sisters work together and must not be taken advantage of by that bad woman. Anne and Tina exchanged intense eyes. When Luffy came back, the two of them had already shaken hands and reached a new consensus. In the new world, on an island covered with yellow sand and rocks, it is very desolate. The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, built on the rocks, is located here. When Robin followed Kurlaw and arrived in front of the base that the government had been searching for a long time, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, was already waiting outside with a large number of middle and high-level members of the Revolutionary Army. Seeing the two coming, Long personally stepped forward to greet them and took the initiative to extend his hand to Robin to welcome him. Miss Robin, welcome to join the Revolutionary Army. I am the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, and this should be our first meeting. I hope you will not despise our simple facilities for not being able to entertain you better. Seeing this big man who has been famous for a long time and is hated by the government to some extent, Robin also politely showed an appropriate smile, stretched out her hand to shake his hand, and thanked him. Chief Long, I should thank you for taking me in. It is also thanks to you that you sent Miss Kurlaw to help me that I am lucky enough to meet you. Long rarely smiled on his icy face. After a few polite words, he cast an admiring look at Kurlaw. Having made great contributions and received praise from the leader, Kurlaw immediately became proud. He looked around with his head held high, as if he was afraid that there were still people who didn't know his contribution, which made everyone laugh secretly. After a few more pleasantries, Long turned sideways to reveal a large group of people behind him, and took the initiative to introduce Robin. Miss Robin, these are the cadres of our Revolutionary Army. They are the Eastern Army Captain Balo Betty and her deputy Captain Ashalu. As Long introduced, Betty, who was wearing a red long-sleeved vest but opened her chest to reveal a large area of her beauty, nodded to Robin. Beside her, the girl with bronze skin, brown hair, and a mechanical prosthesis on her left arm also smiled and waved at her. Robin nodded politely in response. Then Long introduced to her the Southern Army Captain Lindbergh, the Western Army Deputy Captain Uashano, and the Northern Army Deputy Captain Jilung. In addition to them, there are also senior cadres of the Revolutionary Army such as the Fishman Haku. It can be said that in order to welcome Robin, Long called back everyone he could. Apart from anything else, if the government saw this lineup, they would definitely go crazy. As he introduced, Robin also greeted everyone one by one. Greeting. She was also very surprised. She didn't expect that the Revolutionary Army would pay so much attention to her. It seems that the historical knowledge she has mastered is really important to the Revolutionary Army. After the greetings, Long took Robin on a brief tour of the base and held a small welcome banquet after the tour. Although the banquet was not of high standard and the dishes were not particularly luxurious, but Robin could still feel the heartfelt welcome from the Revolutionary Army. After the banquet, most people left and went about their own business. Robin was invited to a reception room, where Long, Kurlaw, and the captains and deputy captains of each army had already been waiting. The lively Kurlaw took the initiative to pull Robin to sit next to her. Sister Robin, you're here. Come on, I'm just about to tell the leader about our experience in Alabasta. Kurlaw took out the draft she had prepared long ago and told the story vividly. The main content was how she met Robin after meeting Little Seagull, that is, Anne. She also talked about how difficult the lives of the local residents of Alabasta were under the scourge of crocodile. And how, under her planning, the two of them got the support of King Cobra. And how, under her coordination, they worked together with their companions in the navy to eliminate crocodile, etc. Everyone present frowned when they heard this, thinking, you made up this story. This is too outrageous. But Robin nodded politely and acknowledged Kurlaw's contribution. Although Kurlaw had reported the details to Long in advance, but with Robin's cooperation, the little girl still felt very proud. At least this can prove to everyone that she is also an excellent revolutionary soldier who can perform tasks independently. After bragging, Kurlaw thought of something and carefully took out a letter from her arms and handed it to Long. At the same time, her eyes were a little evasive, and she looked at him with a hint of inquiry and expectation, and said, Chief, this is a letter from the Navy captain named Luffy that he asked me to bring to you. Would you like to open it and take a look? Hearing his child's name, Long fell silent holding the envelope. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Although the others didn't know this, they were still curious about the Navy that was willing to cooperate with them. Some people present, especially Balo Betty, still don't want to believe that the grandson of the Navy hero will join them. They think this is all a conspiracy of the Navy. Maybe it's time to let them know. Long said to himself in his heart. Afterwards, he no longer hesitated and opened the envelope in front of everyone. Although everyone was curious, they did not dare to go over to find out without Long's permission. Only after Long finished reading the letter, he took the initiative to hand the letter to Betty beside him, with a slight smile on his face. Ha, this boy is really bold. Listening to the leader's evaluation, Betty became more and more curious. But when she took the letter and read it for a while, she was shocked just like Kurlaw at the beginning. Her eyes widened in shock, and she didn't even notice that the cigarette in her mouth fell. This is not a joke. Her exclamation aroused the curiosity of the others. Lindbergh grabbed the letter directly, and Ashelo and others came over to watch. To my father, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. It was this short opening sentence that caused everyone to gasp. Are you kidding me? That Navy officer is actually your son, the leader. Ashelo covered her mouth in disbelief. Long just nodded and admitted it. This immediately caused a heated discussion among the crowd. Lindbergh found the key point of the problem and waved the envelope in disbelief. So, you are the son of Iron Fist Garp? This is too much, it's so scary. Kurlaw looked at the shouting people with amusement, and couldn't help but raise her head proudly. That's right. It was this expression of being shocked and dumbfounded. I looked like this at that time. Robin watched with a smile, took out a letter and added. There is another letter here, also written by that person. The information on it is very important. There is also a part that he dictated, which I added. This letter is naturally a letter written by Luffy to Robin, marking the whereabouts of several historical texts. But later, Robin wrote down what Luffy told her about the Golden Country, Iceberg, and Frankie's brothers. Long took the letter and glanced at it, and instantly became serious and understood the importance of the content recorded in the letter. After reading it and handing it to Betty and others for circulation, everyone exploded again. Lindbergh, there are so many whereabouts of historical texts. Where did this kid get the information from? A hero, please, it's not the most important thing. Look at this, he said, the Golden Country, isn't that a fairy tale? Betty, hey, what's the benefit of lying to us? Didn't you see that he even reserved half of the gold share? Jilong. That means that if we find the Golden Country, our tight military expenditure can be greatly alleviated. We don't even have to worry about it for a long time in the future. Dushano, what are we waiting for? Let's go to this God's Island now and bring back all the gold. As they talked, everyone began to get excited, wishing they could fly to the God's Island right now and exchange all the gold for their military expenses. Long understood everyone's feelings. Their revolutionary army had been poor for a long time under the government's encirclement and blockade. Seeing that there was a large amount of gold there for them to take as they pleased, it would be strange if these people were not excited. However, it is not advisable to act rashly. The Golden Country is of great importance and must be strictly planned. Moreover, Long glanced at Robin, who was smiling but looking tired. He finally made a decision. He tapped the table hard, attracting the attention of everyone who was still excitedly discussing. Don't forget that there is a historical text in the Golden Country. It is an important historical record that we cannot ignore. This matter still requires the help of Miss Robin. Let's stop here today and let Miss Robin have a good rest for a day. I will hold a meeting tomorrow and everyone will discuss it seriously. With the leader's reminder, everyone reacted and looked at Robin. Robin was stunned. She didn't expect that Long also noticed her fatigue from running around for days. While her heart was warm, she shook her head and prepared to refuse. When she was hunted by the government in the past, it was common for her to be worried and unable to sleep for several nights in a row. She didn't want to delay the search for the historical text because of herself. But before she could speak, Long had already called the female warrior guarding outside the door. Take Miss Robin to the room prepared in advance to rest. No matter what Miss Robin needs, we must do our best to meet her needs. Yes. The female warrior took the task seriously and invited Robin. "Ms. Robin, please follow me. I will take you to your bedroom." At this point, Robin could no longer refuse Long's kindness. She stood up and thanked Long, Betty, and others. "Then I will go to rest first. If you need me, please let me know." Long and the high-ranking officials of the Revolutionary Army also stood up. "Well, I won't be polite. Because from today on, we are a family." "Humph, yes." Robin responded, and somehow she thought of Luffy, whom she had met once before. She didn't know when they would meet again. After Robin left, the captains and vice-captains of each army also said goodbye and left one after another. When almost everyone had left, Ryuya picked up the letter Luffy had written to him and was about to leave, when Kerala suddenly turned back and said hurriedly, "Oh, Chief, I almost forgot." Long looked over in confusion, only to see Kerala jumping in front of him and saying happily, "Chief, Luffy invited me to join the navy, is that okay with you?" "What the hell?